Oh, okay. Hi, people. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little late. I had to get my videos in order. Y'all, maybe next week. Maddie, what's up? Maddie. What's up, little baby? What are you up to? What are you up to, boo? I know. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, my gosh. Some of you guys. Oh, what's on my phone? What's happening? Oh, Lord. Oh, Thursday. Hey, for me, what's up? Little me. What's up for me? Child. You want to see Maverick? I'll go get him. He's so cute. Oh, you guys miss Maverick. Maverick used to be here all the time. He's right here. He's on his high chair. I put some fruits for him. I have to, you got to entertain the Mav. Oh, gosh. Mavy. This white man gonna try to insult me by calling me the N-word, but then he wrote it backwards. I'm like, why are you writing it backwards? Just write the word. Like, what's the problem? Like, they're so afraid. I'm like, how you gonna be afraid to be a racist? Child, people are silly. People are so silly. Which trolls? Who trolling who? Man, please, them ugly ass creatures. Oh my gosh. Yesterday, I'm like, when I get off, I'm sitting on my bed, like I'm watching like more YouTube, I guess. And then I see a video by Greg. I'm like, oh, there goes Greg. I wonder all these people, I wonder how much money they're making from these Karmelo videos. Like, this is crazy. But anyways, what happened again? I was gonna say something. What happened again? I don't know. I forgot. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. I'm taking my hair. Then they're like, oh, Karmelo's dad sent text messages. Wumpty wump wump. So we'll talk about that today, you guys. Hey, Queen. What's up, love? We have to talk about this because this video, hopefully. Oh, guess what? I texted Dominique this morning. The man that's next to the family. I texted him this morning. I was like, what, 9 o'clock in the morning? Right? I was like, you need to get away from them. You need to get away. So guess what? He finally responded. So he responded. And I'm like, you're like Jonas. You are truly like Jonas. Like Jonas, wherever he went, he brought bad luck to people. Bad things started happening to people. Diseases, flooding, you name it. Shipwreck, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, you're bringing bad luck. You need to move back. You have a really bad criminal past. And it's not the kind of criminal past that people can look away from. You know what I mean? Trying to reason. I'm like, then he started responding like crazy. I'm like, well, I'm gonna keep talking to you like crazy. I'm like, what you're doing is wicked. It's really, really wicked. I'm like, I'm gonna make a video about how you're holding the family hostage. Because you want to use Karmelo's name in this case to kind of like, rebrand yourself. You got to do that on your own. You don't get to use a 17-year-old for that. It's seriously disgusting. So disgusting. I was like, and I told you after that press conference, you're not a great public speaker. And you still want to talk. Like, there's such an affinity for mediocrity over here. Like, it's crazy. Like, hey, Mark, you're not a great talker. Yeah, hey, Whitney, you don't speak well. You're not a great spokesperson. I'll show you. We were having a conversation. I know it's him because he wouldn't stop responding. Like, yeah, so I said Dominique. I say minister. I said Dominique. You're not a minister. If you were a minister, you would actually walk by the word of Christ. And the Bible says, do not be a stumbling block for your brother and your sister. So if you realize that who you are and your past is causing people to indict indict Karmelo, is causing prejudice to Karmelo, you should step away. Hey, Kevin, you should step away because it's not about you, it's about him. And when you walk with love, you also have to walk in humility. So if you recognize him a lot, if you recognize that your presence is causing harm to Karmelo, like the moment your criminal record came out, the donation stopped. Do you not get that? He was like, oh, but you don't even know me. I was like, they don't know Karmelo, but they're judging him. That is my point. People don't need to know you. All they do is form an opinion of you. So my point is, they don't know Karmelo and they form an opinion, right? There you go. We don't know you, but based on your criminal record, we have an opinion of you. So I'm saying, get away. Like, what is this? This a joke? I'm waiting for him to respond again. Because y'all type really fast. No, you going to read my messages. You are crazy. He's like, oh, we were just responding to make sure you had a response. I'm like, well, the response did not satisfy me. That's not the response I was looking for. Like, what the heck? Oh, he's not his lawyer. No, like, no one cares. In the courtroom of public opinion, he's the one that speaks for the family, right? So, quid pro quo. Like, what the heck? Exactly. Because like they say, like, he's like something like his criminal record is crazy. Like, what the heck? You know what I mean? So, as you guys know, I mean, if you don't know, but I'm gonna tell you what happened. So, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, right? Charleston White not only went on Cheese TV to issue an apology to Karmelo, he doubled down on his social media with a longer video, like a longer live, apologizing to Karmelo, apologizing to the family. Now, sure, I'll take it. However, I said yesterday, this is why people need to stop, wait, right? Get more information because before running to social media and just start going up at the mouth, right? What's his name? Charleston White. When the story broke out, the way it broke out, because there was a bunch of racist people talking about it, such as Matt Walsh, Charleston said some truly disgusting things about Karmelo. I'm talking like any kind of N word you could think of. He told the white people that Karmelo intentionally went into his mother's kitchen, grabbed a butcher knife, a cleaver, stuffed it in his book bag the night before with the intent of bringing the knife to the track meet so he could stab any random white person for the sins of slavery. So the reason why Austin was stabbed in the heart was just so he could pay for the sins of slavery. I'm like, what are we even talking about? You know what I'm saying? And so, since a lot of people, people like Charleston White, the character, because he's a caricature, right? This hood rag caricature, this OG dude that went to prison, this old man who spent all his good years in prison. You know what I mean? He's a pseudo intellectual. People love this buffoonery. The whites love it. The blacks love it. People just love this bullshit, right? So people listen to him. He said that in the morning. By nighttime, he was already invited on this like white man's TV show to repeat his utter trash, just trash. Like, do you know this kid? You ever talk to the kid? Right? This is insanity. So once he started going viral with his talking points, completely rooted in bigotry and self-hate, it made some black people, some white people, way more white people, but it made them extremely comfortable to feel like it was okay to create a narrative around Karmelo, depict him as a YN who just went to school, who just went to the track meet, maybe was not even supposed to be there, and just stabbing white people for the sins of slavery. And then Officer Tatum doubled down. He said, oh, white people, let me tell you what black people really think about you, okay? They want you to die. They want you to suffer. They want you to... I'm like, what the freak? Like, do most black people think about white people when they wake up in the morning? Like, people have to go to work. Okay, this is crazy. Like me, I don't center white people. I feel like white people center me. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I feel like white people center me because they're always talking about black people. So I'm like, what the heck? I feel like I have to talk. I have to defend myself. Right? So it was so disgusting. It was truly disgusting. And I do feel like Charleston White, because of the prominence he holds, to me, he's not really, I don't care. Right? But a lot of people are like, well, if Charleston said it, I feel more confident saying what I want to say about Karmelo. You understand? Which to me is completely irresponsible because I think you have to handle social media responsibly, just like a car, okay? Just like a weapon. You have to handle social media responsibly. You have to take your time to get as many facts as possible. Before you speak, even if you think the other person is in the wrong, you should try to hear their side because you just never know. To err is human. You know what I mean? But I think that also requires a lot of humility, which unfortunately people don't have because too many people in America are just dumb. Dumb, and the more dumb you are, the more self-righteous you are. It's always the people who know the very least, who talk as if they know it all. And that happens with a lot of people who've been in prison. They know the very least, but because they read a book in prison or because they heard something in prison, now you would think these people have PhDs in these things. That you are, and you are insane. You are insane. It's one thing to read something by yourself. It's another thing to have proper instruction in the thing, in a structured manner too. Like it really is, right? People who have a PhD, for example, they spend like at least a decade getting to that level. You in prison, you read a book once in a while. Okay, do you even read the whole book? Probably not. What do I know? Okay, so I'm like, to me, it's crazy. You have to allow other people to tell their version, but you see, that's not how America is. It's either you're this or you're that. Everything is like this. It's everything. Everything is like what? How you say it? Everything is polarized. Like you're like dichotomy. Like you're either for me or you're against me. You know, you're this or you're that. You're this or you're that. It's like people got to stop being so stupid. Like human beings have nuance. It's never that easy. But when you deal with simple-minded people, they want things to be easy. Like, no, it's not that easy. You know, explaining human nature is not that easy. Like, it's just not, right? So that's why we have to even check ourselves and check our own biases, our own ignorance, and our own desire to be right no matter what, to say, you know what, I could be wrong. And that's why you have to let other people talk. But the mainstream media doesn't do it. And unfortunately, on social media, people also don't do that. I don't like you, so I will dehumanize you. I don't like you. They never talk to you. They don't know you. They never spend time with you. They never even heard your voice. They just know they don't like you because they only listen to one side. This is how America's working now. And to me, that's crazy. That's why I said, even if a woman comes on social media and says, my husband did this, my ex did this, my ex is a narcissist, cute, whatever. I'm not going to be like, oh my gosh, like, yeah, he wasn't. No, I need to talk to him as well. And if I can't talk to that man, I'm sorry, but I can't take you seriously because I know you're not telling me everything. What woman do you know is going to come on social media and truly be honest about how she messed up in her relationship? It's a very, very, very tiny amount of women that would actually do such a thing, right? Because people always want to blame other people, and people want all these, like, give me all the sympathy, because people are narcissists. So I'm like, no, you can sit here and say all the things you want about your ex, your man, your whatever. However, until I hear from him, I cannot form an opinion about that man because that is not fair. You know, I even had a friend, little sis, like she called me. I mean, I called her, she called me back, whatever, got on the phone. She proceeded to say so many awful things about her sister. And I'm like, okay, I need her number so I can talk to her because I can't just go for what you said. She said, oh, I'm not going to give it to you. Well, you're going to have to give it to me because you talk badly about her. So I need to talk to her because she needs to tell me what's going on. You know what I mean? But one person is not the arbiter of truth. Like, no, you got to go hear from the other person. And unfortunately today, people don't want to hear from other people because they have this desire to be right. But you could be wrong. And in being wrong, you can falsely accuse a person. You can falsely destroy somebody's reputation. You can destroy someone's business. You could be wrong. And it never occurs to people that you know what, I could be wrong. Yes, you could be wrong because you didn't do your due diligence. It's very lazy to just lean on one side and think, yeah, you told me, people lie. All people lie. Even your friends can lie to you. Even your mom can lie to you. Your dad can lie to you. Your husband, your wife can lie to you. Your children can lie to you. People lie. People just lie, right? So I'm going to replay his apology. Better late than never, but I really wish he didn't even have to apologize, that he would have just waited for Karmelo and his family to get situated and then to reach out to him and say, okay, or he could have reached out to them. Like, this is what I heard. I want to speak on it, but I just thought it'd be respectful, especially since we're Black, to give you a chance to tell me what happened. And then I can know, I'll know how to talk to people. He didn't do that. Understand? And that's the thing about having class and wisdom. And yeah, people need to move more. People need to have more class. And I'm going to say this, classy people are never the first to speak. They're not quick to speak because they don't seek attention. I think when you are a classy person, when you are a wise person, when you have the spirit of an elder, it's not about being the first to speak or trying to be right and this and that. It's truly about bringing peace. And there's nothing that brings bigger peace, a true sense of justice, and also a sense of trust, right, and healing than people who fight for the truth. It's not convenient, but that's the remedy for what, like, that's the medicine we need for everybody to be able to move on. You have to seek the truth and you have to show it the way that it is, and bam, bam, and then we're done. So I want to play his video, okay? And then I'm gonna play what he talked, because there's another lady, this white woman. He said that she used to be a 304. He said that she's like, ran through. She used to do the drugs, meth. She was on opioids and things like that. A horrible, horrible past. And now she has some kind of political position in Texas, Collin County, as a Republican. And so she's using the Karmelo case to kind of, rebrand herself as a white activist, and I guess a mother and a white wife, you know what I'm saying? It's very possible, because usually also people who have a hard past to forgive, people who can, I've noticed that people who cannot forgive themselves have a hard time forgiving other people. People who are still struggling with the life they used to have and who they used to be, right? Usually have a very, very high standard of ethics and morals and things like that for other people. It's very similar to people who wrestle, like men, for example, who wrestle with homosexuality, right? Because they have desires and this lust to have sex with men. They'll be so hard on people who are gay. You know what I mean? Because they want to convince themselves and convince other people that they're not gay. And they're truly mean to gay people. They can say some really homophobic stuff. Like growing up, I remember Bishop Eddie Long was like that. Bishop Eddie Long always had a very nasty position against homosexuality, only for us to discover later on that Bishop Eddie Long was having sexual relations with children underage. And the church went bankrupt. That's where Jamal Bryant is now. He also, he lost so much weight, he died in disgrace. So I have learned that many times when people they have these high standards for other people, it's truly because internally they struggle. They have yet to forgive themselves, and they have yet to get to a point where they understand that God forgives you, right? But if you don't forgive yourself and you don't believe that God has forgiven you for the sins that you have committed, you go through life trying to punish other people. You go through life trying to have this standard, like you got to meet this, and that. The things that you yourself do not meet. And that's why we have a rise in bunch of hypocrites, because there are people, unfortunately, who decided to listen to the gospel of feminism, the gospel of sexual liberation, the gospel of rebellion, and the gospel of anti-patriarchy. And many of these women have slutted themselves out. They have whored themselves out. They have drugged themselves out. And now they need to use another person, an innocent person, right, as a martyr, as like a beating post in order to feel good about themselves. And you will never feel good about yourself putting another person down. You will never feel good about yourself lying on somebody else. You have to take ownership for what you did. And then you got to go through your own journey of, of forgiveness. But that doesn't mean you need to hold people hostages as you do that. You got to work on yourself. You need Jesus. You really do need Christ. So let me play this video, guys. Hold on.
And Queen, he hold no more. So shout out to Mexican OT. Speak how you speak. Even the Bible says you speak the language of the people. How you think he rapping? And y'all listening to him. So don't get mad now.
We'll get there. He's coming.
My Mexican OT, and I with him real talk. I was supposed to be in the video. Me and Aiden Ross in the Lil Wayne video in Mike Busey house. I supposed to be in the video.
But he apologized.
Man, I hate he apologize. I'm 50. I hate he apologize. But he got that kind of heart. Because he for his people. He ain't apologizing for the niggas he offended. He apologizing for the niggas who might understand why he said it. So apology accepted.
Was there ever a point where you didn't like when people who weren't black said nigga?
No.
It didn't have to grow on you over time?
Never. Because I understand the word. They're not saying nigger. Nigger and nigga is not the same. I don't give a fuck what you say, nigga. One of them is a race of people who was in bondage and enslaved. Another one is a group of people who is everything that they said those people were, but were not. We are ignorant. Those people wasn't. We're savages. Those people wasn't. were animalistic, those people wouldn't. We deserve what they got. They deserve what we have. So how can we be offended by a word we're not being called? A word that we're proud of. What's up, man? A word that we're proud of. And they're not using this word as this word was applied to these people.
Yeah.
This word is being applied with congratulatory. So how can we, come on, we are oxymorons as a race of people.
I got a lot of Mexican friends that say nigga.
I got a lot of white friends that I let say nigga around me.
Yeah.
But we can say cracker, we can say honky, we can say all these other racial slurs with no retribution toward us. That's what they mean by we're victim-minded and we're entitled as black people. We can insult everybody else openly and freely. We come in people's establishments loud. We are some of the most disrespectful people known to humankind on earth. Because in any other places, they would dispel us.
But our excuse is we've been through so much.
We ain't been through shit. Who is we? They, the nigga, have been through shit. The nigga ain't been through nothing. He got free education. He got to go skate. He got to say, F you white people. He got to talk back to the police. The nigga never had that opportunity.
But you don't think that still affects us today?
Okay, so what did your grandparents go through that affected you that you don't know?
You know, the thing about, I kind of get what he's saying, but the way he expresses himself, wow, it's a lot. It really is a lot. Like there's a better way of saying this. There's a better way of saying. I get what he's saying, but there's a better way of saying this.
What about?
My grandma picked cotton in South Carolina.
How did that affect you?
It didn't.
There you go. So how can you say what the slaves went through affected you? How can you skip?
Because I feel like a lot of niggas.
Hold on. How can you skip the genetics of your father and your mother and go all the way to the slave? You drink or you do things because of the genetics and the chromosomes of your mother and father, not those chromosomes.
Yeah.
Your conditions that you're in was created by your mother and father. The things that affect you are not from 400 years ago. It's at least to your grandmother or your great-grandparents. So have you went and sat down to your bloodline and your lineage, your mama and father, your grandmother, grandfather, on both sides, mother and father side. If you ain't done that, don't tell me shit about what a slave went through when you don't know your father's mother.
Okay.
Let's start.
I see. So yeah, I like this play because I wanted to see how we got to the Karmelo apology. Because people were saying, oh, he got paid. So I was like, okay, let's watch a little bit before then. I guess some rapper or some Mexican person said the N-word, and I guess the person apologized. So maybe that's what's and he said apology accepted. So then he parlays into, well, you know what? I also owe Karmelo an apology. Because I wanted to know, where did this apology come out of? What happened? You know what I mean? So that's it. That's why I'm okay.
What was your bloodline? Your immediate family. Mm-hmm. Before you go way into slavery. That's a cop-out and an excuse for detrimental behavior that we accept and promote and clap for. Mm. So let me just say, since I said that, I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo Anthony's family.
Okay, that's how it came about. Okay. 50-30.
Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. Mm-hmm. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. Mm. These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side. One of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them.
My God.
He should have killed both them Peckerwoods with a that's minding his motherfucking business, that don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. So now they trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense. And the reason I say that is anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video? You can go up to the school to see it. And if you go up to the school and see it, we all to see this kid will be found not guilty. But because it's in an all-white town in Crackerville, and they done made it about race, whoever Sarah Fields is, Sarah Fields, you a rotten motherfucker. And if I just had some time, I would put an army behind this family, but I ain't got time. It's supposed to be an army because Sarah Fields and the father and somebody who works for the court have been releasing Karmelo Anthony's family information to Sarah Fields. She's been putting it online, and the white folk been going. So they've been having to move. All those lies made up, homie, they can't even get the GoFundMe money. So they hadn't even got, they can't even touch the Go. So they just trying to smear campaign, but that's what the cracker do. Boy, I wish I can go back to when I was seeing the type of shit. Boy, I wish they could have caught me 3 years ago when I was really on my let's go get the cracker shit. But homie, I wish I ain't got that spirit no more. So I'm saying, why black people ain't rallying around this family as they tried to rally around in the beginning? They are threatening this family. Homie, they keep having to move.
But how do you don't just lose the spirit, bro? It's either you got it or you don't.
No, you do lose it. You do lose it.
So you sold out.
No. You lose it.
Sorry, guys, the master's here, okay? Master, everybody will say hi to you. They're asking about you. Say, hi, everyone. Miss y'all. Say, miss y'all. Can you hear me? You can hear me now? Come say hi. Say hi to your family. They haven't seen you in a while, Maverick. I'll take a little bath. Say hi, everyone. Oh, you see? Everybody missed you. Yeah, say hi, Uncle Kevin, hi, Auntie Queen, Auntie Fumi. What up, my people? I missed y'all. They say you grown so much. Come on, Maverick, stood up. He's so dirty. He has to take a bath. Okay? He's having his little breakfast. Say hi, everyone. Show me your teeth. Show me your pretty teeth. How you got so many teeth now? Huh? Say hi to your peoples. Yes, they missed you. They missed the master. Oh, yeah, he has grown so much. He is like, oh, say hi, Auntie Goldie. I miss my cousin. Say hi. Say hi, Auntie Goldie. Say hi. Show your pretty face. Show your teeth. Show your pretty teeth. Come on. Eat. I got a bunch of teeth now. I can eat good food. Huh? Life has been good to you, huh? You can eat everything. Yes. Okay. So you guys understand. So people say, oh, he got paid. He didn't get paid. He was talking about, okay. People say, oh, he got paid. Now we have the context of it all. I don't know who this, because I don't know these rappers. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Okay. So it seems like a Mexican rapper probably used the N-word. So he was trying to defend it. So like, there's no reason to be upset because it's it's not a I hate people do that stuff, right? And then honestly, it doesn't affect you because you didn't go through what the went through. You are and you're part of being this is too much. So he said, okay, apology accepted. And then he says, you know what? He wants to take this moment to apologize to the Anthony family. So I understand the context now. But then again, there's a better way to say all this thing. But I'm saying once again, if you take your time before you open your mouth to speak on people, you won't have to apologize. Okay? You will not have to apologize. So now, hold on. Let me show y'all this also. We're not going to watch all of it, but this is where he talks about that lady Oh, this is where he talks about the late, what's her name? Sarah. I don't know what her name is, but the white woman who is, and she's part of the Republican Party in Cullen County, Texas. She has access to the courts. She's the one who released the indictment early. And she got the lady who gave it to her in trouble. I think the lady's losing her job, might lose her job, and you see completely inconsiderate. Because I'm like, even if she give it to you, you could have read it, but not released it. Like, that's your source. But she don't care. Okay, she white American. She don't think about herself. So this is where he talks about this lady. And it matters because Karmelo's dad reached out to the very lady because I feel like he thought she could be reasonable. I'm like, do not talk to a white woman. They are a bunch of liars. They are despicable. Do not reach out to her because the way she'll play a victim, then she'll say you harassed her. Then she'll say you sexually harassed her. White women love to lie. They live these very, very sexually deprived, and I mean in a healthy way, right? Most men don't walk up to them. People don't check for them. Nobody talks to them. Like, they are so sexually deprived. So many of them are unattractive. All they do is wait for one man to say even like, to even write a question mark. Oh, he gave me attention. Let me see how I can destroy him. Leave these Karens the hell alone. Leave them alone. I'm like, do not talk to this woman. She's completely irrelevant. But let him play. I'm going to run on Maverick's backwater. Hold on.
Now, my mother always told me, Jeffrey and Sarah J. Fields, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. The roots and the fruit is one and the same, Sarah J. Fields. Austin Metcalf's dad, Jeffrey Metcalf, he's not only a bully with anger issues, he beats women. Violent guy. Listen to me now. I want you to hear me good because this is the truth. I was wrong about Karmelo Anthony. The kid is going to beat the case. I got the facts of the case. I have the facts of the case. I have the police report. I have every document that Sarah J. Fields has. And I've been doing my due diligence, Sarah J. Fields. It's called research. It's called qualitative and quantitative research. Now, I went to Texas Western University, studying as a pre-law student. Sarah Jeff Metcalf. So I know a lot about law, and I've beaten the law quite a bit myself. As a matter of fact, I grew up with children who kill people. I myself grew up with children, not people. I grew up with children. I spent my whole entire teenage life with kids who committed murder. 14 to 17. That's a big old gap. When most of you kids was playing video games and going to middle school and doing homework, I was in the boys' home going through therapy and counseling and seeing psychiatrists and psychologists. Get my childhood trauma repaired. So I met children who killed their mothers and their fathers. I met children who stabbed people. I met children who so I know children who kill. I'm an expert in children who kill. I grew up with them. I was a child who led older children to go kill. I'm going to say it again. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram described me as being the smallest of the bunch, but the brains of the bunch. And if I remember correctly, that's quoted by legendary news editor reporter Bob Ray Sanders. I think I'm quoting Bob Ray Sanders correctly. It says Charleston White was the smallest out of the bunch, but he was the brains of the bunch. So I was the youngest, the smallest, and I led 3 big black children who was way older than me to go kill a white man. K-I-L, a white man. I know what it's like. I myself know what it's like. It's documented. This is documented. I became one of the first children in Tarrant County to be tried, not convicted, but adjudicated for the crime of murder. September 18, 1991. This is documented. They've released the video footage of me testifying against my 16-year-old friend. It's documented. So hear me out. So I know what it's like to meet children, to participate in murders and killings. I'm an expert in children who commit violent crimes. I grew up with them. I studied them. I went to school. I ended up creating programs by way of a youth organization. It's called Hype About Hype Youth Outreach. And HYPE is an acronym helping young people excel in all aspects of their life.
So you know how you said like Karmelo's going to beat the case. If you remember yesterday, I showed you a video, right? Where is it? Some of you, if you were here yesterday, but you probably were not here yesterday, then that's fine. Remember yesterday, I showed you this video of this lawyer. His name is Andrew Branca, but where did he get that name from? And so they were trying so hard because I told you there was a part in this. White people are so dishonest. That's what I'm saying. Do not even waste your time trying to reason with white Americans. It is not an honorable people. I repeat. It's not to say everyone, but at large, right? Like if white Americans have to have a brand, they have a brand, they have a reputation. what is the reputation of white Americans at large? Is that it is not an honorable people. It is not a principle-based people. They're very dishonest. They're not honest. They always move the goalposts. Like, even though they'll set the rules, but as soon as the rules no longer satisfy their purpose, oppress, steal, kill, lie, destroy, malign, right? They want to change the rules. They want to change the rules because collectively they're sore losers. I told you, I said, this man, I remember this man because when he sat down with Tim Pool, he clearly said out of his mouth that Austin Metcalf had committed assault battery. We watched a video yesterday. I couldn't find it. And I remember he said it because I made a video about it. So he went back and he deleted, he cut out that part, right? And then I go to, what's his name? I go to Tim Pool, right? Tim and his cowardly ass, he deleted the entire video. You see how cowardly they are? But these are people who believe that Tim really ain't shit, but he's a white American. So before YouTube, he wasn't shit. With his YouTube channel, he ain't shit. And then what I say, he ain't gonna be shit. Okay? This is the brand of white Americans. It's a despicable, dishonest people. And can you imagine if I had not done my videos, people would think I was crazy and I'm the one who's black. And because I'm black, I'm a liar. But we thank God for YouTube. We thank God for StreamYard. And we thank God that I'm a black woman with money that can afford her StreamYard subscription and extra storage. You understand me? Right? But I told you this. And like, look carefully. And I'm like, and that's, hold on, Maverick. Hold on. Right? Hold on. Where am I? They're so dishonest. Where's my stuff? Where am I? Child, where's my own video? Okay. You see this? You see my screen? Right? This is me. But can you imagine if I had not done a live, I wouldn't have this footage. You understand? So here's this man. Here's this man on Team Pool. Here he is. Hold on. Let's start over.
He definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, okay. These people are crazy. So I don't know if he's racist or if he's a grifter. I can't really tell because
he definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, right, because Maverick is here. He went back and he deleted because Maverick, when you're on YouTube, you can go back into your YouTube studio and you can cut out. You can cut out things that you don't like. You can cut whatever you want. That's how sometimes if you get a copyright notification, you can just trim it out. So he went back in his video and then he trimmed out the part where he said Austin committed battery. Right? But then later on, you'll see where he says that you don't even have to have a scratch for you to defend yourself against self-defense. White Americans are despicable. I don't know. Like to all these demonic black women who are recommending to black women to go marry into that culture, you hate black women. These people are dishonest. They're dangerous. Play with them if you want to. Don't say I didn't warn you. As a collective, like their culture is rooted in dishonesty. Their culture, their mindset, their psychology, their psyche is rooted in scamming other people, deceiving other people, lying on other people, persecuting innocent people. White people don't have a good brand. White Americans do not have a good brand. Their brand is so dishonorable. This man said it, and I told you he's a criminal defense attorney. And he even said, Texas is a hard stand your ground state that you don't even have to retreat. So Tim, and if you look right here, look at the video. Look at the title. Look at the title. Lawyer says Karmelo Anthony was allowed to defend himself, but deadly force called into question, right? That's on Tim Pool's channel, right? And then look, if you go to Tim Pool's channel, right? Because I typed it here, right? I typed it right here. Lawyer says Karmelo Anthony has the right to defend himself. The video is gone. The video is gone. Why is the video gone? If you people believe that Karmelo is so guilty, he ain't shit, he's a YN, he went to that track meet to kill white folks for the sins of slavery, whatever the fuck it is, right? Why didn't you leave the video up? Why is it gone, Tim? Why is it gone? You ain't shit. Well, you were never shit, ain't gonna be shit, will never be shit. This man has almost 3 million subs. He gets 30,000 views per video. Do you see how it benefits these lazy, mediocre, what's the name? Indolent. That's the word I learned today. These people are indolent. It means like they don't even want to work. They're so damn lazy. It's one thing to be lazy. These people idolize laziness. Because if I give the narrative, if I go with the narrative, if I go with a racist narrative, if I say what racist white people want to hear, I'm going to get views. Because my channel is a bust. How can you have, let me show y'all. Let me show you. These people are so mediocre. They are just so mediocre. They're so mediocre. Hold on. What is this? What's his name again? Tim Cass, right? Boom. Let me show you his channel. Tim Pool, whatever the freak it is. Okay? So this man has like what? Tim Pool, he has what? Like 1.4? Look at his views, y'all. Look at his views. Okay? He barely has views. He can't even get like 300,000, like 500,000 views. He barely has views. People don't care. 30,000, 21,000, 17,000, 10,000. A channel. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. Something happened. Hold on. Let me share again. Stop sharing. Let me share again. A channel that has 1.4, almost like 1.4. He's almost at 1.5 million subs. Whatever his channel. What's this channel? Okay, this channel. So this is another channel. Try been a bust. So this one has 2.4, almost 2.4 million subs, right? Look at his views. 6,000 views, 24,000 views, 11,000 views, 78,000 views. Like, fam, like what's going on? Right? So these people are not making money. They are not making money. They don't know how to retain their audience. They do not know how to retain their audience. They don't know how to create engaging content. So they do the most lazy thing possible. You guys, hold on, let me check the baby, right? I have to leave. They do the most lazy thing possible to get views. Oh no, my love. What's going on? What happened? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let Charleston White speak. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Ciao.
This is documented. My organization, Hyped About Hype Youth Outreach, you can Google this. Charleston White, Hyped, Hyped, about HYPE, Youth Outreach was highly recommended to all 254 counties throughout the state of Texas. And as a matter of fact, Sarah J. Fields, and Jeff Metcalf. I even have a relationship with Collin County criminal court system. I used to partner, and I don't know if you know these guys, but I'm sure you know them, Sarah J. and Mr. Metcalf. It's one of the best capital murder and death penalty white defense lawyers. Is from Collin County. A guy by the name of Mitch Nolte. I'm sure the judge and the prosecutor and everybody's familiar with Mitch Nolte. I used to partner with Mitch Nolte, just one of the best attorneys in Texas when it comes to murder cases, capital murder specifically. I used to partner with Mitch Nolte's law firm and the criminal defense mitigation specialist firm called Brendan Ross mitigation firm. I used to partner with Miss Brendan Ross' daughter-in-law, Shannon Ross. And we used to work on capital murder cases and murder cases. So I've even been sworn in Collin County court system as an expert in what I'm talking to you guys about. And this is documented. This is the Charleston you guys don't like. This is the one that's not going to cuss. This is the one that's not reading the comments because I can't see you. I'm looking out into the ocean so I can stay focused on what I'm talking about. So I can't see you with this eye. I can't see you. So if you're typing, I'm looking out into the ocean so I can stay focused and stay connected to what I'm trying to say to you. So this is the Charleston y'all don't want. He ain't funny. He don't play. He ignore the comments. He just get the message out and then he get offline. Then he go by his day. So that's the Charleston y'all got for today. So I got all the facts of the case.
So there's a video that's been released by Frisco Independent School District, because this is public information. And if you want to see this video, you can go up to Frisco Independent School District and see this video. That's why Sarah J. Fields and Austin Metcalf's dad, and now they've drugged the mom in, but they're trying to debunk people from going to see the video. Why do you think Sarah J. Fields, she released the indictment before anybody had the indictment, and she got a woman fired? Because they're using a new Jim Crow systematic tactic where they got the people inside the courts, they got the people inside, and they're working against the Karmelo Anthony family on behalf of Sarah J. Fields, because she's a precinct chair and she's threatening to use her power from her precinct chair, I think District 30, to get people unelected and get people elected if they don't go against this case. So she's trying to use political power to influence and persuade this case. That is what Sarah J. Fields has partnered with Austin's family in trying to do. The mom wasn't too much in it. The mom's really been grieving. Jeff Metcalf has been playing for the camera because he's been an absent father who abused the mom, and he thinks he can get back in with mom, and mom doesn't want anything to do with Jeff. That's why you don't see them standing in the camera together like you see the Karmelo Anthony's family doing. So let me stick to the case, to the facts, right? So Sarah has a lady who works for the Collin County courts who just lost her job, who released the indictment before anybody had it. So for whatever reason, Sarah is getting all this information, and she's coming to misconstrue the information, and she's giving out misinformation and false information. Number one, the family has not touched the GoFundMe money. GoFundMe froze the money because the lawyers are trying to get the money. The lawyers are trying to get the money, not the family. It's the lawyers. The first group of people came through with civil rights lawyers trying to play for a civil rights lawsuit as if this was a police shooting. That's why they went with the race card. Biggest mistake they could have made. First mistake I told them they made, playing a race card. Now the white people was waiting for black people to play the race card. Now they're playing the race card in ways that we can't see. It's called racism. It's hidden in the fabrics. It's embedded in the fabrics of the design of America. So it's not blatant. You can't see it. It's hidden. Like somebody in Collin County courts who has a job to feed their family are releasing private information to a known, not a law enforcement, which is Sarah J. Fields. That's the first mistake that's happened in this case. These are adults that's doing this. These are not, this was a children's problem, a children's issue. The adults have gotten in and made it hateful, ugly, and racist. And this is about right or wrong.
Sorry, you guys. Sorry. I had to tend to Maverick. Elaine said he must have been watching these lives. Maybe. Okay, so let me tell you this, right? You see what I said earlier? So Tim, he went and he deleted the video. And remember, in the actual, like the video, the man said Karmelo had the right to defend himself. He said that. He said Karmelo had the right to defend himself because Austin committed battery, right? But then he went on to like, oh, I don't know if he should have used deadly force. You understand me? Why would you... I hope you guys understand my point, right? If you are so convinced that Karmelo did this, it was intentional, he went there to kill a white man for the sins of slavery, he's just this cold-hearted stabber of white people, right? Why would you delete the video? Because you see, with these white people, and they all know this, that's why I'm like, do not feel bad. Do not feel bad. Because white people fall in line when it comes to a narrative. Okay? They're very racist. Do not let these people tell you they're not racist. If you're not a racist, then let the video be where it is. But even saying anything good about Karmelo is a problem. Even say, like you like yesterday there was some so-called Latino in here. You guys, it took him 3 hours. 3 hours. Can you imagine? To get to a point where he could say, you know what, it was indeed fucked up for Hunter and Austin to ask Karmelo to leave the tent while it's raining and he's not doing anything wrong. Do you see this? You are not dealing with people who move and good, with good intent. These are not honest people. They're just deplorable. So I'm like, when it comes to Austin, to Karmelo's dad, stop trying to reason with these people. You cannot reason with white Americans. White Americans only speak 2 languages. The language of money, because they will become submissive to anyone that has money. It's a prostituting people. You see how their daughters are OnlyFans now? They don't want to go to college no more. White girls want to sell their bodies for money so they can go buy Birkin bags and Van Cleef bracelets, right? They answer to money like dogs, okay? Money, money, money. They answer to money. Number 2, they answer to war. It is a violent, money-driven people. Okay? These people are not honorable. When you see the number of podcasts out here, and it's mostly podcasts run by white people, be a better person, work on yourself, da-da-da-da-da, and you see the views, millions of views, you will say to yourself, wow, white people are trying to do better. No, they're not. It's like a museum, just like to listen to shit. White people are in love with the notion of having ideals. They like ideals. They hate the work it takes to live up to those ideals. They ain't shit. They were never shit, and were not shit, and gonna be shit. Because they're dishonest. Even when they go into trade negotiations or they go sit with other world leaders and they say, oh, we're not going to do this. If you don't do this, blah, blah, blah. Do not listen to white Americans. They've already had their mind made up. They will screw you. They've already had their mind made up. These are not even a people who would like broker a ceasefire or broker a business agreement or some kind of nuclear disarmament with an honest heart. They've already had their mind made up. When Tucker Carlson interviewed Vladimir Putin, and Vladimir Putin talked about Michael Gorbachev and how was Reagan, right? Them people, and how they sat down with Michael Gorbachev and the promises that Americans made to Michael Gorbachev as it came to dismantling the USSR and what NATO was going to do and what NATO was not going to do. And anybody who says NATO says America. But white Americans, yet again, they don't have the courage to say, yeah, it's me. Just like in Ukraine. These Ukrainians don't know how to fight. They cannot fight. The vast majority, even more than the majority of people in Ukraine, do not want this war with Russia. They don't want the problems. They want to live their lives, get married, have children, go to school, and die, and see their grandkids, and die to go see the Lord. They don't want problems. But it's America, white Americans, Joe Biden, the deep state, who told, like, they did so many coups in Ukraine until they could get the right puppet. Okay? Hold on. Let me show you something. Let me show you a thing. What's his name again? It's unbelievable. Right? Can you imagine? You see? This is the president of Ukraine. This is Zelensky. You okay? Are these people even serious? Are white Americans even serious people? This is Zelensky. This is a man that America has put in charge of Ukraine because he's not, people don't want his ass. America has given over 300, maybe 400 billion white Americans. They're so dishonest. They take everybody, because it's not just white folks out here. It's everybody out here working and paying taxes. They take people's tax money and they give it to Zelensky. This man does drag. He does drag. He dances and drag. These are very, look at him on the ground. What is this? These are very unserious people, right? But as dishonest, look, that's him right here. That's Zelensky right here, right? And as dishonest as they are, right? Do you think these are people that you deal with? Do you think that these are people that you reason with? You think you can have an honest conversation and a fruitful conversation with white Americans? And you truly think that these people are going to say, wow, I didn't know that. I appreciate you telling me. So now I'm going to revise how I look at this problem. Never. They don't know how to humble themselves. They don't know how to apologize. They don't know how to take accountability. They don't know how to say, you know what? Thank you for bringing that up to my attention. I did not know. But now that I know, I'll make sure not to talk like this anymore. Of course not. Because they take pride in being petulant. They take pride in lying on people. They take pride in maligning people. This is what they do. It is their culture. And you cannot change people. You can take a piece of log, throw it in a swamp, throw it in a bayou. It will never, ever turn into an alligator. It will never turn into a crocodile. It's just not going to happen. And black people have to stop expecting white people to change. They will not change. If you give somebody 400 years and they are showing you that they are steadfast in hating your fucking guts, at this point, you become the idiot. Because for as dumb as George Bush Jr. was, he said it. You fooled me the first time, that's you. You fooled me the second time, shame on me. Because I should have known better. I should have known you wasn't shit, and shit was never going to be shit. Right? And I was like, just a lot of black people got to get there. You cannot reason with unreasonable people. You cannot reason with people who don't even have an honor code. White people do not have an honor code. That's why tomorrow they go this way, the next day they go this way, today they believe in this, tomorrow they believe in something else. These people are crazy. They are psychotic, they're neurotic. But ultimately, white Americans do not have they don't have an honor code. They don't have a moral compass. It's not a people that moves off a principle. These people have a whole constitution. And they look at somebody's skin before they decide whether or not they're going to honor the Constitution. Okay? So do not waste your time with these people. What you have to do is decide how you're going to move and how you're not going to allow their mental illnesses to impact how you decide to move. Do not worry about these people. You don't have to talk to this lady. She can do whatever she wants to do. Let her. If she wants to even bring the conversation with the judge, she can do whatever she wants. At the end of the day, this white woman is not a god. Because if she was, she wouldn't have been a whore. This white woman is not a god. Because if she had been one, she would have known, don't do drugs, but she did. Right? She's a nobody who is trying to, I guess, create a name for herself in the racist realm for social media. Let her do it. Don't worry about her. They've always been evil, and yet they always fail. You see, the biggest dream for white people is that when they stole people from Africa and they brought them here, that these people will never succeed. They will never survive. So if they could stop it, if they could stop African Americans from being who they are today, why are you scared of these people? They are completely inconsequential. They're inconsequential. They never thought a black person, biracial person, could become a U.S. president. It happened. Huh? They never thought that you could have black people be Supreme Court justices. It happened. It happened. Okay? It sure did happen. You understand? Don't worry about these people. They did everything to MLK, Malcolm X, you name it. They beat up people. They lynched people. They fed babies to alligator. And yet the people have survived. The people have overcame. Like, we always need to remember what God has done and what we need to thank him for what he will continue to do. For the Bible says, when the enemy comes against you like a flood, white people, the Lord will raise a standard. You have nothing to fear. And you don't have to justify yourself to white people. They're a bunch of nobodies. You need to see how they raise their children. If these were even people that they're not even worth shit, do you see how they raise their kids? Do you even see how they feed their children? Have you ever seen the plate of food of white children? Have you ever seen what a white American woman will feed a white child for dinner? Disgusting. It's deplorable. Even inmates have better food than this. Even inmates, I see what they eat in prison. I'm telling you, people in prison eat better than the dinner at a white American woman's dinner table. Are you kidding me? You don't worry about these kinds of people. You don't justify yourself to these kinds of people. You don't need their approbation. You don't need them to validate who you are. They barely know who they are. Always lying about their identity. Always lying about who they are, where they came from, and how they got to have all this money and all this land. They're always lying. It's a dishonorable people. Hey, bro, they have no principle. They're not capable. It's like you got to stop asking people to give you what they can't give you. They don't even give each other that. You want love from white people. They barely love each other. Parent to children, children to parent. They hate each other. Like wife to husband, husband to wife. Look at these people. You cannot ask somebody who is void. You cannot ask somebody who doesn't know God, give me the love of God. Give me a listening ear. They don't listen. All they want is tell me how to hate. Tell me how to hate. They only have one mode, destruction. So I'm saying you cannot reason with such a people. That lady, Sarah Fields, let her do whatever she wants. And I'm telling you this, if she didn't even do this, even I would have to question if she really was a white American woman. If she was nice, kind, if she actually listened and you can actually reason with her, yeah, I'm like, what the heck? Are you sure she's white? Are you sure she's white? You know what I'm saying? This is what white Americans do. And I don't understand why when black people see white American people be their true selves, you're shocked. Why are you shocked? You never read a history book? You never saw the pictures? You never been to a plantation? Why are you shocked? I'm like, seriously, if anything, we should all be rejoicing because today, the most white people can do is lie on you on the internet. They've come a long way. Even I'll give them credit. But this was 1925. It happened, that thing happened at 9:44 in the morning. By 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, Karmelo would have been dead. Karmelo would have been lynched. His body would have been swinging in a tree. And they would have grabbed his dad. They would have beat up his father. And they would have held this man. You guys, you don't know white people, man. They would have made him watch. They would have killed him in front of him. What you talking about? And then they would have gone to that house and they would have raped his mother. You don't know white Americans. You don't know, like, I don't even think these people have blood in their veins. I think all they do is hatred. I think the thing that runs in here, that pumps their heart is hatred. These people don't have real blood. They don't have human blood. They got something else. They have something else. So to me, I say we thank God. As they say in Arabic, alhamdulillah. Because if we had been in 1925, y'all, Karmelo would have died that night. They would have beat the shit out of him. They would have molested him. Do you not see the number of white men who came in the comment section talking about his butt cheeks, his anus, what's going to happen to his butt? You see where their mind goes? You see where the minds of most white Americans go? Right? Do you see where the minds go? Right? You see where the minds go? But are we surprised? Right? Are we surprised? Okay? Are we surprised? Here are their own statistics. Read this. In the United States, statistics from the Bureau of Justice Statistics indicate that around 6 out of 10 rapists are white men. You better fear them people. This is further supported by RAIN, Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network, which states that 57% of all sexual violence perpetrators are white and 99% are male. There you go. This is what they do, right? This is what they do. They're a bunch of rapists. That's why, like, they can't wait to come in here and say, oh, Karmelo's going to go to prison. And then they're going to play with his butt. That's all they do. They always want to talk about another man's butt. White people are a bunch of booty warriors. White men in America, white American men are a bunch of booty warriors. They are attracted to children. They want to sleep with children. They want to, overcome another man's anus. That's all that goes through their head. How can I penetrate another man in the butt? That's all they think about. These people are crazy. But I'm saying we need to be out here thanking God. Because if this was 1925, they would have molested Karmelo. They would have grabbed him through Texas. They got bayous in Texas, you know what I mean? Because they're not far from Houston. Houston is not far from New Orleans. It's not far. It's like maybe like a 3-4 hour drive. It's not far. There's like, I think you go like, what's that place? It's something, I forgot. Oh my gosh, I drove through there. I was telling Nicole about that place. Oh my gosh, what is that place? Oh. Let me see. I can't remember the name of the place. Like, they can they got bayous out there too. Okay? They're going to grab you and take you out there and just beat you and just torture you. Right? What's the name of that place, y'all? Hold on. What? Can't think of it. Oh my gosh. It's right there. Yeah. I forgot the name of the place, right? But it's right there. It's like right between it's right between Louisiana and like right as you get into Texas. Oh my gosh. Child, I forgot. It slipped my mind. Okay? But I'm like, y'all, it would have been horrific. It would have been horrific. Have you ever seen, let me show you something, right? Let me show you something. I think I played this for y'all before, right? Hold on. There you go. It would have looked like this, y'all. It would have looked like this. Look at this. Look at this. It would have looked like this. This would have been the Anthony family. Y'all don't know these white folks, man. That's why you have some black girls out here romanticizing white people, the white man, crustacean, because you don't know these people. You don't know these people. If you truly knew white Americans for who they truly are, every time you see one of them, you start running. Like, I'm not safe. I am truly not safe. Even one of them, even one white American, especially if it's a young white American male, you need to be afraid. These people are diabolical. They are truly dark. They're a bunch of Nephilims. There's a reason why I call them Nephilims. And I say it to their faces. Because when you see the devil or the pawns of the devil, you got to rebuke the devil right in his face. I'm not scared of you. I will never be scared of you, Satan. I will never be scared of you. Okay? It would have looked like this. Look. White Americans.
Tastes good.
Mama, I don't think there's anything in this world that makes me happier than eating pineapple.
Mama, for eating tonight?
No, it's the city.
You're the black poet. Stay there, Mama. I'll look.
Beaumont. It's Beaumont, Texas. There you go.
Annie, you in there?
Mama, it's Mr. Peters.
You children stay back here with your Uncle Willie. Annie, where's Willie? Where? Why, he always be working in the store. Tell Willie he better lay low tonight. A crazy nigger messed with a white lady. They say from close around here. Some of the boys will be driving over this way tonight. I just drove over to warn you. No need to thank me.
Well, you see this? You see? And they always want you to thank somebody. You see this? Where Willie? Tell Willie to lay low tonight. Y'all, it would have been just like that. They would have, because this is what they would do. They drive, they wait until it's dark. White people are cowards. What? They're a bunch of cowards. They are such cowards. They talk like, I told you they have small male parts. They have soft, extremely soft male parts and short, tiny, soft male parts. They will drive to a black person's home at night. They turn the lights off. They drive, you can hear it. They drive in the dark. The cars, everything is dark. You just hear the engine, like you hear the motor. They're coming to get you. This is what they do. They're not good people. They will never change. Just that they know they can't do stuff like that anymore. So they need another outlet, and it's social media. Let them show the world who they truly are. Let white Americans show to the rest of the world what the dominant group in this country, how they act, how they behave, and how they have no regards themselves for the Constitution. But they want to give people lectures into China. They want to lecture Iranian people. They lecture everybody about human rights. This is them. They are a gross tragedy. I told this white woman, I said, even Plato and all of his, creative juices never could have envisioned such a tragedy. It's you people. Okay? They are a tragedy. Let them. If they're fraudulent, let them be. Let violent people show that they're violent. Let them do it. Let the world see who they truly are. Let them see it. Like they say, ashamed of nothing, embarrassed by nothing. White people, let them do it. Let them do it. Dumbass people are crazy. They're truly crazy.
Maya, Bailey Jr., both of you, quick. The potatoes, the onions.
And for those of you who don't know, this movie was an adaptation of the book I Know Why the Cage Bird Can Sing by Maya Angelou. Okay, I read that when I was like 15 or something, right? So she was sent by her dad to her and her brother to live with her grandmother. So they call her mama, but that's her grandma. Okay, and then that's her Uncle Willie. Uncle Willie, I don't know. His mom thought he was dropped, but he had a brain disease or something that rendered him paraplegic. So what what the grandmother did is that she created, like, where they live is also a store. Okay, she used to like sell like puffs in a way, like beignets in a way. That's how she made money. And then she bought land. You see, she was not a sex worker. She sold beignets, and from those beignets, she was able to buy herself land. And so on that land, her house was also a store. Think like a little Walmart. Okay, and so she did that and she named it after her son, Willie, the man who's paraplegic, because she was like, the day she dies, she wanted him to have a business so he could have money to take care of himself, so he could have dignity because he was paraplegic. You understand? Right? So the people are coming because something happened and now they want to just kill any black person they can see. So the white man, because I guess he shops with her and most likely he owes her money because they don't pay their debts. So he came over to tell her that they're going around trying to see which black man to kill tonight. So Willie needs to lay low. So what the grandchildren are doing, like Maya Angelou and her brother, is that they're removing the vegetables so that he's going to go lay under the vegetables, right? And he's going to spend the night. He's going to spend the whole night there because that's a safe space for him. That's on the level of like these people, the way they treated black men in this country, they're so disgusting. So he would just lay there all night, and he didn't want to go because it's dehumanizing. It's extremely dehumanizing. But this is what white Americans do. This is their bread and butter, terrorizing people of color. They're disgusting. They're despicable. Like, they're truly despicable. Like, there's no salvation for white Americans at large. You can keep hoping for these people. I'm like, me, they're a bunch of Nephilims. Okay? Bunch of Nephilims. Okay. Yes. That's enough.
Go ahead now, Willie. Go ahead.
This shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be.
And here they come. Here they come. It's a despicable people. It's a despicable people. They're truly disgusting. What is it? Arson. Like, these people are so disgusting. They are so disgusting. They are truly disgusting. What's the meaning of this? And the fact that, and this is how you know that this is a fraudulent people. You know how, like, the devil, Satan, everything he does is like a fraudulent copy of what God does. For people to set the cross on fire shows you that these people hate Jesus. They hate Jesus. They hate God, because the cross is such a sacred memorabilia of Jesus Christ and the sacrifice at the cross for him to save humanity. And here you have white people using it as an instrument of terror, setting it on fire. I'm saying, if Jesus came back, he would have to fear white people, because they would put him right back on that cross all over again. They don't respect shit. They do not respect anything because they don't know God. They truly, you could have used anything and set that thing on fire. No, they have to use the cross of Jesus Christ, set that on fire to evoke like this fear into people. That's why I say, if all they do is social media, we need to say, you know what, they've come a long way. Because old school white people, it would have been something disgusting. So if all they have is going their fingers, Twitter fingers, and just typing all kinds of dumb shit, let them do it. You know what I mean? Because trust me, they are capable of so much worse. They are capable of so much worse. Hold on. Jesus. In the morning, he finally came out in the morning. Hold on.
Was marked by a reign of domestic terror known as lynching, a grotesque form of mob rule without judge or jury.
Yeah.
The first
that's what they want, because they're just throw Karmelo already, throw him into the jail to save the money. They don't like law and order. White people don't like law and order. They don't like it. Due process of law, they hate that shit. They hate it. You should see throw them in prison already. Lock them up already. They're not fit for a civilized society. And they think Muslims are the problem. Even in Islam, you can't just snatch somebody up like that. You see? But white Americans, they have a true disgust for law and order. They despise the Constitution. They are the most un-American people I've ever met. They think you're an American because you're born here. Not because you're an American and what makes me an American is that I know the founding documents of this country and I commit to observing them and respecting them. No, they have no respect for the Constitution. They ain't got no damn respect for the Declaration of Independence. They don't respect shit. They have no respect for law and order. They despise due process. They're fake. They're hypocrites. Like I said, it is not a principle-based people. If white Americans were so proud of being American, they would say we have to respect the Constitution. It doesn't matter who's accused. It matters what the Constitution says. They can't do that shit. They cannot. They was never shit. They currently ain't shit. And tomorrow they ain't gonna be shit. That's it. That's all it is. And that's how you realize how it's a farce. These people are they're a joke. They are a pitiful joke. It's not funny, haha. It's funny like, damn, you ain't shit. That kind of funny. Like it's a joke. It's a joke, right? I'm an American. I'm proud of being American. They have them huge ass American flags. You see them on their doors. You see them on their goofy ass pickup trucks. They even have license plates with that shit. They'll tell you how many times they went to war. I served. My son is currently 1211, right? But how can you be an American if you don't respect your own Constitution? How is America what's America without the Constitution? Are you okay? Right? They have no regards for the Bill of Rights. They have no regards. They want to do whatever because they think they're back in some goofy ass cholera infested hamlet in Europe. They're not fit for they're not compatible with a civilized society where people respect the law. I don't like it, but I have to respect it because it's not about me. In the words of John Locke, right? They love to talk about philosophy, but they don't want to live up to those ideals because they're in love with the ideals, but they don't want to do the work to represent and embody those ideals. Right? When you go to school, I mean, once upon a time, huh? When you used to go to school and they used to make you do the Pledge of Allegiance, what did it say? I pledge of allegiance to the United States and the flag for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, But white people will do everything to divide this nation. They ain't shit. They was never shit, ain't gonna be shit, will never be shit. They say things, and these things sound so beautiful, but they can't live up to it. Because there's some wicked ass people. Because and when you do the Pledge of Allegiance, it does say one nation under God. Which means when I see a fellow American, it doesn't matter what his complexion is. Because we are one nation under God. No, I don't want that shit. And I'm like, mind you, their founding fathers were way more racist, way more evil. These people owned slaves, yo. And these people said that men have these unalienable rights. White people today, all they do is try to take it away from people. Nobody that doesn't have their complexion should have rights. They just hate humanity. They hate humanity. They hate the world. They hate animals. They hate everything. They want this planet to themselves. Like nobody has the right to coexist. Nobody has the right to feel scared. No, only they can feel scared. Because when you say you're scared, you're making it up. But considering what they've done, they act as if people don't have valid reasons to be scared. People have valid reasons to be scared of white people. People have real valid reasons to be afraid of white people around the world, mind you. The Middle East has ways, okay? Like the people in the Middle East, they have reasons to fear white Americans. People have reasons to fear them. I don't know why. No, you do know why. Because you're a narcissist. So you want to pretend that you don't know why people have a fear of you. Because we don't know what the fuck you're about to do. Because you're not known for being a loving people. You're not known for being a kind people. You're not known for being a fair people. You're not known for being a people that knows how to lose graciously. So people are scared. And people have the right to be scared. Even I, Marlene, I'm 40 years old. If I see 1, 2, 3, I'm out. They're giving me anxiety because I don't know what they're about. And if something happens, I don't trust a single white person to be forthcoming with the truth because they don't like the truth. They're a bunch of liars. You will see them use something and return it even though they used it. They lie for refunds. They lie for you to send them extra goods. They're always lying. That's why all these online stores are going broke because white women love to lie for a refund. They will lie for a return and free stuff and free. They always want more than what they paid for. And they always are cheap. They're so cheap. White Americans are a cheap-ass customer base. Always trying to use coupons. Always trying to use coupons. Always trying to underpay people. And then when they get your stuff, they always want to lie about something. Always lying. Bunch of lying-ass people like this. You can't make money with these fools. They're a bunch of liars. This is crazy. But it's really wild. But all of that is part of gaslighting people. Oh, I don't know why you're scared of me. Shut up. It's called a history book. It's called the African American Museum. Shut up. Go walk in there. And then you'll understand why people are scared of your ass. Because you ain't shit. You ain't shit. You're not going to be shit. Was never shit. That's it. You're not a good person. If white people had a long history of being nice to people, friendly to people, welcoming to people, hospitable to people, nobody would have an issue with you guys. Because people would expect love out of you. Is anybody afraid of a monk? Is anybody afraid of a Buddhist? No, because they're known not to harm people. They don't even kill cockroaches. So people are nice to monks. People are nice to Buddhists. Because they're only out here worried about nirvana. And so they don't hurt nothing. They don't touch anything. They don't even eat. They're vegan. And I'm sure if they could live without drinking water, they probably wouldn't do it because they don't want to hurt the water streams. But nobody sees a monk and gets scared. Nobody sees a Buddhist and, oh my gosh, I wonder if. But when people see white people, they tremble. Oh shit, what's about to happen now? Because your reputation of fuckery precedes you. Your evil ass reputation precedes you. Your reputation for colonizing people precedes you. Your reputation for stealing and looting people's natural resources, it precedes you. Your reputation for dropping nuclear bombs on people, it precedes you. So yes, you're not a good people and you don't have a good brand. And people are scared of y'all and they have the right to be afraid. You give anxiety to people. You make people nervous because nobody knows what the fuck you're going to do because you're not a good people. My God, like it's so annoying. They're so annoying.
reported lynching is said to have occurred in Madison, Mississippi in 1835. And what followed were decades of hangings, used as a way to terrorize black people.
People who carried out these lynchings could have buried the bodies in the ground, but hanging was preferred because it lifted these bodies up to terrorize and taunt communities of color.
Some people even brought children and picnic baskets to these brutal murders. Other
people kill people from their children. That's why I say racism is taught. It really is. These are parents who bring their children to see how they kill, how other people get killed without a jury, without a conviction, without due process. But if any other culture was doing this, they would call them barbarians, cannibals, savages. They don't belong in the free world. We got to go do a regime change, up. They never want to start with themselves. The world needs a regime change. White people need to go. White Americans need to get the fuck on. We need a different kind of world where they're not ruling shit because it's not a fair people. And the world will never be at peace when you have people who do not care about fairness and justice in charge. They are not fit to be the leaders of anything. They just sit down somewhere and take notes. They ain't shit. Was never shit, ain't gonna be shit, will never be shit. These are not good people. How can you take children and see summary executions like that? They do not care. Because they don't even see their children as children. They see them as machine of hatred that they have to forge so that when they get to a certain age, they start killing too. That's all they care about. How many blacks you gonna kill? How many blacks are you gonna murder? That's all they care about. They don't even love their kids. Because what loving parent will take a child to see a lynching? These people are sick as hell. They are demented. They are so demented. And this is how so many white children have to grow up in pure hatred and fear of other people, fear of the unknown, as opposed to reaching out and getting to know somebody. Oh, you know what? It's not that bad. It was never that bad. Because you can talk to people, you can make friends with people, and also you can forgive because you have a lot to ask for forgiveness for. Are you okay? Insane people like this. They're truly crazy. Let me play this one real quick, you guys.
They were never treated as equal, dealing with racially segregated cities and unfair treatment. That's why many created their own to survive. In the early 1900s, business was booming for black professionals in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They created a range of businesses in the Greenwood Business District, also known as Black Wall Street. But that went away on May 31st, 1921, when a white mob attacked, destroying businesses and homes. Historians say hundreds were killed and thousands more injured. The once thriving area for those black families gone in a matter of hours. During that same time, Elmore Bowling was growing his business in Lowndes County, Alabama. The young black entrepreneur leased a plantation off Highway 80 in Lounsboro to build his wealth.
He had accumulated a plantation with 3 tractor-trailer trucks, a store on Highway 80, and he was employing about 40 people. And he was known to be very philanthropic. He helped anyone who needed.
How much do you want to bet they went and lynched this man? How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet that white Americans made up a story and they used a white woman? I don't know about this man, but I kind of feel like I already know. Because there's nothing more predictable than evil. And white Americans are quite evil. They're very lazy. How much do you want to bet they started to see that, what he should have done, honestly, was put a white person in front. That's what he should have done. It's sad, isn't it? He should have put a white man in front and he should have dressed poor. It's sad, but you're not allowed to be successful around these people. They're excessively jealous. You don't see how Karmelo raised $600,000. They don't lost their minds. Having to lie. Oh, they bought a house. They bought an Escalade. I'm like, yo, it's only $600,000. Do you people know how much stuff costs? $600,000 is not $600 million. You're a bunch of idiots. Well, of course, they're white Americans. Okay? But how much you want to bet? They went and they lied on this man. They went through a white woman. She made up some kind of lie that she was touched or she was harassed or he looked at her or he tried to rape her. White American woman. The oldest tale in the book. These Delilahs. These unattractive ass Delilahs. They never change their tricks. Sorceresses. They're a bunch of sorceresses. These are witches. How much you want to bet? We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens to this man. We'll see.
To help, and he was elevating others in society as he raised himself.
Josephine Bowling McCall is the youngest of Elmore and Bertha May's 7 children. We walked around her father's former property where he worked to provide a prosperous life for his family.
A lot of our wealth was earned due to ice cream sales because there was no refrigeration. My brother once told me that we would make $100 selling ice cream because nobody had refrigeration.
She said her father never learned to read or write, but he managed to create revenue through a range of businesses, which included owning a fleet of trucks to make all sorts of deliveries.
It goes to show you, like, they're a scam about you need to go to college to be successful. It's a lie. A lot of people who go to them white people school for them college and whatever, they're broke. But then a man who didn't know how to read and write, who was freed from slavery, become a millionaire without ever stepping foot in a white man's university, a white man's college, because they're dumb. They are truly dumb. You don't need these people to win. You don't need them to teach you shit. They don't even know how to teach themselves shit. That's why they're still savages. They're still savages. They have all these universities, all these colleges, and they don't know how to read. They don't know how to be civilized. Don't even know how to debate and, concede. Like, you know what? Yeah, I'm wrong. Let me just concede to that. They have no class, no grace. There's no sagacity about these goofy ass white Americans. So you don't need their schooling. You don't need their university to be anything. Okay? You can be successful with your own mind. Because it's like you spend less, you spend less than you make. You'll save money, you'll be rich. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. What the heck?
From Lounsboro to Montgomery, as well as grow sugar cane, cotton, and corn on his land. Elmore Bowling also made money by providing shuttle services to Montgomery and church. It was December 4th, 1947. Bowling McCall's life changed. She was 5 years old at the time.
My father had been shot 6 times with a pistol, once in the back with a shotgun.
Her father was lynched by a group of white men after confronting him near his general store.
We actually heard the shots when my father was killed because his truck was pulled into this entrance right here. The white people who killed him followed him. This is the way that we go home. But he hadn't planned to stop that day. One of the passengers in the truck with him.
They're the same. You see, they shot this man 6 times in the back for allergy. They go to your business, they start shit, and they shoot you in the back. But these are the same people. Murder. Karmelo murdered. Karmelo, he murdered Austin. Karmelo committed murder. It would crush me. I saw this one white dude say, it would crush me if my son killed someone. I said, sir, shut the fuck up. Your son probably already a killer. Like, they're so performative. Your son's probably already a killer. He's white, okay? If he's not, then he probably sexually assaulted someone or raped someone. He's white, okay? If your son went to war, Iraq, you name it, he killed somebody, okay? Your son has killed people. Like, miss me with the performances, okay? White people kill people. You kill. Just say, it would crush me if my son murdered a white person. You just don't want your son to murder a white person, right? But if your son killed a black person, you would not be crushed. You would praise him. Stop. If your son killed a Muslim, you would not be crushed. You would be like, yes, Hamas supporter, Hezbollah, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, right? If your son killed a Russian, you'd be like, yes, a damn Bolshevik, right? If your son killed a Latino, MS-13 gang, okay? Narco, gone, all right? You would not be crushed. You are only crushed when another white person is dead, because white Americans at large believe in white supremacy. And part of white supremacy is we need to have the largest number of people. So anytime a white person dies, yes, it threatens the supremacy because it reduces your population size. That's it. That is that. Right? But your son is most likely a murderer. If he has yet to murder, your son has already raped somebody. If he has not raped somebody, your son's probably touching a child. If your son has not yet to touch a child, well, I guess he's beating his meat. And I do believe that even his penis has the right to say, don't touch me. I am sick and tired of your dirty fingers rubbing me and just scraping the skin off of me. Okay? Your son is already a murderer. And if he has not murdered a human being, he's definitely murdered his penis by overly masturbating. Stop playing with our intelligence. This performance, like, I'm a father who cares. I'm a father that would be so indignant. White people are not indignant you're not by shit. If you were, you would raise your children to be decent human beings. The fact that Austin and Hunter are asking another student who's a Texas student as well. These are all kids. They're all underage children. They go to Texas, right? And your white sons are asking this other student from Texas, whose parents are also they're tax-paying people, to leave the tent that was bought with taxpayer money by the school district in the rain should crush you, because it shows that you've raised some savagely bastards. That should crush you. The fact that your children in 2025 are not well socialized to extend shelter to a fellow student in need, that should fucking crush you. But it doesn't, because you're savages. You are barbarian, filthy people who never should have left England. You should have drank all the fecal water that ran through the Thames River, and you should have perished there. And the world would have been spared, because you're not a good people. You ain't shit and never gonna be shit, and you were never shit. And I will never stop saying it. I wish one day they'll give me a platform with millions of people so I can repeat that shit even louder. Maybe I need to make merch. You was never shit, ain't gonna be shit, will never be shit. Your kids are out here terrorizing other classmates, other students. Yeah, you take no responsibility for the fact that they are almost 18 years old and still don't know how to be hospitable. You people, you're some dumb bastards. You're truly stupid. The fuck? Like, seriously, the fuck? This the kind of shit you learn in kindergarten. Aren't you fuckers almost like Germans? Right? Kindergarten. You should have learned that shit in kindergarten. That you don't touch people. You don't touch their stuff. You don't do all kinds of weird shit. You go get the teacher. But sometimes, like I said, I do wonder, is it really blood that runs in your veins? Or is it like Nephilim juice? Like, what is this? What is this? I'm like, what the heck? Imagine vampires finding white people and trying to drink your blood. Even they gonna start dying, because this thing ain't drinkable. This is not, you can't sustain yourself of this. My goodness. No, they're crazy. They are so damn insane. You go shoot this man for what reason? Jealousy. They don't know how to work. They don't come up with nothing. I told you, they're not innovative. All they do is steal somebody else's idea and repackage someone else's idea. That's why they struggle to keep up with China, because they don't innovate. They steal. They steal, repackage, rebrand, and they do marketing. Nothing is novel with white people. That's why we're in 2025 and we are still dealing with the same mindsets that white people had in the 1800s. Because these people cannot evolve. They're not fit. They're not fit for modern society. This is crazy. You can't even reason like an intellectual as an intellectual with these people. Because all they want to do is be tribal in 2025. All white people care about is the color of a person. In order for them to, okay, am I going to be fair, impartial, or racist? Can you imagine how remedial? And I'm like, well, we would all need to ask for a refund, because growing up, they sold us a lie that white people were smart, white people were classy, white people were elegant, white people ain't shit. Stop it. Stop it. They're a bunch of fraudulent people who play dress up and pretend to have all these ideals, but they don't give a fuck about living up to those ideals. They ain't shit. Said there's a fake ass people with no principles. They're a bunch of criminals and they're a bunch of thugs. And I promise you, the people who did that to him, they never went to court. They never faced any charges. If anything, they probably celebrated these people, bought them beers, and allowed these people to take over this man's property. That's all they care about. They ain't gonna build shit, but they're gonna sit here to kill you and steal your stuff. That's all they do. That's all they do.
Came up to the store and said, Karmelo's been killed. And my mama said, get the gun. He says,
Jesus.
No sense in getting the gun. He's dead. But we got the gun anyway, and we walked down here to this site, and this stitch right here in front of me is where my father was lying with his eyes open, deceased.
Elmore Bowling was just 39 years old. When it comes to the history of Lowndes County, civil rights historian Kenneth Molinox described it as brutal. He says this area was once known as Bloody Lowndes County.
It is as equally evil back in the bad old days as Birmingham or Selma ever were. Racial terrorism took place 100 years before 1965 or more, probably 140 years. Racial terrorism took place against African American citizens. When it came to racist, they don't think straight anyway, do they?
Yeah, you see?
And to have an African American.
You see? This is a white man himself. This is a white man himself saying racist people, they don't think straight. You see? Isn't that what I told you? But we thank God that once in a while you'll meet an honest white American. Because thank God everybody ain't bad. Thank God. But for you hear a white man look at you and say, when it comes to my white racist people, they don't think straight. So, I'm going to message him. I'm going to talk to them. They don't think straight. He already telling you, he white. He know these are his people. Trust his word. If a white man tells you, my people ain't shit, who are you to think, oh no, I think I can change them. Oh, I think I can marry them. Oh, I think if I have a baby, he grew up with those people. He was raised by these people. He lived with these people. And he's saying, they ain't shit. You cannot reason with a racist person. Doesn't matter, man or woman. White Americans say you cannot reason with them people. Most of them are racist. They are true racists. And if they think because they like basketball or they always like the very clean, whatever, rich black person, nobody gives a damn. Why would you not like them? They're rich, they're on TV. But how do you treat the black person you see every single day? So therefore you ain't shit. Anybody can be nice to a rich person because you stand to gain something if you find favor with that person. But he's saying you cannot reason with these people. So stop trying. Have you ever seen me try to reason with white people? Have you ever seen me try to reason with these white Americans? No. They come into my chat, they get handled. And you notice they stay because white people respond to being brutalized. They know, white people know inherently they're bullies. And they will not respect you. If you, well, why would you say that? Oh my gosh, don't call me the N-word. When they say their stuff, do I flinch? I'm ready. I'm so quick on my feet. I stay ready. I don't flinch. You saw they came yesterday, ghetto, ghetto, ghetto. I said, I'm not a Jewish person. They're like, what? Because they didn't expect that comeback, did they? I'm not from Europe. I'm not a Jew. I've never been to ghetto. I'm not from Ukraine. I'm not from Poland. I'm not from Germany. I'm not from Russia. I'm not from Europe. The ghetto, it don't affect me. Go ask a Jew about the ghetto. What the fuck do I know about the ghetto? Do I look Jewish to you? Are you crazy? And I say, it sounds like you're an anti-Semite. Because you want to use the ghetto thing as an insult or a slur. That's anti-Semitic. Because Jews lived in the ghetto, not me. And I even looked it up yesterday, come to find out the ghettos were started off in Italy, in Venice, for the Jews. They were forced to live there. Once again, ghettos are for the Jews. You can never hurt me with that. Black people say the hood. There you go. And even now, I don't know. I know the suburbs. Right? But you cannot say the ghetto, and think I'm going to be hurt by that. I will never be. I am not a Jew. I'm not from Europe. I'm not from Venice. I'm not from those places. I can't relate to that crap. That's not me. Maybe you can go to Brooklyn. There are a bunch of Jews out there, and then you can call where they live the ghetto and see how they feel about that. And AIPAC will make sure you get deleted. So go play those games over there. Okay? But you see, right? They don't try me because I don't play with them people. Because white people respect you when you stand up for yourself. They do not be submissive with these people. You got to stay ready. And wow, I can't get to her. No, you never can. You're inferior to me. How can you hurt my feelings? Like, I don't even care for you. Like, you ain't shit to me. You ain't shit. You were never shit. You're currently ain't shit and never gonna be shit. So I don't take stock in whatever you have to say. Like, I don't care. I don't respect you. You're not honorable to me. You don't have principle to me. You don't have an honor code. You stand for nothing but hatred. So whatever the fuck you say, it means nothing to me. The N-word. This dude called me the N-word. So I said it with a W. Okay. Nigga, wigger, cracker, anything else? Like, you swear they're not racial slurs for white people. Are you okay? You cannot hurt me with this foolishness. I don't care about the N-word. It does nothing to me. It does nothing to me. It's not my birth certificate. I don't answer to that shit. Right? You're like, nigga, I say, wigger. Anything else? Move on. Like, move on. Like anybody can insult anybody. Like, it's not a big deal. Mia does nothing to me. And then I'm done, and I go and I listen to my Spanish music because I love bachata. I don't care about you. You can't do nothing to me. You cannot hurt me. You are a despicable person. I would have had to have respect for white people for their words to impact me. I don't respect you. I don't honor you. I don't care for you. So whatever comes out your mouth to me is comparable to vomit. It just stinks because I can't take that shit to the bake. Because tomorrow you'll change your mind because you're just dishonest. Like, what the heck? Dishonest and violent. You're repugnant. The hell?
Who had wealth, who was a landowner, must have really creeped underneath their saddle, so to speak.
Marla Knox called it jealousy. Bowling McCall believes jealousy over her father's success is what led to her father's death. Elmore Bowling's death ended his family's chance to experience generational wealth.
We were angered and hurt because of his death. Because, number one, we went from prosperity to poverty almost overnight. My father was earning a good living.
That was the point. 39 years old. When they send these self-hating blacks to go kill Malcolm X, he was also 39 years old. And Betty Shabazz, she lost the house. That is the goal. They started maligning Karmelo, his family, and how they spent that give, go, send, go money thing because they wanted people not to give to them. So they started lying. White people get triggered when they see black people with money. White people get triggered when they see black financial unity. Because once black people in America financially unite, people are not going to be able to stop people. I was even telling Lacey that. Me, Marlene, even if let's not be careful, even if I had 20 million, 10 million, even 5 million, you guys, I'll be out here just giving money towards people's legal team. You know what I'm saying? But I said to her, if I was to ever become worth 100 million, or if I was to ever become a billionaire, I would just be paying for black people legal teams. Child, they wouldn't even know. Like a black person gets arrested, they detained, you would have a crazy lawyer show up. You'd be like, who are you? You go look it up online. Like, damn, who told you about my case? They would say the godmother sent me. And that's how I'd be. Like, who sent you? The godmother. That's what my little mon nom de plume. That's what my moniker will be. Like, but who is she? You don't have to know who she is. But she sent me here to get you out. That's it. I would use my money to fuck up their plans. That's what I would do all day. Just who got her? I would even have a team to just tell me who got arrested there. What happened? What's the case? Okay. Then I would have different people that I would use to put money in these GoFundMe stuff. You just wake up, you see $1 million in the GoFundMe. Like, how did they raise all this money? You wouldn't even know. They go, the trial stuff, we would be in there. I would send people to court. Tell me everything that happened. Doesn't matter where I'm. Call me. Give me a synopsis. What happened? I will fuck up their plans. People just gonna start walking out of prison, just walking out. That's what I'm like. This is what Malcolm X said when he said, the day black people become true intellectuals, they're going to start looking at each other and say, I see myself in you. I got to look out for you. That's exactly what he was talking about. But we're not there yet. People are going to send their money spend their money on foolishness. Karmelo's campaign should be at $3 million for shits and giggles. But you see, there are a lot of black people too who have a scarcity mindset, a poverty mindset. They're going to get jealous. A lot of black people are jealous. A lot of black people are excessively jealous, because the whites ain't shit. But to know that you have people that look like you who don't want to see you have money because they say, well, nobody gave me money. But one day we can. It's just not your turn today. Be happy for your brethren. You're going to be all right, right? But Karmelo's campaign should really be at $3 million. Why not? What's the big deal? We pay taxes anyways. Don't know where the fuck our money goes. Like, what's the big deal? But $3 million, it scares us. Money scares black people. That's why people will fight for $100. People Remy Ma shot somebody for $10,000. Like, this ain't money. This is snack money. That ain't real money. Okay? But as long as you fear money, you can't make a lot of money. right? So if $3 million scares you, oh, why would this black family? Why not? Motherfucker not. If black people wanted to, they could make each other millionaires every day. Today we make you a million. Everybody gives over here. Then tomorrow we give over there. Tomorrow we give over here. It's not that hard to be rich. But it's like it's the jealous heart, because a lot of black people, unfortunately, being in proximity to these hateful white people, they have acquired the heart of white people. Jealousy and hatred. They're extremely jealous. And when they see another black person have money, they become very, very triggered because they behave like them low-class, dirty-ass, trash-ass white people. Because otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem. You know what I'm saying? What's the issue? Because when we like, are we actually going to be safer if more and more black people actually were millionaires? When we actually feel safer? Think about it. If we're all broke, how does that help us? But if we all have some money on us, we're going to be safer. Exactly. You know, we have a very, very evil heart. Otherwise, it's not a problem. Everybody who gave to Karmelo can say, every month I will give $50. Every month I'll give $100, right? Whatever. But I'm like, what's wrong with Karmelo having $3 million? What's the problem? And if people are triggered by that, you need to ask yourself, why as a black person are you triggered that a black person would receive $3 million for free? We talk about reparations. Okay. What would it why would it trigger you? If we gave $3 million to Karmelo, what's the problem? Y'all give money to Beyonce. And does she need the money? No. She lives in a $200 million house. She doesn't need the money. You will gladly go and buy sacred hair drops. I mean, I bought them too, but I give to Karmelo, so it's not a big problem. Where is it again? The junk is here somewhere. I don't even know, but whatever. You'll gladly go buy Beyonce's sacred drops at almost $60. So if you got sacred money, you got Karmelo money, right? But if we truly cannot believe in pouring into each other, anybody can talk, anybody can march, anybody can say, "Oh, fuck white people, fuck the police." Yeah, sure, whatever. Talk ain't shit. That ain't shit. Also, if you can't put money behind another black person, what are we doing? And not even me. I feel like that's the same thing with the whole Essence conversation, right? What's his name again? Richelieu. He didn't have to buy Essence. What people could have done is put their money together and just buy it. He didn't have to buy it, but it was going to bankruptcy. I think it probably already in bankruptcy. So why people didn't put their money together and get it? You understand? It's this lack of financial initiative. It's this lack of financial solidarity that is truly like an Achilles heel out here, right? But it's like, why shouldn't Karmelo have $3 million? Why not? We give money to all kinds of dumb people every single day who truly do nothing for the community. People will send Dr. Umar money for a school he ain't never gonna build. And to this day, they're still sending him money. Okay. So why would it be wrong? And also, I feel like with the Anthonys, like, we have something people always see as a standard, right? 2 black people, married, kids, beautiful family, they worship Jesus. So why can they get... People give all kinds of money to Tyler Perry because he has these nasty sex scenes in there. People will give money to Bishop T.D. Jakes, lying ass person, for the same old woman that are loose. They've been doing that stuff for 30 years. These women ain't loose already. How long gonna take for you to loosen up? Okay, this is crazy. But I'm like, what is the problem? Like, seriously, I'm asking a question. What would be wrong with Karmelo having $3 million? Even if his legal stuff only costs $600 and he keeps 2.4, okay, why not? Why not normalize just making black folks rich? White people do it all the time. Daniel Penny, he kept the rest of the money. Kyle Rittenhouse kept the rest of the money. So why do we want to give? Let me just give you just enough so that if you have change left over, you only have $10 change left over. You got to work on that too. Got to work on that. Got to work on that. You got to rejoice in seeing another black person raise money. And we got to stop being scared of $1 million, $3 million. That's not life-changing money. It's a lot of money, but it's not life-changing money. There are a bunch of goofy-ass white girls who make that kind of money on TikTok, talking about how they get drunk and how they have sleep one-night stands with football players. It's not that deep. It really ain't that deep. It's not that deep. It was never that deep anyways.
We lost everything. The store was allowed to sell out its contents All of the debtors who owed us at the store, my mom forgave the debts.
The family then moved to Montgomery. Bowling McCall's mother worked in a dry cleaner, and her brothers quit school to work and support the family. Bowling's killers were never prosecuted, according to his daughter. 60 years following his death, a historic marker is now up along Highway 80 near mile marker 114 to remind people of Elmore Bowling's legacy. Soil from where he was killed is in a jar, now a part of the Equal Justice Initiative in Montgomery. Josephine Bowling McCall was
killed this man. Because the point was, if you kill the father, the family will fall. That's why fathers matter. Patriarchs matter. And you see why even these Democrats did everything in their power to convince black women not to have a husband. You see? The men died. What happened? Poverty. Even the sons had to quit school. But thankfully, he had sons. Because what if he didn't have sons? What if he didn't have children? Or what if she didn't have sons? What would they have done? What would these women have done? You see, men, they matter. Black men, they matter. Black fathers matter. Black husband matter. Yeah, that was the whole point. Because once you touch the man, you destroy the family. And that's why I always feel like you got to encourage black men to believe in themselves, because they want black men not to believe in themselves. The black men is who they truly fear. They don't fear black women. No, they ain't scared of you. They ain't scared of you. Okay? That's why lynching was predominantly a thing of killing black men, not killing black women. They kill who they fear. They kill who they fear. And then they rape who they don't fear. That's how it goes. Kill the black men, rape the black women. There you go. That's it. These people are crazy. These people are truly, truly crazy. They're really insane.
The only one of her siblings to get a college education. After years of research and interviews, she wrote a book based on her father's life and death titled The Penalty for Success. My Father Was Lynched in Lowndes County. She also founded the Elmore Bowling Foundation, the historic Lounsboro School built in 1883, which once served black students, is now a part of the foundation. Federal dollars will be used to restore the school. It will be used as a service center for people in that community.
That's the same. But see, this is why I say when it comes to Karmelo, you know, me, I really say, like, we got to thank God. I showed y'all this to say we truly have to be grateful. Okay? We truly, truly have to be grateful. You probably wish, like, you probably say, oh, I wish people would see my side, and I wish, child. Instead of worrying about what you ain't gonna get, be grateful for what you got. It happened in 2025. Where today, all of us, like black people, we can make content. We can stand up for Karmelo. Like, we can show things they wouldn't show. If this had happened in 1925, y'all, he would have got killed that night. He would have gotten horrific. Like, they would have beaten that boy horribly. Disfigured him. Then they would have molested him. They would have put stuff in his butt. That's what they do. White men love people's butts. Then they would have grabbed his dad, beat his father, beat him, all kinds of N-word, and beat him. Then they would have brought him to see Karmelo get killed. They would have opened his eyes so he could see it for himself. His mother would have been raped. They would have gang raped her. Listen to me. I know white Americans very well. I read a lot about these people, and I studied these people. They're creatures of evil. Okay? They have the gospel of Satan and etched into their hearts. They would have raped Karmelo's mom. It would have been a gang of white men just raping that lady in front of her kids. If you think it's a joke, you need to fear white Americans. They would have raped her. Then that house they have, that pretty house, they would have set that shit ablaze. Some cars they would have burned. Some cars they would have stolen. Then the children, the little babies, like Karmelo's younger siblings, they would have been left to themselves, just screaming. You would have had family having to run to come get these kids. It's a dangerous, despicable people with a gruesome history. Do not glamorize white Americans. Don't fantasize about those people. Don't lie to yourself about who they truly are. All they do is they just rebranded themselves like Satan. They just rebrand themselves. For every generation, they rebrand themselves. But their core, it doesn't change. The gospel of Satan is etched into their hearts. The way God gave Moses those tablets, the devil, he gave him that. He put right in their chest. And they live with that. They live according to that. That's who they are. You cannot redeem these people. So stop and stop and stop. So now listen to this man again. A lying ass white man.
Individual. What if they don't touch you at all? Are there circumstances where deadly force is used?
Yes, of course. If someone comes up to me and opens up their jacket and says, "Give me your wallet," and they show a gun, they haven't touched me. I don't have to suffer a scratch before I can defend myself. I can
You see? I don't have to suffer a scratch before I can defend myself. Okay?
defend myself against the threat that's about to occur. It's an imminent threat that you're defending yourself against. In fact, if some guy runs up and punches you and then he runs away, you can't use force against that guy. The punch is over. The attack's over. That would be unlawful deadly force harm. If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite... Everyone's asking the wrong question or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm?
Okay. You hear this white man? He said the most concerning, did you have a reasonable... It just has to be reasonable. Did you have a reasonable... What he said? Do you have a reason? Was it reasonable? Was your perception of this threat, this imminent deadly threat, was it a reasonable fear? If the answer is yes, we're good to go. They know. They know. They're not stupid. They're just racist. I need to put on a t-shirt also. They're not stupid. They're just racist. They're just racist. He knows. He knows damn well.
The answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways.
Let's say again.
Are there circumstances where being grabbed in any scenario, like you can imagine one, where lethal force would be justifiable self-defense?
Absolutely.
No.
I mean, everyone's asking the wrong question or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
What if...
Okay. Now, listen to the same white man again. You see? The white people. It's the same white man, huh? And he went and he cut that part out because he ain't shit. Listen to him.
You just can't do it.
Hold on. Let's start over. Hold on.
He definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, okay. So here it is, right? This is him. That's the same white man. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery, right? But it's the same white man who said, you don't even have to touch me. I just have to have a reasonable fear. Now he's saying, this is him, right? This is not me making up. This is the man, right? These are his own words. White man. White Americans ain't shit. Ain't never been shit, will never be shit. That's why with these people, you always have to have receipts. Always have your receipts with white Americans. Always, when they say, you got to do it now. I don't have to do it now. You got to sign this today. No, I don't. They're always lying. If you don't buy it, somebody else will. I guess it wasn't meant for me. When you deal with white Americans, you need to go see your own lawyer. Don't ever allow these witches to ensnare you into a goofy ass contract. Take your time because they're lying somewhere. There's a lie somewhere in this paperwork. You deal with white Americans. They're very, very dishonest. They're dishonorable. This is the same white man, right? But when he posted the video on his page, he cut that part out. And then Tim completely deleted the video. But this is him, right? Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery. So he knows. He knows. He ain't stupid. He's just racist. Let him say it again. Hold on. Because it said 9:30. Hold on. Right there. Oh, Lord. No, hold on. It said enough. Okay, I don't know. Okay.
He definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, okay. These people are crazy. Okay. So he said he was fighting off the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery. Right? White people. They're so funny to me. It's a laughing stock, actually. Right? Now here he is, the same white man. Watch him again. Watch this man. They're so despicable. Watch this man.
Killing him, of course. Clearly, that's deadly defensive force.
Okay.
So where's the deadly force threat?
Okay.
Remember, the legal question here is, did Karmelo Anthony have a reasonable perception of an unlawful, imminent, deadly force threat?
Okay. So now Here is the same white man again. Let's do it again. It's funny how you use the same person to contradict the same person. But this is what you do when you're dealing with white people. Okay? Very dishonest. Is that where am I? I need to go to where? Hold on. Right there. Boom. Let's go.
He definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, okay. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery. No problem. All right, hold on. This is him, right? Where am I again? Okay. Now let him say this again. Let this man say it again.
Bad day for you. And they have a knife in their other hand. Number of ways that can happen. If some or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
Okay. So he is acknowledging that if two people's sizes do not match, the person that weighs less has the right to be afraid. That's him, right? And we already know that, what's his name again? For the people who have bad faith, let me make sure I do it one time. Let's go over here because I have receipts. Okay. Let the mama say it.
He's my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay. So her big baby was how much again? Say it one more time. Say it one more time, Karen. One more time.
Baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay. So she's saying that her big baby was 225 pounds. The man is obviously trying to say what Judge Joe Brown said is that if there's the spirit strength, let me have Judge Joe Brown say one more time because I have his video here. Let me go right here. Okay. Let's listen to this. Hold up. The StreamYard's hating on me. Hold on. Boom. 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 Let's start over a little bit. Okay.
Into using a weapon and becoming lethal violence.
Okay, hold on.
A real strong young guy from doing her in. But two young, strong guys are not supposed to escalate physical force and strength between the...
Now, attorney Anthony...
Stop right there a second. He went wrong. He ran his mouth off too much. He had the witnesses going for him. But if he did that, then what happens is he just quasi removed his defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength. But
okay, unless there is disparate strength. So you cannot escalate, right? You cannot escalate. And also there has to be disparate strength. No problem. That is not a problem. Carmen, what's his name again? Karen, say it one more time. How big is your son? Say it one more time. Let's say it one more time.
He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay, so the mama said her son is 225. Ain't a problem. That's not a problem. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, here is what they had. Now, on his ID, Karmelo's ID, it said he weighed 130 pounds. So if he was 130 pounds, the difference in weight will be almost 90 pounds. Okay, when Karmelo was detained at Coley County Jail, wherever he was detained at, they weighed him. So he's at 160. Karmelo weighs 160 pounds. The time of his arrest, when he was detained and he was weighed, he was at 160. All right. So 160, 225, disparate strength. Okay. Let me show you this because I love my iPad. God is good. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's really, really do this. When white people panic, is because they know they're lying. This is Karmelo. Okay. This is Karmelo. This is what he looks like. 160. All right, cool. No problem. God is good. God is faithful. All right. Number 11. This is Austin Metcalf. 225. Straight up muscle. There you go. So per the words of the definition of what is required for self-defense to stand, you need to not escalate the problem. Okay. Number 2, disparate strength. I think right now we can all understand that, yes, there is disparate strength. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me do this quickly. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see how I can put this on my YouTube thing, my community page. Give me a second. So that way we can just compare and contrast. So I could just have the picture here. Allow full access. That's fine. Where are we going? Boom, put up. Give me a second, you guys. Sorry. I'm coming. Okay. Almost there. I'm going to put this one up. And then I'm going to put up this one. I don't. Ooh, I'm going to put up this one. I'm going to put up this one. And then I'm going to put up this one. I'll also put up this one. Next. Karmelo. Anthony. Put up. Voilà. D'accord. Magnifique. Okay. So that way I can do both. Hold on. Is it posting? Okay. Magnifique. Okay. Boom. Where is this? Where is he? Okay. Austin. All right. No, Kevin. God's gonna pay me. Don't worry about it. God got me. Now let me do this. View your channel. My post. D'accord. Nous sommes là. Et voilà. Donc. So let's go. We're going to compare. We're going to contrast. Let me see if I can I make this bigger? I think I kind of can. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Karmelo, come up here, boo. So here's Karmelo. Let me see if I can make my thing bigger. Okay. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. Okay. Bravo. Magnifique. D'accord. Okay. So here is Karmelo, right? And then here is Austin. All right. Do you see this? Do you see this? Let me know in the comment section, in the chat, if you see this, okay? You see this. So Karmelo 160, Austin Metcalf is 225 pounds of like pretty much straight up muscle, okay? All right, here's another picture of Austin, okay? This is Austin. Here's Karmelo. Look at his arms. Compare his arms to Carmelo's arms, okay? All right, we got more pictures, hold on. We got more pictures. I don't know how old he was in this picture, but here he is. Here he is as well. Okay? Compare his arms, even his legs. Compare his legs to Karmelo's legs. Compare his forearms to Karmelo's forearm. Okay? All right. I got all his pictures. I don't know how old he was in this one. Because I got that one from his tour. I shouldn't even say it. Let me not say it where I got it from. Okay? Here is, what's this boy's name? Here's Austin Metcalf also. You see how he grabbing this child? Look at his legs, y'all. Look at his legs. You see them legs? Look at Karmelo's legs. Look at his arms. Matter of fact, look at his grip. That man picking that man like he a rag doll. Okay? Picking up that black boy like he's a rag doll. All right, cool. So I think we have answered the matter when we talk about was there a disparate strength? Is the strength thing, is the weight thing significant? It is. It truly is. Now, what's his name again? What's that drunk man's name again? Oh, this one. Voila. This one. Judge Joe Brown. That's his name. Okay. Let him say it again. Hold on. It's playing with me. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So you guys, stop sharing. Let me do it again. Share the screen.
Okay. Defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength.
Okay, you cannot escalate, right? Okay, bring it back to Hunter. Let Hunter tell you what happened.
Before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless.
Okay.
And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. Let him say one more time. What happened?
And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his.
So, who escalated it? So first of all, I even think even them engaging with him was escalation because it's raining. So why does he need to move? It's raining, but whatever. What happened? Austin stepped in. Austin said, "You need to move." He started talking reckless. Did he touch anybody? No. Austin grabbed his backpack. What else did Austin do? What else did Austin do? I got y'all. Don't worry about it. I got you. Not a problem. It is not a problem. I got you. People need to stop lying on people. Okay, let's go here. Hold on. Okay, here it is. Hold on. We watched it yesterday, though. Nobody's doing this to me. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Give me a second. I lost myself in Latin America last night. Give me a second. Hold on. Because I got it. Okay, here we are. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Context, okay? Let's go to people, and we're going to scroll down a little bit in the article. The affidavit also details just how quickly things escalated between Metcalf and Anthony. An eyewitness told police that Metcalf asked Anthony to move from out under the tent that had been set up for members of his high school track team on that field that day. Anthony then reached into his bag, according to the eyewitness, and told Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time Anthony...
Okay. So who touched who first? And it corroborates what Hunter said. Austin is the first one to put his hands on people. Not Hunter. His request was ridiculous. I think he's responsible. But who made it physical? It was Austin. His brother even said, oh, he grabbed the book bag, because he's not going to tell the full truth. But his brother grabbed something that was not his property, right? There's an affidavit. A person said, Karmelo said, don't touch me. Austin pushed him. Okay. So that's one. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens. According to the affidavit, Metcalf then went to physically move Anthony, which is when Anthony allegedly pulled a knife out of his bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and fled from the tent. Now, this is what it says right here. Okay, I'll link to it. This is a real thing. Okay, like, I'm not making this up. The local news, I got sources. So look, let me just say this before we get back to the video. I'm sitting under a tent at a high school track meet because it's raining. There's no assigned seats at a high school track meet. If you come up to me and tell me to move, you're trying to bully me. I say, hey, don't touch me. I'm reaching in the bag. Don't touch me. That's a warning right there. You know I got something, and you probably with your brother, your twin brother, and some other guys. I'm not trying to get beat up, jump. Don't touch me. He touches him. That's strike one. Hey, don't do it again. He does it again. Strike two. Now the fight happens. Some are going to say, well, look, ABL, don't you think that was over the top? Shouldn't have just been a regular fist fight? Well, we could say that. Sure. We could say it was over the top. Absolutely. But guess what? If you don't touch me, if you respect my wishes to not be touched, then this doesn't happen. As simple as that. It's very simple. And you know what? I've said the same thing before. Matter of fact, we get back to the video in a minute, but remember this from 2023? I posted this September 30th, 2023. There was a YouTuber who got shot in the mall by a guy because the guy did not like the prank that he was trying to do on him. Let's watch this right quick, and then we're going to get back to the news out there in Dallas-Fort Worth. And I'm going to cut it right when the actual gun comes out, or when the gunshots ring out.
What's that?
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
No.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
Get on my Facebook like half something. Stop.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
Stop.
Now, I cut that part out where the gunshot happened, but you can see right here, there's a gun in this man's hand, and he shoots the YouTuber. Now, the YouTuber did live, so shout out to him. But this man has a gun in a shopping mall and produces it and shoots the man. Now, I'm sure a shopping mall is a gun-free zone, right? The same way that a high school track meet might be a knife-free zone. But the guy who did this, the DoorDasher, minding his business with the gun, he did not get locked. He beat that case. It was self-defense. And a lot of the comments under this, you can go to my page right now. I put it on my website. You could see the comments of what they say. FAFO, don't harass people. But now I think things are just a tad bit different. Just a tad bit different. But let's get back to the video.
The murder suspect reportedly asked police on the scene if what happened could be considered self-defense.
Okay. So now let's go back to, what's his name again? Oh, I keep forgetting his name. Let's go back again to Judge Joe Brown.
Defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words,
okay, thank you. We got it. We're good. Thank you. So now let this man say it again. Let this man say it again. Hold on.
Wrong question, or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
What if they grab you and there's 5 guys all around you?
Sure, then there's a disparity of numbers. Then it's the force of the collective group that's threatening you, not just one individual.
What if they don't touch you at all? Are there circumstances where deadly force is justified?
Yes, of course. If someone comes up to me and opens up their jacket and says, "Give me your wallet," and they show a gun, they haven't touched me. I don't have to suffer a scratch before I can defend myself. I can defend myself against the threat that's about to occur. It's an imminent threat that you're defending yourself against. In fact, if some guy runs up and punches you and then he runs away.
Okay. So you heard this man, right? Okay, cool. Now let's go back again. That's what I'm saying. They know. That's why they're panicking the way that they are. Because they know. Hold on, give me a second. Where was I? I have so many videos. Where's the other video? Is it right here? Okay. Now let's listen to this man proceed to lie.
From Austin Metcalf. Where's the deadly force threat? Now, deadly force threats can appear in lots of different ways. It could have been a weapon in the hand of Austin Metcalf. There's zero evidence of that. No one's claiming that. But a weapon's not necessarily required. It could have been, it could be a disparity of size and strength. If Austin Metcalf is much larger.
Okay. So he's saying it himself. It could have been a disparity in what? In size. So that's what, what's his name? Judge Joe Brown said, right? Disparate strength. Then the problem. Okay. Hold on. I think he made a post for me. Give me a second, you guys. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I had to. Sorry. My bad. I had to respond to a comment. I'm like, what? Is he talking to me? Okay. And so this is it. So he's like, is Austin Metcalf, what is it? Much larger than Karmelo. So yes, he is 225. This is what he looks like. Okay. And then this is what Karmelo looks like. Hold on, give me a second. Right, look at you. You're so funny. You're so cute. Okay. This is what Karmelo looks like. So yes. And this is why, as he's saying this, he's going to make sure not to show any pictures, right? So let us start over again. Let us start from the beginning.
He does not look anything like, from my view, the state has a a very high prospect,
Okay.
almost to the level of legal certainty,
Okay.
of disproving every one
No problem.
of the required elements of self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt. This simply does not look anything like a self-defense case, a legitimate self-defense case, based on the information we now have.
Okay.
We can start with kind of the core issue, which is proportionality. So deadly defensive force was used here, right? Karmelo Anthony is arguing, I was justified in stabbing Austin Metcalf in the heart with a knife, killing him, of course. Clearly, that's deadly defensive force. So where's the deadly force threat? Remember, the legal question here is, did Karmelo Anthony have a reasonable perception of an unlawful, imminent, deadly force threat from Austin Metcalf?
Okay. He said, so let me say it again, so we can type it. Hold on. He said, what's the legal question? Give me a second. Okay. What he said the legal question is? Let me write his legal question. He said the legal question. Okay, let me type it. Question. Because we're going to answer that question. It's no problem. You see, when you live in a lie, you're scared to answer questions. I'm not. Did Karmelo Anthony have a reasonable He talk, let me see.
Reasonable perception.
A reasonable perception. Okay. Which means the sight, right? Percevoir, perceive. D'accord. Perception. Continue, on y va.
Of an unlawful, imminent, deadly.
Okay. Of an unlawful, eminent. It's not even an and. Okay, it's eminent. Deadly.
Force threat.
Force threat. Okay. Force threat. Okay. Ooh, that's a mouthful. Okay, so he's saying, legal question. Did Karmelo Anthony have a reasonable perception of an unlawful, imminent, deadly force threat? Yes, Jesus. Okay, let him say it again.
From my view, the state has a very high prospect, almost to the level of legal certainty, of disproving every one of the required elements of self-defense beyond any reasonable doubt. This simply does not look anything like a self-defense case, a legitimate self-defense case, based on the information we now have. We can start with kind of the core issue, which is proportionality. So deadly defensive force was used here, right? Karmelo Anthony is arguing, I was justified in stabbing Austin Metcalf in the heart with a knife, killing him, of course. Clearly, that's deadly defensive force. So where's the deadly force threat? Remember, the legal question here is, did Karmelo Anthony have a reasonable perception of an unlawful, imminent, deadly force threat?
To me, the answer is yes. I don't even think this case. I don't think the grand jury even should have brought up an indictment. I don't even think the DA should have. But I guess the exposure, because white people are so fragile, and so many white Americans just don't understand how the law works because they don't read and shit. But this is Karmelo Anthony, okay? 100. So let me do it again. Let me do it like this. Let me do it this way, okay? Share this instead. Okay, so here it says 130, but I told you he's actually 160. Okay, so here is the legal question. Did Karmelo Anthony have a reasonable perception of an unlawful, imminent, deadly force threat? Okay, here is a picture of Karmelo, right? Here's a picture. Okay, look at his legs, y'all. Look at the legs. Okay, look at his arms. You see his arms? Look at his neck. Look at his head. Okay, here's a full body picture of Karmelo. There's a reason why they don't want to show Karmelo. Every time they talk, they only show him from the like up. They don't show the rest of his body. There's a reason for that. Now, there's a picture of him with Alexander, with Dominique. Don't hold that against the boy, okay? He's not responsible for that pig, okay? And I did text Alexander to say to get the F away from Karmelo. But here is the picture after when he was released on bail. You can see still he's a little, you see, same picture, same person. He looks like Marlon Wayans, if you ask me. Okay, but don't mind Dominique. He ain't shit. Dominique ain't shit. I ain't gonna show his face. Okay, but this is Karmelo. Hold on. I don't want to see Dominique. He ain't shit. Well, never mind. Let me do this. Because I don't care for him as well. Okay? I don't care for this man as well. All right? So here is Karmelo. All right? Okay. Now, where are we? Here is Austin. What am I having? Mommy's coming. Give me a second, baby. Yes. Give me a second. I know. I love you too, boo-boo. I love you. I love you. Okay. Now here is yeah, he looks like Marlon Wayans. He sure does. Marlon needs to give money. Okay. Here is Austin, number 11. Okay. Here's Austin, 225. Okay. That's Austin. Here you even have another picture of Austin too. Austin is big. He's just big. Here's Austin again. Okay. Very big, 225. His mama told y'all he was 225. Okay. But just in case, let her say one more time. For people, just in case. It never hurts for her to repeat it.
He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys.
Okay, both of them big boys. And she takes pride in that. So she has some big ass kids. Okay, so yes. And like the man said himself earlier, you don't even have to touch me. I don't even have to suffer a scratch. Okay? I don't even have to suffer a scratch. Okay, hold on.
You can't use force against that guy.
Are there circumstances where deadly force is
Yes, of course. If someone comes up to me and opens up their jacket and says, "Give me your wallet," and they show a gun, they haven't touched me. I don't have to suffer a scratch before I can
Okay. I don't have to suffer a scratch. It's funny how you can use the same person to debunk the same person. That's crazy.
defend myself. I can defend myself against the threat that's about to occur. It's an imminent threat that you're defending yourself against. In fact, if some guy runs up and punches you and then he runs away, you can't use force against that guy. The punch is over. The attack's over. That would be vengeance after that.
What if he stabs you and runs away? Same thing?
Same thing. Then a danger to
so
somebody.
Right. There was that case in Atlanta, which...
But he turned and pointed his taser back at the...
That's not the only part. I don't care about that part. Okay. Yes, maybe. Yes. Okay. So, legal question again. Let me put it back up. So the man even said, nobody even has to touch you really. But, let's just say, because we're dealing with people that move in bad faith. Where's the video again? So now let's go back here.
From Austin Metcalf. Where's the deadly force threat?
Okay.
Now, deadly force threats can appear in lots of different ways.
Okay, tell us.
It could have been a weapon in the hand of Austin Metcalf. There's
a weapon in the hands of Austin Metcalf. Okay.
Zero evidence of that. No one's claiming that. But a weapon's not necessarily required. It could have been...
A weapon is not necessarily required. Okay.
It could be a disparity of size and strength of Austin.
So he said it could be a disparity in size and strength. And he knows, but he made this video, he knows. So he said initially it was an easy case for the prosecution. But now he's saying, well, if there is a disparate size and strength, you do not say. So here is Karmelo in his and his football uniform, right? Because you can have a fair comparison. This is what Karmelo looks like in his football uniform, okay, on the field. Okay. This is what Austin looks like in his uniform on the field, okay? So you start off, Mr. Andrews. So first you say it's an easy case for the prosecution. Karmelo has no grounds for self-defense because for you, did Karmelo Anthony have a reasonable perception of an unlawful, imminent, deadly force threat? Jeez, that's a lot to say. Okay. But then you say, well, if the sizes, if they're disparate sizes, right? Like significant changes, like you can't compare them, right? Okay. The answer is yes. You see? And this is how, she said, I wonder how long he practiced this version of his view on this case. He can't say this honestly. These people know. These people are fully aware that this case is easy for Karmelo. It's a self-defense case. But they just need to make money off of this. They just need to make money off of this. And I think that's really evil, because you should just tell the white people what the law is, what they should really expect, what they need to understand. You need to show them pictures of Austin Metcalf. Okay? Show them pictures of Austin. Show them the mama saying her son was 225, right? Show them pictures of Karmelo, right? And explain to your white audience why Karmelo is going to walk. Don't set these people up, because they're racist. They're very dangerous. And you people are playing it's not desperate. You're slow. You're white. It's disparate, not desperation. You sound stupid. They have a desperate strength. White people are so mediocre. Okay? It's disparate, like a difference, disparity. It's right on the screen. Jesus. A disparity of strength, like disparate. These people are so remedial. He said desperate. White people are so stupid. They're so dumb. What kind of school district do you guys go to? Like, you're so silly. Okay? This is the word. No, I am not naive. You're dumb. You're very stupid. You said desperate. How can a strength be desperate? A person is desperate. You are. Look like you're too young to know sheet. Sheet. It is shit. It's SHIT. Just like here is disparate. It's DISPARATE. Not desperate. A person is desperate. Strength is not desperate. Strength is disparate. Body sizes are disparate. There's a disparity, not a desperation. That's why you don't say there's a desperation of strength. It's disparity. The word is desperate. Okay? Get into it, white man. Y'all so remedial. Like, you're so fucking slow. Anyways, all right? Where was I again? I don't even know where I was. Okay. So this is why the word looks like this. And he's saying disparity. Boom. Okay. Here's Karmelo, 160. There you go. All right. Here's Austin Metcalf, 225. Boom. Okay. Nobody is desperate. I'm not desperate for anything. I don't have to lie. He's lying to his audience. I don't have to lie. He has to lie to them. He knows. He said it himself. I don't have to suffer a scratch to shoot your ass. I don't need to lie. I'm not desperate. I don't need to lie. My videos are not even monetized. I don't need money from this crap. The problem, we'll conceal. What are you even talking about? What are you even, you people are so damn stupid. You're not going to distract me. Okay? So I'm saying he knows. But because he needs to make money, he needs to be on that side of the algorithm. He doesn't want to be expelled out of the tribal inclusion. Okay? So he's just out here lying. He's just lying. Nobody needs to see it, because you will be paid. You need to be paid because you're white. I've said this before. White people only answer to money and hatred. So because you need to be paid, you think everybody is being paid. Because you lie, you think everybody lies. Karmelo is trained with the knife. No problem. Prove that in court. The way I'm sitting here holding this right here, right? You do the same thing. Okay? Oh, you're the Sicilian. Oh, it's you again. I forgot. Okay? You do that in court. You go to court and you show that, because guess what? I can come here. Hold on. Where is it? I can come right here and I can show for a fact that Austin was trained in jiu-jitsu.
On that team, he would fire those guys up. He would step on that field and he would become a totally different person.
Yeah, different person. Okay.
His level of play was above most everyone else. He led the team. He was voted team MVP by his...
Hold on, you guys. My captions ain't coming through. Hold on. Okay. Karmelo was trained with the knife.
Provide life from soccer to baseball to jiu-jitsu.
Okay, there you go. Okay. The father said he played jiu-jitsu. Say it one more time, sir. One more time.
To baseball, to jiu-jitsu.
Okay, jiu-jitsu. Okay. So I have receipts of Austin's father saying he did jiu-jitsu and he excelled at jiu-jitsu, right? So you need to find your receipt where you can prove that Karmelo was trained in using knives. Okay? Go find it. Well, no, I'm not arguing with you racist people anymore. I'm not arguing with you people. We're going to go receipt for receipt, right? I have a video where his own father said that both the twins did jiu-jitsu, baseball, soccer, and football. You need to go find your receipt. Okay. Find a receipt where you can show a video where of somebody saying, oh, Karmelo was trained, his daddy's saying, or you see him being trained with knives. Go find the video. So that way the DA can use it in court. Okay, go find your video. I'll be waiting. You can drop the link here as well. So let the daddy keep talking. One more time. Let's go.
Soccer, to baseball, to jujitsu.
Jiu-jitsu. He knows jiu-jitsu. He sure does know jiu-jitsu. Let's go.
To football. They did it all.
Okay.
And they excelled every time. And
they excelled every time. Okay, there you go. So we have this right here. 225, football, soccer, baseball, and jiu-jitsu. Okay, and the father said he excelled every single time. Now, I wonder if jiu-jitsu is what helped them to be so good at grabbing and just picking up other students off the ground. Okay, did he learn this grip in jiu-jitsu? Is that what he learned in jiu-jitsu? How to control, paralyze, neutralize an opponent? Is that where he learned that? Because that's a strong ass grip. This boy's feet are barely on the ground because he getting picked up, scooped up like a rag doll. Maybe Austin Metcalf learned this in jiu-jitsu. Now, let's look at some moves in jiu-jitsu. I would like to show you the crucifix. Okay, I would love to show you. Can I show y'all what the crucifix looks like? Jiu-jitsu, not jiu-jitsu. He knows jiu-jitsu. Well, he knows jiu-jitsu. How do you say it? Let me see if I can find it. Okay. No, I guess it's start with an I then. Hold on. How do you spell his name? Jiu-jitsu. Okay, jiu-jitsu. How do you spell this thing? Okay, let me see. Okay, there you go. I got it. Now let me show you. Where's the crucifix over here? Jesus Christ, this thing is so damn violent. Let me show you this.
Your rear naked choke sucks. Here's how to fix it. The traditional way, we're just bringing our elbows together like this, and it can work, but what's better is rotating your elbow behind them. So what we want to do is rotate this way. This is a weak movement, but when we bring our elbow to the side here, it closes the space. It's way more powerful. Your rear naked choke sucks. Here's how to fix it. The traditional way, we're just bringing our elbows together. Your rear naked chokes.
I need to find all my videos. Oh my gosh, how do you spell that thing? It's just so complicated. Jiu-jitsu. Oh my gosh. I said jiu-jitsu. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh no. How do you spell this damn word? Okay. Okay. Jiu-jitsu. Okay, no problem. Where's the crucifix? Like, hold on. Crucifix. There you go, this one.
One attack I really like from the crucifix is going for the armbar. And the way I set this up a lot is I have their arm trapped with my hook, and then they manage to get past my bottom hook like this. Now all I'm going to do is switch my legs to here, so I have them in the crucifix, and I just press my hips in and get the armbar like that. One attack I really like from the crucifix is going for the armbar. And the way I set this up a lot is I have their arm trapped with my hook, and then they manage to get past my bottom hook like this. Now all I'm going to do is switch my legs to here, so I have them in the crucifix, and I just press my hips in and get the armbar like that. One attack I really like from the crucifix is going for the armbar. And the way I set this up a lot is I have their arm trapped with my hook, and then they manage to get past my bottom hook like this. Now all I'm going to do is switch my legs to here, so I have them in the crucifix, and I just press my hips in and get the armbar like that. One attack I really like from the crucifix is going for the armbar. And the way I set this up a lot is I have their arm trapped with my hook, and then they manage to get past my bottom hook like this. Now all I'm going to do is switch my legs to here, so I have them in the crucifix, and I just press my hips in and get the armbar like that. One attack I really like from the crucifix is...
So one more time, right? Hold on, where are my pictures? Okay. So they want someone like Karmelo, who weighs 160, to have allowed himself to be wrapped into a crucifix by a mofo like Austin, who is this big, 225, straight up muscle. You guys, what would have happened? That's why I think it's so funny when they sit here and act as if the only weapon that day was whatever knife Karmelo used. No, his body is a weapon, okay? Austin's body is a weapon. Austin's knowledge of jiu-jitsu is a weapon. His father told you he excelled. That means he excelled at wrapping people's asses into crucifix, okay? All right. No one should allow anybody to twist their bodies and their limbs into a damn crucifix, okay? Especially somebody who outweighs you by 65 pounds of straight up muscle. You're not coming out, okay? You are not getting out of that thing. You will have to wait for his mercy. You are not coming out of that thing, okay? Hold on, wait a minute. All right? So this means, hold on, wait a second, okay? So this means, imagine Karmelo in that position where the white girl is. Imagine Karmelo in that position, wrapped into a crucifix, okay, with Austin and his thick ass calves, right? His thick ass thighs and his big arms and his big forearms, right? This boy's not coming out. He is not coming out. And this is exactly what Jordan, what's his name? Daniel Penny did to what's his name? To Jordan Neely. Let me show you. Hold on. Because you need to have, that's why, because he knows MMA. He knows martial arts. Hold on, baby. Hold on. I know. Hold on. All right. There you go. Isn't this a crucifix? Right? White people are so funny. Isn't this a crucifix? Now that you know. And don't this look like a crucifix to you? Right? And this is what Daniel Penny did to Jordan Neely. What happened? He died. Okay? What happened? He died. Trained martial arts. So for them to say, Karmelo, oh yeah, Karmelo, you're 160. Austin is 225. He excels at martial arts. You should have fought this man. It would have been a fair fight. Yeah, the F right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay? Because even Daniel Penny, he's a Marine. Let's start there. He's a Marine. He is trained in choking people, martial arts, whatever, right? But I'm like, doesn't this look like a crucifix? Doesn't this look like a crucifix? So Karmelo, who is 17, Jordan Neely is older than Karmelo. He died. Because you're not going to survive this. Anybody who wraps you up like a damn pretzel and blocks your airways, like blocks your throat, you are going to perish. You're going to go meet Jesus. So you better fight, because otherwise you're not going to come out. But Daniel Penny killed Jordan Neely by choking him. And he can say, oh, I didn't mean to choke him for too long. It doesn't matter. But the choke led to him dying because you put his ass in a crucifix. Okay? You put him into a damn crucifix. Hold on, wait a minute. You put him into a crucifix. So, but here is Karmelo's body. Here is Karmelo's body. Look how skinny he is. Look at how puny he is. So this puny, skinny ass kid should let somebody who is 225 pounds of straight up muscle put him into a damn crucifix. No, Jordan Neely is already dead. Okay? He's already dead. And this is what happened. This is how Daniel Penny killed that man. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay? This is how Daniel Penny killed this man. By choking him to death. Because he put him in a crucifix. Okay? So we already know what a crucifix can do to a person. It's called Jordan Neely. He's dead. He is dead. He was only in there for like, what, 5 minutes or something like that? I don't even know. Can you even stay in there for like 5 minutes though? But he was blocking his airways. Daniel Penny was blocking his airways for over 6 minutes. So like, go sit down somewhere with that crap. Because when someone has that kind of knowledge, they don't even need to have a weapon. What they know is a weapon. Their size is a weapon. Their excellent knowledge of martial arts is a weapon. Jiu-jitsu is martial arts. And you excelled at martial arts? Are you crazy? And you want to wrap people up who are like 65 pounds lighter than you? You're a coward. You are a bully. You're a bully. You're nothing but a bully. These people are insane. Are these people truly insane? So anyways, you guys, let me make sure I don't get lost, okay? Let me make sure I don't get lost. So then what happened was, child. So what happened was, right, let's get back into it. What happened was is that because Charleston White exposed the people, exposed the white woman, exposed Jeffrey Metcalf, exposed all these people, right? The next thing that ensued is that, well, they had this dude go find something about the dead. So they started leaking the text messages, the DMs that Karmelo's dad had sent the white woman, the Sarah girl that what's his name, Charleston White talks about. So of course she had to leak him and act and play victim. And I also feel like the white woman, she knew she was going to make these public. So when you know that you're going to make things public, you write your response in a way to make you look innocent. You're being harassed. You're a good person. Like, this is too much, right? White people gaslighting per usual. Okay. So she responds in a way that makes her seem like she's a good person. No, she's not. You ain't shit. Because if you were a good person, you never would have released this anyways. Because you would have understood that he feels away. Karmelo's dad feels away because, nobody is really standing up for his son. Okay? It's not that many people standing up for his son. You're out there every day. You go live. All you hear are people just saying the nastiest things about your son. And I know it has to be really hurtful. You know what I mean? It has to really, really be hurtful because that's your child. Understand? There are children on death row, even Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay? What's her name again? Okay? Even Kyle Rittenhouse, right? His mom cried for him. Okay? He killed all these people, right? And she cried for her son. So it's like there are a bunch of parents who have kids who have done things and they cry. And, because that's still your child. So I'm like, yeah, I understand where he's coming from. Because he's 17, you know him. He probably told you what happened. And so to come on social media, doesn't matter where you go. People just talk about your son all kinds of ways. People out here saying they wish your son would die. They wish your son would go to prison. They wish that your son, people will play with his butt in prison. Like, these white people are just so disgusting. They're so despicable, right? So I get it. He's really hurt. And he would like to see more people, even if you don't take Karmelo's side, right? Even if you do not take Karmelo's side, he would like to see more people try to see it from his son's perspective. You know what I'm saying? He's hoping for people to really move. What's happening here? Why do my things look like that? Can y'all see this? You guys write some comments? Let me see. Media assets, comments. What's happening with my messages here? Hold on. My thing is acting silly. Hold on. Kevin, can you write a comment real quick? Hold on. Because this is like my messages are for, hold on. LOL. Child. I feel like my stuff is stuck. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Why is it doing this to me? Private chat. Comment section. Hold on, you guys. I don't know if can I refresh this and still be here? What is this to? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see. Because like my messages are stuck. Why is it doing this? I cannot stand. Because I need to make sure I see your messages. I don't see. Hold on. My things are stuck. My messages are stuck. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Maybe I need to do this so I can see myself. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you were okay. Elaine wrote this. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to do so I can see my own messages because it's like it's stuck. Okay. So here it is, right? So I get it. People are talking about his son. It really hurts his feelings. So he reached out to her and he was like, "Oh, I come in peace." I'm like, these people don't want peace, brother. Like, they don't want peace. They don't want peace. So now that they have these text messages, they're going to move out of bad faith and they're going to create more content to make it seem like you're this crazy black father who did not raise his son right. And now your son is just out here harassing white women. You know what I'm saying? Do not reach out to these people. Let them be where they're at. They're not good people. Don't worry about it. Truly and honestly, do not worry about it. Okay? So this is how it goes. Hold on. Let's come here. I don't even know if I want to. Yeah, I put this dude on mute because I don't really care to hear from him. But this is a message here. Let me see if I can read it for y'all. Okay? It says, what does it say? Have anything. My son defended himself. Maybe if you were a better parent and your child would have defended herself, she might not have been molested. I have never said anything to anyone about the lies you spread. You're the one who will have truths, not us. Okay? Oh, Maverick. Hold on, you guys, because what Maverick is this little boy. He don't want to play by himself. It's not easy on working with kids like that. Okay. So I say, you scared of Tiffany because she must have the truth. LOL. You lucky I don't know her. Tiffany has nothing but an evil agenda and she doesn't. My daughter was sick. What the F is wrong with you? Girl, what the F is wrong with you? Your daughter was 6 and she was molested? Where were you that your daughter got molested? You see, a bunch of white people with all kinds of nasty stuff in their closet. Okay? I didn't mean anything by that. I'm sorry. You should have apologized. You said what you said. Her daughter was molested, and she's so damn stupid. You see how dumb they are? And that's why that sex worker said to Cassie, when you want to dig a grave out of revenge, dig your own grave right next to it. Okay? So you're worried talking about Karmelo Anthony, but when your daughter was 6, she was molested? How can a 6-year-old get molested? Where were you, you dumb bitch? Like, what's her name? Sarah J. Fields, bitch? Pull up. Where were you? Seriously, where were you? Because Karmelo's parents can at least say, it was at the track meet. We were not there. But a 6-year-old should always be in your care. So how come she was molested? What the fuck is wrong with you, you dumb bitch? You see, and this is why by far, Trump did not have kids with white American women because they can't raise children, cannot even keep them safe. And yet they know that their culture is big on raping people and raping children, abusing children. Okay? You're a sick bitch. Instead of taking your daughter to therapy, making sure she's okay. And did you also press charges against the man who molested your 6-year-old? You weirdo bitch. You weirdo bitch. They have all these skeletons in their closet. Don't take care of your children. You allow a 6-year-old to be touched by somebody. Where the fuck were you? Where the fuck were you? Smoking weed, smoking meth, doing opioids per usual? Right? Come outside. Come outside, heifer. Come outside, please. With your dumb ass. And how come the Child Protective Services did not remove that child from your care? Because there is no reason why a 6-year-old girl is getting molested. Why is she getting molested? Why was she molested? Where the fuck were you? Getting high, giving blowjobs so you could afford your next high? That's all they do. Bunch of opioid fiend hillbillies trying to rebrand themselves as honorable member of society by putting black people down. You dumb bitch. Go worry about your daughter because she's probably still struggling. You have other things to do than to meddle in the court's affair to try to paint Karmelo in a bad light. You are a horrible mother. I have 3 kids. My kids have never been touched because I'm an active, present, sober woman. Never did drugs in my life. Pull up. Pull up. You see, the problem is Karmelo's parents are very shy because me, once I would have gotten into your DMs, I would have gotten into your worst nightmare, bitch. I would have had you sleep with your eyes wide open, bitch. Keep talking about my child, bitch. And I will tell the world about your mediocre levels of motherhood. You basic bitch. You would probably touch also. That's why you hate your daughter and you made sure it happened to her. You failed piece of shit. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. They are really insane. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm like, why would you even apologize to her? Hold on. Next. What goes on next? Hold on. Let this fool talk. I don't want him to talk because he's an idiot. Oh, here she is. Oh, this is what she looks like.
Children for weekend custody. So for
situation, right? And you won't believe what comes next with these text messages. But first of all,
oh, you shut the fuck up.
Let's just check out this video.
Shut the fuck up.
And he had weekend custody. So for whatever reason, the judge granted my ex-husband custody of both children for weekends. And even though Jasmine was not his biological child, she was included in that custody agreement, which I ended up agreeing to because
this white woman is a fucking lie. Are you guys here? Are you here? Y'all too asleep for me. You guys here? So she's saying she divorced her ex-husband. He is not the biological father, but somehow the court forced her to let her daughter go to a man that is not her biological father. Bitch, you can break the law. Okay, you can break the law. No, that's not good. How can the court make that happen? Show the paperwork. She's just sitting here low. I just agree. You see, white American people, white American women, they can never take accountability. I have never heard of that. Unless your ex-husband adopted your daughter, unless he adopted her, under what grounds can the court force you to make your daughter, who is not his biologically, to go to his house? That makes no sense to me. But you see, she wanted those kids gone. So most likely, like most white women, she could be loose on the goose, meet men at the bar, drink, do all kinds of stuff, and maybe even get high. What do I know? Hold on, my connection is kind of slow. Okay, what do I know? What do I truly know? But there are plenty of people who defy the courts. Because Marlene, if I don't think my child is safe, my child ain't going. Take me to court. You will take me to court because that's what you do as a mother. You stand up for your children. And if you know something ain't right with that man, you do what you have to do for your kids not to go there. Because God forbid something happened to your kid. Are these people crazy? Then you will have to arrest me. But I will not give my kids willingly because a judge said so over my dead body. Over my dead body. But at the end of the day, if this child is a molester, how come you didn't know that? How come you didn't vet him properly? Because you were a single mom, huh? There you go. And they want you to believe that it's only black women who are single mothers. No, she had a baby, what, out of wedlock? Because where is the father of her daughter? Where is the father of her daughter? Where is the father of her daughter? So you had your daughter out of wedlock. Then you went and found another man. So you can play family with this man. Why didn't you vet this man properly? Why didn't you vet this man properly? Because when you're a mother and you're a single mom, you need to know a lot of guys out here are nothing but pervs, especially in your white culture. Because more than 60% of sexual abuse, sexual whatever, is done by white men. Over half of white men are rapists. Okay? It's half of it's the white people and 99% is male. Okay? So my thing is, when you're a white woman, you should know that a lot of white men is rapists. A lot of white men are into having sex with children. So you should have vetted that man a whole lot better, because had you vetted him better, we wouldn't even be here. But what you want to do is absolve yourself of the part you played in bringing this man into your daughter's life. Because had this man never been in your daughter's life, can no court tell this man he can take your child? You did that. And because you don't want to own that shit, you're trying to play the Avenger in everybody else's story and tale so you can feel better about yourself. No, go do right by your daughter. Go do right by your daughter. And obviously, you're not a good judge of character. You didn't even pick a good stepfather for your daughter. And you think now you're on the right side of history? Girl, you have a track record. You have a track record. And as you always make the wrong call, you make the wrong choices, and people get fucking hurt. But you're too fucking white. You're too white and you're too righteous to realize that. You're a clown. You're a goofy ass clown. And I see why you redheads in old Victorian England were considered to be witches and you were burnt at the stake. It's always some redhead person in some shenanigans. It's you, it's Prince Harry, it's whoever. There's another girl I saw, she was also redhead. I'm like, what is up with these ginger people? You're always up to foolishness. And that's why you people had a bad reputation in England for doing foolishness to people. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? Don't know how to pick a man. Don't know how to keep your daughter safe. But somehow you think you're on the right side of history. Are you okay right now? Are you seriously okay? These people are clowns. This is ridiculous. Are you here, Janet? Can you see me? Child, I hate how my stuff is stuck. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay? Like, child, stop texting me. Okay? Can y'all see this? Are you still here? Let her keep talking. I hate how this is doing this, but I wonder, oh my gosh, let me see. If I refresh the page, oh Lord. Because I'm like, if I refresh the page, you guys will die. I hate how I can't see my comments. Okay, Janet is here. Okay, thank you, Janet. Okay, cool. All right. Pure foolishness. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Unbelievable. Wow.
It was the only way. It was literally the only way I could get custody of my kids. That's what.
Why would it be you see how she's touching her hair? You see how she's touching her hair? This bitch is lying. It was the only way you could get custody. You guys, she was on drugs. Okay, thank you, Queen. Do you hear this? You see how she's touching her hair? This bitch is a lie. Her whole existence is a lie. She's a fraud. If a woman does not have custody of her kids, y'all, she's not fit. She is not a fit mother. Courts do not like to take kids away from the mama. Okay? Men lose in court. Men lose for custody. And she's a white woman too. So she's white, she's a woman, right? She's not really convincing, but whatever. And the court said, you do this or you don't have custody. What was she into? What was she really into? Let her keep talking. Hold on, Maverick. I'm coming.
I was told in a back room with a whole bunch of attorneys telling me, if you don't accept this, then you're going to lose your kids. But it finally got to the point during our custody agreement, after we had been divorced for a while, that I was hearing outcries from mostly Jasmine that he was being very abusive and that he was neglectful and that he was drinking heavily, and that and these were outcries from my children. So I decided that I wasn't going to let him see them anymore, and they could drag me away. They could take me away in handcuffs if they wanted to, but I was not going to let my children go be with him anymore. And so I dealt with that for a while until after a while, he kind of gave up and he didn't fight to see them any longer. Fast forward a few years down the line, my daughter was dealing with so many things as she entered into teenhood. I could tell that something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. There was a night where she finally came to me and said, "Mom, I need to talk to you." And then she told me all of the horrible things that my ex-husband had done to her. And I'm not going to get into detail, but he had sexually molested her multiple times. Not just while we were married, but during the time that I was fighting for custody.
And you think about a story like that, it also just reminds everybody, you really can't tell sometimes. You have to pray about it. You just
self-hating Negro. So this dude is saying, oh, this really goes to show that you can't tell. Exactly. So why don't you afford the same luxury to Karmelo? And let me tell you something, right? All these, here trying to say, oh, my daughter came into my room, and because she is a narcissist, you guys. I refuse to believe that girls are getting molested and these women don't know. I refuse to believe that. They just choose not to know. Because a man like that, he's attracted to children. So you and him are probably not even having sex. Your daughter has to have a weird body language around, like she's scared. Children will let you know they're scared of somebody. They might not have the words to say, molestation. It might not be in their language, but children will let you know, I don't feel safe. They will start crying. They will stop eating their food. And also, where you're not taking her to her pediatrician for at least her yearly checkups. You are a neglectful human being. Because only God knows what your life looked like and what you were into. Like, now I'm believing Charleston White. You a deadbeat mother. And you are probably a crazy fiend with a horrible record. So you had no money. You probably had bad credit. So you didn't want to see it. Are you kidding me? My entire marriage and that. She had to be viscerally afraid. And even when you go to court for custody, if you are worried about your child's welfare, they have people who are appointed for that in court. They have people just for the kids, because sometimes you can even ask for a guardian ad litem, someone who's going to see the child and talk to the child and be like, do you want to go there? You could have done a lot, but maybe you were afraid of your criminal record. You had a past, and you knew that that man was going to use it against you because you know how he met you. You were probably in your own vomit when he met you. Girl, play with me. Girl, you goofy ass white bitches. With your stupid cries, you're always crying, you play with your hair. You bitches think you're so good at manipulating people. Manipulate these goofy ass, self-hating ass black dudes who think a white woman makes them feel special. You ain't special to me, bitch. All I see is a redundant Delilah. You're all the same. You're a bunch of lying ass whores, malignant narcissists. You're always lying. Your daughter gets molested. Well, I didn't see it. Your daughter has to go to a creep that is not her biological father. Oh, the court made me. The lawyers, they put me in a room. Girl, were you under investigation for a crime? It's custody. It's not a crime. Is it a RICO? Like, you had a horrible past. You ain't had no damn credit. Ain't had no damn money. Like I said, that man was probably your John who turned into your husband. Find me outside, boo-boo. Because with Karmelo's dad, you can play this kinds of game. You can play that with me. I will get you together. You understand me? You's a lie. You are none. Yes, Maverick, she's a liar. You ain't none but a lie. I will hold Maverick on my waist and cuss you rightfully. You okay? Are you all the way there? I feel sorry for your daughter, but like most of these goofy ass modern day white American women, they don't protect their children. And all you fuckers, all these crazy white people want to always make content about the black welfare queen. Oh, talk about the opioid fiend queen. Don't nobody love fentanyl more than a white woman. Don't nobody love meth more than a white woman. She will sell her children down the pipe for some meth, for some opioid. Even J.D. Vance didn't have his mama because she was too busy getting high. Go and find fentanyl in Ohio, wherever he's from. Are you kidding me? But you want to hide behind Karmelo to rebrand yourself as a woman who cares about children. Bitch, you should have started with your own daughter. You ain't shit. Find me outside, bitch. Find me outside. And after this live, you, Sarah, I will make a special live for you because you deserve a proper live to yourself where I'm going to read you the fuck down because you ain't shit. See, you were never shit. And I'm sure you left high school with a mediocre ass GPA, probably had an EIP in school because you slow as fuck, and I can tell, right? Don't know how to vet a man. Because the first man that looked at you in your vomit and your withdrawals coming out this opioid, you ran into his house because you used to be homeless. Predictable as fuck. Don't protect your daughter. You know you do drugs and you don't use protection. How'd you get pregnant? How did she get pregnant? Why are you pregnant? Pregnant out of wedlock with no daddy. And I'm sure you were living off the government. Welfare queen, opioid fiend queen. Okay? But y'all the kind of white women they shield from scrutiny. You white women have all kinds of kids out of wedlock. You do all kinds of drugs. You live off of welfare and the government. And nobody ever makes content about you people. Because there's always a black woman that gets to be labeled a welfare queen. No, opioid fiend welfare queen. It has a ring to it. You are crazy. You are truly crazy. Go take care of your child. They're just freaking evil. Because there is no way this lady did not know. I refuse to believe this. Because these people are pedophiles. They have to look at your child a certain way. They have to creep out the bed at night. They have to, like, your daughter's going to have to start feeling funny. She might even stop eating her food. Okay? Your child might even stop eating her food. Children will let you know. Sometimes they become withdrawn, like they become so different. They go to school, they stop paying attention. You are a liar, bitch. I got 3 kids. I have also siblings. Like, children can have pediatric depression. So if she was being abused, okay, if the baby girl was being abused, something in her behavior had to change. It's like when she saw that man, she probably just started like being just jumpy for no reason. But maybe you were so high you didn't see it because you were getting high. Girl, come outside, please. Please come outside. I want you to come outside. Please come outside. You and Jeffrey Metcalf, the penguin, come outside. It's always a redhead and some fuckery. If it's not you, it's Prince Harry. If it's not Prince Harry, it's somebody. What the fuck is wrong with you redheaded people? That's why they used to call y'all people a bunch of witches in England. They used to burn you people to the stake because you always up to some mischief. Always in some mischief. You and Prince Harry can go straight to hell. This is ridiculous. That's what I'm telling you. When Prince Harry was born, the people in England, they clutched their pearls. Like, oh my God, she's a redhead. They knew that child was a traitor born in the royal family. Did they lie? It took as long as it took. But everything that was spoken over that boy came to be true like a prophecy. Maverick, you're too much. Let mommy smoke a little bit, okay? Let mommy cook these people. It's a slow roast. They are insane. They are truly insane. Where am I? Where am I? Okay? I don't even want to hear him talk. So this is how he started. And you see how this guy is so messy. That's a black dude, huh? You see how messy he is? He started off with the message where Karmelo's dad said, but your daughter was molested. What the fuck were you? And maybe if she was able to defend herself, she would have been able to defend herself. I see what he's saying. Like if she had been I see what he's trying to say. He's not trying to like throw it in her face like, yeah, but your daughter got molested, even though I would throw it in her face, not to shade the baby, but to talk about her being a deadbeat mother who was not vigilant enough to protect her daughter. But I think what he's trying to say is that had she been 17 years old, like Karmelo, and she had some on her, she would have popped his ass in the heart too. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. Right? If she had not been 6 and she had been 16 and that creep, that white demon had tried to come crawl on her, she would have bowed in his heart. Rightfully so. And she would have been justified in doing it. And that's what he meant to say. So stop acting stupid. You aren't dumb. You're just racist. I mean, you are neglectful. You definitely are a deadbeat mother. Let me not lie. So you probably are dumb. You probably are dumb. You dumb, stupid racist. And you are a bad mother. Come outside so I can hurt your feelings. Come outside so I can hurt your fucking feelings. Okay? Come outside. Bitch, I roast you so bad you might want to grab a knife and find me. Okay? But don't you dare. Because you're not gonna succeed. You're not going to succeed. So he said, I come in peace, something. Please start sharing the truth and be honest about things. Your investigations are making my family unsafe. We're not the monsters you're portraying us to be. I haven't spoken up because some people have hidden agendas. As a Christian, I hope you understand. She ain't no damn Christian. She's your white woman. There are events I've kept quiet about that would surprise you. Please consider posting accurate information once the facts are corrected. Be blessed, okay? Then he said, can you leave me and my family alone? Can you please stop attacking my family? And you see, because she's a white demon, she's not responding. So that way she can make it seem like she's being harassed. And this is the kind of woman who wants you to believe that when it came to the courts and her sending her daughter to her man that was not the father, she didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. Modern women, 100 modern women versus accountability. Nah, they will never. Okay? So you see, she's not responding so it can make it seem like he's harassing her, but she's reading it. She's reading the message. Because when you're on your Instagram, you can read messages without actually opening, or especially if it's a message request, you can preview the message without responding. This heifer is reading the messages and she's not responding, so she can give the optics as if she's being harassed. I don't know why this man is messaging me. He keeps messaging me, right? And the good thing is, at least he's not messaging her at night, or this goofy ass opioid fiend who's known, maybe she sold her body for some drugs, okay, would have weaponized the time. But it's 5 p.m. Yes, ma'am. Oh, Mavi. Okay, so let's see.
May 2nd, May 4th.
I don't want to hear from you. You're an idiot. Okay. So then he sent her another message. I don't want to hear from this guy. Okay? And you see how even this dude, you see, self-hating Negro. His is not a video, so he actually has the picture. So did she send him the screenshots? Did this white woman feel so comfortable that she knows you're such a self-hating black that she just gave you the screenshot itself? Because this stuff is so much clearer than Greg. Because Greg, his stuff is very blurry. You know what I mean? But I'm like, this stuff is really pristine. So did she give that to you? So you black. That's why sometimes this whole like black Americans, I don't even take that stuff seriously. Because there's too many traitors out here. So you're black, and this white girl who's doing nothing but evil is feeling so comfortable that she's coming to you directly to give you screenshots so you Maverick. So you can make videos about Karmelo, and you're doing it. Right? But why don't you also ask them to also give you stuff then? No, you only care about what they want. This is disgusting. You guys, sorry, I have Maverick today, huh? Sorry. So he said, so I guess something happened. So I guess he sent her, I guess Karmelo's dad sent her a screenshot, like a Facebook thing, manhunt for father accused of killing girls. Then he said, where is your report on this? Mavi, why are you such a loud person? Oh, baby, what you up to? You're so loud. Oh my gosh, you're loud just like me. Co-host, be quiet. Okay? Where is your report on this? He killed 3 young girls and he's still on the run. See how one-sided you show yourself? You're only making a name after attacking me and my family and Mr. Alexander. Okay? But you can abandon your kids and get probation. Crazy world we live in. Look at the hate you're creating. So what he's trying to do is he wants to bring up to her that she's not being impartial and that she's not covering other situations where young people are being killed, where young white children are also being killed. And I'm like, brother, you're wasting your time. They don't truly care about white children. If she cared about white children, she will be, even now, she will be focused on her daughter and how she can repair her relationship with her daughter because she's responsible for her daughter being molested. She might not have told that man to go in there and do that to her child. But at the end of the day, what kind of life was she living that this was the best choice for a man she could get? Number 2, she married the man. Number 3, she brought that man into her daughter's life. Number 3, she didn't check on anything changing with her daughter. Number 4, she went to court and didn't fight hard enough. So she does not care about children, okay? Even these white people who talk about Austin Metcalf, they do not care about that boy. That boy was out here. He was playing football. He had a Twitter. He had an Instagram. He had a TikTok. They did not support him. Understand? Austin is just being used. The death of Austin is being used by these white people to prove to themselves that white people are under attack. They're behaving like Zionists. Now anti-Semitism is on the rise, right? White Americans and their goofy ass, vindictive nature. Hold on, Maverick. And their goofy, vindictive nature, in their paranoid nature, the hysterical nature, they need to lie. They are looking for fake data to say, oh, look, killing white people is on the rise. When they know the number 1 killer of white people is opioids. It's a dishonest people. White people know dang well that in America, they have most of the weapons. They're the ones that have most of the licenses to carry, right? They make up the majority of the government. They make up the majority of the military, the armed forces, the police force, the sheriff. They don't have nothing to fear. And they are fully aware that the number 1 killer of white people in America is opioid. It truly is opioid, like fentanyl, meth, that crap like that. That's what's truly killing white people. It is not black people. But you are dealing with people who are not honest. They are no different than these Zionists because a lot of these Zionists are also German. The vast majority of white Americans are German or they're Germanic. They have German roots. So it's a violent people by nature. They are truly violent. They're no different than Hitler. They're all cousins. So when you deal with a people like that, they function on propaganda and narratives. So they want to say that currently in America, killing white people is on the rise. Black people killing white folks is on the rise. They don't have the data to prove that. So they have to create hype around a singular incident like Austin and Karmelo to try to make it seem like this is the trend now. White people are just dropping left and right in the hands of black people who are killing them. It's the dishonest people. Because if she truly cared about white children, this would have been her long life calling. The moment she got sober and got her life on track, she would have started a real not-for-profit, and she would have had so many testimonies of how many white children she has helped, she has rescued. But she won't show you any of that. She realized that she could build her name off of Austin's death. These people are nothing but scavengers. They wait for people to die. I'm going to tell you this. The white people who support Austin Metcalf are no different than the black people who ran behind George Floyd for a paycheck. Okay? Because if we're being all the way honest, yeah, it's messed up that George Floyd died, but George Floyd he's not honorable. I'm not trying to be funny, but I mean it. George Floyd did not deserve a statue. Like, get out of here with that shit. Okay? Even Malcolm X doesn't have a statue. Like, let's be so for real. It's unfortunate what happened, but at the end of the day also, had George Floyd not gone in there with a fake $20 bill, he would have been okay. You don't go to people's businesses with fake money, because the moment you go there with fake money, they have the right to call the police. Okay? So George Floyd and his death, it was turned into something else, and he was turned into a martyr and some kind of black excellence model. It was ridiculous. It was preposterous. It was actually insulting. Even Thurgood Marshall, Frederick Douglass, they don't have statues. So what does he have a statue? That's ridiculous. And that's what these blacks did. Okay? Now the whites are doing the same. They want to turn Austin into their George Floyd to prove to themselves that, what black people are just out here just murdering white people for the sins of slavery, and it's becoming an epidemic. The same way the supremacists, because you have supremacists out here, right? I believe that you have supremacist whites and you have supremacist blacks. So supremacist blacks, their goal was to prove that George Floyd is a testament that police brutality is on the rise, and that white police officers are just out here just killing black folks for the heck of it, to the point that they put their knees on their fucking necks. That's not the case. The data does not suggest that police officers are disproportionately killing black people. That is a damn lie. But it's very convenient for elections. Even even the black woman who had the pot of hot water, right? And she was shot by that white police officer. If you look at the date, it had happened a long time ago. These people sat on that. They sat on that for Kamala Harris to be officially the candidate to release it. Because once again, they were trying to use police brutality to get black people to vote for Kamala Harris. Because I'm like, look at the footage. Look at the date on the footage. They've had the video, but they sat on the video to release the video with Kamala's presidential run announcement. How disgusting. How disgusting. And that's what black supremacists do. Black supremacists, they hide behind police brutality, which is actually episodic. Just like Diddy and Cassie and the violence. It wasn't systemic, it was episodic. There are episodes of, yes, white police officers who do too much. But on a day-to-day basis, most white police officers are not policing to kill black people. That is a damn lie. We got to stop. We truly have to stop. It's disgusting. Now, what these white supremacists are doing with Austin, they're using Austin's death and his passing, right, to prove that black people are out here just killing whites. And there's an epidemic, and that whites have to be so afraid, and the whites have to be so concerned. And I say, no, I rebuke you as well. I don't like supremacists. We have a constitution. I keep telling y'all this. People hate the Constitution. It's crazy to me. So this lady, she's no different than Black Lives Matter. She is the Black Lives Matter of white people. And that has to stop. You know what I'm saying? It has to stop. It truly has to stop. I'm like, even Austin, he can't even like lay down peacefully because y'all won't stop using this boy's name for foolishness. You won't even let this man atone with God in the afterlife. Leave that boy alone, because you don't care about white people. You don't care about white children. But you want to use his body the same way that black supremacists use George Floyd for some foolishness. And like that's just crazy to me. It's so disgusting. But no, black people don't wake up in the morning thinking about killing white people. That's crazy. Now, could you have some black people who think that? Yeah. But you, hold on, Maverick. Sorry, you guys. But you also have, hey, Bobo, you also have, you might have some black people who think about killing white people. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? But you also have to be honest. Like, yeah, there are white people who think about killing black people. But does the everyday white person think of killing black people? No. Does the everyday black person think of killing a white person? No. People, we might, talk shit, whatever. But just because I talk shit to you and you talk shit to me, right? It doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that I want you dead. Like the brother here from Sicily, right? Where is he at? Okay. There you go. This dude's from Sicily, right? He come in here, he talks shit. I'll talk shit right back. I cussed his ass out yesterday. But does that mean I want him to die? No, but I sure will cuss him out. Okay? But you see, I didn't block his ass, but I don't want him to die. I wouldn't want him to die or get killed because he's white or he's from Italy or he's from Sicily. I don't care. Because I can use my mouth. I don't want anybody to die. I just want you to do better. That's it. You know what I mean? But the vast majority of black people are not thinking about killing white people. That is sick. Mavi. What is Mavi doing and he's so loud like this? What is Mavi doing? What is Mavi doing and he's so loud like this? He's so loud. He's so... What is Mavi doing? Mavi, let me tell you something. Okay? You a crazy little man. Yes, baby, you are. I know. Here you go. Want to play with this? What is that? Maverick does not trust anybody to put food in his mouth. It is crazy. I'm like, son, I'm not going to poison you. You're playing with that? You like it? Let me see something. You like it? It tastes good? It's distracting you? Okay, thank you, right? So I'm like, we have to stop this. Because I'm like, that's what I see. That's why I'm like, because when Charleston was like, they're trying to turn Austin into George Floyd, I see it. Because they have this narrative that they want to sell to white people, that the blacks are trying to kill y'all. And they did that in Hampton. Like, that's why they had the Hampton uprising, where some whites convinced other whites that because the black population in Hampton was so large that they were going to kill the white people. So the white people went and then they committed a genocide. It's like, y'all got to stop doing this. You know, white people are really, truly, truly hysterical. Do not mess with these people. You know, don't go triggering these people. Hold on. What is it called again? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. If I can find a video. Was that him? Let me see if I can find it. People need to make more documentaries, huh? Let me see. Okay, you see, I don't know. I can't find a video. I don't know. But here it is, right? So it says the Hampton uprising refers to a series of violent clashes between white and black. No, between the whites who were just bullying people. Resident in Hampton, Arkansas in September. Oh, it was Hampton, Arkansas. That was Virginia. In 1892, where several black individuals were killed. This event was part of a larger pattern of racial violence in post-Reconstruction South, where tensions and conflict between, there wasn't even conflict, they were just bullying, killing people. Whites and black communities often resulted in bloodshed, okay? So this is when they start killing people. You have to, like, those white people who do stuff like that, y'all gotta be very careful. Because you know, your people are crazy. and your people are quick to want to murder someone. Stop doing this. You know you are a neurotic people. But to use Austin to make it seem like, oh, blacks are just out here killing black people, white people for the sins of slavery, trying to make it seem like, oh, there's an uptick in the number of white people getting slain by black assailants, and they're just killing y'all for the sins of slavery. You are insane. You are truly insane. You are truly, truly insane. People have better things to do than to kill white people. And also, a lot of white people are poor. So what do you even gain? Who's going to go to prison for life for killing a poor white person? Okay? Now, Jeff Bezos, I don't know. But even Jeff, I wouldn't kill him. I'll just find a way to commit a heist because I want to be rich. Okay? And spend all his money. But I want to go to prison. I'd rather steal your money than to kill you. But even that, many whites don't have shit to steal. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. Okay? But two people can go back and forth. It doesn't mean that they both want to kill each other. You're just roasting people. That's it. That's that. Nothing more, nothing less. It's getting a little crazy. Okay. So then he was setting her stuff. Sarah J. Fields. Okay, here she is. Okay. And then here's what now she wants to write. She said, I didn't abandon my children. Because he said, but you can't abandon your kids, get probation, crazy world we live in. She said, I didn't abandon my kids, LOL, but keep listening to a known liar. So she can listen to liars, but he can't listen to liars, white people. Okay? And again, I'm not responsible for people's comments. Yes, you are. If you are showing things that are not accurate to people to cause a reaction in people, yes, you can be charged with instigating a mob. Which is why people had issues with Trump when it came to January 6th, because they felt like he incited a mob. Like he encouraged those people to go to the Congress and whoop people's asses. So yes, you can be charged with inciting a riot. That's why when you cover stuff, you have to think about that. And that's why most professional journalists will always show both sides. Or they'll say, hey, we reached out to the other side for a comment and they declined to comment. Even if you don't like somebody, you still have to reach out to them for a statement. Because if something happens because you did something that was like skewed or you only showed one side and then people get mad and go kill someone, you are responsible for that. You are. You're dumb. You are really stupid. You can be charged with inciting a mob, which is why people had issues with Trump. Because they felt like he was responsible for the January 6ers going to Capitol and doing the things that they did. Because they said he could have stopped it. And instead, he gave them the fuel to go and do this foolishness. And it was very divisive. And it really divided the country. Because some people were like, what the heck? And some people supported it. And you see how much, to this day, Trump still has to answer for that. Because when you have even if you have just 10 followers, it doesn't matter. Because 10 people can do harm. You can even just talk to just 2 people. 2 people can do harm. So you have to be mindful how you talk to people so they don't get so radicalized that they go and they hurt somebody else. But when you only show one side and it skews towards a narrative that black people have now decided to summarily just execute white people for the sins of slavery, like that is just crazy. Why would you do that? Where is the data that backs this up? Like this hypothesis or like this claim that black people are just now just killing white people for the sins of slavery. Where is the data? Where is the data? You know what I'm saying? Just like it was a black man who's a professor at Harvard. I mean, he went to Harvard, but he's a professor at Harvard. He is the one who ran the numbers and said, there is no proof. The data does not indicate that white people out here, white police officers or police officers are just out here just killing black people for shits and giggles. If anything, more white men are getting killed by police. It's okay to be honest. Stop selling your bullshit to people. You are dividing this nation and you're causing harm to people, and you cause all kinds of people to fight on social media, and it gets so disgusting. And you find that laughable, you Harlequin. You're a terrorist bitch. You are a dangerous woman. I mean, isn't this like what Harlequin did in the movie? You pyromaniac, you weirdo. Like, what is this? This is insane. Okay, I just report the truth. Yeah, right. How can you report the truth if you don't? Okay, she said, okay, I can show you horrific things said about Austin and the Metcalf, and we can also show what they said that's horrific. Like, make it make sense. People are disgusting. It goes both ways. I report the truth. No, you don't. You only have one side, and you want to use this. And I'm like, you, Sarah J. Fields. Let me tell you this, right? Marlene, to me, Sarah J. Fields, whatever her name is, she is no different than Dominique. Because Dominique Alexander, he wants clout. Because he also has a criminal past dealing with a 2-year-old. Ain't gonna lie, y'all. We gotta tell the truth, though. Dominique Alexander has a criminal past, right? You understand? And I'm gonna say this to Karmelo's dad. If you watch my video, listen. You can talk to Sarah J., right? But if we're saying, sis, you let your 6-year-old get molested, right? You can't turn around and then stick next to Dominique Alexander. We got to stand on business. We have to stand on business. So if Dominique Alexander is out here, right? If Dominique Alexander, where's this thing? I was talking to him this morning. Let me show you. No, I don't have it here. Where is it? Child. It's on my phone. Let me open my phone up. Yes, Maddie, hold on. Because I was talking to him this morning. Okay? We got to stand on business. We truly have to stand on business. So I will give her that. Because I can be fair. I can give her that. There's a picture. Let me see. But anyways, hold on. You guys can see it from here. I don't know how to. Okay, save. Okay. So you see, if Dominique Alexander, yes, my baby, hold on. You want more? I'll give you more. That's no problem. I know, baby, hold on. But if I say it, where does it go? Yes, beautiful. Hold on. I know, you're right. You're right. You're so right. You're always right, Maverick. I know, baby. I know, my baby. Yes, you're beautiful. Yeah. I know, it's a long day. Mm-hmm, you're right. You're always right. Yes. Yes. What do you want? Do you want him to let go of Karmelo? Don't worry, baby. Karmelo's going to come home, okay? Yes, he's innocent. He didn't do it. I know he didn't do it. Yes, he didn't do it. Yeah. You're right. You're right. I know. Mommy agrees with you. I do. He didn't do it. He's a good boy. You're right, Maverick. That's why we have to fight for him, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. And then and then when he sees the video, he'll know. Yeah, he'll know you helped him, right? You'll be like, oh. Yes, and he's gonna say thank you, Maverick, right? He's gonna say thank you, Maverick, right? I know. Because people are lying on him. Yeah, they're not nice people. Yeah, they're very mean. You're right. Yeah, you're right. They don't like to tell the truth. It's really sad. They're not nice people. Yeah, the world is full of people who are not nice. I know, baby. I know. But it gets better, right? It always gets better. We just have to speak up against evil. What do you think? Yes. We can do it. You want to hold it? You're thinking about it? I know. It gets tiring. I know. But we can't give up. We're not giving up, right? Exactly. We're going to fight. It's okay. One day at a time, boo. I know it gets better. Everything gets better. Okay? You go one lie at a time. You hear me? You attack one lie at a time because you can't attack them all. You'll be tired. Every day, you debunk one lie. Okay, my baby? Love you. All right, sorry, y'all. Me and Maverick. I know. That's what you got to do. You don't have a choice. Okay? One lie at a time. Okay? You go one lie at a time. Yep, that's what you got to do. And then one day, you'll debunk all the lies. All right? You got it? Okay, good job. You're a good baby. Mommy's proud of you. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Let me share this one. Okay. I know. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to be evil. But yeah, Maverick has a cute little voice, doesn't he? Right? But I'm like, okay. So to me, it's like, Dominique and the Sarah J. Fields lady, yeah, you people are two sides of the same coins. Okay? You are two people with a horrible past. Okay, here she is. Oh, look at her ass. Okay? Look at her crazy ass. All right? Let me show y'all what she looked like. Okay? Her and you and what's this man's name? You and what's his name again? Let mommy get the screenshot again. Hold on. Okay. Good. Hopefully y'all can see this, okay? All right. So to me, this woman right here, she is no different than Dominique, okay? Both have a lengthy, I'm sure, criminal record. Both of them in some foolishness. Dominique, if I'm not mistaken, there was a charge because he had a girlfriend, and the girlfriend pressed charges because he did something to her 2-year-old. Okay, so did he molest the 2-year-old? No, I think he shook her, and he said she fell off the couch. Something crazy with the 2-year-old. All right. Now, this one too, her 6-year-old got molested. Charleston is saying that she used to be on the drugs. You know, she's making all kinds of excuses as to why she and a deadbeat mother. Okay, but she had a criminal record. That's why she had to agree to that stuff, because she had a criminal record. Okay, because the courts do not take custody away from the mama. For the courts to take custody away from you, you got to be a deadbeat ass person. So, brother, let me tell you this. I understand that you don't like what she's doing and you want her to stop because she's putting your life in harm's way with your kids. I get that part. But if you're going to talk about, sis, your daughter got molested, we can also say, but brother, Dominique also did something to a 2-year-old, right? So what I'm saying is both families need to get rid of these pervs. I think we should all agree on that. Okay? Y'all got to get rid of Dominique Alexander. And you know, I texted him this morning. Okay? I texted him this morning, you guys. And he responded. Okay? And I told him, you need to get away from this family. Okay? Let me send it to you. Hold on. Let me show it to you. I sent it this morning, and then he responded this morning. And they said, oh, they asked for the trust. I said, trust to who? I don't trust you. I wouldn't even trust around my child. Why would I trust you with Karmelo's life? Are you crazy? Like, this dude is funny. Okay? Yes, baby, hold on. Mommy got to do this thing real quick. Give me a second. Done. Okay? I know, baby. I know. Hold on. You're very talkative today. You want to hold it? Yeah? You want to hold it? Yeah? Hold it. I know, hold it. Okay, hold on, you guys. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, no, hold on. Ooh, Lord. Oh, thank God it didn't show. Oh, crap. Let me do this. I think one of them has his phone number. Hold on. So let me do this quickly. Give me a second. It's a good thing I waited. Hold on. Okay. So this was me. Yeah, it's good. Oh my God. Thank God I waited for this one. Okay. Good. Hopefully you can see this, right? Okay. Share this tab. Let me make it bigger. Okay. So this is what I sent to him. Yeah, Dominique needs to go. He's a problem. Okay. So I said, good morning. Can you guys recommend to Karmelo's dad to not speak to that white lady or any white American for that matter? Stop expecting people from people who stop expecting peace or whatever from people who want war. Oh, good faith or something like that. Because he said, peace. That was because he said, I come in peace. Stop expecting peace from people who want war and harm to happen to Karmelo. You will not get that. Dominique, continuing talking on behalf of Karmelo is debilitating. I truly don't understand why he can't step back and allow another person to be in front. His criminal record truly is a stumbling block, but he claims to be a pastor. What does the Bible say about being a stumbling block for a brother in the faith? Okay? Everything will work out for Karmelo. Let the racist whites do what they do best. At least it's not 1925 when they can dress up in their final form and lynch the family. They need to enjoy their lives. Karmelo will be fine, Marlene. So I guess he responded, thank you for reaching out to the Next Generation Action Network, North Texas, largest civil and human rights organization. Yeah, right. That probably is a lie. Okay? We understand and deeply respect your concern regarding the Karmelo Anthony case. It is important to emphasize that we are committed to ensuring that Karmelo receives a fair trial, not one held in the court of public opinion. That's why our organization has chosen to limit the information. Hold on, man. Rick. Everything can be making you sad like this, right? People should see your face. That's why our organization has committed for Karmelo to a fair trial, right? Not one held in the court of public opinion. That's why we limit the information being released publicly to protect, not to protect anyone, but to protect due process, especially given that this case involves minors and sensitive details. Our founder and president, Minister Dominique Alexander, has over 11 years of national civil rights experience. He has led and organized some of the largest protest movement in the region and worked on major justice cases like Crystal Mason. His background is no secret. He's spoken openly about it and part of the testimony that fuels his work. He's an idiot. There's a black supremacist. He's an idiot. This man is dangerous. We ask for your trust, Maverick. We ask for your trust and understanding as our legal team leadership navigate this complex case responsibly. Our priority is what? What is that again? Our priority is justice, not sensationalism. And then you would remove yourself. Thank you again for caring enough to reach out. I said Dominique needs to recuse himself. Okay? So you see, right? This Dominique Alexander person, he wants to be famous off of this. You have a man that has an extensive criminal past, right? Who is trying to use Karmelo to get famous. Okay? He wants to be famous. He wants to build his org. Like he's sick. Sorry, guys. Sorry. He is truly sick. He's sick. He's a sociopath. You have this lady also. What's her name again? Sarah J. Fields. She's also a sociopath. She probably has an extensive criminal record. And they both have allowed children to get hurt under their supervision. So my thing is, if we're going to say to the Metcalf family, or the daddy, stop dealing with Sarah J. Fields because look at her background. Look at what happened to her daughter. Look at her doing the drugs, then you cannot turn around and walk with Dominique Alexander. There's a dissonance here, right? Because you need to lead by example. If we're standing against anybody that is responsible for doing or causing or allowing a child to be molested, fuck them. Because what does Dominique Alexander even do for you? Absolutely nothing. He is holding this case back. He is holding people from fully supporting Karmelo. And also he has caused the donation to stop. And he's a horrible speaker. So why are you holding on to this man? So I can see why Sarah would even trust you. Because you're hanging out with her. She knows you're a criminal. But if you hang out with a criminal, how are you different than her? And how can you talk to her? How can you reason with her when you're not even reasoning with yourself? Your son is fighting for his life. Being next to Dominique Alexander, who has over 25 different mugshots, is not helping. Hold on, Maverick. Yes, baby. Hold on. Okay, baby. Okay. And this is why people think that this is all nothing but a financial scam. Yes, boo-boo. You have too much energy today. Huh? But it's okay because people don't usually see you. So it's fine. I know. Okay, so let's go. Child, what else you saying? Okay. So then he says, I don't want this guy to speak. So then he says, oh Lord. Then he says, Sarah, please stop. You're the one creating a race war with these attacks. Stop. You're pregnant right now and don't need to be worrying about stress. I keep receiving all these things. Oh my gosh, hold on. I keep receiving all these things about your past, and I'm trying to get people to stop. But your lies keep them going. No answer. Everything is a lie. If everything is a lie, why are you worried about everyone who is telling the truth? Sarah, please stop. You're the one creating a race war with these attacks. Stop. War. Okay, brother, you're being a little emotional. Okay? Maverick, you are committed to being a force today, huh? You are committed to speak today, aren't you? Yes, you really are. Oh, no, not my keyboard. What? No, baby, you crazy. Okay? Hold on, you guys. Let this guy speak. So, oh my God.
The one creating the race war with these attacks. Stop. He meant race war. He's mad. You pregnant right now and don't need to be worrying about stress. I keep receiving all these things about your past and I'm trying to get people to stop, but your lies keep them going. No answer? If everything is a lie, why are you worried about everyone who telling the truth? So he's trying to play these games. If you notice, it's always daughter. Oh, you're pregnant. You don't need this stress. Oh, well, people like you who abandon their kids, crazy world we live in. He's always trying to attack the kids, and I find that kind of crazy. Drew, first and foremost, you should not be talking to this woman. You're a dumbass for that. You're a fucking dumbass for that. Second of all, you shouldn't be talking to Charleston White. You're a dumbass for that. You're stupid for that. I can't help you for that. You know what I'm saying? But then you're gonna try to be inflammatory about it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, the more we go through this, and this is probably gonna be a long video, the more we go through this, the more we realize why Dominique Alexander was fucking hired in the first place. Let's get back to it. Now, wait, hold on. I know y'all enjoying the video. You guys having a good time, writing your comments, doing your laughs. But if you support this channel, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you hit the subscribe button, make sure you hit the like button, and make sure you follow all my other socials, including my second channel. I'm gonna put it all up on the screen right here, and it's all in the description. All right, if you want some extracurricular activities when AG Tactical's main channel isn't posting, go and check out the second channel because you might just find some. But anyways, folks, let's get back into this video. If everything is a lie, why are you worried about everyone telling the truth? Then it seems like he's copying and pasting. He says again, Sarah, please stop. You the one creating the race war with these attacks. Stop. So it's definitely a copy and paste. He's just sending that bitch, just sending that shit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, would be the first wave of DMs. Pretty chill. I would say it's pretty stupid, but overall, not much personal information. Please stop. So light jabs, about kids. Oh, you abandon your kids. And this is the misinformation that people like Sarah Fields' ex.
Maury, shut up. Sorry, I have to let him talk because I have to take a Maverick. Hold on. No one cares.
Thinking. He continues in all caps. You scared of Tiffany?
Hold on. So this is what he said. I don't want this guy to talk. He said, have anything. My son defended himself. Maybe if you was a parent and your child would have defended herself, she might not have been molested. I've never said anything to anyone about the lies you spread. You're the one with half-truths, not us. You're scared of Tiffany because she must have had the truth. LOL. You're lucky I don't know her. Tiffany has nothing but an evil agenda. My daughter was sick. What the F is wrong with you? I didn't mean anything by that. I'm sorry. Okay, and I'm also going to say this to Karmelo's dad, right? Because I get it, you're upset. But brother, you're not good at talking. You're just like Dominic Alexander. Like you're not loquacious. You're not good at talking. And then you say things and you apologize, but don't say them. Because if you don't say it, you got to stand on it. Okay? And so that's why I feel like some people, you need to let people who know how to speak talk on your behalf. Because you're not good at talking. So your intentions are good. Like, I see what you're trying to do. You want to show her, like, okay, you're not being consistent. You're not showing both sides. And then there are other crimes happening where men are hurting white children, and you're not speaking against that. Also, as there are a lot of people who are telling me all your business. So I would like for you to kind of stop, because you're creating a race war because you're just putting a narrative out there. But I want to tell you, you write out of emotions and not out of structure, right? So you're going to look crazy. You have to know how to deal with white people, and you're not good at that. So don't do it. Let me do it for you, okay? Number 2, if you see that it's wrong for her to let her daughter be molested at the age of 6, which is so disgusting to me, and no amount of her touching her hair and doing this she will not bamboozle me. I need to see her case, okay? Because most white American women lie. The most women in America lie, all right? But you also have to see how it's hypocritical for you to say that to her, because you're still standing next to Dominic Alexander. His whole criminal record was exposed. You know what I'm saying? His entire past was exposed. You see, because think about this. Everything is about optics, right? Sarah can say, I didn't know. Oh, my thing is back. Oh, thank you, Jesus, right? Yeah. Sarah can say, oh, like she said, oh, I didn't know. The courts made me, right? Because she's not the one who technically molested her child. But I said, to me, you're still guilty because you chose that man. There you go. Accountability and modern woman. It's a struggle. Okay? No, it's like trying to get Maverick to go to sleep. It's a struggle, right? But what I'm saying is she can give a more believable answer. Like, if you don't really want to think hard, you'll just believe her. Okay, she didn't know, but she knew. She ain't shit. Okay? Dominic Alexander, he has a mural. Like, it's a whole wall of mugshots. His latest crime was doing something to a 2-year-old. And he told the people that his girlfriend's daughter had fell off the couch. Huh? They take the baby to the hospital. It don't match. Her injuries are they're too much. Her injuries were too severe for somebody you claim fell off a couch. Also, you are the adult. Her mother left you with the child. If you didn't want to take care of the child, all you have to say is, fuck them kids. Charleston White says it. Fuck them kids. I don't want to watch your kid. Right? But in the words also, yes. Okay? What's her name again? What's mother's name? I forgot her name. Child. I can see her with her funny hat. The one who looks like Queen Latifah. But she said that too many black women leave their children with just anybody. Too many women are comfortable leaving their children with a new boyfriend, a new fling, a new whatever. Y'all people just like these women out here leaving their children. Oh, Shiraza had leave. There you go. She was like, they'll leave their babies with just anybody. Where is your sisterhood? Why do you leave your baby with a man? And the baby that can't even talk. Whether it's a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 6-month-old, whatever. These are babies who cannot talk. Where is the sisterhood? Why don't you women are always talking about, oh, women this, women empowerment, girl boss. But when it comes to watching kids, all of y'all are disappearing. Because a woman, you should have other women, your mother, your sisters, your female cousins, your female friends, that you can call on to watch your kids. It is not safe to leave daughters with men. Because you just never know. And God forbid somebody rapes your baby. You can never take it back. And now your child is scarred for life. And women are too careless. White, black, I don't give a fuck. When it comes to how they protect their daughters. Because Sarah, you fucked up. You fucked up big time. Get the fuck out of here. Blame the court, blame whatever. Had you never let this man come into your life, your daughter wouldn't have been exposed to a whole predator. So I blame you for that shit. You don't get away from that shit. As a mother, when you're a single mom, You don't just date for you. You also date for your daughter. You got to find a man that is suitable for you and your daughter. So you got to take your time and vet carefully, because God forbid, me, I have boys, you know what I mean? But I can't even imagine dating if I had a daughter, because I'm so scared. I don't even let my children stay with my siblings. Oh, even James, we don't do that. Because you just never know. You just never know. You just never know. Because people touch boys too. And I always ask my sons, has anybody touched you? I say, I set the stuff on. Has anybody played with your pee-pee? Did anybody ever play with your butthole? Oh, I sure do. I ask all my kids. Because you just never know. People touch boys too, you know. But it's easier for girls. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you have to make sure that children know that they can come to you and talk to you about anything. And you ask them questions. And if you have a daughter, you have to take her to the pediatrician. Because even a pedophile, if he knows that you don't play about your child and you take that child to the doctor, they're going to be scared. They're going to be so scared. You know what I'm saying? They're not, hey, you got to have deterrence out here because people ain't shit. If you're newly married to a man and you have a daughter, put cameras in the house. Spy on him, because you just never know. If he ain't doing shit, he ain't got nothing to worry about. And you don't have shit to tell him. But we cannot trust people because that's not his daughter. You just never know. People ain't shit, yo. People ain't shit. And a lot of single moms have to be so much more careful because these pedophiles intentionally go after single mothers. So my point is, here's what I want to say. Karmelo's dad, you got to get the fuck away from Dominique. You need to separate from him because it makes y'all look weird as fuck that his criminal record is exposed and you guys are still allowing him to represent Karmelo. That's why people saying this is BLM. Because even if you think he's a good person, he's changed, that's fine. He can change over there. But when it comes to this work that we got going on, he cannot be part of it, especially publicly. And you should also go through the people from their org that is doing security and ask everybody to bring their criminal record. You need to look at this stuff because it makes it hard for you to come off as credible when this piece of shit is standing next to you. Dominique is a creep. No one can get close to this. Like, even if Cam Newton wants to step in, even if Ryan wants to step, people who have something to lose cannot be attached to a person by proxy who has done something to a 2-year-old black girl. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. You can't even tell Master P to get involved because Dominique is here. He is a problem. And I told them that this morning. I said, you are no different than Jonas. Because wherever you go, you bring problems to people. You understand? I told them that. I said, wherever you go, you bring problems to people. Where is it? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Charlie, it's somewhere in here. Okay, here it is. Let me show you. Okay? I'm like, you're like Jonas. Everywhere Jonas went, bad things happened to people because he brought bad energy. Okay? He just brought bad energy. He got on that boat, y'all. That boat almost tipped over. They were like, what the heck? What is this? Yes. It's freaking Dominique. Wherever he shows up, bad things happen to people. Hold on. Let me see something real quick, you guys. You know what I mean? Because the optics are not good. He is not a good person. He's not a good person. How can you even be involved with anything to do with hurting a 2-year-old child? He's a piece of shit. We have to always try to stop defending black criminals. It's enough. It truly is enough. It always feels like the black community is a safe haven for despicable criminals. They get to be pastors. They get to be rappers. It is enough. You are a creep. Stay away from me. I don't want you around me. I do not want you around me. You see, so here's what I told them. Hold on, you guys. Hold on so you can read it. You know I was busy this morning. Dominique needs to recuse himself. That's number one. Number two, issue a statement to apologize because he brought a Jonas energy to this matter. As soon as his criminal past was exposed, the donation slowed. That's what Jonas did in the Bible. Anyone he got close to suffered. Social media is a vile playground. You don't give racist ammunition to indict Karmelo's with the things he did not do. Lastly, tell his dad that everything will be a workout for Karmelo. He should not deal with these racist white Americans. God has already sided with Karmelo. He said Minister Alexander is not an attorney. He is the president of... But how can a criminal like that be the president of a not-for-profit? You see? And this is why many times people don't take black people out here seriously. And this is why many times it's hard for black people to raise money. Because it's like, why is it that every time there's a spokesperson for the black community, it's always a former felon? What is this thing? There are no more honorable people here that can speak up. Even Charleston White, former felon. Everybody that has a voice is a felon. It is disgusting. It's not honorable. It is not honorable. So for me, yes, Sarah should show both sides. Absolutely. But before you reach out to Sarah, you got to start cleaning the environment around your son. I have to tell you that. Because we cannot ask others to do da-da-da, and we are walking with people who hurt a 2-year-old black girl. That sounds crazy to me. Because the moment I know he did this, he got to fucking go. You're an adult. You made a choice to fuck up your life. My son is fighting on righteous grounds of self-defense. Dominique can never give anybody any justifiable reason as to why these things happen to that baby. Even falling off the couch. How can she fall off the couch? She don't have a playpen. She ain't got a bed. She don't have a high chair to sit in. There is no reason for a child to fall off the couch. You were not watching her? And then they take the baby to the hospital. Her injuries don't match. They are so severe. If she only fell off the couch, he wouldn't have got arrested for it. Domestic violence, putting his hands on women. This man is despicable. Do you not see how America feels about Diddy after they watch the video? But at least Cassie's a grown-ass woman. I don't even know what's going on with his ass. But you saw how America was so disgusted when they saw that Diddy tape. They cannot get over that. But Cassie, at least she's a grown-ass woman who chose to stay. But a 2-year-old, she didn't consent to whatever he did to her. That is disgusting. It is atrociously disgusting. And the fact that you have not fired this fucker is problematic. It is so problematic. Too many black people are comfortable being next to black criminals because we happen to have the same complexion. It is disgusting. And it has to stop. When you're black, you have the right to rebuke other black people who commit crimes. That is disgusting. It's one thing to have a marijuana possession. Oh, whatever. People smoke, you know. You could even had a crack possession. Listen, who am I to judge at this rate? But when we start talking about children, hold on, Bobo. Okay, I'm coming. When we start talking about children being touched, 2-year-olds, 6-year-olds, oh hell no, y'all. I can't do this shit. Because I don't play about kids. Everybody's job is to protect the children. Especially the infants, people who can't talk and can't stand up for themselves. They didn't ask to be born. But to me, it's despicable. And the fact that he's still standing next to Karmelo and you allow that, because at the end of the day, hold on, you guys, hold on, right? At the end of the day, you are Karmelo's father and you are his mother. You guys have to speak up and do the right thing and tell Dominique and his goofy ass non-for-profit, okay, to get the fuck away from y'all. You don't need these people. You need God. And the Bible says, put your trust in God. That's number one. And in all your ways, acknowledge the Lord. When you have plans, you ask God. And I don't think God is in this. Because if God was in it, if God was okay with Dominique, right, people will not be able to use his past against him, but they are. So the Lord is not with that because he's the Jonas of this matter. And he needs to get the step in. He needs to fucking go. He was good for a season. Sayonara. Go. You want to build your career, build your non-for-profit. You want to rebrand yourself. You do it through your own work. You will not position yourself as a savior to Karmelo. You are a piece of shit. And that needs to be said. So I repeat, as Karmelo's father, you need to fire that man. Because if you want sympathy from these white people or anybody, even the blacks who don't like your ass, you will not get that as long as Dominique is standing next to you. You decide. It's your son. You decide. But I don't know what's so special about Dominique that you continue to hold this man next to your son, because we are the company we keep. So how dare you want to have a molester, or whatever the fuck he is, to a 2-year-old, stand next to your 17-year-old son that has a 3.7 GPA, captain of 2 football team and the track team and all that kind of shit. Like it doesn't even match. He's not a representation of black excellence. He is a representation of what people are saying is wrong with the black community. That people pedestalize criminals. People put black criminals on a pedestal. And that's why even your son is suffering. Like, is this a joke? So the moment people expose, I don't care who exposed them, white people, white racists, raccoons, I don't give a damn. Are they lying? Yes or no? The answer is no, they're not lying. Everything they're saying is truthful. Megyn Kelly exposed him. Officer Tatum exposed him. And he never said it was a lie because it's the truth. And then they started blocking their comments. You don't have to, that once again, you're not walking in the truth. If you know you can't take the heat, get the fuck away from people. And it's so dishonorable that a so-called non-for-profit for black people events man has a president that has a rap sheet that is longer, hold on, Maverick, than a CVS receipt. It is disgusting. It is so disgusting. You need to fire that man. That's disgusting. Hold on. Let me play this.
Saying there is no Epstein client list. There never was any blackmail operation. Epstein killed himself, and the investigation's closed. So everybody wants to know what I think. Well, I know what's going on. And so I'll tell you. Trump had 2 ways to go with all of this. He could prosecute all of these incredibly prominent people, household names, or they could use the information to blackmail the deep state. I've done deep research, have a lot of contacts, and know Trump's MO. And he's not into kids. He's not into being peed on, and Russian hotels. All that was lies. We now know from the CIA and Brennan and the very crew running the Epstein operation. But the reason that you are seeing this deep sixth is because the CIA with the Mossad and MI6 was running Epstein, and it was an official U.S. government operation.
Isn't this the same thing that Whitney Webb was saying for years? Isn't this what she was saying for years? So once again, you have Israel interfering in the U.S. and something that is crucial. Like again, the same people who said that they were going to stand up for justice and don't forget, we're Christian. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about the ones that said they're Christian and this isn't right and we got to protect the children and all these things that they said under Biden administration. Now all of a sudden it's just, well, Trump and Pam Bondi and them said there's nothing there, so there's nothing to see. Nah, y'all know better. You guys know better. You just want to believe your heroes. You don't want to believe that they could lie to you. You don't want to believe that they have bamboozled you. Politicians are trained to lie. Trained to do so.
Multinational. And it was the family business going back to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. And that's all on record. So if Trump was to actually prosecute this, it would bring down the CIA. And so that's why you've had Comey, who controlled the files over at the FBI with the CIA, but on that end of the DOJ, having his daughter do all the main cover-ups. not just with the Epstein and Maxwell case, but obviously P. Diddy and the rest of it. So this is the swamp winning. The question is Trump's DOJ actually using this to control the deep state? Or are they just so overwhelmed by it, they are tapping out?
They're not using it to control anything. They're doing what they are told to do. When we say they never go after the head of the snake, this is just another example. Even with the Diddy case, I was like, Diddy's not the head of the snake. They usually don't go that far. One time in particular that I remember is when they took down the 5 families. And that happened because one of them decided to snitch. One of them decided, that was Sammy the Bull, he decided to give inside information. But people have learned since then. And so this is where we're at now, folks. And it's so hilarious. I'm seeing people on social media, they're trying to find a way, they're twisting themselves into a pretzel to try to find a way to defend this. No. Because you've been talking about this for years under Joe Biden's presidency. And you should talk about it under any presidency. But now all of a sudden, you just go back off from it. Now let's pretend things are different. Let's pretend that Biden was president right now and Biden was the one who said this. There's nothing to see there. I bet you their response would be different. This is what I mean about people not being principled. Because either you're for something, you're against something, regardless whose administration this is happening under. And I think people are starting to see that now, that people are not being principled.
Because, let me explain logic here. And from all obvious inside sources, we're the ones that broke with the FBI whistleblowers, O'Boyle and others, Seraphin, all of this that was first unfolding 5 months ago when they were supposed to, have this 14 terabytes. They'd sent it out to the FBI field offices for investigation. And Pam Bondi went on Fox a bunch of times. So did U.S. attorneys from New Jersey and said, oh, yeah, we've seen it, hundreds of new victims and videos and all this horrible stuff and kids being raped. Hundreds of new victims were going to be releasing it. So you wouldn't say all that if you were planning to cover it up from the beginning. So something has changed along the way.
Yeah, they would. It's called lying. People say a lot of things.
And it all points towards this being used to blackmail the deep state. I'm not endorsing it. I think clearly this is what Musk learned about a few months ago and looked like he aged 10 years overnight, looked completely freaked out. And then I think the conscience had to come out and say what he said. I mean, even people like Cat Turd, who is just the quintessential will not question anything in the Trump administration, is completely freaked out now. I mean,
We'll get to the Elon part as well. Elon Musk, I saw before I went live, he was on X. I wonder if he still has this tweet up.
Sorry, guys, my bad. You don't have to do with Maverick. But you see the part where she said, you either stand for something or you don't. You have principles or you don't have principles. And I'm like, yes, you either stand for something or you don't. I don't know. You stand for something or you don't. But I'm like, to me, this Dominique dude, he really is like Jonas. Everywhere he goes, he just brings bad energy to people. And the fact that he's not going to go on his own accord because he wants to be famous. He wants to build a name for himself. And I don't even know why. Hold on, Maverick. Right? I don't even know why the family feels like, he has to stay. But I'm like, if you keep a creep next to you, then you can't be. Hold on, Maverick. Then you cannot be upset if the Metcalf also have a creep right next to them. You know what I mean? You truly, I'm gonna be honest. It's not even you should be the big person, but it's you should have principles. To me, Maverick, hold on. You should have principles to me. And I'm like, I don't me when I saw his criminal record get exposed, I really thought they were going to part ways. He helped us. He came here in a time of need. We didn't have that many people, and he was there for us, But he has decided to step back. And then he would have issued a statement saying, I didn't tell him. It's my fault. But these are good people, and I wish them nothing but the best. Boom, 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 boom. That's how we act. That's how you show professionalism. You know what I mean? If you want to be the president of a non-for-profit, sure. Even though I think you shouldn't be, but why can't you start something and then eventually like step to the side because you want to see it grow? Because he has severe hubris. He is a narc. Hold on, Matt Frank. Hold on. Okay? He truly is a narc. Oh my Lord.
Her. Then she responds, Tiffany has nothing but an evil agenda. My daughter was 6. Sorry, she was 6. My daughter was 6. What the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't mean anything by that. I'm sorry. And you still haven't shown me any proof. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean by that. If you was threatening.
Sorry. To me, the case is very, very easy. I think they're panicking because they're not trusting, like, oh, well, it seems like we don't have a lot of people in the public supporting us. It doesn't matter. The public usually gets it wrong. So you're probably doing well, right? But if you message this woman and then you're backtracking and this and that, you might as well not message her because you're scared. You're just scared. Okay. And that shows that what they're doing to you is actually working. Yes, Maverick. What you need to do is go live your life. What you need to do is ignore these people because the most important people you have to convince is the jury. Okay. And you saw in Diddy's case, a lot of people, I'm sure the CNN people, Cassie, her lawyers, the DAs, whatever, when that CNN tape came out, I'm sure they were rejoicing. Like, oh, it's going to be an easy case. It's going to be an easy case. Right. But when the case started, what happened? People started to say, oh, what we see is domestic violence. We don't see a RICO. You see, the same public they thought they had when they went to court. Okay, but how is that a RICO? You know, a lot. Even me initially, yeah. I saw domestic violence too. Like, what the heck is this? Because I only saw a clip of the video. But once I saw the full video, I was like, wow, it looks like BDSM to me, right? But who would have thought that it was some Eastern European PhD in molecular biology, gay men in the New York City that would have had mercy on Diddy. But Diddy wasn't convicted. So it goes to show people can rejoice. People can think they know what they know and they're so sure. Right? But today, how many people are crying? Maverick, you are very loud. Okay? How many people are crying today? A lot of people. I know. It's the people who thought that Diddy was going to go to prison for the rest of his life. You are very talkative today. You're very talkative today. Right? So who matters the most is the jury. Sarah J. Fields doesn't matter. What she wants to post doesn't matter. But I'm saying, if you want the public to have you're so bright. Oh my gosh. If you want the public to have your side, Dominique has to go. Dominique really has to go.
Today, you should put their information out. This is going too far. I'm really sorry if I upset you. Sarah. So you could definitely tell, yeah, he probably told his wife about this and she said, boy, what the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do? You texted Sarah Fields, the one who's blasting everything all over Twitter because your friend Tiffany Billings is doxing me on TikTok. I have family, Drew. I have a 5-year-old and teens. I'm pregnant. This is not okay. As he's talking about Tiffany Billings, right? And I've heard through the grapevine
I'm talking to Maverick. I'm telling him his diaper needs to go on. Because now he fights you. Like when you try to put on his diaper, he will fight you. Well, say bye, family. It's been a pleasure. Mommy thinks I'm too talkative. So yes, I'm getting deported. I'm going. Okay, it was nice seeing you guys. Yes, I have to go now. Yes. So say bye-bye to your peoples. Yeah, you're too much. I give up. Yeah, say goodbye. Say you want to say bye-bye. You see, he has too much energy. Huh? Where's all this energy coming from, Maverick? Huh? Oh, okay, so that's you giving kisses? Yeah? You giving kisses to people? Okay. Giving kisses to everyone? Okay, say love you guys. What in the world? Say bye-bye, everybody. I love y'all. He's crazy. Oh, my Lord, Maverick.
Teens, I'm pregnant. This is not okay. As he's talking about Tiffany Billings, right? And I've heard through the grapevine that Charleston White now follows Tiffany Billings, and I think Drew Anthony now follows her. Typical. You know, I don't know why they think this ratchet, like misinformation, bullshit campaign is really finna do anything to help. I'm sorry. To be honest, Charleston White, and I know we're not talking about Charleston right now, but Charleston White, Dominique Alexander, they're winners. They win in this situation. You know Charleston White getting money for all this publicity. But anyways, we're going to get to Charleston probably in the next video. Let's move on. So Drew hits her back. I hope all is well. But why don't you put the people who is harassing you on Front Street? Then she doesn't respond. He puts a screenshot. And below that, he says, not trying to bash anyone.
Sorry, guys. Oh, thank you. He's too loud. I'm like, he gotta go. He gotta get evicted. You gotta go. Oh, Lord. He's like, Maverick has too much energy now. Yeah, sorry. Hold on. My bad. Sorry. It's not it. It's a mommy live stream. So, right here, okay? You see how she is? Like, how she's saying, what'd she say? She said, I need you to leave me be. Yeah, right. So she's harassing him, but now she's going to play victim. White woman, let's go. I need you to leave me be. I'm having to call the PD because your friend, Tiffany Billions, is doxing me on TikTok. Okay. I have family, Drew. Oh, his name is Drew. Okay. So she knows his name. Instead of talking to him, she's just out here posting stuff. So she knows his first name. I didn't know his first name. Okay. I have a 5-year-old and teens, and they don't have kids. They don't have kids also. Like, white people are funny. You see, they think their kids matter more than other people's children. So if you know you have kids and a teen, they also have kids and a teen. So if he's asking you and he's saying like, sis, can you kind of like pipe it down a bit because you're putting me and my family in harm's way, you're not responding, right? But now she wants to do this because she knows she's going to post this because she ain't shit, okay? So he doesn't have a teen and children, okay? Like, he doesn't have kids also. Like, girl, you sound crazy, okay? Now I'm going to go look for this Tiffany Billions person.
I have a 5-year-old and teens. I'm pregnant. This is not okay. As he's talking about Tiffany Billings, right? And I've heard through the grapevine that Charleston White now follows Tiffany Billings, and I think Drew Anthony now follows her. Typical. You know, I don't know why they think this ratchet, like misinformation, bullshit campaign is really finna do anything to help. I'm sorry. To be honest, Charleston White, and I know we're not talking about Charleston right now, but Charleston White, Dominique Alexander, they're winners.
Oh, y'all ain't even seen this. So I thought y'all was seeing this. So she's showing videos of him working out. Good for her. Yeah, people have the right to show what he's doing. Okay, so we saw, but these videos were on his Twitter. So she got the videos from his Twitters. Okay. He's strong. Okay. I don't know her lives. Oh, Tiffany Billions. Okay, let me see. Oh, my goodness.
So tacky and desperate.
Okay. I don't know. She doesn't seem to have a lot of content. I don't know. I guess she goes live, but she doesn't save it. I don't.
They win in this situation. You know Charleston White getting money for all this publicity. But anyways, we're going to get to Charleston probably in the next video. Let's move on. So Drew hits her back. I hope all is well. But why don't you put the people who is harassing you on Front Street? Then she doesn't respond. He puts a screenshot. And below that, he says, not trying to bash anyone.
So this guy said, this Josh Vanderkook, okay? He said he was responding to Jonathan Wilson. No, because he brought a knife to attract me and stab someone. Race is irrelevant. Sure, size matters. Emily Schmidt said, Jonathan Wilson, these twins terrorized my son in elementary to the point of him wanting to commit suicide. I had to pull him out the school and move district. No life should ever be lost, but I hope the full story comes out. Oh, so this mother here, Emily Schmidt, saying that the Austin twins, even in elementary school, they were bullies. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. You got that name again? No, I'm missing the H, right? What did she say in her message? Oh, it seems like there's a page here, huh? Okay. So that's what it's saying on there. So I guess Karmelo's dad was asking, why doesn't she post that? But you can't really see. Because there's a woman who's claiming that her sons were bullied in elementary school to the point that her son wanted to commit suicide because of Austin and Hunter. It's all gonna come out. It's all gonna come out. So not trying to bash anyone, But how you such a great investigator and you only find certain things that fit her narrative.
But how you, as a great investigator,
did he read what?
I hope all is well. But why don't you put the people who is harassing you on Front Street? Then she doesn't respond. He puts a screenshot, and below that he said,
"You know how dishonest he is. Why don't you read what's in the screenshot? You see how dishonest they are. Just read what's in the screenshot. Me, I went above and beyond. So I'm like, what's in the screenshot? So y'all could see it, right? But she's responding to this man, Jonathan Wilson, and she's like, these twins terrorized my son in elementary to the point of wanting to commit suicide, and I had to pull him out of school and move districts. No life should ever be lost, but I hope the full story comes out. So I'm like, this. Oh, so I see why Charleston White said the things he said now. It's time to make him. He saw things. He was not lying. Okay, making a whole lot of sense. Let me see something. Oh, it's shown with a small group of people, so we can't see it. Okay, you guys, hold on. No, you guys, hold on. Hold on.
The father of Austin Metcalf dropped the N-word on a TikTok live today on a panel. And yes, I'm going to let you listen to the audio in just a second. He has social media in a frenzy. He also admitted that one of the twins did touch Karmelo. However, he doesn't believe that should have resulted in a stab. I don't know if you be in those TikTok streets, but Jeff was on TikTok for about 13 plus hours answering questions.
How come
I'm going to drop the parts that I have on my YT page so you can find me there. So he was on this panel and they let a bunch of different people come up and panel and have on my.
Oh my gosh, you people, some of y'all have these crazy names. Janina in real life, girl. These names are a lot. Janina in real life, girl. What? Okay. Oh wow, y'all, they're out here having hard conversations, y'all. Hold on. What is going on? See, did I not tell you this whole Christian thing was an act? What is going on? And how come we don't see that? Do you see how YouTube will bury stuff? You see how YouTube will bury stuff? YouTube ain't shit. YouTube is such a problematic app. They're so racist. And it's run by a bunch of Indians and Asians and whites. They're a bunch of racists. Hold on.
PM, Jeff Metcalf posted a comment under the Anthony's family photo. This was the photo, and you can see Karmelo right there. But here's what he said. You raised a murderer. Guess you're one proud parent.
This is what he said. You see how fake he is? Is this not the man who came out and said, oh, forgive? Hold on. ABL needs to come out. I knew he was fake. I knew this man was fake. Wow. Oh, I forgive. Oh, we need to.
But they're saying, oh, it's not the same. How is it different? Here is Austin's father saying, hey, please stop the narratives. Please stop with the fake stories. Please stop with the race baiting. This is the father. And I was asking, back on April the 3rd, hey, will the father's wishes be respected, or is it more important to score points? Let's watch this, and then we got a lot more videos to get into. This video and everything else will be in the description. If you're a Nazi, visit a link in the bio, go to the corresponding article on the website. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
I want to clarify something right off the start, because I've already heard some rumors and some gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice, and it affected both his family and my family forever.
This is Jeff Metcalf, Austin's father. So are we going to...
They're so fake. I knew it was. I knew that Christian shit was fake. I need to send this to Tim Black. I knew it was fake.
Proud parent. Let's keep in mind that he also raised a son who contributed to saving another child's life. Drew Anthony responded, "Self-defense is not murder. Stop coming to my place of employment."
So they do go to his job. So Jeff Metcalf has been going to his job and he's not recording him. Drew, what are you doing? How'd they even find his Instagram? So his name, he says, "Stop coming to my place of employment and tell your team to stop harassing me and my family. You know the truth." Brother, you got to go get a restraining order. Why are you so submissive like this? This could not be me. This can't be me. You come to my job, I'm recording you, I am calling the police, and I'm getting a restraining order. You are too submissive with these white people. That's the problem. You're too submissive with these white folks. Like, I need to find who you are. I'm gonna reach out to you. You are too submissive. The very moment he came to your job, the first day he came to your job, you should have recorded him. You should have told all your coworkers to record him. You call the police. Then you go straight to the police station and say, "I want a restraining order." You got to have a paper trail when you deal with these white people. Because tomorrow, white people will say, "You went to his job." You don't know these folks. White Americans are despicable. If you don't go first to the courthouse and put a restraining order on this white demon, he's going to be the one to say that you are harassing him. He's going to be the one to go get a restraining order before you get one. Do not be afraid. He comes to your place of employment. You hold the phone like this. You record that man and you tell your coworkers to record him as well. You call the police. You document that he came to your place of work. For what reason? And then you take it. You go to the courthouse. You ask for a restraining order because you don't feel safe. It is enough. Yeah, he went to his job. And then, what's it called? Oh, Charleston is lying. No, Charleston is not lying. It's starting to make sense now. You tell people, let's be Christians and I forgive. And now why are you on the social media writing, you raised a murderer and you raised a bully? Then your son break your arm? Get your dumb ass. But I'm like, Drew, you are also too submissive. That's the problem. You play too much with these white folks. They're a bunch of demons. Unsophisticated demons with no education. Take their asses. They're psychotic. They are so psychotic. And the fact that everybody's social media is suppressing this. They are suppressing this. Because if Drew had gone to that white man's page and wrote, your sons are bullies, they all would have made content about it. This place is so disgusting. And YouTube ain't shit. Because they suppress these kinds of videos intentionally. So people don't see it. It is so disgusting. What is it? Why are you going to his place of work? What the fuck do you want? What a weirdo. And that's how you know his sons were bullies. Like, who does this? You are so sure that your son was innocent, your son was murdered, but you're going to the man's job. KKK fucker. He can't wait to reach his final form. I'm telling you, a white American that says he's a Christian, run for your life. Run for your life. It's not possible. It's a misnomer. Like, what the heck? That's not even possible.
And tell your team to stop harassing me and my family. You know the truth. As I understand it, neither Drew nor Jeff is currently working. In the beginning of the situation, it was alleged that Jeff actually came to Drew's job. So I think that might be what he's talking about. Jeff Metcalf showed up uninvited to the Anthony's family press conference and was asked to leave. He got into a back and forth with Dominique Alexander in a lengthy Facebook.
Hold on. I can't see. Okay, can y'all see this? That Alexander, Jeff Metcalf. Also, maybe I should show the world how you came to visit the dad's job days later. You are harassing this family while trying to play victim. Dude, you should stop. But y'all a bunch of idiots as well. Maybe I should show dumbass. You should have called the police. Y'all get on my fucking nerves. Did y'all even go to school? It's like all of y'all just act like y'all didn't go to school. You sound so damn dumb. Maybe I should show. You should file the police report. Oh, you should stop coming. He's not gonna stop. Go to the police. Get an arrest. Get a restraining order. Because people think y'all some liars. So whatever you say, they're not gonna believe it. You need your paperwork. Like, this is insanity. Yeah, exactly. You should have shown this a long time ago. And you should have had maybe actually he came days later. Did you people call the police? Did y'all take videos of them being there? Did you go and ask for a restraining order? Like, what is going on here? This is annoying. I'm annoyed. Then Jeff Metcalf say, why don't we just meet in person and have a civil conversation? Just me and you. You man enough? What the heck? You could have had a civil conversation. You want to meet him in person. And then tomorrow he'll say, oh, he came there and he touched me. White people, we don't trust y'all. It's going to be a whole lot of us meeting in person. So that way everybody can have witnesses. You bring 100 people, I'll bring 105. And we're all going to have our phones and we're going to have microphones. So that way nobody can say all kinds of weird shit. Because you people are known for editing stuff, cutting stuff, slicing stuff. You're so dishonest. You're so dishonest. We meet man to man. Are you man enough? You see? So do you see how he raises children? You guys, I'm telling you, this court date, this real thing is not until 2026, right? You will see the number of parents who are going to come out and testify that Austin and Hunter are bullies. I told y'all this. It is not normal. Normal people, nice people, do not ask other people to leave under the rain. That does not make any sense. Well, how can a nice person, like, they're going to get wet? Who would even do this? He's despicable. So Dominique said, Jeff Metcalf, really? Wow, good day, sir. So then he said, Dominique Alexander didn't think you could face me. You see? You see how his sons are? I see what Dominique said. The apple don't fall from the tree. You guys, this is giving context to what Charleston was saying. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. You see? He's telling Dominique to meet him in person. But then he's going to say, Dominique came and he put his hands on him. Do you see how they are? Stay away from these people. They're a bag of problems. It's a walking liability. It's a walking lawsuit. Do not have anything to do with these people. They're like, you know how the Bible says to Jonathan, stay away from the Jebusites, the Hittites, and the whites. Stay away from these people. They're bags of problems. They are insane. I knew this shit was a joke. Tim Black said this Christian shit is a joke. I need to send this to Tim Black. Hold on, wait a minute.
Comments war, which kind of ended in Jeff suggesting that they meet up to have a civil conversation.
Civil where?
He showed up to Frisco ISD, wanted to speak to the superintendent, and was told that he had to schedule a meeting. He went to talk to the superintendent to understand why Karmelo Anthony was allowed to graduate when it seemingly went against their own policy.
Hold on. You guys, isn't this the man who said that we should forgive? But behind you know why? I told you he did this whole Christian grift for his GoFundMe. This man ain't shit. He ain't shit. But it's okay, he gonna get exposed. But behind the scenes, he's campaigning for Karmelo to not graduate. For what reason? Didn't you say you're a Christian? Didn't you say you are a Christian? Do Christians behave like this? Y'all, let me go call Tim Black real quick. Matter of fact, let this man talk again. Wow. Wow. I'm like, and this what Tim Black said yesterday? He said, I didn't buy this shit. He said that Christian shit. Like, wow. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Wow. Like, I know white Americans ain't shit. But just to like, for me to actually be right, I kind of wish I was wrong. But for me to actually be right is really sad. What? White Americans ain't shit. If you don't fear white Americans, who will you fear? These people are diabolical. They act innocent. Even Esther sent me a video today, y'all. This white girl killed her parents. And she starts crying. You would think she was hurt. She killed these people. And she's crying. I said, if you don't fear white people, who will you fear? And all these black dudes who date these white women, marry these white women, I pray for your safety, man. Even black women who are with white men, I pray for your safety. I truly pray for your safety. I pray for a hedge of protection around you. Even my own brother, I pray for his safety. James' sister too, she's dating a white man. I pray for her safety. I truly do. They scare me. They truly scare me. They scare me. I can't explain it. I cannot explain it. The girl my brother married, I'm always like, because I'm like, I stay ready. Because I'm like, one day she's going to reach her final form. It's a matter of time. One day, she's going to reach her final form. It is a matter of time. It's a matter of time. They never fail. They will never fail. They're going to show you who they truly are.
I know I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. First of all, I'm assuming that you're a white woman. That's my first assumption. And I'm also assuming you're somewhat bigoted. I got a St. Cheese clip I'm going to play. Charleston White's going to go on a rant about Karmelo Anthony. Call this a Charleston White public service announcement.
I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo Anthony's family.
Moi, j'ai peur des blancs.
Man, I was always wrong about that kid.
Ils font peur.
I was always wrong about that kid.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you just indicted. I was always wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He gonna beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid.
So Charleston goes on to explain Karmelo Anthony was in a bad situation in that he was confronted by bigger kids. He was not the aggressor.
One of the white boys was on that side. One of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker.
These are things that I stood on in the beginning that I stand on now that I continue to stand on. But when I saw this clip of Charleston White coming out and saying, hey, I was wrong about my depiction of Karmelo Anthony. I didn't know that he, first of all, wasn't at a school. I did not know that these kids were bigger than him and that they approached him, that they were threatening him. Sometimes people make statements when they don't know things or they get things wrong, or their source at the time may give them a different impression of an event. I know it's happened to me before. With that in mind, man, I just want to say, I'm glad to see Charleston White correct himself. Because as much as I want to say, see, I made mistakes before, and I've had to come out and apologize for them. He has something that I don't have. He has access to the family. He said he talked to the family, and that's an amazing thing. So his platform has gotten so big that he's able to talk to the father of Karmelo Anthony. It was something about the dad that always rubbed me the wrong way. The fact that I knew that it was reported that him and the wife were divorced years ago. They got separate GoFundMes. People complain about Karmelo Anthony's family's GoFundMe, but they didn't complain that the father and the mom had separate GoFundMes. That wasn't a problem. Where are their black friends and where's all this diversity? Because Dad was coming out talking a whole lot about the Bible and about diversity and don't make this about race. And he was leading so far into don't make this about race, it made me think something about race with this family.
Yeah, there's something about race.
It just rubbed me the wrong way. It just seemed suspect to me. Don't blame the dead, please.
Oh, that Jesus this, that. I'm like, then we watched Sin Black last night, yesterday, said like, this man, I don't trust this man.
The meeting didn't really go as planned. Then he went on Facebook to express his dissatisfaction and made this post.
This is a Christian, huh? This is a white Christian. You guys, don't you ever trust white people if they tell you they're Christian. Run. I'd rather sit down with white people at a gay parade, in the little thong thingy they wear, than to sit with a white person across with a Bible. Find me at a gay parade. I would rather meet a white person at a gay parade in full-blown hedonistic mode than a so-called white Christian. Bunch of murderers and killers. They're some dangerous people. You have the discretion to deny his diploma from Centennial High School. If you think your moral compass works, do the right thing. That's why he will get his degree. If not, expect a world of people in this community to exercise their rights to call for a no vote of confidence petition against you. Do you see this? So he's saying he has a world of people, like bunch of white people, a white mob. They're going to start writing petitions against him to say they don't have a vote of confidence. Do you see why racism lasted for so long in this country? Because even white people who wanted to do the right thing, they were threatened with their own lives. These people are no different than Zionists. This is why they support Benjamin Netanyahu. This is why they support what he does. This is why they're sending him bombs to kill the people of Gaza. I said, if you close your eyes, when they talk about the people of Gaza, don't it sound like Black America? Right? Like if you were to close your eyes and just hear how they talk about them people, this is giving Black America. This is why they have so much love for Israel. Because Israel is who they wish they could be. So they give these people all kinds of bombs. So you went from being a Christian, you forgive, this, and that, it was a bad thing, to now you're going behind the scene campaigning for Karmelo not to graduate. And then you say that if the man doesn't do what you want him to do, you have a world of people. And even this white man here too, because he looks emasculated, he didn't also call the police and file a restraining order against you. Like it's a threat. He's making threats against people and their jobs. And you see how they're suppressing this? Because the media and social media, the whites and the Jews, they have decided that Karmelo has to be the demon no matter what. And Austin has to be the angel because white is always angelic and Black is diabolical. This is disturbing. So he will find a bunch of random people that don't even know shit. They're white and they're stupid. And they will sign a petition. You see this? But they're going to tell you they don't move like victims. Right? Ashamed of nothing, embarrassed by nothing. Like how they say it? Ashamed of nothing, embarrassed by what's it called? Whatever they say. That's who they are. Bunch of weirdos. This is insanity. Along with every news outlet I can contact to expose this story, your lack of empathy is disturbing. Has he been convicted? If something happened to your wife, Lisa, you would be devastated. Now he bring up the man's wife. How does he even know his wife? Try and show some humane compassion instead of bowing to the pressure of a race-baiting grifter. You have no idea what is coming your way if you fail to show the community that the city of Frisco stands for. I promise it's not letting a murderer get a diploma, sit at home and play video games, get to see his family daily while being represented by a convicted felon. Ball is in your court. Show me you have the intestinal fortitude to make the right call, not hid behind your legal teams. Good, I'm glad he has lawyers. I promise it will not be the last time you will see me. Thank you for your time. I hope I made myself clear. You see this? You see this? But then the demonic whites will say, oh, he's just a grieving father. You see? Because they're a bunch of terrorists, bunch of demons who link up with other demons, kindred spirits. It's the demonic people. They are truly demonic. I'm like, how does he even know the man has a wife named Lisa? So he's just out here just harassing people. Why don't you just go to therapy? But you see, like most white people, he's not going to take accountability. He played no part. He's doing, this is a bunch of threats. The man's job, the man's wife, the man's this, the man that. He gonna see you again. What the what? And I'm like, how can he even type so much? He has an arm in a sling. How is he doing this? This is crazy.
Which some think is a thinly veiled threat
yes.
towards the superintendent. And then he launched a petition for a no confidence vote against the superintendent.
What?
And he leaked this petition in his post. Then there was the Jake Lang Protect White Americans fiasco that he says that he wanted nothing to do with, nor wanted his son tied to.
Nice.
In addition to the multiple swatting calls that were made on his residence. I reached out to Drew Anthony to ask if he's ever initiated contact towards Drew or anything of that nature. And he said, no, never. A condition of Karmelo Anthony being released on bond set by the judge was that the defendant shall have no contact, direct or indirect, with the family of the alleged victims. As a mom, my heart goes out to both of these dads, and I'm sure that they're both dealing with silent struggles behind the scenes and behind everything that we're seeing. With these racial narratives being pushed and the media spreading lies and unverified facts, it's just adding fuel to the fire. And it is my concern that grief could potentially overtake Jeff, and who knows what could happen. I also think that every father should want to pursue justice for their child. And I would like to think that that's what Jeff really wants. The Metcalf supporters don't want Austin labeled as a bully because they feel like there's no proof to show that.
No, there definitely is proof. They're a bunch of idiots. There's definitely proof. This is crazy. What? So let's go back here again. Here's my son. Hold on, you guys. Let me to the stage. Oh, I was like, what happened? Sorry, y'all. My bad. Oh my God.
In support of his, I'm going to drop the parts that I have on my YT page so you can find me there. So he was on this panel and they let a bunch of different people come up and talk to him. Some people were in support of his family and others were in support of the Anthonys. Some people feel like Jeff was justified because people had been coming up on the panel, just kind of attacking him and speaking out against his sons and just being disrespectful. Some people feel like he had just gotten enough and he had just kind of went off in that moment. And others feel like Jeff is dead wrong for allowing himself to say what he said, despite how he was feeling. I do have my thoughts and opinions on this. However, the point of this video is just to present to you what is there. Take a listen.
High school tent. This is memorial tent. Very plainly stated in colors and words.
With all due respect, who is your sons though? With all due respect, they are not nobody to tell another kid what to do and where to be at.
Exactly, not what I said. So he called him N-word. Is that when he called him the N-word? I think that's what he said. Hold on. Oh, I hate this.
Right, point. I think you're missing.
Who is your sons?
Listen.
High school tent. This is memorial tent. Very plainly stated in colors.
But why did she block it out? So he said very well stated in, I guess, N-word culture. But he's not a racist. This is not about race. Child. Oh, this is crazy.
Your sons though.
This, however, the point of this video is just to present to you what is there. Take a listen.
High school tent. This is memorial tent. Very plainly stated in colors and words.
With all due respect, who is your sons though? With all due respect, they are not nobody to tell another kid what to do and where to be at.
Hey, I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point. If you walk up to somebody and say, "Hey, man, you're on the wrong side of or if you go to a football game and you're on the visiting time, hey, man, you're on the wrong side. You can't sit here. You have to move to the home side."
I've been to football games where I had a tent, and I welcome anybody that want to get into my tent. Get out the rain.
Sir, you're 35 years old. You haven't played sports.
Hey, I played plenty of sports.
In 20 years.
I'm not going to tell a kid to put their hands on. I'm not going to let a kid put their hands on somebody that's just because they're underneath the tent.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Why are you worried about a
tent? You're so rational and smart.
You see? And the thing is, do you see how white people want to argue basic civil, like human civility? They're a bunch of savages. Like the guy's like, I've gone to plenty of football games. People were under my tent, like especially if it's raining. I'm not about to touch people because it makes perfect sense. It is raining, and he's also, you see how evil he is. He's not mentioning it's raining. Oh, like it was a bright sunny day, and then this kid is just shoving the tent. He don't want to leave because he's like, well, since you're so bright, and they love doing that stuff. Like, oh, since they play these games, like, gaslighting. Oh, since you're so bright, no, dumbass, oh, Lord Jesus, you're bright. You're so bright. You rate your son to be so bright that now he's dead. But your stupid son who walked into a knife. I think your boy's so damn dumb. He stumbled into that knife his damn self. Dumb and dumber. You raised a bunch of dumb kids. I should have been on that panel. I wish they would have called me. He's a stupid ass man.
Does that justify?
That's just because they're underneath the tent.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Why are you worried about a
tent? You're so
rational
and smart. If someone touches your arm, does that justify you stabbing them in the arm?
In a hostile situation where someone walks up to me,
answer the question. Yes or no? Does it
I'm asking you a question. That's not the situation.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You walked up the whole situation.
He touched him. Does that justify? Okay, man, I'm done. Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can disrespect.
Dude, why don't you go to fucking to somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you heard that for yourself, just me.
Based on what you heard, do you feel like Jeff was baited into his response?
Oh, girl, shut up. You sound stupid. He was baited. You baited where? Are you okay? I see why your videos don't do well. Are you looking for the whites to come also support you? A grown-ass man like this using that kind of language?
Based on what you heard.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can just.
So you see, once again, like most typical whites, and they do it in the comments, when they don't get to dominate the conversation, when they don't get to infest the place with their disgusting, lie-abundant narrative, this is what they do. You see in the comments over here. When they can't take over, monkey, nigga, welfare queen, you're from the ghetto, you know what I mean? Because they think they're so smart, and they're truly not. They're truly not. They're dumb as fuck. They're not that smart. He said, well, you haven't played football in 20 years. It doesn't matter if he played football 100 years ago. He's saying there's a culture at football games. There's a culture at sports events that even if someone is under your tent, it does not justify you putting their hands on them, especially when you don't want to say that it was raining. Why don't you want to tell the people it was raining? Why don't you want to say that? They need to call me next time this fucker is on a damn panel. I'll go find his ass. They need to call me. Call me when he's on a panel. Call me when he's on a panel. I knew he was a racist. Even when he said, oh, he doesn't want his son. I'm like, what are the odds that white man has your phone number? How did he get your phone number? And how did he know to call you right then and there for you to pick up? Oh, I don't want my son's name to be involved with a white supremacist movement. How did he get your number? And I told you, him and Big Back Karen, they're going to fight over that money. Because they think they're going to come together, bury Karmelo, and then they're going to sort it out. No, because if it's true that Karmelo's court date is not until June 1st, y'all, we did it. We did it. Ha! We did it, y'all. We did it. I told you. If it was Marlene, I would delay the court date as long as possible. So if it's true that Karmelo's court date is not until June 1st in the month of Gemini season, y'all, air signs, we shall unite. This is our month. This is the season of Gemini. I'm like, oh my God, June 1st. Baby Maverick was supposed to be born June 1st. Woo! Air signs, we arise. This is our moment to shine. I'll see you outside. I ain't worried about you idiots. God controls everything. We people, we surprised. God is surprised. God is not surprised. And that's why he made sure to let the rain just take over. The former and the latter rain. It all came that day, y'all. It was just raining everywhere. It was just raining all over the place. The God we serve, he sure brought the rain, the former and the latter. June 1st, 2026. Like a whole year from now, they're going to get tired, y'all. Because you can't lie for that long. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. It truly is exhausting. It's exhausting. He is a racist. We know he's a racist. The way his kids are behaving gave racist. 30 to 40 people under the tent from the same high school is a bunch of white people. They can't tell me they scared. You're scared of what? The only thing Karmelo has that's different is his complexion. I mean, his weight also. His weight and his complexion. He went to a different high school. Since when does going to a different high school in a different school district makes you an enemy in America? Since when? We all went to high school. We all had friends from different high schools. It never made nobody an enemy. Oh, I go to Fairfax. You go to Chantilly. So we ops. Who does that? White Americans ain't shit. Was never shit, ain't gonna be shit, will never be shit. I've told you guys this. These are not good people. So because he could not dominate the conversation, because people will not bow down to his goofy ass, white, rotten brain, he starts insulting people like this. And you know he talked like this in front of his kids. Jesus.
Dude, why don't you go to fucking just somewhere where you... Does that justify this question? Why are you worried about it? Since you're so rational and smart, if someone touches your arm, does that justify you stabbing them in the arm?
In a hostile situation where someone walks up to me,
answer the question, yes or no. Does it justify?
I'm asking you a question. That's not the situation.
No, yes, it is.
No, it's not. You walked up the whole time out of the situation.
He touched him. Does that justify? Okay, man, I'm done. Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can disrespect.
Dude, why don't you go to fucking just somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question on Canada?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Wow. F you effing N-word. Some loving be. Wow. You guys, I'm telling you, they're gonna expose themselves. I told y'all this. I said we good, we Gucci, man. These people ain't shit, and they know Austin's in the wrong. So now he admits that Austin touched the Karmelo. So they know because Hunter told them what happened, and Hunter also told us what happened. And they gonna continue to act like they're victims. They're going to continue to act like their son did nothing wrong. Their son did nothing wrong because they want money. They want money. It's all going to come out. We know the story of Esther, Queen Esther, and Haman. The hanging post that he had in store for the Jews, that's where he got hung. What you mean for God's children is going to be your portion. So you better speak blessing over us. You curse us, it's going to be your portion. You bless us, you're going to get a double portion. It's up to you. That's how you know these people they never read the Bible. White people have no idea what's in the Bible. That's why the angel said to Balak that what God has blessed, you cannot curse. And he went and told Balaam that I cannot curse these people because God has blessed these people. They don't read the Bible. How can they even read the Bible? They're evil. Evil people cannot read a book about accountability, self-awareness, giving, submitting to God. They submit to evil. I'm like, this dude is crazy. This dude is crazy.
You're a fucking whore loving bitch.
The real. Do you have a question on Canada?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard that for yourself, Jeff.
Ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. But this is a man who said he's a Christian. Wow. Wow. This is frightening. This is really frightening. Now let's look at this one. Wow.
Followers put my job location.
Wow. Girl, Elaine, that's Jeffrey Metcalf, y'all, telling a black woman that she's a something, something, something. So then Drew said, I'm not accused of anything Karmelo is. You know, people looking for me and my family to do harm to us. I'm trying to still provide since one of your followers put my job location and home address. You know who came to my job looking for me to do bodily harm in his entourage. But of course, you don't know or see what. Okay. Brother Drew, you need to work on how you write. You gotta read your stuff before you hit send. But if he would have done that, I wonder what people would have called me. But if I would have done that, I wonder what people would have called me. It's like everyone want my younger kids to suffer and my wife. I was the breadwinner in my home. You think I'm a bad person. Why does everyone want us dead? I've always had an eye to notice wolves in sheep clothing. Something, if I wanted to talk so bad about child. But Brother Drew, you got to get rid of Dominique, though.
And home address. You know who people. That's the dumbest thing in the world.
You're dumb.
I personally,
you're an idiot. You are dumb. Have you seen yourself? Have you seen yourself? People and men actually do nose rings still. Like, this is ridiculous. Like you're stupid. Okay, like you're dumb. Let me see. How can I get this to be better? Okay, let me see this for y'all. Hold on, you guys. Oh, hold on, because then I can't get the top. You're here yammering about accountability. Decline. You're here yammering about accountability. Do you even comprehend what the terms mean? What the term means? This is insanity. This is true insanity. Okay, let me show you all this. Hold on. Okay, I've noticed a ton of your followers bawling that he needs to be held accountable. Newsflash: my son did take accountability. He straight up owned up to it. But people like you twist his words, take things out of context, and start spouting ignorant shit, claiming he's being cocky or something. It's evident who you truly are, because why the hell are you so obsessed with people who supposedly lack the facts? We remain silent, only responding to the bullshit lies being spread. But this perfectly showcases your character. You've got electricity running through your veins to lecture me about accountability. But all I see from you is negativity and nothing but you something.
You've got electricity.
He said something to her.
She's not obsessed.
You shut up.
Video. First
it's so disgusting. Like, do you want to be with a white woman? Okay. Okay, here's the rest. Okay. Oh, he had a lot on his chest. You know what? You should thank Dominique for putting you on the map. You amassed 6,000 followers solely because of us. And she gonna lose them because all they want from her is hatred. Yeah, you didn't even bother watching the video. The level of delusion is frightening. You are a reporter going after us with such ambition, such fervor. But what about others? You're not even bothering to investigate who threatened us. I know y'all want to be famous. Good speed. I generally hope it happens. But keep this in mind. What God gives, he can damn well take away. You've been utilized. You're too blind to see it. Still, I care. That's the very reason I'm messaging you. You don't need the stress, especially what with being pregnant and all. I feel like these are two different writers. Because the first writer was very sloppy with lots of like mistakes. It wasn't very coherent. This writer is kind of writing like me. So I'm like, was his wife the first one to write? Because it was a bit messy. It was like all over the place. I think maybe he's writing this, but these are two different writers. These are not the same writers, but I like this writer better. This writer eats down. I like this writer. Okay. And then he said, please stop speaking on me and my family. You play victim. Of course, she's a white woman. But you go on and keep speaking on me and my family in danger. You have nothing to do with me and my family. It seems as if you're hunting us down to keep putting me and my family in jeopardy. Stop now while you out having drinks with Jeb. Stop harassing us. That's my last time warning you. You don't even have to warn her. Just go to the court. Y'all got to stop trying to talk to these people. What? White woman. Here she come. Here she come. Here she come, you guys. Play the Oscar nominee music. What the crap are you even talking about? LOL. The last thing I talked about was reporting that the indictment was coming this week, which is my job. I have not gone out with Jeff. I had any drinks with him. You have lost your freaking mind. Warn me all you want. What you gonna do? Keep threatening me? Now she's being threatened, you see? You don't keep threatening me. You see? You don't even warn this woman. If you have receipts that she's been doing this, you go to the police. I don't understand why people don't go to the police. Why do you want to talk with these people? Why do you want to reason with racist white people? You just go to the police. Here are my receipts. Therefore, I am requesting a protective order. You can even sue her. If you want her to have a gag, right? You take her to court. You have rights to sue people. Why are you afraid to do it? Don't even talk to these people. They just need to get served. I'm not talking to her. She's a peasant. I'm talking to her. Like, she thrives off this attention. And you know, many of these white girls, they're attracted to black men. So you being a black man, and you are cute, brother. I give you that, brother Drew. You're cute. You're a cutie pie. You know what I'm saying? She wants your attention. So many of these white women are attracted to black men. They want sex with a black man. You giving her this attention, like, she's probably getting wet. Don't talk to this heifer. You put your stuff together, you go to the courthouse, and you ask for a restraining order. And they will let her know. Don't talk to her. It is a waste of your time. You don't talk to these people. Do not talk to these people. There you go playing games. There you go playing victim. You went to Twitter saying, I harassed you. Grow up. Take care of your newborn. You've been played. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Look at our previous messages. I've asked you many times to stop the harassing games. What you mean? See what happens when you really have no idea who I am, which is funny, but okay.
I talked about was reporting that the indictment was coming this week.
Okay. And you're sitting here, you're black. Put this goofy dude on the thing. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face. Yeah, look at this guy's face. He's so happy to receive messages from a white woman so he can come and smear his own brother. Like, this is ridiculous. Look at him. Look at him. I mean, this is so pathetic. That Malcolm X would be so embarrassed. Like, what is this? Truly and honestly, what is this? Truly and honestly, like, what is this crap? What is this crap? This is so disgusting. Hold on, you guys. Give me a second. There's a whole video of this woman. There's a whole video of Jeffrey Metcalf saying the N-word. And here you are. Oh no, that's another video. Here you are. Hold on, let me see this video I wanted. Here you are helping her do the devil's work.
Even when Black Americans were attacked, how do you account for this? Does this in any way contradict some of the basic premises of your movement?
I don't know how you mean.
Well, you maintain, for example, that you will not or that you should not use violence unless you are attacked by the white man. And I think we can note in the last several years, certainly, dozens and dozens and dozens of instances in which Negroes have been attacked, killed in some instances.
You mean in these demonstrations?
The demonstrations and the bombings, for example, recently in Birmingham, where they killed 4 little Negro girls. And what interests me is the fact is that the Nation of Islam has not done anything to retaliate.
I think you should be happy.
But the important thing is, does your lack of action contradict any of your basic principles?
I'll explain it. You should be happy that Muslims who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, number one, don't believe in any form of integration, and who believe that every mention of the word integration by whites, whether it be from the mouth of Kennedy on down to the mouth of the lowest, raggediest white liberal in the street who is beatnik-like involving himself in these integration efforts, if we believed in it, we would integrate, and we would fight anybody who got in our way or made any effort whatsoever to stop us from integrating. If we really believed that the law of the land, the Supreme Court, and other so-called judicial bodies were for real when they talked about integration, we would integrate. And knowing that the law was on our side, and any effort we made to demonstrate toward integration, why, we would know the law should be on our side, if it's the law of the land. If it is the law of the land, then the demonstrators are within the law, and the discriminators are against the law. But to show you the hypocrisy of the law, when Negroes demonstrate for integration, instead of arresting the discriminators, the law arrests the demonstrators. So this is a foolish move on the part of Negroes. And when you foolishly get yourself involved with an enemy, then whatever comes upon you, that's your business. As Muslims, we believe that separation is the best way and the only sensible way, not integration. And but on the other hand, when we see our people being brutalized by white bigots, white racists, we think that they are foolish to allow themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish. They should have the right to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog, or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on it.
Should other black men help that particular person who was attacked?
I think you'll find, sir, that there will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that...
Yeah, you see? Like, it's really sad. I don't know how you can be... I don't know how people can do this. I really do not know how people can do this. I truly do not know how you can do this. This white woman is so comfortable sending you her messages, and you know they're Karens, like you know, but you don't say, okay, let me go ask Brother Drew, what do you have to say? Like, here's what she's saying. What do you want to say? Nope. No. And I'm like, this is crazy. So my thing is, what I want to say again? Let me show you that. So one more time, y'all, listen to this man. Because he can't run the conversation. Let him talk again. Hold on.
Hey, I play plenty of sports.
If you go to football,
Without due respect, they are not nobody to tell another kid.
School tent. This is memorial tent. Very plainly stated in colors and words.
With all due respect, who is your sons though? Without due respect, they are not nobody to tell another kid what to do and where to be at.
Hey, I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point. If you walk up to somebody, if you walk up to somebody and say, "Hey, man, you're on the wrong side of," or if you go to a football game and you're on the visiting time, and you, "Hey, man, you're on the wrong side. You can't sit here. You have to move to the home side."
I've been to plenty football games where I had a tent, and I welcome anybody that want to get into my tent. Get out the rain.
Sir, you're 35 years old. You haven't played sports.
Hey, I played plenty of sports.
In 20 years.
I'm not going to tell a kid to put their hands on. I'm not going to let a kid put their hands on somebody that's just because they're underneath the tent.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Why are you worried about a
Since
tent?
you're so rational and smart, if someone touches your arm, does that justify you stabbing them in the arm?
In a hostile situation where someone walks up to me.
Answer the question, yes or no. Does it justify?
I'm asking you a question. That's not the situation.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You walked up the whole time out of the situation.
He touched him. Does that justify? Okay, man, I'm done. Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can do stuff.
Man, why don't you go to fucking just somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question on Canada?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard that for yourself, just me.
He touched him. Does that justify? Okay, man, I'm done. Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can do stuff.
Man, why don't you go to fucking just somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question on Canada?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard that.
Why don't you go to fucking just somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question on Canada?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch. Go to fucking just somewhere where you belong.
The real. Do you have a question on Canada?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard that for yourself, just me.
Based on what you heard, do you feel like
this is so, these people are racist. These people are truly racist. And that's why his sons did what they did.
It's clearly about right or wrong. This isn't about race. The adults have came in and made it about race. You don't hear no children online talking and fighting and going back and forth about this case. It's all hateful-hearted adults. It's not children. It's all hateful-hearted adults online bickering, going back and forth, spewing hate over an issue over children. And none of them was there. All the adults with opinion, none of them was there. So Sarah, let's tell the truth. Jeff, let's tell the truth. You even said in an interview, but you're talking too fucking much online, Jeff. You're talking too much online, Jeffrey Metcalf. And you're partnering with someone who wasn't there. And it's clearly she's a hateful-hearted. And by the way, Sarah, we have your background as well. You said Dominique Alexander's a horrible person, and he is. And you once were too, Sarah. You used to smoke meth. You was a meth addict whore. So don't try to get cleaned up in a Republican Party and hide behind this conservative shield as if you once was a liberal whore, getting high, selling your cunt for meth. So come on, Sarah. Don't play like you're just so high and mighty. Jeff, you're a woman beater. You used to beat your wife. Your kids heard it. They saw it. You had anger issues, Jeff. Guess what? Your two big boys did too. They had very anger issues. And from what's been reported about Austin and his twin brother, they've been kicking ass since elementary. They've been bigger than most children. Not only that, they are trained experts in jujitsu. Why isn't the media reporting this? Now, I know the law, and I've taken the gun classes. I've taken the license to carry classes. I've taken all these classes. And in these classes, with all these white people, and I was the only black guy, and I just want to say, hey, thanks to Sheriff Bill Wayburn, thanks to Tarrant County Sheriff Bill Wayburn, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have my license to carry. My license to carry certificate has my local sheriff's name on it. Might as fact, a Republican politician loaned me the gun to go do my shooting range at the sheriff's class. And this is documented, people. I'm telling you the honest to God truth. Thanks, Sheriff Bill Wayburn. Sheriff taught me how to hold a gun, how to put the sheriff taught me how to shoot great. And I've been shooting perfectly since Sheriff taught me. I just want to say thank you, Sheriff. And I beat all my charges, by the way, Sarah Fields. Did I mace a cat? I tried to. I tried to mace a cat, Sarah. Someone reported online. Guess what? I beat the fucking charges. And I tried. Oh, no. We're back. We're back. I had a little technical difference. We're back. So back to what I was saying. I tried to mace the cat, but the cat wouldn't let me. Cats are not like dumb dogs. I used to mace dogs all the time. Come here, boy. Yeah, when they come up on it, I shoot him with the mace. And he roll to try to get it out, put it, but not the cat. You can't go, here, kitty, and try to mace the cat. It's too quick, it's too agile, too athletic. So, did I try to mace the cat? Did I try to mace the cat? You're fucking right, I did. Did I try to mace the cat? You're fucking right, I did. I did it every day, because I hate cats. I hate dogs. I hate everything white people like, except Chick-fil-A. Shit, everything white people like. So when white people online make me mad, even my daughter got a cat. My son got a cat. I mistreat the motherfuckers if I get mad at white people. My buddy got a dog. White person make me mad online, I secretly kick his dog, because I feel like that's y'all brother. You got her like a...
Oh, maybe
I'm just playing. I'm a comedian. Like satire comedy. But I really tried to make that cat. I'm just playing. I really did. I recorded it showing I did. And somebody believed I did.
Okay, sorry guys. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this quickly. Let's go back. Because remember, I don't know if you guys remember. You know it's me. Remember do you remember I downloaded their student guidebook because, what's his name? What's the white guy that used to come here? Oh my gosh. I see his face. I forgot his name. That white, oh my gosh. When he's like talking about stocks and stuff. And he went and he looked it up. That was his idea. Like he's going to go look at the student handbook, right? And so because of that, I saved it. I'm like, where? I thought it was my computer. It's in my Google Drive. She's smart. Done told you ain't shit. That's why I blocked him. Because I told him to stop playing with me. I'm like, me, you crack jokes on me, you crack jokes on Jimmy. That's not a problem. Like, we're grown people. Yeah, I forgot his name. I can see his face. I forgot his name. But I was like, I told him not to do that Karmelo thing. I was like, it's not funny to me. And so I posted a thing from the student handbook and he wrote something stupid about a knife. I blocked him. I didn't even feel like responding. That's why he got blocked. I think he still watches the live. He just doesn't comment. He has another account. He has the one account because the Don Told You account has the Apple. He has another account that has like a piece of pie. So I'm like, he all the way blocked, but I blocked one account because I told him to stop playing with me. That's what happened. I told him to stop playing with me because I told him on the live. Even Lacey will remember. She's like, yeah, you told him. I said, don't told you stop playing with me. This Karmelo thing, I don't find it funny. You can crack jokes at me, Jimmy. I'm a grown woman. I can take it. Because I'm like, shoot, that's how we became friends. Because he was a racist. I mean, I knew he was a racist, but I don't care. Because he came in hot. He got cooled off, and I guess he liked it. Then he stuck around ever since. But he was on some racist troll shit. And he was handled accordingly. So I guess he liked it. Because I told you they respond well to people who stand up to them. They really do. But I told them this Karmelo stuff, don't do it. And I said, if you do it, I'm going to block you. Now, you might be blocked forever, but you might be blocked for 3 to 6 months. So he's on timeout somewhere. But he's probably still watching. He has another account. And you know he loves black people stuff. Like, he's so white. He's so British. But he can't stop listening to black people cry. He might be one of the people who come here writing bullshit. Because he can't get away from me. Like, he really likes me. But my issue is, like, if I tell you, like, don't do something, don't do it. That's it. So just apologize. I'll release you. But he has another account. He has another account. Okay? Gary? No, Gary's the one with the murder. Oh, what's his name? Oh my God, I can see his face. He was very friendly. But yeah, so let's go back to this. I'm going to play this first. But he went and he looked it up. And I'm like, per the student handbook, Hunter and Austin are wrong. Okay? Let's go. Oh, I hate this.
Hands on somebody that's just... No, sorry, I'm not...
This is Memorial 10.
I do have my thoughts and opinions on this. However, the point of this video is just to present to you what is there. Take a listen.
High school 10. This is Memorial 10. Very plainly stated in colors and words.
With all due respect, who is your sons though? With all due respect, they are not nobody to tell another kid what to do and where to be at.
Hey, I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point. If you just walk up to somebody if you walk up to somebody and say, hey, man, you're on the wrong side of or if you go to a football game and you're on the visiting time and you, hey, man, you're on the wrong side. You can't sit here. You have to move to the home side. That's what they do.
Okay. So he's saying that he's saying Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Karmelo, you're on the wrong side. You need to leave, even though it's raining. Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. So here is a page. Yes, y'all. It's me, y'all. I told you I'm moving receipts. Either you got the receipts or you don't. Okay. I'm not playing this game with y'all. Okay. What page was this one? Let me see. Or maybe general accounting violation. Okay. Maybe let me go to my drive. Let me go to my drive. Because I'm like, where is it? I knew I downloaded it, but I'm like, where is it? Home. Okay. Handbook. Frisco. Is that what it is? Hold on. Was it in my other drive? I'm going to find it. It's not a problem. Okay. Oh, that's all I had to do. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord Jesus. Hold on. What is this? Okay. Well, that's better for you guys. You get to see this better. Okay. Oh, yeah. He's still watching. He might be one of them trolls that be coming in here. So he can get away from me. Okay. These categories of conduct below are prohibited at school, in a vehicle owned or operated by the district, and at all school-related activities. Okay. But the list does not include the most severe offenses. In the subsequent sections on out-of-school suspension on page 14, DAEP placement on page 15, placement and or expulsion for certain offenses on page 21, and expulsion on page 24. Those offenses that require or permit specific consequences are listed. Any offense, however, may be severe enough to result in removal from the regular educational setting as is detailed on page 13. Disregard for authority. Well, they didn't go call the police to ask Karmelo be removed. Students shall not fail to comply with directives given by school personnel, leave school grounds or school-sponsored event without permission, disobey rules for conduct in district vehicles, refuse to accept discipline or consequence assigned by a teacher or principal, fail to cooperate with or forthcoming an investigation conducted by school personnel, mistreatment of others. Are the whites still here? Students shall not, okay, mistreatment of others. How does it go? Tell me more. Okay. Let's read this, you guys. Students shall not use profanity or vulgar language or make obscene gesture, fight or scuffle for assault, see DAEP, placement and or expulsion for certain offenses. So you're not allowed to fight, huh? Okay. Threaten a district student. Oh, a district student? Well, there you go. Employee or volunteer, including off school property if the conduct causes a substantial disruption to the educational environment. Engage in bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or making hit lists. Release or threaten to release intimate visual material of a minor or a student who is 18 years of age or older without the student consent. Engage in sexual or gender-based harassment or sexual abuse, whether by word, gesture, or any other conduct directed toward another person, including district student, employee, board member, or volunteer. Okay. Let me see. Oh, this thing is just, why does it do this? Okay. Okay. Engage in conduct that constitutes dating violence. Okay. Engage in Engage in self-gratification in public setting, or if not in public space, engaging in self-gratification with recklessness about whether another person is present or inappropriate or indecent exposure of a private body part. Participate in hazing, coerce an individual through the use or threat of force. Well, what do we have here? Okay. Coerce an individual to act through the use or threat of force. There you go. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Okay. And thank God I have this. I downloaded this. Now let's go back to Austin. Where's Austin again? Where's Austin? Come back, Austin. Oh, sorry, Hunter. What did he say again?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid.
Okay. Austin grabbed his backpack. Okay, no problem. Let's listen here. Hold on. Where are we again? Hold on. Tim Cass, he's so disgusting, this dude. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let me do this again one more time. I don't know what the video is, but let's do this. Okay.
To buy a home or anything else are completely false. We have not received a single dime.
I'm gonna make some assumptions here, and I could be wrong, babe. I know I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, you got it. Hold on. Oh, it's this one. Sorry.
And hey, please stop the narratives. Please stop with the fake stories. Please stop with the race baiting. This is the father. And I was asking, let's go to people, and we're going to scroll down a little bit in the article. The affidavit also details just how quickly things escalated between Metcalf and Anthony. An eyewitness told police that Metcalf asked Anthony to move from out under the tent that had been set up for members of his high school track team on that field that day. Anthony then reached into his bag, according to the eyewitness, and told Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time Anthony allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens, according to the affidavit. Metcalf then went to physically move Anthony, which is when Anthony allegedly pulled a knife out of his bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and fled from the tent. Now, this is what it says right here. Okay, I'll link to it. This is a real thing. Okay, like, I'm not making this up. The local news, I got sources. So look, let me just say this before we get back to the video. I'm sitting under a tent at a high school track meet because it's raining. There's no assigned seats at a high school track meet. If you come up to me and tell me to move, you're trying to bully me. I say, "Hey, don't touch me. I'm reaching in the bag. Don't touch me." That's a warning right there. You know I got something, and you probably with your brother, your twin brother, and some other guys. I'm not trying to get beat up, jump. Don't touch me. He touches him. That's strike one. Hey, don't do it again. He does it again. Strike two. Now the fight happens. Some are going to say, "Well, look, ABL, don't you think that was over the top? Shouldn't have just been a regular fist fight?" Well, we could say that. Sure. We could say it was over the top. Absolutely. But guess what? If you don't touch me, if you respect my wishes to not be touched, then this doesn't happen. As simple as that. It's very simple. And you know what? I've said.
Okay. So now, when we look at, sorry guys, so when we look at their own school's handbook on code of conduct, right? It says, coerce an individual to act through the use or threat of force. These boys are wrong in so many ways. It's not even funny. They're wrong in so many ways because when the school starts, you have to read the handbook, you sign it, and your parents sign it. Austin signed this, Hunter signed it, and I guess the mama, daddy, somebody had to sign it. But these boys, they signed it. And per the school's student handbook, you cannot coerce an individual to act with the use or threat of force. They're also against harassment. They're also against bullying. So that's why we said, but what authority do you have as a fellow student to tell another student to move? Then you put your hands on him. Then you grab him. You push him. You grab his property. He was even at his school, he would have gotten expelled. Then you have the other white lawyer. Where's this liar? Where is he? Okay. Then we have this lawyer here who can't help himself. What did he say? Is it like right here? Hold on. Yeah, hold on. It's right here. No. Oh, hold on. Let me stop the screen. Let me share the screen. Okay.
Do it.
Hold on. Let's start over. I lost.
He definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, okay. So he's saying Austin Metcalf was committing simple battery. It's more than simple battery, but whatever. But at least he can kind of say, yes, he committed battery. He was beating on him, put his hands on him. Okay. The school says you can't do that. The school says you can't do that. Okay? That's a violation even of Memorial High School, like student handbook. You cannot do something like that. You can't bully, you cannot harass, and you cannot coerce an individual to act with the use or threat of force. Are you insane? Because how else are you asking him to move? You're not asking him nicely, and it's raining. You're a bully. You are a bully. Okay? Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Oh, what the heck? Why is they doing this to me? Like, it's so weird. Fight a scuffle, threaten others, engage in bullying. You guys, sorry, right? Like, they broke so many rules from their school. Like, it's so crazy. So now let's go back to the dad and his foolishness. Sorry.
Get out the rain. You can't sit here. You have to move. You walk up to somebody and say, hey, man, you're on the wrong side of or if you go to a football game and you're on the visiting time, hey, man, you're on the wrong side. You can't sit here. You have to move to the home side. That's what they do.
He doesn't have the authority to say that. And even the school says that's not for him to do that. Because the school tent he doesn't own. The school tent belongs to the school. It was purchased by the school district. And the school has said it's not his job to do that. Because he doesn't have the authority. So the only way he could do so is by force. That's why you don't do it. Another student has no authority over another student. So the only way you can enforce your will is if you're using force. Well, there you go. The school says you can't do that. What you can do is get another adult, but because it's raining, even the adults are not going to tell Karmelo to leave because it's raining. Even a police officer wouldn't have told him to leave because it's raining. So your son is hella wrong. Both of your sons were extremely in the wrong. Okay? I lost weight, huh? I can see it in my face now. Okay?
Anybody that want to get me my visiting time, hey, man, you're on the wrong side. You can't sit here. You have to move to the home side. I've been to football games when I had a tent, and I welcome anybody that want to get me my tent. Get out the rain. Sir, you're 35 years old. You haven't played sports. Hey, I played plenty of sports. In 20 years. I'm not going to tell a kid to put their hands on. I'm not going to let a kid put their hands on somebody that's just because they underneath the tent. Okay, let me ask you this question. Why are you worried about it? You're so rational and smart. If someone touches your arm, does that justify you stabbing them in the arm? In a hostile situation where someone walks up to me. Answer the question, yes or no. Does it justify? I'm asking you a question. That's not the situation. No, yes, it is. No, it's not. You walked up the whole thing out of the situation. He touched him. Does that justify? Okay, man, I'm done. Fuck off. Next person. Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you discuss. Man, why don't you go to fucking to somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question on Karmelo?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard.
It was burning to say.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard that for yourself, just me.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Oh, wow.
You see, he was dying to call somebody the N-word. That's their favorite word. When they ain't got nothing else to say, they don't call you the N-word. It's their favorite word. They don't have anything else. I'm like, your son is wrong. This is not private property. It's a school. Yeah, that's all they have is you're gonna. That's all, right? But it's a school. It's a public school. The stadium is part of the school district. The tent doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the school. It was purchased with taxpayer money. Nowhere in your student handbook does it say that it is your job to fight to protect the integrity of a school tent. Team too much. You're super wrong. And it seems like now they're trying to come up with a narrative that, oh, they were cheerleaders under there and Karmelo was doing something to cheerleaders. Why didn't they say it to the police? And also, once again, even that, you should have gone and gotten the teacher. Get a coach, get an adult. Right? But I'm like, they will always find a willing, lying-ass white girl to say some bullshit. But she can do it under oath, though. America has changed. White people don't realize this. The vast majority of people today know that white women are a bunch of liars. And the worst thing they can do is bring a white girl up there to say she was a cheerleader and she was getting harassed by the black boy. Girl, okay, play those games if you want to. Ruin your life. Ruin your life and be forever branded as a racist and see what happens. And truly and honestly see what happens. Okay.
Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Okay. So this is how he talks to people. This is how he talks to people. But then he's gonna say, what do you say again? That his son it was not a race crime. This has nothing to do with race. But you see how he's quick to call somebody the N-word?
And I really tried to. But when I went to court, I said, man, I ain't trying to make no cat. You know why? Because you can't bring the cat to court. My constitutional right gives me a right to confront my witness. Bring the cat to court then. If I may. Where the cat at? They lying. We got it on video. Where the cat at? That's my cousin's cat. And by the way, my cousin, Mr. Jesse Taylor, was a Republican precinct chair of District 1297. That was his cat. He don't know that wasn't real mace. I lied and told him that was water. Because when they give you the mace gun, they give you a canister of water. And then they give you a canister of mace. They let the water be the tester. I swore on the Bible, I used the water. I told him, man, I ain't trying to mace your cat, nigga. You know that. Like, man, you can't even mace your cat. He said, I know you wouldn't, kinfolk, but I did. I just lied to him. And I had this pre-recorded. This ain't pre-recorded, but I had proof to back up my lie. Like you're fucking doing, Sarah. You're coming with false proof to back up a lie. I did the same thing and beat the felony charge against the animal cruelty. It's a great scheme for a defense team. I'm just great, Sarah. But when people know the truth, nobody knew my truth. Nobody could really prove that this was really mace in the can, Sarah. That's why the charge was fucking dropped. You know how I beat the two Agasaws? Because when I came out pointing the gun, nobody could see it on camera. But this here, Sarah, this is on camera. So let me break the footage down since nobody wants to see it and everybody's taking Sarah's word with this somewhat of a truth to support a lie. I'm good at taking some truth.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let's come read this. Let's come read this quickly, y'all. Yeah, everybody knows white girls lie. But it's like people are used to it now. They don't know. I think that's why I say they struggle with the fact that America has changed. Like people no longer just trust the word of white people. Like a white person said it, a white woman said it. Okay, it's probably a lie. They have lost all credibility. It's not a credible people. So they can do whatever they want to do. Nobody cares. Okay, y'all, let's read this, right? Karmelo Anthony defense team seeks to turn the tables at trial and air accusation of sexual harassment under a named cheerleader by Austin Metcalf. Oh, so Karmelo's team is trying to say that Austin was probably harassing a girl. Well, look at this. Sounds about right to me. Okay. In the United States, the Statistics Bureau from the Justice Statistics indicate that around 6 out of 10 rapists are white men. This further supported by RAINN, Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network, which states that 57% of all sexual violence perpetrators are white and 99% are male. That is crazy. 6 out of 10 rapists are white men? Damn. That's the problem. I'm telling you, every time they focus on black people because they're hiding something, 13% of the population. Why do you white people rape people so much? Did y'all know this? That 6 out of 10 rapists in America are white men? Did you know that? So you mean to tell me the people with the smallest penises are the most dangerous out here sexually. They're out here raping people with them small penises. That is crazy. Janet says 60%. These numbers is frightening. What? She's like, oh, Elaine said it tracks though. God forbid you tell a white man no. Oh my gosh, Elaine. Girl. Wow. But that's very high though, Kevin. 6 out of 10 rapists in America are white men. Every time you see these dumb people tell you 13% of the population, you better say, did you know that 6 out of 10 rapists in America are white men? According to RAIN. That's easy to remember. Oh, there's like 78%. We looked it up yesterday. It was like 78%. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. There you go, Elena. I got the number for you. Hold on. I got it for you, boo. I got it for you. Since you're asking, and you know, I aim to please. So there you go, Elena. I got you. Hold on. I was a bit shocked, I ain't gonna lie. Because, you know, I say things to roast these people, but sometimes even I'm shocked that I'm actually right. Like, damn, I'm too right. Like, I need to stop. I'm like Miss Cleo. Well, Miss Cleo was a fraud. I'm God's chosen. So it said, what is the rate of rapes committed by white men? According to RAIN, Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network, and the Bureau of Justice, 57% of all sexual violence perpetrators are white. 90% are male. Jesus. In federal sexual abuse cases, white men account for a significant portion of offenders. For all sexual abuse offenders, 55.4% are white men. So you see, not like, you know, well, it's me, Lena, okay? But you see, you guys, whether you're a Diddy supporter, you're not a Diddy supporter, you know, I support Diddy. Not because I agree with everything, but I don't want Diddy to be the face of the freak-offs and sexual assault and the trafficking in America. Yeah, because per the data, who should be really facing a RICO? It should be a white man, not Diddy. Should be a white man. And you see, Diddy didn't have no underage people. There was Diddy, his girlfriend, and consenting adults that sold their bodies on Craigslist. That's not rape. Nobody was raped. But I'm like, if you think about a sex organization, like a sex crime ring, the trafficking, it should not be a black person. The numbers don't make sense. So if we say, okay, let's trust the data, 13% of black people make up 13% of the population, but are responsible for like 40% of some of the homicide. No problem. But then they got to eat this shit too, right? They got to take this L. So in all good sense and all good faith, per the data, if somebody has to stand trial for human trafficking, the RICO, the sex work, the selling of human beings, the selling a woman for sex, it should be a white man. It should not be a black man. So it cannot be Diddy. Like Jeffrey Einstein, it makes perfect sense. It absolutely makes sense because it matches the data. So this whole Diddy stuff was nothing but a witch hunt to go after this man and his $400 million. And the Lord said no. Just like that. Not to say Diddy's perfect now. He needs to repent for real. But it's like it doesn't line up. Everything got line up. For Diddy, it does not line up. Bad Boy they make music. We all been dancing to the music for over 30 years. It's not no damn enterprise of crime. Like what the heck? It's an enterprise of entertainment and dancing and good music. Yeah. Okay. So for cases involving production of child pornography, 72.7% of offenders are white. That's why any woman with children and you date a white man, be very careful. If you are a single mom, you want to date a white man, don't do it. Just don't do it. Trust the data. Okay? Every woman that has a child needs to be very careful with her child or children around a white man. 72.7% are white men for cases involving production of child pornography. So that girl, Sarah J. Fields, most likely It's a white man who molested her 6-year-old. It makes sense. It matches with the data. Okay, that's what the data says. So most likely Sarah J. Fields, as a single mom, she would have been safer with a black man, an Asian man, a Muslim man, a Latino man. Because 72%, like that's like, let's just run it to 75%. So that means black man, Muslim, Arab man, Asian man, South Asian man, Latino man, they got to compete for the remainder 25%. That's like, so 5% of black men, 5% of Asian men, 5% South Asians, 5% Arab, 5% Latino. That makes 25%. So black men are least likely to molest a child, to create child pornography. But a white man, 75%, that's a C++. That's a lot of white men who like to see little kids being sexually assaulted. Okay? In cases involving travel for prohibited sexual contact, 50% of offenders are white, and then 28% are black men. Jesus Christ. Queen said, I knew this lady from Botswana whose daughters got violated by her white husband. She ended up losing custody. I don't know what happened to them. Well, you see? Yeah, they have, you see, Elaine say white men have a passing grade in pedophilia. Isn't that crazy? White men have, if you gave white men a grade on how they abuse children, child pornography, like pederasty, pedophilia, they have a passing grade. Please be careful if you are a single mom and you are considering currently dating or want to marry a white man. The odds are like, 3 to 4, he's going to rape your baby. He's going to molest your baby. He's going to record your baby taking a shower naked and put it on his phone and pleasure himself. Look at Sarah J. Fields and what happened to her and her 6-year-old baby. Don't let that be you. They are truly dangerous. I don't know how people that are known for having the smallest penises are out here doing all this weird crap. And they're always the ones sending pictures of their penises to people. They're weird. Yeah, seriously, give them a side eye. But be very careful leaving your children around a white man. Because 3 out of 4, he's going to do something to that child. Lord Jesus, this is so frightening. So these are their numbers. Oh my God, where was I? I'm so overwhelmed. These people got me overwhelmed. I'm overly stimulated now. Why are they so damn evil? Jeez Louise. See? And here's the president of Ukraine. Look at this. Look at Zelensky. Look at Zelensky. Look at Zelensky, white man. Look at Zelensky. Look at that. Look at Zelensky. Then see? And they put this man over there in Ukraine to be the president so they can take our money. This is Zelensky. Okay? The white man's. Be very careful. Be so careful. Don't leave your daughters around these people. They're so dangerous. They are truly dangerous. Oh, we were reading this. Oh, yeah, that's it. Now I remember. Be very careful. Bombastic side eye. Criminal side eye. Pederasty side eye. They probably look at kids and they already get turned on. Don't bring your kids around these people. They're dangerous. Okay. So let's read this. Okay. As the first court appearances in the case of Texas versus Anthony draws closer, it is coming more into focus how the strategy of the defense will be to go on the offensive and attempt to put the victim on trial when the victim, who's the victim? Oh, Austin. When criminal defendant Karmelo Anthony stands accused of first-degree felony murder for the killing of Austin Metcalf. Anthony, who immediately confessed to killing Metcalf on April 2nd, 2025, has claimed that he acted in self-defense ever since he's scheduled to appear in court on July 18 before Judge R. Roach Jr. Mike Howard will be representing Anthony and his highly accomplished, very experienced criminal trial attorney with more than 20 years of experience, who in addition to being a member of the Texas Bar, also admitted to the U.S. District Court. Okay, let me see. Oh, got to go back down a little bit, huh? Okay. After, I do it. Okay, that should be a little better, right? After the case on June 25th, Howard first filed with the court to have his client declared indigent. Okay, so indigent means you don't have the money. So you see, that's why they did it. It makes sense. So he's been declared indigent since all this time. Okay, so meaning like you don't have the money, you don't have the funds, so he can get a public defense attorney. Makes sense. We like that. Great strategy. Let's go. Okay. Great strategy. All right. And then immediately proceed to establish what seems to be the foundation of his defense, which are 4 separate subpoenas filed to be served upon Frisco Independent School District. Exactly. Elaine said he is indigent. He's only 17. There you go, Elaine. There you go. She said he is. He ain't got money. He broke. He's 17. He ain't got no money. Okay. He ain't got no money. Okay. The first of these subpoenas seeks the full names of all student athletes from Memorial High School and Centennial High School who attended the track meet on the day in question, along with their home addresses and date of birth and the name and contact information of their parents. The second seeks all video from all location taken at the stadium from the day in question. Watch the white folks try to delete shit. Okay. Next page. Okay, school officials and coaches, videos, letters to school officials, coaches, note counseling records, drawings concerning Austin Metcalf, Hunter Metcalf, and Karmelo Anthony. Okay, make this bigger. All right, let's go keep reading this. The fourth subpoena seeks for Frisco at ISD to turn over a copy of all emails sent to the following coaches in regard to Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf: Jackson, G.E., Ballard B., Ruiz L., Nguyen D., Baxter T., Duke Austin, specifically an email sent to the aforementioned coaches in October 2024 by Memorial High School cheerleader complaining about Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf harassing and threatening Memorial High School cheerleaders at a Cane restaurant. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. So these boys, I'm telling you, and the lady, we saw the other lady, Emily Schmidt, right? We saw Emily. Emily said that Austin and Hunter, they had bullied her baby so bad. It's not clear, you guys, but you can kind of see, right? It's a bit blurry, right? Emily Schmidt. And I'm sure, and I hope they got in contact with her. I hope the lawyers have gotten in contact with her. Okay? These twins terrorized my son. Let me see if I can make it bigger, because it's a bit blurry. Because they got the screenshot from Facebook. These people are dangerous. Okay? But we already knew this, though. Because, like, what kind of nice person is going to ask you to move while it's raining? Nice people don't do that. Nice people don't do stuff like that. So we already knew there wasn't shit. Okay? But Emily Schmidt said, these twins terrorized these twins terrorized my son in elementary to the point of wanting to commit suicide. I had to pull him out the school and move districts. No life should ever be lost, but I hope the full story comes out. Kevin is here. Kevin will tell you. Okay, like if I'm the prophet of the church, Kevin is the pastor of the church. So my leading pastor, I'm the leading prophet of the church. Kevin is the leading pastor of the church. My lead pastor here will tell you. Yes, Pastor Kevin will tell you. I said that bunch of people gonna start coming out that they were bullied by Austin and Hunter. Kevin, did I not say that? When I first did this video, like them all my videos, I mean they are 10 hours long, so it's not, I can't blame you if you didn't watch them, but I said it. I said these people have bullied people before. You don't just wake up and start doing stuff like that. You don't just wake up and say, you know what? It's raining. Get the fuck out of here. You don't just wake up and start doing stuff like that. They have been doing this and they have been getting away with it. Look at how big they are. They're so big. Oh, but you see, the deaconess. So Kui is my deaconess in charge. So the deaconess in charge, Kui, will say, we remember that. I said it. I said, you will see a bunch of people come out. It's just because they're afraid. because white people bully other white people to stay on code. That's what they do. They love to say, oh, I don't know why black people want to vote Democrat. Shut up. I don't know why white people don't want to tell the truth, though. Everybody does it because they're supremacists everywhere. But they bully other white people to not be honest. I said at first they're going to be scared, but eventually they're going to, all it takes is one person being brave enough to say it. These dudes have been bullying people. You saw Hunter again on camera. He's so damn big. The cameraman had to like bend out to grab him. The dude is so big. If you didn't know he was 17, you would say like maybe 25 because he's really big. And they've always been big. Well, thank you. Thank you, lead pastor. They're so big. And I said at first the whites are going to be scared because I'm going to be white. I'm going to come out and stand against the white narrative. But little by little, all it takes is one person being brave. They're going to be exposed, you guys. They're a bunch of bullies. They've been bullies all of their lives. And their daddy makes excuses for it. Their mama looks away. They've done that to a lot of people. Because Austin, for him to be 225, and for Karmelo said, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, because Karmelo is small. So he didn't like, oh, shut up, you mosquito. That's what his mom was. He's not a good person. Because when you're that big, you're that strong, and you know jiu-jitsu, you're like, oh, whatever, you dumb kids. You people ain't shit. Because you know how much harm you can cause. You know, like, it's like The Rock. Like, with the bigger you are, when you're a good person, you tend to be so calm. Because you know you can whoop everybody's ass. But these people have muscles to bully other people. And they've been getting away with it. And you're going to see. Because until next year, people are going to come out. Even all these sex workers with Cassie, at first they were afraid to speak up because people were standing up for Cassie. But little by little, they're all exposing her. Like, nah, she was happy to be there. Nah, she wanted to be there. Nah, she told me to keep going. No, she told me to pee on her. My mom said it all the time. She's like, oh, the lie might take the elevator. The truth will take the stairs. But eventually, the truth will get ahead of a lie. It's going to start coming out. So then you got this lady here, Emily Schmidt, and I'm sure she got the receipts. Okay? But I said, I'm like, these people have been bullying people because nice people don't act like that. Nice people don't move like that. Nice people wouldn't even care. Like, yo, it's raining. Let him sit here. You know what I mean? I can't even say here a lot. I've met some really nice white people, and I know they would have an issue. I've met some really nice white folks. They would not even have an issue. But, oh, do you want some soup? Do you want some coffee? Are you cold? Can we help you? You know, you do have some sweet white people out here. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, it's not enough of them. Oh, that's the sad part. You know what I'm saying? But these people here, they're not raised right. They are so not raised right. You don't act like this. You do not act like this. In the rain, y'all. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Who has this much energy at 9 o'clock in the morning? It's too early for this shit. So this woman, I'm like, yeah, I believe her. And I hope they find her. And they will find her. She might even come out with all the receipts. Because, you know, white women love to write. They do love to journal. Okay? She gonna come out with all the receipts. The truth always comes out. It always comes out. Okay. Yeah, like Queen said, no one is answering why they ask him to move because they know it's fucked up. So they don't want to answer because they know it ain't shit. It's an ain't shit move. They know it's fucked up. Because if you ask a white person to move in the rain and they could get wet and get pneumonia, they would not find that to be nice. Like, what the hell? Because it's rude AF. You know what I'm saying? Even when it rains and people wait for the bus stop, like, people don't mind you getting closer because, you know, it's raining. Under normal circumstances, stay away from me. But when you're at the bus stop and there's like a little covering thingy, people don't mind getting a little touched, you invading their personal space because, okay, it's raining. Like, everybody's trying to stay out the rain. You know what I'm saying? Humans can look out for each other unless you're a savage. Like, that's crazy. That is really crazy. So let's keep going. So, okay. But there was coaches in October 2024. And then if these coaches are not careful, these girls can also sue the coaches for covering for sexual harassment. If you don't remember, I'm so glad Juan Dixon is not here right now. Who remembers Juan Dixon? People play dangerous games, okay? Who remembers Juan Dixon? Right? Right? Do you remember why? Huh? There you go. Who remembers Juan Dixon, you guys? Do you remember Juan Dixon? Who remembers Robin, husband, who don't care for her? Okay. Do you remember Juan Dixon? There you go. Let's talk about it. These coaches, hey, when I tell you they're going to start spilling tea to save themselves and save their jobs, who remembers Juan Dixon? Okay. That's Robin's husband, y'all. Okay. Who remembers why he got fired from his coaching job? Do we remember why Juan Dixon got fired from his coaching job? And can say, Marlene, talk about it. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Why did Juan Dixon get fired from his job? What happened? What did he do? Okay, Elena said, me. There you go. There was a male student who, what happened to the player? What did Juan Dixon do? Or what is it that he didn't do? They say he covered for one of the coaches who was engaging in sexual harassment. Good job, NK. A coach had sex with one of the players. And I guess he started threatening the player. And then the young man went to Juan Dixon. Juan Dixon did nothing about it. He helped the coach to cover it up. This is some serious stuff, because once you are informed of sexual harassment, sexual assault, sexual anything, you got to go tell the people. You, even at the workplace, you have to go to human resource. You don't have a choice. You are opening yourself up for a lawsuit because, like, oh, you covered this up, right? So if these cheerleaders are real, and there's a letter since October 2024. Thank you, Miss Journey. Hey, Miss Journey, I missed you with your beautiful face. Exactly. You could have got electrocuted. You just never know. It happened to a plethora of people in the rain. Anything could have happened in the rain. The steps is concrete. The bleachers is metal. I already told y'all this. Hold on. Wait a minute. This is very dangerous business. Like, you don't do that. And once again, it is 9 o'clock in the morning. Why are you so upset like this? It's just too damn early. It's so early. Look at these bleachers, y'all. Look at bleachers. Look at these sharp corners. Y'all see this? There's a number of some sharp corners because bleachers are made out of metal sheets. They are made out of metal sheets. You push somebody against this, you shook, like you push somebody and their head goes like this, or their eye, the eyeball can fall on the corner. You just made someone blind. This is so unnecessary. Rain is no different than sleet. Would you ask somebody to leave your tent if you know there's sleet everywhere? This is why schools have hours and hours of school delays, because it's not just the snow, it's the sleet. It's very dangerous. So schools make sure that, the roads is clear so that the kids can walk to the bus stop, because the school is responsible. And if they can't guarantee that children can walk from their home safely to the bus stop, they just cancel school for the day, because it's not worth the lawsuit. And that's why you don't ask somebody that's sitting there for protection to just leave in the rain, because anything can happen to that person. And are you willing to open yourself up for a liability lawsuit if the person falls, slips, because you told them to leave in the rain or in the sleet in inclement weather? This is some cruel ass behavior. And that's how you know they were bullies. 9 o'clock in the morning. I will never stop saying that. It's too early for this. Too damn early. But because they're bullies. So I talk about Juan Dixon. Juan was helping the coach he was covering up, because there's a sex tape, because it's a male student, it's a male athlete having sex with a male coach. And the male coach was using the sex tape to threaten the black athlete to do whatever he wanted him to do. And the young man, he did it at first, but then he got exhausted. Like, I'm tired of this crap. so that he goes to Juan Dixon. And Juan Dixon does not become a refuge. No, instead, he's looking out for the coach. And he's helping the coach to keep lying and making this young man think he's crazy in his head. This is some wicked shit. So it all came out, and Juan Dixon lost his job. It's not your place to cover this stuff up. Hold on, you guys. I got time. This is seriously. You guys, hold on. Did I lose my stuff? I think I did. This is so dangerous because if they had reported Austin and Hunter since October 2024, they wouldn't have even been at that track meet. They would have been there. Charge these coaches.
That has nothing to do with his hit reality show. According to new reports, he has been fired from his coaching job at Coppin State University. So this comes on the heels of Juan's cheating scandal with wife Robin Dixon. We talked about that in Celebrity Dish before. And more importantly, it comes after a lawsuit against Coppin University alleging one of his assistant coaches sexually assaulted and blackmailed a former player. Juan Dixon spent 6 seasons with the program. So guys, it hasn't been the best start of the year for him so far. Wisdom, do you know any more about this than we've heard so far?
No, the information about the blackmail and the allegations, that's, I'm not going to say old news, but we knew about that in the past before the season even started. And you know, coaches get fired all the time when they don't have a tremendous amount of success. It's just sad because, and I'm not talking about the reality show, I'm just talking about Juan in general, because he's such a big name here in Maryland with the Terps, winning the national championship, such a great basketball player and an icon in the sports world in this area. So to see all of this fall on him or come into his world with a lawsuit and then getting fired and then the reality TV, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's unfortunate.
You think he's going somewhere?
Career over? We need to talk about this. Landville got Juan's phone number.
You guys out here getting doing all kinds of things.
Doing a lot more. But let's get into the topic for this video, which is Juan Dixon was fired by Coppin State University.
Yes, right.
Is this a big shock to anybody? Probably not, but I think it makes the whole lawsuit situation that Juan is entangled in more real and more serious.
Mhm.
Not that it wasn't serious before, but now that articles are coming out talking about him being fired from Coppin State, but then referencing this lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like things are about to start getting very real in the Dixon household.
Hmm.
Now, if you remember, this lawsuit was brought up at season 7 reunion. Robin was asked about it. Obviously, Juan was not in attendance because he was at work. So she has to be the mouthpiece for the both of them. So she explained that Juan did everything that he was supposed to do to follow the process.
Mm.
Well, if he did, then why is he named in this lawsuit? And why is it still going ahead with him being named in it, Robin?
Mm-hmm.
Or is
Exactly. People gonna learn. So here's the thing, you guys. Former player sues Coppin State over alleged sexual assault and blackmail by assistant coach. Okay? We got time today. Okay? A Coppin State University assistant basketball coach catfished a player online into providing intimate photos and texts, then blackmail him into videotaping a sexual encounter before publicizing the material. When the player resisted further demands for sex, a lawsuit was filed in Baltimore County. Oh my God, Baltimore City Circuit Court alleges. Okay, the legal complaint says by information and belief, Lucian Brownlee, a former guard who served as director of player development and director of basketball operations, harassed, tormented, and sexually assaulted the player IBN Williams before publishing intimate material he had obtained from the student. Okay, Coppin basketball coach. So Juan was the main coach. He was the head coach. Okay, Coppin basketball coach Juan Dixon, who is named in the complaint, allegedly failed to take action when informed of Brownlee's actions. All right? So he got fired. He got fired. Okay? He got fired. So my thing is, if it's true that these coaches knew Exactly. If it's true that these coaches knew that Austin and Hunter were out here doing this to these girls and they kept it hidden, they're going to be sued. And the school district is going to be sued. These coaches here could seriously lose their job. Because if they had reported this since October 2024, Austin and Hunter most likely would have been expelled. So they wouldn't have been at the track meet. So they would have been alive. They would have been alive, But you knew that since October 2024. What did you do about it? Nothing. I can't even imagine what it was like for those girls to go to school knowing that nobody was punishing or even looking into Hunter and Austin after what they had complained about. My Lord. Okay, so let's keep reading this. What's it called? High school cheerleaders. Okay, put it up. Sent specifically an email sent to the aforementioned coaches in October 2024 by a Memorial High School cheerleader complaining about Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf harassing and threatening Memorial High School cheerleaders at a Cane's restaurant. This move by the defense to have Frisco ISD provide the documents, which will become the foundation of their defense, comes on the heels of the Frisco ISD making the controversial and unexpected move to issue a diploma to Karmelo Anthony rather than expel him for his conduct at the track meet. Okay, you guys. So the Whites wanted to unite and make sure Karmelo was not going to have his degree. But it seems as though the young cheerleader gave Karmelo all the tea. Because how would Carmelo's lawyer know that an email was sent October 2024? And they can't say they didn't receive it because most likely the young lady has her receipt. Because if nobody reported this, said a thing, they're all exposed for a lawsuit. I'm telling you, the school district, the principal, and then the coaches, okay? So then they say, well, guess we'll just let you get your degree. Which is why that white man was like, oh yeah, just let him graduate. That's why the man, it's not because he's a good white man, but he understands that his coaches have been hiding stuff. The superintendent, there you go, the superintendent. Because this can turn into a lawsuit. Because a young lady reached out to the coaches to let them know, hey, Austin and Hunter are doing X, Y, and Z to me. The stuff that, what's his name? The stuff that Charleston was saying yesterday is starting to make sense. Because he said something about Carmelo's private print. It was too much. Okay. This move by the defense to have Frisco. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not here. Okay. This move by the defense to have Frisco ISD provide the documents, which will become the foundation of their defense, comes on the heels of Frisco ISD making the controversial and expected move to issue a diploma to Karmelo Anthony rather than expel him for his conduct at the track meet. Where's the rest? The what? The Reedy Yankee? The Red Yankee. What the heck? Where's the full article of this? You see how they made sure you can't even see this? But how did they get the pictures? Oh, my Lord. How can I find this? July 4th. Where did he write this? Or maybe they told him to take it down. Because you know how they do. Yeah, you can't find it. Where is it? It's so awful that he has the same name as Karmelo Anthony. It's so crazy. Okay, this is starting to make more sense. Yeah, hold on. Mm. Oh my gosh, you guys, sorry, it stopped working. Hold on. Hold on. Merrick is having too much fun with his auntie back there. Hold on, you guys, my bad. I apologize. Thought you guys were seeing this. sorry.
Folks, there the fuck it is. I've been saying this from day one. Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's dad, was in a live yesterday, got in the box and was answering questions. I don't know if that's the only live he was in. I don't know if he was in more boxes, in more lives. I don't know. All I know is he was in at least one of them, and there's clips of it. You can search everything. The proof is there. People were saying that we're watching the live or that we're in the boxes when Jeff was there and watching this entire interaction happen and hearing what was going on. They said that they observed him mainly talking about Karmelo over his son. Telling. And this is also a huge prime example of those videos I made about white people taking accountability. Jeff is literally a prime example, especially racist white people. Which brings me to this. Jeff Metcalf called a black man in this live, well in the box, the hard ER. Called him a racial slur. I was right from day fucking one. I was right. He is racist as hell. And I know his family is racist as hell. So it is still very much a possibility that Austin definitely called Karmelo the N-word. Mm-hmm. I believe he did. So for all those people that said, oh, you guys are always saying it has to be the race card, he didn't say that. None of you were there, so you wouldn't know whether he did or didn't. Now, if he didn't call him the N-word, great. I'll own that I was wrong. But right now, I still am 110% believing he did. Especially now that his daddy-o just sealed the deal and proved that they are racist as hell. At least he is. But I'm going to assume, because usually if the dad is, or the dad and mom, the kids are too. They brainwash them. I literally have been saying from day one, they look racist as hell. Especially the dad. And he proved it. All on his own. The racists usually out themselves all the time. Good job, Jeffy Poo. Good job.
Wow. Now you guys, look at this. How come we didn't know about this Facebook page? Oh, it's definitely a race thing. Oh, you guys, you're your baby man. You guys read this, y'all. Read this. Somebody said predators in power, shaking my head. Prosecuting teens as adults while paying off sex scandals. Jesus Christ. $1.75 million uses hush money with public funds. Oh, my Lord. White Americans are dangerous. It's not an honorable people. And that's why they beat down on people to make themselves look righteous. They put their sins onto other people and throw them in jail and pretend to be the ones who are doing good for humanity. It's a bunch of demons. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. But how come he's still district attorney? What? But they want to send Didi away for life. Collin County settles lawsuit against district attorney's office alleging sexual harassment, toxic workplace environment. The Collin County Commissioner's Court unanimously agreed on Monday to settle the lawsuit filed by former and current county employees. Okay? The suit accused District Attorney Greg Willis and First Assistant District Bill Weisky of sexually harassing multiple women who work or have worked in the District Attorney's office and of retaliating against them when they refuse to comply with their sexual advances. Are we surprised? Are we surprised? What is the rate of rapes committed by white men in America? According to RAINN, Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network, and the Bureau of Justice, 57 of all sexual violence perpetrators are white and 99% are male. In federal sexual abuse cases, white men account for a significant portion of offenders. For all sexual abuse offenders, 55.4 are white men. For cases involving production of child pornography, 72.7% of offenders are white men. In cases involving travel for prohibited sexual contact, 50% of offenders are white men and 28% are black men. Jeez Louise. This is so dangerous. I'm like, this fits the data. This is crazy. So how does he get to be district attorney? Wow. In a statement released by Collin County Judge Chris Hill, he also claims the lawsuit falsely claimed members of the Commissioner Court were aware of the misconduct in the office and refused to take action. Of course they were aware. This is like another cover-up, like Jeffrey Epstein. The statement goes on to say that the Commissioner Court engaged an independent legal firm to investigate the allegation immediately upon learning of the lies. That investigator talked with more blah, 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 blah. My point is, in spite of the court's objection, the county insurance company was concerned about the potential cost of litigation and any potential judgment. And the insurer offered the 6 plaintiffs, 6 people, $1.75 million to sell the suit. The 6th plaintiff amended the lawsuit, retracting the allegation of sexual harassment and sexual misconduct, retracting all allegations against the court members. Of course, they pay for silence. You see? Oh, can y'all see this? Sorry, you guys. Let me see so you can see. Oh, my God. Of course they have to do that because they paid them money. So how does he get to still be district attorney? Originally, the suit alleged that District Attorney Greg Willis treats female employees as objects that, without their consent, must gratify his sexual impulses and personal vanity, while First Assistant Bill Weisky runs the office as a crass, misogynistic fraternity complete with systemic hazing of the county's attorneys, investigators, and staff. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. This is a lot. How is he still district attorney? Jesus. Oh, Elena said, imagine if the law and police were less biased. Yeah, even the judges and district attorneys. Their numbers would be higher. These people are dangerous. They are truly, truly dangerous. Oh, we need to do a video about this prosecutor. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Now let's watch this one. Hold on. Let's watch this.
Hypocrisy.
Is this you?
Y'all want to see some peak.
So this is the girl, Sarah J. Field. Look at her ass. Look at her ass. Yeah, that's her. Okay.
Hypocrisy.
Is
Y'all want to see some peak. Hypocrisy.
is this you? Is this you right here lying and being wrong and defaming? Yeah, I just watched you get destroyed in another live based on your nonsense. Aren't you the one who was convicted for abusing your own child?
Oh, so she has a conviction. But she's saying that it was her, the husband, the court forced her. So that Sarah J. Field chick has an actual conviction of child abuse? Oh, my Lord. You guys, let me tell you this. When I tell you that before this trial starts, they might just drop the case because white people about to get flamed. White people are about to get flamed. It's going to be so embarrassing. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So she has an actual conviction. Lord Jesus.
Hypocrisy. Y'all want to see some peak. Hypocrisy.
Is this you? Is this you right here lying and being wrong and defaming? Yeah, I just watched you get destroyed in another live based on your nonsense. Aren't you the one who was convicted for abusing your own child?
Child. The real Lord Gaga. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let Charleston speak. This is crazy. Who are these people?
I got money, baby. And by the way, I'm in character. I'm not really admitting to committing any crimes. This is satire comedy, shock jocking, dark humor. I am a highly paid comedian, so I get to come under my comedic umbrella and say what the fuck I want to say in the name of free speech, being funny. You don't know if I'm being funny or serious. Nobody knows, and nobody can prove if I'm being serious or funny when I'm in character online, because I did admit to being in character online. Can't beat me. I've been beating white people all my life. But listen to me. So in this video with
You guys, do you see how America really ain't shit, you guys? We are seeing suppression of information. Do you see it? Like, don't you ever let anybody tell you this country's not racist. They chose a side. And they decided Austin, no matter what, had to be the victim. And you see, these social media platforms. Google, the CEO of Google is Indian. The CEO of YouTube is Indian. Don't ever let these Indians bamboozle you into making you feel like they left that caste system in India. They brought that shit over here to America. They're a bunch of colorists. It's the people who hate black people. Indians are not friends of black people. I don't want to say it. This is so disgusting. This is suppression. Because this should be all over the place. Now, these so-called Greg, Officer Tatum, they're going to be cursed. Lead attorney, you, instead of worrying about your cancer, you don't have a family, you don't have a wife, you don't got no damn children, you got to take an Uber to your chemo appointments, doing videos of Karmelo so you can make AdSense money to pay for your chemo treatment. All you people will answer to God. You will answer to the Lord. Like, this is suppression, y'all. This is suppression. Unbelievable. This is crazy.
Before entering the building, handed it to the front desk lady. She scanned it. She gave me a sticker badge, which, same picture as your driver's license. I sat in the lobby and waited for Michelle to come get me. She took me behind the double doors. I walked into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway, entered an office, and attached to that office was a conference room that had, a conference table with chairs all over around it. Signed a piece of paper essentially saying that I will not take any photo or video of the video that I was about to see. I actually had left all personal, all personal, belongings in my car besides my driver's license. Up on the wall was a TV, and she told me, hey, most people started at 2 minutes. I said, no, I would love to start it at the 11 minutes before, as far back as I can go. She proceeded to talk to me and describe everything that was on the screen. essentially, identifiers. Bottom right corner was the timestamp. Top left corner was the tint or canopy, however you want to flavor it, and it was half cut off. Now, to kind of describe the video and the clarity, crystal clear. I love to say 4K, if not 5K or better. I could see, rain droplets, rain puddles on the track. I could see umbrellas, ponchos. I could see girls in their track uniform, yellow shorts, yellow tops, warming up. People are running around the track as well. And so since I had 11 minutes, I was able to kind of familiarize myself with everything. And I knew prior to going in, I looked at the map to ensure, like, hey, stadium view, where am I at? I knew I'd be viewing from the home side towards the away section, and that the middle school is going to be behind me and the athletic department would be, or the athletic complex would be over to my right. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose. And the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up.
They said, oh, Karmelo could have left if he wanted to. Oh, he could have left. They gave you the chance to leave. This lady said, leave where, bitch? Leave where? So you see, we knew Hunter was lying because his eyes were everywhere. He was not looking straight into the camera. He's like, well, I didn't see, you saw everything but the way your brother got stabbed. This boy, y'all remember I said his eyes are all over the place. Like he's looking here, he's looking there. I said, Hunter. So they themselves were not under the tent. They just walked up under the tent. You see how white people lie. And the thing about white people, they know their children are a bunch of petty ass liars. And they will stand behind these fools instead of correcting their behavior. White people are a bunch of enablers, so especially white mothers. They were never even sitting under the tent. She said they walked from the middle school. Did you hear what she said? Let me show you what she's saying. Hold on. Let me show you what she's saying. Because you told me y'all were not here yesterday. Where is it? Because I have it. You know it's me. I have everything. Okay. You remember this? It's me. I have everything. Okay. Remember this? You got to see what she's saying. Hold on. Let's go.
Yeah, Nicole, they allowed me to view this video under strict conditions. I couldn't record anything. I couldn't take pictures.
The same thing.
I could take notes, but that's about it. They would play it one time, and they wouldn't even rewind it or play it again, even the moment in question.
Okay, so you see, this is the visitor side, right? Now, this side is the home side. So that's what she's saying. This is the home side. This is the home side, and behind this side is a middle school. Okay? Y'all need to visualize this, right? So this right here is the home side. Behind this over here is a middle school. The thing happens over here, all right? Because you need to have spatial awareness. So this is where it happened. That's the visitor side. This is the visitor side. We even saw that in the police report, right? We saw in the police report. It is right here, okay? Right here, visitor side, all right? Because, you know, I got my receipts. I have my receipts. The visitor side. So this is what you are seeing over here. Where this right here, next to his head, this part is the visitor side, okay? And this is the home side. And behind this thing right here is a middle school, all right? So let's just play this.
They allowed me to view this video under strict conditions. I couldn't record anything. I couldn't take pictures. I could take notes, but that's about it. They would play it one time, and they wouldn't even rewind it or play it again, even the moment in question. So what I saw in the video was ultimately it's from the press box across the field on the 45-yard line. You can view a yellow tent across the field. That's where this incident happened. There's no sound on the video, and it's raining. And you can see about 30 to 40 people around the field. It's a track meet that morning. So
see, that's exactly what she said, that people are running, people are in ponchos. You can see it's raining. You can see the droplets. You can see the puddles on the ground. You can see the girls warming up. So corroboration, let's keep going.
Preparing for this track meet. The incident in question happens at 9:44 a.m. It's really calm.
So this is where there's a discrepancy, because he said it happens at 9:44. The other lady said 9:54. So I don't know which one. I don't know. I think he might be lying. But okay, she said 9:54. 54. He's saying 9:44.
Until that point, and then chaos ensues, and you can't really make up anybody. You can't.
So he's saying, I think this white man is lying. I think that's because he's with News Nation. Chris Cuomo works there, so he probably lying, because he's saying you can't make out anybody. The other white lady said you can see in 4K. She said, oh, you can see. So I think he's lying, because he said 9:44. She's saying 9:54. He said you can't make out anything. She said, no, you can. So I think she's more believable. Okay? I think he's lying. Let him keep talking. Y'all need to take notes, huh?
Make out individuals. You can see people and colors and what they're wearing, but you can't make out identities. But again, at 9:44, chaos ensues. What I did not see was any obvious physical altercation leading up to the stabbing. Now, I went in.
So he said he did not see any physical obvious. He didn't see any physical obvious physical altercation. I think he's lying. I think this man is lying.
Inside the stadium earlier this morning to try and give our viewers a better vantage point of where this all happened. Take a look. Across the field, you can see where the press box cameras captured everything. We're on the 45-yard line here. This is where it ultimately happened. There's a tent right up here, the kind of the sports tent where everybody was huddled at 9:44. Whatever went down happened right here. Everybody kind of took off.
Okay, so that's what he's saying. Okay, no problem. Now let's go back to, I think he's lying. Let's go back to the white woman, because the lady said, I can just play it for you at a specific time point. She said, no, I want to go back further and listen. So hold on. Where is it again? Right here. Let's go.
ISD's administration building off of Ohio Drive. Showed my ID before entering the building, handed it to the front desk lady. She scanned it. She gave me a sticker badge, which, you know, same picture as your driver's license. I sat in the lobby and waited for Michelle to come get me. She took me behind the double doors. I walked into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway, entered an office, and attached to that office was a conference room that had, you know, a conference table with chairs all over around it. Signed a piece of paper essentially saying that I will not take any photo or video of the video that I was about to see.
So this right here, they both
You say, can you get what?
They're both in agreement right now.
Was a TV, and she told me, hey, most people started at 2 minutes. I said, no, I would love to start it at the 11 minutes before, as far back as I can go. You know,
she says she wants to go as far back as she can go. The other man, he didn't do that. So that's why I'm going to trust her.
She proceeded to talk to me and describe everything that was on the screen. Essentially, identifiers, bottom right corner was the timestamp, top left corner was the tint or canopy, however you want to flavor it, and it was half cut off. Now, to kind of describe the video and the clarity, crystal clear, I love to say 4K, if not 5K or better.
She said it was 4K, if not 5K. He said, oh, you couldn't see anything. You know what the white man said? You couldn't see anything. I couldn't see anything.
You can't really make up anybody. You can't make out individuals. You can see people and colors and what they're wearing, but you can't.
No, the white media cannot be trusted. So he said, oh, you can't see anything. The lady said it was giving almost 5K. You can see. To the point that she could even see the droplets of the rain, which would make sense. I'm like, it's a stadium. They usually have the latest equipment because the sports stuff, it goes so fast. So I believe her more. I believe the lady more. He's lying. He could see. The truth in these people. It sure ain't. But I'm like, it is a stadium and it's a fan. I mean, it looks good. It looks clean to me. It looks quite new. Why wouldn't they have the latest equipment? Because in sports, the stuff moves so fast. They have everything, the lenses, the whatever. They have it all. She's like, you can see it's 4K, almost 5K. He is lying. This man is lying. Wow.
I could see, rain droplets, rain puddles, say clarity, crystal clear. I love to say 4K, if not 5K or better. I could see, rain droplets, rain puddles on the track. I could see umbrellas, ponchos. I could see girls in their track uniform, yellow shorts, yellow tops, warming up. People are running around the track as well. And so since I had 11 minutes, I was able to kind of familiarize myself with everything. And I knew prior to going in, I looked at the map to ensure, like, hey, stadium view, where am I at? I knew I'd be viewing from the home side towards the away section, and that the middle school is going to be behind me and the athletic department would be, or the athletic complex would be over to my right. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose. And the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey.
Wow.
So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation.
So she's saying they're walking up. So they're right here. Hold on. You need to see this. So they're right here. Yep, she's not lying. Look right here.
This is where it ultimately happened.
Yeah, what did she say? You see, she's not lying. She saw the tape. She's not lying. Let her say it again. Oh, I need to, hold on. What is this? Hold on, I need to get this video on my thingy. Hold on, give me a second, you guys. News Nation. Give me 1 second. Because I want to, I want to hold it as you guys. What time is it? 1:57? Maverick is like, he's just going off today, huh? Hold on. Oh my gosh. The StreamYard shit is always like so unstable. Oh. What is this crap? Okay.
Got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose, and the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was.
I bought my receipt, you guys. This is what. No. She's saying Karmelo. Karmelo was running. So it happens at the bottom. Where you see the memorial tent, it happened there. Karmelo runs up because in the police report, because I know my stuff, but in the police report, if you go here, let me show you where it is. And the police report is right here. There you go, right here, right? In the police report, it is right here. Let me get out so you can see this. Where is it? Okay, eventually, you see this eventually right here? Right here, right here, so follow me here. Officer Shawls was able to locate the knife. It was located between rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle, partially open. The rain began to come down heavily on it, and it was determined that instead of moving the knife, the officers will cover it up with a large blue tarp. Okay? So this is what you're seeing here. So like the man said, it happened down here. And like she said, Karmelo ran up. He ran up and he left the knife here, close to the opening, like close to the aisle, right there. Does that make sense? Okay? So it happens at the bottom, like she said, because you see it right here. Hold on. Oh my gosh, Maverick is just having the time of his life. Let me show you. Hold on. Okay. So she's describing this, right? That they walked up these metal things, like they walked up behind this gate. They walked to Karmelo. It happens here, right? Then they jump Karmelo. So then Karmelo stabbed Austin. He runs up the step, which makes sense because and he leaves, he dropped the knife there. Rows 9 and 10 around seat 30, closest to the aisle. Okay. And she says Karmelo was not running like he was trying to run to a McDonald's. He was running for shelter, like he was looking for safety. And then the boys are chasing behind him. So let her say it again. But this is what she's talking about. And that's what the white man was saying. Like, it happened at the bottom. Hold on. Where is he again? Listen to him one more time.
Captured everything. We're on the 45-yard line here. This is where it ultimately happened. There's a tent right up here, the kind of the sports tent where everybody was huddled.
Okay. So now here it is. This is what he's showing you, right? Here are the fences. Here's the tent. Where am I? Okay. Let me go back. Where am I again? Okay. So here is the fence, right? You see the fence right here. Okay. You see it, right? This is where he's standing, right? This is the fence right here. Okay. So it happens where you see the yellow tent. Karmelo, like then they so she's saying they came from the middle school. So they came from the back of the home side where the stuff is being recorded from. You see them walk up. And she said they walked with intention. It wasn't like, oh, they were having a fun. They looked like they were mad. They about to go whoop some ass. So they walk up this thingy, right? The gate right here. They walk up to Karmelo. And from what she could tell, because she's like, it's 4K, but it's really giving 5K. Okay? People's hands is moving like they're putting hands on Karmelo. And she said, whichever way Karmelo would have tried to run, he was locked in. He's locked in. Today, I guess he stabbed one of them. And then she said, then he ran up. But the way he was running, it's not like he's trying to go to McDonald's. He's looking for shelter. Okay? So let her say it again. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. You know, I'm finding this iPad to be quite useful. I'm enjoying this iPad. Where are we going again? So let's go back here. Let her say it again one more time.
Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come.
Oh, here. So she's talking about they came from back. You see this building? They came from behind this building. Okay? They came from behind the building.
The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose, and the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent, just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, he collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side. I cannot confirm or deny.
So Hunter lied when he said that Austin died in his arms. He did not die in his arms. And this is what Charleston White was saying yesterday. He didn't die in his arms. Because she said he walked down and he fell to his knees, then he fell to his side. I guess he's holding onto his chest. He did not die in Hunter's arms, which makes sense because Hunter and the other guys were running behind Karmelo. So Austin was by himself. He died by himself. And this is why Hunter said, I didn't see it. Because he was running behind Karmelo. This is starting to make more sense. This is starting to make more sense now. Nobody died in Hunter's arms. These people are really crazy. They're truly, truly crazy. They are truly crazy. And the fact that the guy from News Nation did not tell the truth is really disgusting. This is seriously disgusting.
Whose quote unquote was the close in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, he collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side.
Okay.
I cannot confirm or deny who's.
This is why also Karmelo asking, is he okay, makes sense. Because he just spoke them so he could run. He doesn't see the rest. Because like you said, he's running for safety. Like, I'm get the fuck up out of here, my Lord. So that's why when the police comes, he said, is he okay? Because he didn't see it. And Hunter also didn't see it because he was running behind Karmelo. It's starting to make more sense. You see, that's why you got to keep asking questions. You get it? Because he doesn't know. That's why I said, he stabbed him in the heart. He stabbed him in the heart. Maybe, maybe not. We have to wait for the autopsy. Because I don't think Karmelo even knows he knew where or what he was stabbing. He just wanted to poke him so he could run for his life. Because she said, whichever way he turns, they had him locked. He was cornered. Man said, oh, shit. So all this, Karmelo says, see, touch me, see what happened. Touch me, see what happened. They're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of liars. The lady said they were walking with intent. They knew who they were going to go get. They knew. They were walking behind like the record, like the place, like they're from the home side. There's a middle school back there. They're walking back there. She's like, they're walking with intent. And it was giving predator versus the prey. They walked up. So it had nothing to do with a seat. These people wanted problems. That's why I told y'all this. If these white people don't fucking stop, and if Hunter does not tell the truth, Hunter gonna get arrested. Hunter and that other boy. And it makes sense that there was another boy because he said, we told him to leave. And then he said, then my brother stepped in. I said, Hunter was moving with somebody else. And Austin got involved later. But we knew it was more than two people. Because we told him to move. Then my brother stepped in. My brother said, you got to move. So it's more than the twins. There's somebody else. There was somebody else. So she was like, whichever way he want to turn, Karmelo was landlocked. So then he stabs, he runs, and then he drops the knife. Like rows 9 and 10, C30 right there near the aisle because he was panicking. And she was like, you can see it, that he is running for safety. So when the police officer comes and he said, it's not alleged, I did it. Is he okay? I understand why, because he didn't see it. Because he runs up. Austin walks back down. They're going in opposite directions like this. Because you see what I'm trying to say? Do you get me? Right? Do you get me? Because it happens here, right? Or somewhere here. Karmelo runs up this way, drops the knife, and he keeps running up. But Austin, he's walking down because he collapsed right here. He collapsed right here. The knife is up here. And if you know, Karmelo, like if you read the police report, Karmelo went and got a coach or somebody, because that's the coach who said he's right there, or that's him when the police came. It's making more sense, isn't it? There you go. It's making more sense. So when the poke happens, Karmelo goes up, Austin goes down. Austin collapses down. He's by himself because Hunter and the other person, they're running up behind Karmelo. And he drops the knife, rows 9 and 10, seat 30. There you go. It's not that hard, right? It was located between rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle. Let me do this actually. I forget I have. I keep forgetting I have Canva. I keep forgetting I have Canva, y'all. Hold on. I sure do have Canva. Okay. So let me do this. Give me a second. Hold on. You know, I really love Canva, you know. It's really cool. Okay. Let me make this a little bigger. How can I highlight over here, child? Forgot. Tools. Draw, I guess. Okay. Let me take a picture of this so it can make more sense. Because spatial awareness actually matters. Hold on. Put it right here. Okay. So sorry. Okay. 9 and 10. Right here. Okay. All right. This should be a lot better, right? Okay. So that way you understand what we're looking at. Stop sharing. This StreamYard stuff is so unstable. Share my screen. Okay. Boom. All right. Do you understand this now? Look, right? So Officer Charles was able to locate the knife. It was located between rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle, partially open, right? So we're right here. Somewhere here is like row 9 and 10, seat 30, right here. It happened here. Or like, I guess here somewhere. So Karmelo runs up. He drops the knife. He keeps running. Austin comes back down. He collapses, right? So this whole thing about, Hunter, Austin died and Hunter's, child, that should never happen. These white people are a bunch of liars. They are a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of freaking liars. And they're going to get exposed. So now let her say it again so then you can understand it better. Hold on.
Right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose, and the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit. which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent.
Okay, so I made a mistake. He pokes him. I guess they were up here. He dropped the knife. Then he goes back down and he runs. Okay, so I guess Austin is behind, like slowly.
Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the step, not running to him. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down.
Okay.
And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time.
Okay.
I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent, just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, he collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side. I cannot confirm or deny whose quote unquote was the closest, off of Hunter's interviews. He stated that he fell into his arms. Could be true. I cannot identify there, right? But then from there, people scattered like roaches. You turn on the lights, they went everywhere on multiple different directions. I did see a gentleman walk over in what I'm going to say is he was a coach or an athletic trainer. He was wearing a blue hoodie. He immediately, was attending to Austin. About 10 minutes later, within that 10-minute time frame, I could see the first officer arrive on scene. He was running from the middle school diagonally across the field. And then, like I said, within that 10 minutes, the EMT, the ambulance pulled on the track, and right in front of where Austin had been laying. And honestly, it blocked everything out. You couldn't see any more bodies behind there or any kind of commotion or movement. And then, of course, the EMTs had to take the stretcher out and wheel it all the way around because they could not lift it above that chain link fence that was right there. From there, we all know that they were probably, giving him life-saving measures. It did start to downpour at that point in time. Again, I could see it on the screen. And then you could also see the tent being moved down on top of them to kind of preserve. And
he's not lying. It's in the police report. What she's saying is in the police report that it was raining so hard they had to move the tent to cover Austin, because it was downpour raining like it is crazy. I really believe she saw it.
Cover his body as well as the guys working on him. From there, more officers arrived on scene. The reason why I know it's officers is because their bulky kind of uniforms that they were wearing, their safety vests, for that matter. You could see crime scene tape going up as well as them starting to open the blue tarp up. I saw it go from that white or silver side, whatever you want to call it, opened up to the blue side, laid over the poker. And then you could see 2 officers grab the bag, one tossed it to another and laid it on top of the tarp so the tarp wouldn't blow away. Again, from there, I started noticing still more people still kind of lingering, but it was thinned out a lot. I think a lot of coaches and staff were still standing on the field. The reason why I say is because, coaches are pretty much ex-athletes and they're just out of shape. They have usually a gut, a bigger of a belly, and I could differentiate them between, kids or adults. And then from there, I watched when they backed that ambulance up, put Austin inside of the ambulance. They sat there for a couple of, minutes, I would say, maybe 1 or 2, to ensure that he was strapped in, maybe giving him some IVs or something. They pulled out. I watched the ambulance leave as well as 1 squad car. And then from there, it was just the remainder of the police that had arrived on scene, kind of doing their investigation from there. So I mean, when I say it was instantaneously, it was instantaneously. Again, that's one thing that I love to reiterate.
Wow.
Go ISD's administration building off of Ohio Drive. Showed my ID before entering the building, handed it to the front desk lady. She scanned it. She gave me a sticker badge, which, same picture as your driver's license. I sat in the lobby and waited for Michelle to come get me. She took me behind the double doors. I walked into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway, entered an office, and attached to that office was a conference room that had, a conference table with chairs all over around it. Signed a piece of paper essentially saying that I will not take any photo or video of the video that I was about to see. I actually had left all personal, excuse me, all personal, belongings in my car besides my driver's license. Up on the wall was a TV, and she told me, hey, most people started at 2 minutes. I said, no, I would love to start it at the 11 minutes before, as far back as I can go. She proceeded to talk to me and describe everything that was on the screen. Essentially, identifiers, bottom right corner was the timestamp, top left corner was the tint or canopy, however you want to flavor it, and it was half cut off. Now, to kind of describe the video and the clarity, crystal clear, I love to say 4K, if not 5K or better. I could see, rain droplets, rain puddles on the track. I could see umbrellas, ponchos. I could see girls in their track uniform, yellow shorts, yellow tops, warming up. People are running around the track as well. And so since I had 11 minutes, I was able to kind of familiarize myself with everything. And I knew prior to going in, I looked at the map to ensure, like, hey, stadium view, where am I at? I knew I'd be viewing from the home side towards the away section, and that the middle school is going to be behind me and the athletic department would be, or the athletic complex would be over to my right. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose, and the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent, just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, He collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side. I cannot confirm or deny whose quote unquote was the closest, off of Hunter's interviews. He stated that he fell into his arms. Could be true. I cannot identify there, right? But then from there, people scattered like roaches. You turn on the lights, they went everywhere on multiple different directions. I did see a gentleman walk over in what I'm going to say is he was a coach or an athletic trainer. He was wearing a blue hoodie. He immediately, was attending to Austin. About 10 minutes later, within that 10-minute time frame, I could see the first officer arrive on scene. He was running from the middle school diagonally across the field. And then, like I said, within that 10 minutes, the EMT, the ambulance pulled on the track, and right in front of where Austin had been laying. And honestly, it blocked everything out. You couldn't see any more bodies behind there or any kind of commotion or movement. And then, of course, the EMTs had to take the stretcher out and wheel it all the way around because they could not lift it above that chain link fence that was right there. From there, we all know that they were probably, giving him life-saving measures. It did start to downpour at that point in time. Again, I could see it on the screen, and then you could also see the tent being moved down on top of them to kind of preserve and cover his body, as well as the guys working on him. From there, more officers arrived on scene. The reason why I know it's officers is because their bulky kind of uniforms that they were wearing, their safety vests, for that matter. You could see crime scene tape going up, as well as them starting to open the blue tarp up. I saw it go from that white or silver side, whatever you want to call it, opened up to the blue side, laid over the poker. And then you could see two officers grab the bag, one tossed it to another, and laid it on top of the tarp so the tarp wouldn't blow away. Again, from there, I started noticing still more people still kind of lingering, but it was thinned out a lot. I think a lot of coaches and staff were still standing on the field. The reason why I say is because, coaches are pretty much ex-athletes and they're just out of shape. They have usually a gut, a bigger of a belly, and I could differentiate them between, kids or adults. And then from there, I watched when they backed that ambulance up, put Austin inside of the ambulance. They sat there for a couple of, minutes, I would say, maybe one or two, to ensure that he was strapped in, maybe giving him some IVs or something. They pulled out. I watched the ambulance leave, as well as one squad car. And then from there, it was just the remainder of the police that had arrived on scene, kind of doing their investigation from there. So, I mean, when I say it was instantaneously, it was instantaneously.
Okay. So now let's go back over here real quickly to the racist white lawyer. What did he say?
Answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
What if they grab you and there's 5 guys all around you?
Sure. Then there's a disparity of numbers. Then it's the force.
Now that I think about it, they probably knew. Because what are the odds that Tim will ask that question? These questions were not random. Oh, but what if? Because they could have had a knife for all we know. Maybe Hunter and the other guy hid it. Because I'm thinking like these questions are not random. Seriously, Kevin, I'm like, these questions are not random. Because he said, oh, but what if the man had a knife? He said, oh, well, there's a bad day for you. Then he was like, what if there's 5 guys around you? He's like, well, that's bad for you. And then he said, there's a point, he's like, and he was like, oh, yeah. And he said, oh, and even if somebody is like 200 pounds more than you. I'm like, why is he talking about weight? But I'm thinking like, these people probably know. They know. Because he said, oh, Austin committed battery. I said, oh, now you're asking about a knife. You're asking about you're asking about 5 guys. What if there were 5 guys around him? What is going on? I'm not, hold up, wait a minute. I don't think these questions are random. And that's why he said, oh, I'm going to, but he tried to put on the liberals, like, oh, I'm going to offend you, but Karmelo's going to walk, because they know. But these people are despicable. They're truly disgusting. These people are truly evil. Because listen to the questions, right? Let's start over.
Reasonable perception.
Hold on.
Justifiable self-defense.
Absolutely.
So I asked the lawyer himself, are there circumstances where being grabbed in any scenario, like you can imagine one, where lethal force would be justifiable self-defense?
Absolutely. I mean, everyone's asking the wrong question or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
What if they grab you and there's 5 guys all around you?
Sure, then there's a disparity of numbers. Then it's the force of the collective group that's threatening you, not just one individual.
What if they don't touch you at all? Are there circumstances where deadly force is justified?
Yes, of course. If someone comes up to me and opens up their jacket and says, "Give me your wallet," and they show a gun, they haven't touched me. I don't have to suffer a scratch before I can defend myself. I can defend myself against the threat that's about to occur. It's an imminent threat that you're defending yourself against. In fact, if some guy
you see this? They know. They know. They know. They know. This is some sick stuff. This is sick. This is truly sick. This makes you really afraid of people. Wow. I'm like, Tim is not asking random questions. Because most likely they saw videos from other students. There are other videos, you guys. There are other videos. Yeah. They're not good people. Because I'm like, now that we heard this girl, and I'm thinking about, I was like, these are not random questions. These are not random questions. It's like Tim is asking questions as if he saw the tape. Because that's what we said. There were too many people there for no tape to have been leaked. Like, that doesn't make sense. They saw videos, you guys. Listen to me. Now that you heard this lady talk, the questions he's asking are not random questions. What if? Like what? And all these what if, it's kind of sounding like what she's saying. Did they also have a knife? Jesus Christ. I mean, America's not racist. Trust, we have to trust our legal system. Jail. If white people are anywhere in the legal system, you need to be afraid. These people are really frightening. They saw tapes from other people. And I'm like, and these questions are not random questions. These are not random questions.
Have said things that are incorrect as it pertains to self-defense. I've seen people say things like, you can't use lethal force if someone is simply grabbing you. They say things like, you can't use lethal force unless you've been touched. I've seen things like, you can't use lethal force unless you are facing explicit lethal force. And there's caveats to all of these things. So I asked the lawyer himself, are there circumstances where being...
Callie said, hold on. Callie said, I agree. Their tones have changed, shifted too much. They know and have seen more facts, and they've seen videos. Because Tim is not asking random questions. It's a group of guys who walked up to Karmelo. So why would he say 5? Jesus. These people just wake up and say he will walk out of nowhere. Think of all the people she's saying she saw in the field. Nobody has videos. There's only one video in America. In 2025, where these kids sleep on their phones. There's only one video, because I said it before. I said because it doesn't look good for Austin. And I said, if they're not careful, Hunter and wherever the other people are, they're going to get charged for what happened to Austin. These questions are too specific. What if there are 5 people around you? What if there's a weight difference? What if somebody showed you a knife? What if somebody show you a weapon? What if I'm like, these questions are not random questions now, because I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. You people saw the videos, didn't you? My goodness, white Americans ain't shit. You people saw the videos. These are not random questions. They're not random questions. And because they're such cowards, they're going to keep letting these white people act unhinged and torment this family when they could just speak the truth. White people are cowards. White Americans are cowards. Just like they could have stopped Hitler from the beginning. They just let that motherfucker kill. It's when he got too close, when he was really bombing the shit out of England, they're like, oh, okay, now he's getting a little too close. They knew he was killing them Jews. They didn't do shit. They didn't care. I've told you, they were never shit. They ain't shit. They were going to be shit. They saw the videos. But for the love of money, because their channels are not doing good, and there's a desire, there's an appetite for racist content. So they're going to do it. These people have no integrity. I said white Americans, they're dishonorable. They only answer to money and hatred. That's it. Money and violence. That's it. They have no honor code. This is it's not a principle-based people. They saw the video. They saw videos. And this is why Tim is asking these questions. These are not random questions. What if 5 people are around you? What if you have a knife? What if you have a weight disparity? But he doesn't say 65, he said 200. But they come to find out Austin is 225. Exactly. That you have a prosecutor that also was accused of sexual assault, and he paid the money for the girls to be quiet. Huh? How can you have a prosecutor that paid for people to be quiet, and then he's still a prosecutor? They said originally, here it is. Read it. Let's read this. How is this a thing? They're so corrupt. They are so corrupt. Originally, the suit alleged that District Attorney Greg Willis treats female employees as objects that, without their consent, must gratify his sexual impulses and personal vanity, while First Assistant Bill Worski runs the office as a crass, misogynistic fraternity, complete with systemic hazing of the county's attorneys, investigators, and staff. Bunch of criminals pretending to be moral people. Where's Sabrina? Hold on, wait a minute. Where's Sabrina? Remember where you at? That's why she said these people ain't got no damn morals. They have no principle. Hold on. Sabby, get in here and smoke. Y'all, let Sabby come in so she can cook a little bit. Hold on. Let me bring Sabby in here, okay? Because she can cook a little bit so I can take a little break because my head hurts. This is so disgusting. This is so disgusting. They're all the same.
Tells you that those are facts. He doesn't know that those are facts. Presidents have lied for years. Presidential administrations have lied for years. Obama told lies. Bill Clinton told lies. George W. Bush told lies. Trump told children. It's about protecting Israel. And so you'll see even Ben Shapiro here, who claimed to care so much about the children.
Oh, you see?
Wants you to believe these lies.
We now have...
They care about the children. White people always care about children, but they're the first one to kill them. The first one to rape them. The first one to abuse them. These people are all about performing. They're all about performing. White people love the ideas of ideals because they're a bunch of malignant narcissists. They're not good people. White people are not in love with the idea of working to live up to their ideals. They're indolent. I learned that word today. Exactly. They're all in cahoots. White Americans were never shit, ain't gonna be shit, are currently not shit. Do not trust these people. They say nice things. They say ideal things. That they say things that are like, yes, utopic. But when it comes to actually, you know what I mean? When it comes down to it and really being about that life, they ain't gonna be present. They're indolent. Okay? Unbelievable, but it is believable.
The answers. And the problem is this. People who never hedged their bets, people who never at any point suggested to you that they don't have data to back up the speculation, that the speculation was in and of itself the conclusion that if you speculate without evidence, that amounts to an actual conclusion to an investigation, they're going to be very upset today because it turns out that the DOJ and the FBI have concluded that Epstein didn't have a client list and died by suicide, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios. Now, again, does this put to bed like all inquiries? Of course not. People can continue to speculate as much as they want. And I think
this is bad. This is bad. This another one. Another soft peen having ass. Ben was like, yeah, facts don't care about your feelings. What? Until you talk about his feelings. It's like, oh my God, that's anti-Semitism. Right? Ben gonna tell you, well, he went to Harvard Law School. Now he's saying, oh yeah, Jeffrey Einstein did nothing wrong. You see how they are? They don't have a moral compass. They don't have an honor code. He's out here with a yarmulke on his head. About to lie. He's about to lie. I think for white people, these shit right here is just costumes. They're such scammers. They're such criminals. They are such swindlers. They are such frauds. They respect nothing. They will wear religious garb and go burn people. They will wear religious garb and go rape children. They'll put things on their head to let you know, oh, look at me, I'm pious. They're going to do all kinds of evil shit. They're the reason why people don't respect religion. Because the things white people have done with religion and the people they've hurt the most vulnerable. White people will hurt the most vulnerable people hiding behind religion. They are just evil. It's so wretched, people. They are so wretched. I even wonder, black women who are pregnant by white men, do y'all have nightmares during your pregnancy? Because how do you mix your blood with these people? Do you have nightmares? Because these ain't good people. Because even if your husband is a good white man, what about his lineage? All these people, his DNA. Y'all all crazy. I could never do that shit. I could never. I was start hyperventilating like, oh, shit. I couldn't do it. There's some evil ass people, man. These are some wretched people. They dress like people of the faith. They grow a beard. They grow curls to the side. They wear things on the head. They wear long dresses. They wear hats that are like this tall. And they will go hurt children. They will go build tunnels and traffic children. They'd be involved in slavery, pedophilia, pornography, you name it. Under the name of religion, the things white people have done, disgusting. These people don't fear God. They hate him. They truly hate God. And they have to, because the way they're committed to lying, killing, destroying, never apologizing, never taking themselves into accountability. Nah, these people, they hate God. Okay? These people hate God. They hate him. And on Judgment Day, we will see the fate of white people. That's why God allows them to make so much money like this on this earth, because this is it. This is all they'll ever have. But honesty is not in these people. I keep telling y'all this. Being honorable is not in these people. Honoring the promise is not in these people. Being loyal, faithful, friendly. They can't do it. They must lie and lie. And if they have to kill you to keep up a lie, you're gone. If they have to throw you in jail, fake charges to get rid of you, to keep up a lie, they will freaking come up with a whole case. A RICO, when it's a FRICO, and throw your ass behind bars. It's because of technology now, it's a lot harder for them to do their evil shit because people are asking questions. But damn, how many people were destroyed in the past? I always say, if you don't fear white people, who will you fear? I mean, there's the devil, then there's white people. You need to fear these two entities.
There's still open questions here regarding how did Epstein make his money? But that's a very serious open question. And the speculation for a long time was he made his money from blackmail. But the DOJ and the FBI, again, run by people like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are telling you. I'm not telling you. They're telling you. People who are members of the Trump administration.
And they always love to pull rank. They try to pull rank to impress you. Like, with the Democrats during the whole COVID, Dr. Fauci is telling you. Dr. Fauci, he told us not to trust Dr. Fauci. Now he's saying, oh, Pam Bondi is telling you. Kash Patel. I don't know these fuckers. I don't know Pam Bondi. I don't know this lady. I never even heard of her. Who is she again? So because she white, I should just trust her? Racist. Cash Patel. Okay. What do I care? He's Indian. A lot of Indians are racist. A lot of Indians are colorist. A lot of Indians believe in a caste system and they treat the Dalits horribly. The only kind of job they can do in India is prostitution. Indians do not have a welcoming society where they treat all human beings with respect. They also abuse Muslim in India. Modi is a known Islamophobe. He tortures the Muslim in India. And the Indians don't say that's not okay. Don't treat him like that. They don't mind treating people like crap. They come to America and they still bring their caste system to the office and they do it to each other. It's the colorist people. It's the hurt people. It's the damaged people because they were conquered and traumatized by Great Britain and now they do it to each other. They need help. They need a lot of help. Ask Fumi's here. Ask how Indians act in South Africa and how they treat black people in South Africa. They're not good people. They are not a good people. Indians are awful. All they've ever done is try to fit up to the British ideals. They will never be white, but they think they'll be white. It ain't gonna happen. They're mean as hell. Most people don't want to have an Indian manager because they're mean people and they don't like black people. What the heck? Then who else is the other guy? I don't even know who he is. My point is, I don't know these people. I don't have to trust these people because they said so. And then Trump hired them, so that's the stain of that. I don't have to trust nobody. These are not saints. Being born white does not make you a saint. Being born white does not mean that, oh, white people should all trust her. No, shut up. White people are some of the most wicked people on the planet. So that's why I don't even trust her. I don't know Pam Bondi. I will not trust her. She's a knockoff Timu version Barbie. Okay? Child, please. I don't know that lady. I don't know Cash Patel. I don't know these people. I have no personal experience for people, oh yeah, I'm going to trust. I ain't trusting nothing. I don't know these people. Now, what the heck? So because you said it, we should trust him. You told us not to trust Dr. Fauci. Whatever. Fool.
People you elected and put into these positions to get you the truth on this matter are telling you.
Nobody elected anybody. Trump appointed these people, but you're going to tell me you went to Harvard, right? You don't know the difference between getting elected and getting appointed. Trump was elected. He appointed Bondi. He appointed Cash Patel. He appointed these people. They were not elected. They were hired by Trump. A man with 3 divorces most likely was cheating on Mama Ivana, okay, with Marla Maples, okay? How you gonna cheat on your wives 3 times? All he does is cheat on them wives. Don't take his vow seriously. So no, I'm not gonna trust Trump, the cheater. And Trump was also on the audio saying that he grabs women by the P-U-S-S-Y, and he's a white man. So he's more likely of committing assault. And then he settled an assault case in New York with Janine Carroll. Now, I don't think he raped her, but he could have assaulted her. What do I know? It fits the numbers. If the data fits, we're not going to quit, okay? It's sticking to your ass. Like, you're crazy. You are truly crazy.
That he didn't, in fact, he was not murdered. He did not keep a client list. And he did not blackmail powerful figures.
Yes, he did.
And you should believe them because
they're white.
Just because
they're white.
People elected them, that means that you should believe them.
But he went to Harvard.
Do you see what Ben Shapiro's doing here?
Disgusting.
He's trying to tell his audience, you should believe them because they're saying it, and so it has to be true. That is audience capture to the T. And don't forget that Ben Shapiro is a big cuck for Israel. So you know he's going to try to protect Israel at all costs.
Yeah.
He's going to try to protect the fact that Epstein was Mossad. He doesn't want, let's not get into that. Let's not talk about that. No, nothing to see here. But the children he said he cared so much about.
Okay, right, that is the thing that they are saying, not I. They are saying this. If you're willing to throw that over and claim they're lying, then I'd like to see you present your evidence that they are in fact lying. Because I know Dan. I don't think that Dan Bongino is lying to me.
So because you know someone, they can't lie to you? People lie all the time. Does everybody see this? Oh my God. Audience capture, folks. That is audience capture. Listen, there's a number of times there are things I say on the show that people agree with and people don't agree with. but you don't see me change how I feel about something because people may not agree with it.
Exactly.
This is what Ben Shapiro's doing right here. Look, I feel like, look, he's not independent media
at all. Bought me.
You got Ben Shapiro doing it. You have the PBD podcast host doing it, trying to make excuses for this. Not independent media. This is what I was trying to tell you guys. He is doing the narrative that he is paid to do.
Period. And what did I tell you? I said white people answer to two things: money and war. War, violence, whatever. It's over here. White people understand two things only: money, war. For money, they'll do anything. They'll turn their coats. They'll switch up what they said yesterday. They'll break a promise. They'll kill somebody. For money, there is nothing white Americans will not do. Even with a yarmulke on their head. Because for them, it's just a costume. It's to fool you. They ain't fooling themselves. They know who they are. Them things they wear on their heads is to make you believe they're good people. How can you wear a yarmulke and lie like this? Unless your religion is a synagogue of Satan. In the words of Candace Owens. What are we doing? But if somebody, if a woman was wearing a hijab or a burqa and she started to lie, they would go off. Oh my gosh, Islam is a religion of liars. But you sit here wanting people to believe that you are a respecting Jew or whatever, and you sit here and you lie. Oh, he wouldn't lie to me. Who cares? You lied to yourself, Ben. You lied to yourself. You destroyed your own brain. Have you seen your views? You have like 8 million subs and you barely get any views. You destroyed your name. You destroyed your name, destroyed your reputation, you destroyed everything you stood for. Once upon a time, Candace Owens could have only dreamt to have your numbers. Candace could have only dreamt to have your level of eloquence. Look at what you've done to yourself. For the love of money, you destroyed everything. Daily Wire about to go bankrupt. Because you had to lie. You just had to lie, didn't you? Unbelievable. This is a sickness. In the words of Abba, this is a sickness. You are sick. Y'all need help. They really need help.
He should be embarrassed. He should be ashamed, but he's not. He's a cuck for Israel.
Yeah.
I know Kash Patel a little bit. I don't think Kash Patel is lying to me. I don't think these people are lying to me. Which means that if somebody else continues to claim that they're lying, they ought to provide their evidence at this point. And now is the point at which
look at the level of arrogance and pompousness. They're not lying to me. Who the fuck are you that you wouldn't be lied to? Who do you think you are? You're a YouTuber, fam. You are a YouTuber. You are none but a goofy ass YouTuber who never steps outside. Just a little dork, okay? Just a little goofy ass goofball that hides behind his YouTube screen. Nobody ever sees you outside because you're scared. So who are you? Oh, they would lie to me. Ben, you ain't nobody. You are a nobody. Once upon a time, you used to be against Trump, weren't you? You used to be an anti-Trumper. You were running behind DeSantis, hoping that DeSantis was going to win. Right? We know who you are. Who are you? Who are you really? Do you even know who you are? All you do is talk super, super fast. But you never hold steadfast to your convictions, right? That's all you do. Speak real fast, like Twister. But you ain't got no honor. Shut up. Who are you that people would lie to you? You lied to yourself. And every time your wife tells you she likes it, she lied to your ass also. You might want to question your marriage. People lied to you. People have lied to you. Somebody told you that the Daily Wire could thrive without Candace. There you go. You were lied to then again. All your life you've been lied to, little Benny. Shut up. Is he dumb? He's stupid. What's wrong with this kid?
The facts on the ground have changed. And so either you ought to shift your opinion based on the facts that have now emerged, or you ought to acknowledge that this was never a fact-based inquiry in the first place.
He's so annoying.
It is interesting how he tells you that those are facts. He doesn't know that those are facts. Presidents have lied for years. Presidential administrations have lied for years. Obama told lies. Bill Clinton.
Lonnie said he got Jordan Peterson, a professor, sound like a whole crackhead. These conservative grifters think they're Elon Musk. They're delusional. Nick Fuentes gets more views and he's banned everywhere. Lena said, Ben's what you call a weasel and a twerp. Bars, you speak fast, but not steadfast on your conviction. Yo, I grew up the King Nasir. I grew up the Nas. Don't play with me. Okay, I'm a real student of hip hop. Don't play with me. Okay, I was oh my gosh, this weekend, Jimmy and I were listening to Big Daddy Kane. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. Okay, I was student of hip hop. What in the world? Okay, what in the world? What in the world? Like, seriously, like, what is going on? I grew up the Scarface, okay? We're going to do some storytelling up in here. Lost boys, get in here, because these white boys is a lost cause. What is this? Don't play with me. I grew up to Nicki Minaj, okay? And the band be lying, and he lies, and he ain't shit, okay? With the yellow car, full of shit, like a caca, okay? What is this? What is wrong with these people? They're freaking crazy, you know? They're really crazy. They're so damn dumb. Well, these people are just annoying. They're so dumb.
Told lies. George W. Bush told lies. Trump told lies. Biden told lies. But because they're
well, he will never sit down with Minister Farrakhan. He's not going to sit down. All he's going to do is start calling him an anti-Semite, so they can't have a real conversation. Ben will never do it. Ben is a coward. He never comes outside the house. You don't see how he's never been tan. He's always like super, super white. He doesn't come outside. He's scared. He doesn't come outside. If he sat down with Minister Farrakhan, he would start crying anti-Semitism so he could just filibuster the whole conversation. No, we're not doing it. He's a coward.
Saying it, you should believe it. Let's go to part 2 of Type VNC, Eric. Nah, see, people are getting caught with their foot in their mouth. Because if you were standing on principle, you would push back on that. But you're not standing on principle because you're trying to protect Israel and you're trying to protect Donald Trump and you're trying to keep your audience. And that's what this is really about. And this is why I continue to say that podcasters should not lead a movement.
Exactly. They're so dishonest. They want to protect Trump, protect Israel, and keep their audience, so they have to lie. That's how it goes. They lie for AdSense. They lie for sponsorship. They lie for comments. These people are so dishonest. They don't tell the truth, though. They're always lying. They lie and they lie. They know what's right, but they can't do right because they answer to money and war. They never answer to love. White people, who's calling love? Oh, hell no, I ain't picking up. Who's calling war? Oh, hell, hey, what's up? Who can I kill for some money? Okay. Love call. White people gonna send you straight to voicemail. They don't want no love. They answer to money and war. Okay. He has destroyed his entire channel. Ben has over 8 million subs. He can barely get 100,000 views. Okay. So I'm like, Sabrina, get these people. It's not a principle-based people, because what truly matters to white people is protecting their lie, protecting the people they care for, other whites. That's it. So they have to lie. They're not honest. They're very tribal.
This is why I say that we should promote it heavily. We can participate in it if we want to, but we shouldn't lead it. And people see what's really happening here. Now, Alex Jones comes in. Alex Jones says the DOJ is running cover for the CIA and Mossad. No one is buying this. You see this? Why isn't Ben Shapiro saying this?
Well, I woke up this morning and turned my phone on, and there were hundreds of text messages saying, oh my God, the DOJ just put out a letter that I know you've all seen now, saying there is no Epstein client list. There never was any blackmail operation. Epstein killed himself, and the investigation's closed. So everybody wants to know what I think. Well, I know what's going on. And so I'll tell you. Trump had 2 ways to go with all of this. He could prosecute all of these incredibly prominent people, household names, or they could use the information to blackmail the deep state. I've done deep research, have a lot of contacts, and know Trump's MO. And he's not into kids. He's not into being peed on, and Russian hotels. All that was lies. We now know from the CIA and Brennan and the very crew running the Epstein operation. But the reason that you are seeing this deep sixth is because the CIA with the Mossad and MI6 was running Epstein, and it was an official U.S. government operation.
Isn't this the same thing that Whitney Webb was saying for years? Isn't this what she was saying for years? So once again, you have Israel interfering in the US and something that is crucial. Like again, the same people who said that they were going to stand up for justice and don't forget, we're Christian. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about the ones that said they're Christian and this isn't right and we got to protect the children and all these things that they said under the Biden administration. Now all of a sudden it's just, well, Trump and Pam Bondi and them said there's nothing there, so there's nothing to see. Nah, y'all know better. You guys know.
He said Epstein is living his best life in the land that was promised to him 3,000 years ago. Lonnie, APAC man never find you. APAC, but I never find you, Lonnie. This is out of pocket. I swear, even Palestinians will laugh at this one. This is funny. I've always said that. What's his name? Jeffrey. He was back in Israel. Israel protects pedophiles. Like if you're wanted here for pedophilia, sexual assault, you can just go live in Israel. They don't prosecute pedophiles in Israel. They don't prosecute them. They do not prosecute the people. They don't prosecute the people. Like they are more than welcome to go there. Do you know how many rabbis that were wanted here by the American authorities and then they fled to Israel and they never faced prosecution for touching people? Please.
Better. You just want to believe your heroes. You don't want to believe that they could lie to you. You don't want to believe that they have bamboozled you. Politicians are trained to lie.
Podcasters are trained to lie because they make money off of AdSense. And that's how all these white folks going to be feeling. That they trust these white people so much. You're going to see, they're going to disappoint you, all right? And they took all your money. You're going to see.
Trained to do so.
Yeah, trained to lie.
Multinational. And it was the family business going back to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. And that's all on record. So if Trump was to actually prosecute this, it would bring down the CIA. And so that's why you've had Comey, who controlled the files over at the FBI with the CIA, but on that end of the DOJ, having his daughter do all the main cover-ups.
So do you hear this? Did y'all hear this? Probably you missed it. This is why Comey was in charge of the files, the Epstein files, right? Comey was the former director of the FBI under Biden. And he said his daughter handles the rest. His daughter was the lead prosecutor on Diddy's case. When you hear Comey, okay, don't you ever forget. What's her name again? I forgot her name, right? I don't remember her name. I remember her face, but I can't think of her name. Maureen, there you go. So Maureen, she does her daddy's dirty work. That's why I said, if Kamala Harris had won, it was over for Diddy. Maureen, they were going to turn Diddy into Jeffrey Epstein. They were going to make Diddy pay for the crimes of Jeffrey. It was not going to be good for him. He is so lucky Trump got in there. Okay, so he said Comey was in charge of the file. It's the Epstein files. And he said Maureen, she'd be out here cleaning up for her daughter, for her daddy. Maureen was the lead prosecutor, the six-pack, the six feminists, the six white feminist Avengers who decided they were going to do their sorcery and make the black man the pariah, make the black man the image bearer of all things sexual abuse, domestic violence, whatever. Nah, the Lord sent that right back to them. That those sins rightfully belong to white men. Maybe her daddy's one of them people. Thank God Diddy did not get found guilty of a RICO. Oh my God, Diddy better be so lucky. Okay? So, yeah, she was terrifying. Like, oh yeah, Kim was like, oh, I need to wake up from the sleep, huh? Okay? So that's what he's saying when he talks about Comey. He's talking about her. So let him say it again. I can get the closed caption thing.
And it was an official U.S. government operation.
Isn't this the same thing that Whitney Webb was saying for years? Isn't this what she was saying for years? So once again, you have Israel interfering in the U.S. and something that is crucial. Like again, the same people who said that they were going to stand up for justice and don't forget, we're Christian. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about the ones that said they're Christian and this isn't right and we got to protect the children and all these things that they said under Biden administration. Now all of a sudden it's just, well,
they're always Christians. They're always, oh, I'm white, I'm a Christian. Yeah, sure. What?
well, Trump and Pam Bondi and them said there's nothing there, so there's nothing to see. Nah, y'all know better. You guys know better. You just want to believe your heroes. You don't want to believe that they could lie to you. You don't want to believe that they have bamboozled you. Politicians are trained to lie.
Mm-hmm.
Trained to do so.
Multinational. And it was the family business going back to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. And that's all on record. So if Trump was to actually prosecute this, it would bring down the CIA. And so that's why you've had Comey, who controlled the files over at the FBI with the CIA, but on that end of the DOJ, having his daughter do all the main cover-ups, not just with the Epstein and Maxwell case, but obviously P. Diddy and the rest of it. So this is...
Pam Bondi know better. You guys know better. You just want to believe your heroes. You don't want to believe that they could lie to you. You don't want to believe that they have bamboozled you. Politicians are trained to lie. Trained to do so.
Multinational. And it was the family business going back to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. And that's all on record. So if Trump was to actually prosecute this, it would bring down the CIA. And so that's why you've had Comey, who controlled the files over at the FBI with the CIA, but on that end of the DOJ, having his daughter do all the main cover-up.
To his daughter. So he's talking about Marine. So the thing about Diddy, it was all by design. It was all by design. Diddy better, he is so lucky Trump is president.
Not just with the Epstein and Maxwell case, but obviously P. Diddy and the rest of it. So this is the swamp winning. The question is Trump's DOJ actually using this to control the deep state? Or are they just so overwhelmed by it, they are tapping out?
They're not using it to control anything. They're doing what they are told to do. When we say they never go after the head of the snake, this is just another example. Even with the Diddy case, I was like, Diddy's not the head of the snake. They usually don't go that far. One time in particular that I remember is when they took down the 5 families. And that happened because one of them decided to snitch. One of them decided, that was Sammy the Bull, he decided to give inside information. But people have learned since then. And so this is where we're at now, folks. And it's so hilarious. I'm seeing people on social media, they're trying to find a way, they're twisting themselves into a pretzel to try to find a way to defend this. No. Because you've been talking about this for years under Joe Biden's presidency. And you should talk about it under any presidency. But now all of a sudden you just go back off from it. Now let's pretend things are different. Let's pretend that Biden was president right now and Biden was the one who said this. There's nothing to see there. I bet you their response would be different. This is what I mean about people not being principled. Because either you're for something. No. Because you've been talking about this for years under Joe Biden's presidency. And you should talk about it under any presidency. But now all of a sudden you just go back off from it. Now let's pretend things are different. Let's pretend that Biden was president right now and Biden was the one who said this. There's nothing to see there. I bet you their response would be different. This is what I mean about people not being principled.
Yeah, people don't have principles. You see, they don't care. Oh, it's about the children. Yeah, right. You don't care about the kids. Oh, I don't want to see anybody get murdered. No, you don't want to see any white person get murdered. Oh, I care about life. It depends which life it is. You don't have principle. Like, move around. Like, go somewhere.
Because either you're for something, you're against something, regardless whose administration this is happening under.
And this is what Karmelo's dad was trying to make that goofy redheaded demon understand, right? It's like everything is happening, but you don't reach out to other people. You only talk about my family. These people are doing this. These other people are doing that. You know, where was it? Hold on. Was it here? Hold on. Let me find it. You know, because he would send her stuff like this, right? To be like, okay, but why don't you talk about this? Was it here also? He sent her like a case or whatever. Where was it? I mean, he would just send her stuff and he was like, well, why don't you talk about that? You know what I mean? Why don't you talk about this? Why don't you talk about that? And it's like, oh, right here. There you go. Okay. So Karmelo's dad, Drew, he sent her manhunt for father accused of killing girls. So he said, where is your report on this? He killed 3 young girls and he's still on the run. See how you're one-sided? You show yourself to be. You're only making a name after attacking me and my family and Mr. Alexander. Okay? So he said, but you can abandon your kids and get probation. Crazy world we live in. Okay? So he was trying to tell her, like, why aren't you being principled? If you're going to talk about Karmelo, then talk about other people who kill white children. Okay? So it's like, please, like, go sit down somewhere. Like, you don't have principle. Like, you're not a principle-driven people. You don't care. Where is she? Oh, my gosh. Did I lose? I think I lost her here. Hold on, you guys. Where's Sabrina? There you go. They don't have principle. They do not.
And I think people are starting to see that now, that people are not being principled.
Because, let me explain logic here. Yeah. And from all obvious inside sources, you know, we're the ones.
Esther, send it to me again, or just like it so I can get notification. Send it to me again, please. Send it to me again.
It's broke with the FBI whistleblowers, O'Boyle and others, Seraphin, all of this that was first unfolding 5 months ago when they were supposed to, you know, have this 14 terabytes. They'd sent it out to the FBI field offices for investigation. And Pam Bondi went on Fox a bunch of times. So did U.S. attorneys from New Jersey and said, oh, yeah, we've seen it, hundreds of new victims and videos and all this horrible stuff, and kids being raped. Hundreds of new victims were going to be releasing it. So you wouldn't say all that if you were planning to cover it up from the beginning. So something has changed along the way.
Whatever.
Yeah, they would. It's called lying. People say a lot of things.
And it all points towards this being used to blackmail the deep state. I'm not endorsing it. I think clearly this is what Musk learned about a few months ago and looked like he aged, 10 years overnight, looked completely freaked out. And then I think the conscience had to come out and say what he said. I mean, even people like Cat Turd, who is just the quintessential, will not question anything in the Trump administration, is completely freaked out now. I mean,
We'll get to the Elon part as well. Elon Musk, I saw before I went live, he was on X. I wonder if he still has this tweet up. He was on X and he said Steve Bannon is on the list. Remember when Elon Musk put out those tweets when him and Trump hit butt heads about a month or so ago, and he put out those tweets and he said Donald Trump is on the list or on the tapes or something like that. And then he said Steve Bannon's on that list. Now he said Steve Bannon is on that list. Like, I don't know. We don't know. I don't know. But the point is, there was a list. You see, people think that we forget, because I just want to remind everybody, Robin Minotti shared this. I'm sure this has nothing to do with today's news. Just a reminder, check this out. Epstein's calendar contained multiple meetings with Peter Thiel. This was published August 30th, 2023. Peter Thiel, another billionaire. The billionaire who...
And how much do you want to bet? Because I really do believe there are bigger monsters out there than Diddy. Like, there are real monsters and they're white. You see, I feel like white people, what they do, they have an understanding. They cover for each other's crime. And then they either lie on innocent black people. They overcharge black people. So like, yeah, you're guilty. But because you're guilty, if we overcharge you, it's going to fly. You understand? So they lie on innocent black people. They overcharge black people. Or they make every small shit like a big ass felony, right? So that they can make it seem like they're truly out here fighting for justice, fighting for this and that. No, they're using the livelihoods of other people to cover their sins. Because as long as you are just sending people to jail, People can be on the optics is, oh, they're doing their job. They're keeping America safe. No, they're not. Because the real criminals in America are white men. The real, yeah, exactly. Elena gets me. So it's like they have like 4 options. Number 1, grab an innocent person, lie on the person. Lie. You put so many charges, y'all. They're like, what the fuck? When am I going to get out of here? So they just plead. They take a plea. So you grab innocent people, you manufacture charges, you weaponize the media, and you throw their asses in jail. That's what they want to do with Karmelo. But unfortunately, we outside. Grab an innocent person, lie on them, make up a story, weaponize the media, you activate your sleeping cells of racism, and then boom, you have a narrative, it flies in court because you polluted the jury. Number 2, you find a black man or a black woman that's guilty of something. Then you add, matching crimes to it. You just overcharge, you start lying. Because people will say, well, if you did that, why wouldn't you do this? It's going to fly. That's 2. Number 3, now you start writing laws where you look at the behavior of black people. Oh, they like doing this. They like doing this. They like doing that. Well, let's write a law against that shit. So everything black people enjoy doing, like, oh, they play their music too loud. Oh, they have arthritis, so they like smoking weed. I don't know. Name something else. You observe their behavior, and then you start writing laws against that behavior that they enjoy. You put that in the penal code. Now you guys say, well, the law said, just start scooping them up. Because these like arresting people for weed is stupid. It's like dried oregano. Like if you can buy spices at Walmart, what's the problem? Like I could buy oregano from the store and smoke if I wanted to. So what's the difference? Okay. Understand? Number 4 would be what? I don't know. 1, 2, 3. I'll think of the 4th one. But you get my point, right? But the thing is, you start arresting so many people and you start wrongfully convicting people that it gives the impression that you are tough on crime, you care about the children, you care about women. Meanwhile, the most violent criminal who are white people are free because they're billionaires. It could really be that Peter Thiel is everything they said Diddy was. But he's going to be protected because they will find a black scapegoat to be his image bearer and send his ass to jail. So people think, oh, we can sleep now. Diddy's in jail the whole time. The monster is out here lurking and roaming, devouring, killing, and snatching. Because if I make you believe that the worst man in the world is in prison, you gonna have like, not only are you gonna sleep better, but you're not gonna protect yourself as much because you're like, a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you. I got it. Damn shit. They're really evil.
Happened to basically create JD Vance, Peter Thiel. Let's just, again, connect all the dots. Power to the People said Epstein cover up. We know the FBI is lying about there being no Epstein client list because it was already revealed in court that Ghislaine Maxwell kept the list in a little black book. So for those who may have forgotten, see, this is how people end up with their foot in their mouth. The book was filled with contact details of Miss Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein's famous friends, including Prince Andrew and former U.S. Presidents Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, and had been mentioned sporadically during their sex trafficking trial. But now they're trying to say there was no, remember this? It was called Ghislaine Maxwell's Little Black Book, containing the names and addresses of nearly 2,000 world leaders, celebrities, and alleged victims. And they said it will remain secret. But again, they're trying to tell you that this doesn't exist. There's no list. See, I remember because I covered that when that information was delivered. And you need to hear what the press secretary says here.
The FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News. Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. They promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the department.
Like I said, notice her cross is now gone. The point is, you're not.
I'm eating a bit. But the people notice that every time she lies, she doesn't wear her cross. I'm sorry. She has a cross she usually wears, but when she lies, she takes it off. So they notice that. I said, oh my gosh. When she's not going to lie, she wears her cross. Like she has a necklace with a cross. But when she knows that she has to lie that day, she takes it off. I mean, I respect that. I mean, she's a liar, but I respect that she's not wearing Jesus around her neck and lying. Okay, what I'm saying? So she has a little bit of a soul.
Bars where they belong. They promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the department.
Like I said, notice her cross is now gone.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, you're not putting people behind bars that are powerful people.
Exactly.
You're not going after the powerful. You're not going after those people. You're going after people that are lower income, working class, the people who don't have the money, the resources, and the means to get out of that situation. Now, I tried to tell you guys, do not let them distract you from this Epstein situation, because they're the ones that made a big deal of it from the get-go. Remember, they were the ones that said, yes, we're going to release the files. We're going to release the information.
That's like Karmelo's videos, like the video. Now, oh, there's only one video, even though there were 40 people there that day. Sure, whatever. They're so fake,
etc. So we're just supposed to pretend that this woman here, because they know that these are wealthy billionaire people. There wasn't any poor people on that island. It was people that had money.
Mm-hmm.
That can include people who are politicians, celebrities,
doctors,
royalty,
lawyers, bankers.
Don't forget the photo with Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre, who is now dead.
Yep. They could have killed her.
So put all the pieces to the puzzle together. We're supposed to pretend this didn't happen?
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison for what she, Jeffrey, and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And I was not the only girl on that island. There was a constant stream of girls being raped over and over and over again. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison, because I've been in hell and back for the last 17 years.
And 27 for me.
I was 10 years old when Liz Stein was being trafficked. I was 10.
10 years old. 10 years old.
All they do, and that's why you notice like prisons are full of poor people. Think about it. Prisons are full of poor people, y'all. Prisons are full of poor people who couldn't afford a defense, who couldn't afford, there are a bunch of poor people in there. And they send a bunch of poor people to prison and make it seem like they're fighting crimes or they're doing this. Meanwhile, the real criminals are those crazy ass billionaires. The real monsters. They have the means. They have and they wanted Diddy to be responsible for all of that. Diddy is not a billionaire. He's like worth like 300-400. He ain't a billionaire. There are people with way more money. They're more dangerous. But they never will do that because these are white people. And the narrative in America that everybody holds on to is that criminals are the blacks. And white Americans are the responsible ones. They're the hardworking ones. They're the business one. They're the geniuses one. They're the ones who go to Harvard and drop out of Harvard because they're so smart. So if you start locking up white billionaires, it doesn't fit the narrative of white supremacy. Like, we're always the best, we're better, we're mature, it is a damn lie. And they love to lie. Let's watch this one real quickly.
And welcome back. A manhunt now intensifying in Washington state for a father accused of killing his 3 young daughters. Police say they found the sisters' bodies in Travis Decker's abandoned vehicle Monday near a campground. Investigators say the girls left home on Friday for a scheduled visitation with their father. ABC News' Zoreen Shaw is tracking the story for us.
A small town in Washington state in mourning and on alert. State law enforcement, the FBI, and Homeland Security officials urgently searching for a father who they believe killed his 3 young daughters during a court-approved visit. Authorities say 32-year-old Travis Decker.
But how can they give a man that looks like this approved visits? Me, Marlene, you have to take me to court. I'm going to get arrested. I'm going to send my babies with this shit like this. You crazy. Y'all going to have to go to jail. And I'll tell the judge, something happens to my kids, I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. I will find you. I will kill you. That's it. Because once my kids are dead, I have nothing to live for. I will find you. I will kill you. Play with me if you want to. But me, I feel like in certain cases, you have the right to defy the judge's order. A man that the judge saw his face and he said, yeah, this right here. He didn't even order a psychological evaluation. They didn't even order like where you have like a guardian ad litem where the person has to be there, like a supervised visits. The judge needs to be prosecuted. The judge needs to be prosecuted, fired, and prosecuted. Because when you see a face like that, you don't ask for a psychological evaluation. You don't even say, you know what, these gonna have to be supervised visitation. Even Kanye West has supervised visitations. And this creature does not have supervised visitation. That judge needs to be sentenced. These people are crazy.
Who has military training and might be on foot and armed is a threat to the community.
It could be anywhere, and we're taking that into consideration. Thanks to the U.S. Marshal's Office that have come in and brought additional resources. Again, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, Homeland Security Investigations. We are searching anywhere and everywhere for him.
Decker is now wanted for 3 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of his daughters. The bodies of 5-year-old Olivia, 8-year-old Evelyn, and 9-year-old Peyton were found Monday in a wooded area near a campground. All 3 believed to have been suffocated by their father, who was with them on a scheduled visitation approved by the court. Decker's truck found nearby, but he was gone. When the girls did not come home when they were supposed to Friday, their mom contacted police, but investigators say it did not meet the legal bar for an Amber Alert. The criteria for an Amber Alert includes reasonable belief by law enforcement that an abduction has occurred and fear that the child is in imminent danger of bodily injury or death.
Just because a parent with custodial privileges is late bringing a child back does not mean there's been an abduction. And so there was not specific evidence of an abduction.
Instead, the police department issued what's called an endangered missing persons alert, a lower level alert that does not automatically ping mobile phones.
Travis, if you're listening, this is your opportunity to turn yourself in. Do the right thing, do what you need to do, and take accountability.
Why would he do the right thing now? White people endure. They love to perform. This is your opportunity to do the right thing. Sir, he suffocated 3 babies. He put plastic bags over 3 baby girls, and he left their bodies in the wilderness where a bear, coyote, you name it, could have eaten their flesh. So you think because you're on TV, look like an idiot, look like a dumbass, that you think you can get through to him? You're so damn stupid. You're stupid. You're either going to find him or you're not. And maybe a mama bear will do what needs to be done. White men are dangerous. White men are dangerous. People need to keep glamorizing white men to black women. Lobster imposter, lobster. These people are crazy. And I've always told y'all this. I mean, they're not mentally, man, they're not well. You guys, I had an auntie, like her husband was French. Let me tell you something. My mom was like, girl, she's like, Marlene, every time you go to her house, she has to measure food. One time my mom went there, she's like, oh, Leo, I'm so sorry. I can't feed you because I only have 2 steaks. My mom said, but And you married to a white man. Y'all supposed to be high. Like, she's like, I expect like abundance when I come to white people's house. And she don't you have a white husband? She had to count food, y'all. I was like, girl, when you come to my house, I feed you. She said, oh, I only have 2 steaks, Leo. I was like, what the heck? Meanwhile, he would go to Monaco because he enjoys flying. He'd be in Monaco, y'all. His parents had so much money. You should see how he treated my auntie because she's African. Like she's Ivorian. You see how he treated her. But when he would go to Paris, like when you go to France, when you go to Monaco, he was living large. She had to count meat. Oh, Leo, I can't feed you because I only have 2 steaks. But I tell you, my mom never let that shit slide. She said, but I'm expecting. He was like, yo, is he white? Where's the money, girl? Where is the money? I know so many African women who are married to white. They're mean, you guys. They are mean. And they cheat. Like, sometimes that's why I laugh. Like, when I hear when people talk about black men in America, I'm like, man, people haven't traveled. People haven't traveled. People are not exposed to white people. You just see them in the movies. You think they're good. Go marry these people. You'll see what they do. They cheat. These people are something else. I'm like, everything they do, they put it on the black man. They're not good people. They make, like, the stuff they do, they put that on somebody else. You gonna be the image bearer. They're not good. They are, look. I tell you, I'm not like, what y'all see it. You will see it. You will see it. And they don't even grow up in love. They don't even grow up in love to even know how to give love. Like, there's no love. Like, you need, see how they live. And see how they feed their children. There is no love. Like, there's no love. She'll just put some frozen chicken nuggets and like a few crackers. And that's it. She calls that dinner. That's it. That's how they're raised. They are truly cursed. But they want to tell black people they come from Shem. Child, Kevin, she was like, Leo, she said, Leo, I only have 2 steaks. And she was hungry. She was always like this. Bony. It's not even like you're skinny and like you look like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like, girl, you like anemic, bony. Exactly. But when he would go to bed, like he was always in Monaco. I mean, like flying helicopters and stuff like that. He has so much money. But you would see her like this. Like this. Like, what the freak is this? Nah. Mom was like, if this is what being married to a white man is, that's crazy. That maybe they still are. Who knows? Sometimes they love having a white husband, even though he ain't shit, for the last name and stuff like that. And the French passport, whatever. But I'm like, you guys, I swear, me growing up seeing that, I'm like, nah, these people they're not nice. Remember when I was in school, Burkina Faso too, like a lot of the French people, they would marry like Burkina Faso ladies. Like, I remember one time we had a teacher, his name was Wig. His last name was Perruque. So it's a wig. That's his last name, right? He started talking about his wife's nipples. We were kids, y'all. These people are disrespectful. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. They are so stupid. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. They're so dumb. I would never trust these people.
For your actions.
It's a tragedy, Zoran Shar.
It's not a tragedy. It's disgusting. It's a carnage. It's a tragedy. Girl, this is a carnage. Like, this is insanity. So this is why Karmelo's dad was reaching out to that white witch, okay? And telling the witch, why don't you talk about that too? Like, why do you only talk about me? Why don't you also talk about that and tell people what happened? Like, tell them. Okay? But you think she's going to be honest? You think she's going to be fair? No, she's not. She can't. Where's the video? Right here. So this is what he put in here, like men hunt. And he was like, okay, where's your report on this? He killed 3 young girls and he's still on the run. No, she wants to focus on Karmelo, who's 17. This man grabbed babies and he put bags over their heads. She don't care. Because nobody's talking about it. So you see, it's not about the children. It's about the clout. Because when she talked about the whole Karmelo thing and lied, she got 6,000 subscribers. She doesn't care about white children. White people do not care about white children at large. They don't care. She saw a way to get followers out of this. She wants followers so she can make money and try to be the next Tommy Lauren. That's it. All these white women care about is money. Yeah. All they care about is making money so they can go buy stuff. That's all they care about. So that's what he was trying to tell her. But I'm like, fam, you wasting your time because she's not going to be a principle-based woman. She doesn't have integrity. You're wasting your time. You know, you reason with people who have integrity. She does not have integrity. Well, no, hold on. My thing died again. Hold on.
All these things, but no, there's no this, there's no that. And here's something else that's pretty interesting. Pay attention to this. George Galloway shared this. Thank you, George. Did you guys know this? Jeffrey Epstein's secret bank account is still moving millions and no one knows why. Hello? Pick up the phone. Hello? Answer the door. You guys, this is not a problem? Jeffrey Epstein's secret bank account is still moving millions and no one knows why. Not to mention the shame that Jeffrey Epstein brought to the people of the Virgin Islands. Let's not forget about that. They all know. They all know somewhere. Now, John Kiriakou, he talked about this on Fox News after they decided that the Epstein files did not exist. And John Kiriakou says they probably destroyed it. Check this out.
I'm not blaming the FBI director, Kash Patel, or the deputy director, Dan Bongino. I think that layer beneath them, that's part of what we like to call the deep state, has taken this bull by the horns, and they've probably destroyed information. Look at what the CIA did in 1975 after Congress ordered that it release all of its files related to an operation called MK Ultra. The director of the CIA went back to headquarters and ordered everything to be destroyed. And in the end, only about 20% of the documents survived. We're still learning about the FBI's operations against Martin Luther King 55 years after the fact. So now we're supposed to believe that everybody's telling the truth, that there were no files, there were no dossiers. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it because I know how these people operate. I'm not blaming.
And I agree with John there. John was a whistleblower. 100%. I agree with what he said because it's just like, come on. Like I said, people really thought they were going to take down big, like this guy right here. He's a big Trump supporter. I've seen him a lot on Twitter. He said, right now, my trust is government. My trust, I think he means in government, is at zero. On my desk and truck full is what we were told. The lies are blatant. Someone has some explaining to do. People have to go to jail. Now, this is Gunther Eagleman. Again, like I said, big Trump supporter. But what I question is, why did you believe them? Why did you believe that this would happen?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Like you really think Trump is honorable. And I'm not even trying to be funny because Trump does crack me up. I think he's a clumsy elephant, right? But my thing is, if a man can cheat on his wife, can you truly trust him? Right? Trump has cheated maybe on all his wives. This man is on his third marriage. Only God knows how many side pieces he's had. So I'm like, especially like Miss Ivana. I think Miss Ivana was the GOAT. I really like her. I think his first, I love Miss Ivana. But I'm like, if he could have cheated on her, and mind you, she did so much for him. Okay? She did so much for the Donald. Okay? She was like, oh, she's checked. Okay. She did so much for him, you know? And he got her when she was so young. And like she helped them with the businesses. She raised the kids. Nobody ended up on drugs. Nobody was a failure. Like, you know, think of all the things she did for Donald Trump. You know, we have to be honest. You know, it's okay. I didn't like Kamala, but you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. But I'm like, Miss Ivana, I truly believe that she gave it her all. And I think he was messing with Marla Maples while he was married. Okay? Because what are the odds? Like they got married and then boom, boom, she just had a baby. Okay? So maybe what happens is that Marla Maples discovered my auntie Ivana discovered the affair and she also discovered the pregnancy and it was probably too much for her. I think if he had just cheated with Marla Maples and he wasn't too loud about it, it wouldn't have been a problem. But the problem is, I think she knew about Tiffany's pregnancy and she couldn't take it. You understand? I think you really, really broke her heart. I ain't gonna lie. Okay? So to me, it's like, if you can do this to a woman who, that, you know, that knew you when you were out here with your real estate ambition shit, whatever, and she did all of that for you, and you cheat on her, like the rest of us who, you know what I'm saying? You gonna screw us over. And then with Marla Maples, I'm sure he was messing around, because she's white American, so they're not gonna stay. So she's like, okay, I gotta go. Maybe he was even messing with Melania when he was with Marla Maples. What do I know? Okay, I wasn't there. I don't know that timeline. But even in Melania, I think he cheated on her too, because he was too comfortable saying he grabs women by the PUSSY to that dude. Okay, so I'm like, yeah. So like, people have to stop. If a man can cheat on his wife, if a man can cheat on his wives, if a businessman has 3 wives, why would he not screw you over? Like, stop. Okay, Trump is not an honest man. Like, he cheats on his wives, like left to back to back to back to back. It's cool. Like, just be honest with yourself. I'm like, but why would he be honest with your ass? Stop thinking you're that special.
They're not going to take down the powerful people.
Exactly.
I don't know why people keep falling for this. Powerful people are not going to take down other powerful people, especially if it means that it could implicate them. So now he feeling some kind of way. Feeling some kind of way. There could be judges that were on that list. There could have been judges on that island, guys. Federal judges. You never know. When you put it all together, a lot of it comes back to this.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel, and bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
Prioritize Israel. As we've mentioned before on this show, that is where a lot of the sex offenders hide out at in Israel. That was actually covered on corporate media, believe it or not, a couple years ago. I was surprised by that one. That's where they tend to hide out. So put the pieces to the puzzle together. I think Whitney Webb was spot on about this. I do think that Epstein, based on what I've read and what I've seen, I do think that he was Mossad. I do believe that there are some powerful people that were involved. I would not be surprised if some of those powerful people that were involved are Israeli. I would not be surprised about that. We already know about Prince Andrew. So we're talking about royalty. We're talking about politicians. You're talking about celebrities, like people that are higher up and people that have the money to participate. So there was no way that this list was ever going to come out. And whatever tapes that they have, I would not be surprised if those tapes have not been destroyed. And this is why, another reason why you cannot put your faith in politicians.
Mm-hmm. And podcasters and YouTubers and influencers. Do your own research. Now, let me show you this, right? This is from Candace Owens, because she was saying that people have been paying, I think it's APAC, but people have been paying influencers to talk badly about her and Tucker Carlson. So I'm like, to Karmelo's dad, hey, Drew, you have to know, people are getting paid to talk bad about your son. Don't let it get to you. Okay? Don't let it get to you. They're, yeah. Oh, yes. In Tel Aviv. Yes. You can go back to Tel Aviv. You can go there. You got, maybe one day we'll do a live. They don't prosecute pedophiles. Anybody who's wanted for sexual abuse, sexual, whatever, you can just go hide there. Like, for example, if Russell Simmons could have qualified as a Jew, Russell Simmons could have hidden in Israel. Nothing would have happened to him. But because Russell is not a Jew, he had to go to Bali. Okay?
In response to this debate, despite everyone agreeing Tucker won handily, we started seeing an appearance of influencers that began not just attacking Tucker and pretending like nobody just watched what they watched and going like, Tucker's crazy, but strangely attaching my name to it. It was not just Tucker, it was Tucker and Candace. I'm going to show you just one example, okay? It's a little long, but it's worth watching. This is a woman. Her name is Nadine. She has 16,000 followers. And this is the video that she did in reaction to Tucker's sit down with Ted Cruz. Take a listen.
Okay, did anybody else watch the Tucker Carlson interview with Ted Cruz yesterday and think, what in the world has happened to Tucker Carlson.
No one thought that.
I really used to like this guy, but he looked so insane during this interview. He was so offended and acted completely juvenile. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen Tucker Carlson do. He looked so bad. He literally made himself look very weak and immature. Did anybody else get that same? I mean, I was watching it with this open mind thinking this is going to be a great interview. And then it just went downhill really fast. But Tucker was, it grossed me out. I don't even think I can watch Tucker Carlson anymore. I really feel like he needs to give an apology to Ted Cruz. It was, what a debacle. Anybody else feel the same way? If you haven't watched it, go watch it. Come back. Tell me what you think, because I watched it twice and could not believe what I was seeing. Tucker, get a grip, dude. You were so rude, so condescending. It was disgusting. And you know what? And let's talk about Candace Owen, too.
Let's do that.
I used to like watching her, but she's gone completely crazy and downhill. What is happening with these people? Yeah, just when you think you've got the right people on the right side.
Then imagine this old, drying ass piece of white ass. She's in her almost like in her 60s, and she's out here with a piercing in her nostrils. She's still a little thought. None but a little thoughty. Girl, nothing classy about your ass. Tattoos on her fingers, dirty fingernails, piercing in her nose. She out here stealing eyebrow pencils from her daughter's makeup kit. Girl, what are we doing? If you don't go back inside, take your vitamin D and apply some super goop on your skin. You need a sunscreen. Sound hella stupid. They say all kinds of dumb stuff. Oh, she's gone downhill. It means that she's not the N-word I subscribe to. That's what they mean. Oh, you're crazy. No, bitch, you've been a psycho, bitch. You're a dumbass. They're like, no, they're so malignant. Exactly. No. I'm like, everybody watched the Tucker Carlson and we were okay. So you heard the part where Ted Cruz said the only reason why he's in the U.S. Senate is to fight for Israel, and that was perfectly normal to you. Weirdo. Yeah, exactly. Bunch of weirdos. They're always sitting here lying. Like, they're a bunch of weirdos.
Boom.
Girl.
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo, dumb, bitch.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm mind blown today over it.
Girl, please have your mind.
I'm mind blown about just how unconvincing of a performance that was personally. A couple of things that I want to point out is that she got completely crushed in the comments. I mean, 99% of comments were like, are we watching the same thing? We can pull up just a couple of these here. Who paid you to post this video? Be honest. There's still time to delete this. Blind much? He exposed Ted fully. It's like, you're telling us now not to believe our own eyes. It's ridiculous. And so people just called her out and were like, literally, who is paying you? Another thing to point out is that she purports to be a fan of Candace Owen. She's no longer a fan of Candace Owen. What's happened to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen? And by the way, she has made multiple videos calling me Candace Owen. Since there's another one, Trump on Israel. She writes, "Sorry, Candace Owen. You know, your narrative is not playing out." Okay, you have no idea who I am. Someone has sent you, perhaps I'm surmising here, telling you to go after Candace Owen, and we have evidence of that. Yeah. And we saw across the board that there was this random typo in my name, Candace Owen.
She doesn't know you.
So then I get a flurry of emails, telling us that it's not just Nadine. On Sunday, people went to church, whatever church it is that they attend, whatever denomination, and there were a flurry of pastors that preached to their congregation regarding the evils of, you guessed it, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Again, why are we in the same breath? Okay, let's check out this preacher. I've covered his face because I don't think it's relevant. I'm not trying to create an army of people to go after him. It's not what I believe in. I want to attack the substance of what he's saying on stage, not the individual. But here he is. He gets up on stage this past Sunday and he preaches about Candace, Tucker, and a couple of other political people. Take a listen.
Let me just say this. If some of us spent the same amount of time we did on Fox News as we do the Bible, there would be a revival in America today. Some of you listen to Tucker Carlson and Cameron Owen, and these guys are anti-Semitic. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to say it. They're anti-Semitic, and their rhetoric is dangerous.
And that's not it, by the way. Like I was watching this sermon going, this is incredible. Listen to who else he mentioned later on.
We're going to have my friend Robert Stearns is going to come here. And he has a unique ministry that God is utilizing him to touch the Israeli people. He knows Netanyahu. He knows all these amazing people. And I met Mike Huckabee, an ambassador of Israel. Let me just say something about Mike Huckabee. He's the real deal.
Oh.
He's the real deal. He's a good man of God.
Listen, I am the last person that should judge anyone. I took a very liberal route to conservatism, a similarly liberal route to Catholicism. But I just hope that any person, speaking about just having spiritual discernment, that if you are sitting at your congregation and you are expecting to hear the word of God and how to apply it perhaps in your personal lives, and you are instead getting what sounds like it should be on Fox News, like someone is telling you Bibi Netanyahu is a great guy, and you know what's going on in Palestine. Like, you've seen the images, you see the kids, the starvation campaigns. He's literally being tried by his own government for corruption, and he's like, he's good. But then that Tucker Carlson, I'm just going to come right out and say it. I mean,
you see? And what did you say? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Are you weirdo? Go somewhere. Where am I? I have so many windows open. I get confused myself. Okay. Do you see how she said that they used a pastor to talk about her? Okay. Do you think it's random that this pastor, John Amachukwu, got up and started talking about Karmelo, even though he didn't even know the facts of the case? That's what I'm saying. Like, listen. And I said to y'all, me, Marlene, I will not put it past Charlie Kirk, because this guy is also signed to Turning Point USA. He's signed to Turning Point USA. Officer Tatum is signed to Turning Point USA. A lot of people, a lot of these so-called black conservatives are signed to Turning Point USA. So when something happens in a black community, especially if it affects a white person, they're given the marching orders, they're giving their talking points. They don't think for themselves. They say all kinds of foolishness. Okay? Listen to these people.
Here's another thing. Only sit in areas that are designated for you to sit at.
And you see, a man, you see how he's talking? He didn't even see, he didn't do his research. He didn't look at the venue. He don't even know what kind of seat he's talking about. He didn't see a video. He just came out running. So you sound stupid, but we're going to let him talk. And like she said, people go to church to hear a sermon. You insert yourself in something you don't know nothing about, and you want to make it like you want to use the Bible to do what? Sound hella crazy. Sound really crazy.
Clap your hands. Here's another thing. And when you are told to move, whether nicely,
you see that? You see?
Or in what you might call an unkind tone, if you are in the wrong place, you should get your rear end up and go walk to another section and sit there where you have been designated to sit at. A big hand clap goes there.
Saying all kinds of foolishness. Here is a man who couldn't even be bothered to read the police report, but he called himself a Christian. The visitor side. Y'all see this? It's the visitor side. Assigned seat where, sir? Assigned seats where? Assigned seats where? We're talking about bleachers at a stadium on the visitor side. Assigned seat where? And if people tell you to get up, whether they say it nicely or not, that's your Christian message. Your Christian message is not, okay, if we talk to people, even if it's our seat, we should still respectfully ask for our seat back. No, because it's your seat, you can talk to people any kind of way. And that the Christian person should obey no matter how they're talked to. That's in your Bible. Or the Turning Point USA, the points, like, they're so fucking stupid. They are just pathetic. This is why I say, like, you always have to think for yourself. I don't care who you like, who you don't like. Oh, I love her so much. Like, no. You need to think for yourself, because this is seriously dangerous. Because as a Christian man, it's not okay to talk to people any kind of way. Just because it's your seat, you can't talk to people any kind of way. Even Jesus said, if they want your clothes, let them have it. If they want your coat, let them have it. So if this is actually your seat, Jesus will say, let them sit there, especially if they need it more than you. Jesus will say, if that's your seat, let them have it. If they need it more than you, let them have it. He would even say, if this is going to bring fights and all that kind of stuff, let it go. And that's exactly what the school says, right? Part of the school handbook is like, don't start shit with people. Coerce an individual through an act, the use of threat or force. Okay? Even their school says they cannot behave like that. Use profanity or vulgar language or make obscene gestures. Fight or scuffle. Threaten a district student. Engage in bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or make a hit list. Even their school is saying you can't talk to people crazy. Don't put your hands on people. Don't bully people. So what are you talking about? But you see, he uses the esteem of the church to come with a hateful message that he received from Turning Point USA. A lot of people are getting paid to do nasty work against Karmelo. He's one of them. So I'm like, Carmelo's dad needs to calm down. Don't mind these people. They're all getting paid. They're getting paid to say things that are not even in the Bible. People just lie. People will lie. They all do it. Welcome to America. The love of money, it's a disease out here. Like it's a cancer out here. Everybody, it seems like they all have it.
But it goes a little bit further than that. If you encounter someone who sits under your tent at a track meet, who won't leave, who's trying to conjure up some type of altercation.
Where in the police report did he read this? He doesn't even know. But yet he has a Bible. And the Bible says, do not bear false witness. This is a false pastor. But he wants to talk about Jamal Bryant. He's a false preacher himself. What is he talking about? He saw a video. Even the white people, they saw something. They started asking questions like, well, what if there's 5 people against 1? What if they got a knife? What if? But you would think he read the police report. He saw the video. He didn't see shit. He got his talking points from Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. He ain't trying to leave. He ain't trying to do this. This is why he's about to be embarrassed. And you know what the Bible says? If you are a real prophet, you will be confirmed. The things you say, people will have confirmation. When this thing goes to trial and it all comes out, this man will be exposed. He's not God and nowhere near this man. This man is full of hatred. He's full of bigotry. This man does not preach the word of God. Because something you didn't see, you didn't read, you didn't even go ask Karmelo, what happened. Even the Bible says, if you have an issue with your brother, you go talk to him first. If he won't listen to you, you go grab the deacon. If he won't listen to you with the deacon, you go grab the pastor. Now, if he says, F all y'all, at that point, you've done your part. But the Bible always says, go ask your brother first what happened. This man shouldn't even be preaching. He should not even pay his tithes and offering until he apologizes to the Karmelo family. They don't read the Bible. They don't know what's in the Bible. People don't read out here, y'all. They have these tablets, they're trying to make it smell, oh, look at me, I'm so. They don't read. From the tablet to the iMac to the iPad to the whatever, these people do not read. To the MacBook, they don't read. They don't read the Bible. Because Jesus would say, even if it's your seat, you don't have the right to be disrespectful. Jesus never said to be disrespectful. He said, if somebody wants your coat, let him have it. He said, if they smack you, give him the other cheek. So if it's really Austin's seat, what would Jesus say to Austin? Austin, let him have it. It's not even worth fighting for. It's too early. If you don't want to go, let him. It ain't worth it. Understand? Now fight over a seat. Now you lost your life. There you go. That's not even what happened. But they say things with so much conviction, and they say it in these places of worship to give like the impression of like being like, people of integrity. They ain't got no damn integrity. If you signed to Charlie Kirk, you signed to Turning Point USA, you are a bigot. If you are white, you are a racist. And that applies to Candace. You are a bigot. Charlie Kirk is a real racist. He's a racist. He's not the kind of man who's like, oh, I see things, I'm trying to help. No, he makes fun of people. He doesn't like black people. He doesn't like Muslims. He doesn't like anybody unless you're white. And so I'm saying, if you're black and you side to him, you are a bigot.
It would behoove you to love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay.
Keep clapping.
And so if you love your neighbor as yourself, then let him have the seat. Contradicting himself. They don't have principles. Saying all kinds of foolishness. Put all that bass in his voice. If you love your neighbor as yourself, then consider that him sitting there is the same as you sitting in there. So he can keep it. It's not worth fighting for. Nothing in this life is worth fighting for when you really think about it, you guys. What is it that, especially if God can't give it back to you? You can have it. I hope it makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? Like this is just ridiculous. He's so pathetic.
Don't get shot now. It would behoove you to love your neighbor as yourself and not make an altercation out of it because it might mean that you might save your life. See, the Bible says that a soft answer. See, the culture doesn't say that. The culture doesn't believe in soft answers. The culture believes in.
But it's like, and you see how this is a clown. He's a clown. A soft answer. But why don't you say, in order to receive a soft answer, you must ask a soft question, or ask a question in love that you will receive a soft answer. Because he said you can talk to people any kind of way, but they should respond with a soft answer. So once again, White Austin can do whatever he wants. Karmelo, because he's black, he needs to respond softly. Who's Marcus? Okay. All kinds of foolishness. Let him talk, though. Let him make a fool of himself.
Expletives and profanity and calling people out of their name and shouting and screaming. But the Bible says that.
Okay. So he's saying, because he believes, right? The way he's talking, let me say. The way he's talking, he believes that it was Karmelo who was using slurs, like using like racial slurs or something. Give me a second, hold on. Karmelo was using like racial slurs, and Karmelo was talking to people crazy. Why is my mouth not working? Am I here? Hold on, you guys. This is really bizarre. Okay, hold on. I don't understand this. Why are they doing that? Okay. So he believes that it was Karmelo who was using racial. Okay, no problem. Let's go over here, you guys. It starts right here. It starts here somewhere. Listen. A bigotry.
Let me ask you this question. Why are you worried about it? You're so rational and missing time of very plainly.
What is there? Take a listen.
High school tent. This is memorial tent. Very plainly stated in colors and words.
With all due respect, who is your sons though? With all due respect, they are not nobody to tell another kid what to do and where to be at.
Hey, I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point. If you walk up to somebody and say, "Hey, man, you're on the wrong side of or if you go to a football game and you're on the visiting time, hey, man, you're on the wrong side. You can't sit here. You have to move to the home side."
I've been to football games where I had a tent, and I welcome anybody that want to get into my tent. Get out the rain.
Sir, you're 35 years old. You haven't played sports.
Hey, I played plenty of sports.
In 20 years.
I'm not going to tell a kid to put their hands on. I'm not going to let a kid put their hands on somebody that's just because they're underneath the tent.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Why are you worried about
Since
a
you're
tenth
so
of
rational and smart, if someone touches your arm, does that justify you stabbing them in the arm?
In a hostile situation where someone walks up to me,
answer the question, yes or no. Does it
I'm asking you a
justify it?
question. That's not the situation.
No, yes, it is.
No, it's not. You walked up the whole totality of the situation.
He touched him. Does that justify? Okay, man, I'm done. Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can disrespect.
Dude, why don't you go to fucking to somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard that? Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can disrespect.
Dude, why don't you go to fucking to somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch. Where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Okay. So this is Jeffrey Metcalf saying to the black woman, because she told him, she's like, you're a racist ass prick. He said, fuck off, you N-word loving something, something bitch. So John assumed that Karmelo was the one who was using profanity. This is how they were raised. This is how Austin and his brother Hunter were raised. This is how this man talks. So who? Child Chris, first we just getting started. Let him say it again, y'all. Let him say it again. Oh, sorry.
Question or comment?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you heard.
So he said, F you, N-word, F you. What did he say again? Something loving bitch. What did he say? Child, this man is so profane.
You're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger, fucking whore loving bitch.
Okay, there you go. This is the daddy. This is the daddy. This is how Jeffrey Metcalf talks to people. But John is making it seem like it's Karmelo, because Karmelo's black, he had to be the problem. This is why I say it's bigotry. And if you're black and you're signed to Turning Point USA, you are a bigot. You are a bigot. You have to be a bigot. You can even be a bigot and Islamophobe because you have to embody the values of Charlie Kirk. It belongs to Charlie Kirk. He's a racist. He's an Islamophobe. I wouldn't believe he was. I wouldn't even be surprised if he was a misogynist. This Charlie Kirk guy, one day they're going to find some kind of sexual deviancy on his behind. He's going to be part of the 77%. It's only a matter of time. Okay? So, exactly. We're not done yet, you guys. You need to brace yourselves, okay? So let me go back to John. So what did he say again? Let him say it again. He's such an idiot. He's such an idiot.
And calling people out of their name and shouting and screaming. But the Bible says that a soft answer turns away wrath. So there are many lessons that we can teach our children from this one incident. No knives at track meets. Sit where you're supposed to sit. If someone asks you to move, move. But if you encounter someone who has a arrogant...
Hey, look, listen, let her say this. Let the girl...
The fuck it is. I've been saying this from day one. Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's dad, was in a live yesterday, got in the box and was answering questions. I don't know if that's the only live he was in. I don't know if he was in more boxes, in more lives. I don't know. All I know is he was in at least one of them, and there's clips of it. You can search everything. The proof is there. People were saying that we're watching the live or that we're in the boxes when Jeff was there and watching this entire interaction happen and hearing what was going on. They said that they observed him mainly talking about Karmelo over his son. Telling. And this is also a huge prime example of those videos I made about white people taking accountability. Jeff is literally a prime example, especially racist white people. Which brings me to this. Jeff Metcalf called a black man in this live, well in the box, the hard ER, called him a racial slur.
Mm-hmm.
I was right from day fucking one.
Mm-hmm.
I was right. He is racist as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And I know his family is racist as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So it is still very much a possibility that Austin definitely called Karmelo the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he did. So for all those people that said, oh, you guys are always saying it has to be the race card, he didn't say that. None of you were there, so you wouldn't know whether he did or didn't. Now, if he didn't call him the N-word, great. I'll own that I was wrong. But right now, I still am 110% believing he did. Especially now that his daddy-o just sealed the deal and proved that they are racist as hell. At least he is. But I'm going to assume, because usually if the dad is, or the dad and mom, the kids are too. They brainwash them. I literally have been saying from day one, they look racist as hell. Especially the dad. And he proved it. All on his own. The racists usually out themselves all the time. Good job, Jeffy Pooh. Good job.
Okay. You see that? Now, let me also show you this. Where's the thing? What can I show you? Okay. Let me also show you this. For those of y'all who were, because some of y'all were not here. Okay. Let's read this. Karmelo Anthony defense team seeks to turn the table at trial and air accusation of sexual harassment of a named cheerleader by Austin Metcalf. Okay? Let me make this bigger, because some of y'all were not here. People are crazy. As the first court appearance in the case of Texas versus Anthony draws closer, it is coming more into focus how the strategy of the defense would be to go on the offensive and attempt to put the victim, he's not a victim, he's a bully, on trial when criminal defendant Karmelo Anthony stands accused of first-degree felony murder for the killing of Austin Metcalf. Anthony, who immediately confessed to killing Metcalf on April 2nd, 2025, and has claimed that he acted in self-defense ever since is scheduled to appear in court July 18 before Judge John R. Roach Jr. Mike Howard will be representing Anthony, and he is a highly accomplished, very experienced criminal trial attorney with more than 20 years of experience, and additionally to being the member of the Texas Bar. Okay, make it bigger. Okay. Is also admitted to the U.S. District Court. After taking the case on June 25th, Howard first filed with the court to have his client declared indigent, meaning he doesn't have the money, and then so he can get a public defender, and then immediately proceed to establish what seems to be the foundation of his defense, which are 4 separate subpoenas filed to be served upon the Frisco Independent School District, ISD. The first of these subpoenas seek the full names of all student athletes from Memorial High School and Centennial High School who attended the track meet on the day in question, along with their home addresses and date of birth and the name and contact information of their parent. The second seeks all video from all locations taken at the stadium from the day in question. All right? Now, let me make this, hold on. Make this smaller, maybe more. Okay. The third subpoena requests a copy of school records to include grades, disciplinary records, emails to school officials and coaches, videos, letters to school officials and coaches, note, counseling record, drawings concerning Austin Metcalf, Hunter Metcalf, and Karmelo Anthony. Drawings. You guys, there's more to this, y'all. Okay? The fourth subpoena seeks for Frisco ISD to turn over a copy of all emails sent to the following coaches. Can y'all still see me? Okay. Okay. Good thing is good. Okay. In regards to Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf, Jackson, G.E., Ballard B., Ruiz L., Nguyen D., Baxter T., Duke Austin, specifically an email sent to the aforementioned coaches in October 2024 by Memorial High School cheerleader complaining about Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf harassing and threatening Memorial High School cheerleaders at a Cane's restaurant. Okay? We got this, fam. We got time. This move by the defense to have Frisco ISD provide the documents which will become the foundation of the defense come from the heels of the Frisco ISD making the controversial and unexpected move to issue a diploma to Karmelo Anthony rather than expel him for his conduct at the track meet. This administrative action by Frisco ISD to allow Karmelo Anthony to graduate was done in defiance of their own published policy, blah, blah, blah. Did you read your own policy when it comes to bullying and coercion? Okay? Makes sense? So it seems as though, yeah, exactly. We need drug tests also. I have a feeling these boys were on steroids. And we said that go send money is working overtime. They haven't even taken the money yet. We already knew Austin and his brothers were bullies, but SA, well, I guess it runs in the family. There you go. Racist athletes who cling to black people of authority to help climb the ranks. Look at all those black football events that Austin attended and took pics with black men the whole time he hates them. Yes, they were mad. The N-word had to keep trailer park trash behavior per usual. Okay, she knows her people. Yeah. Imagine you lose your son, your ticket out of a trailer park, and you get on live like this. Man, he's a predator on record. Okay, do y'all see this? And then we also have this, you guys. We have this because that came in today too. Because we saw some things today. Some of y'all were not here. Hold on. We also had this today, right? This is a mother. This mother here, Emily Schmidt. Okay, she also was commenting on Facebook. And she said to this man named Jonathan Wilson, these twins terrorized my son in elementary school to the point of wanting to commit suicide. And I had to pull him out of the school and move district. No life should ever be lost, but I hope the full story comes out. So these kids been bullying people since pre-K. And I said that to you. I'm like, these people have been bullies. Because what kind of nice person is going to ask somebody to leave the tent under the rain? Okay? They have been bullying people out here. Can you imagine you're such a bully in elementary school that another child wants to kill himself because he's so afraid of Austin and Hunter? And this lady, Emily, she gonna come outside. She sure will give receipts because she's ready. They almost made her baby. That like elementary school were like 9 years old. And you are so mean that this 9-year-old wants to kill himself. So I'm like, this goofy ass John, you will be embarrassed. Like they say in proper pidgin, embarrassed. You will be embarrassed. Your entire ministry will be put into question. You will come out and apologize to that family. Your goofy ass.
Or narcissistic spirit,
exactly,
who is looking
exactly
for some type of match with you, just leave it alone. Find law enforcement and or a coach, because you don't know the spiritual mindset that person might be in.
And you see, and that's why he's a bigot, because he assumed it was Karmelo who went there for problems. He assumed it was Karmelo who went there for blood. He assumed it was Karmelo who went there to do harm. When I tell you I called Bishop Wooden, I called their office so bad, nobody picks up. You guys almost went to North Carolina. I was so triggered, I might even go to North Carolina because I need to go talk to Bishop. Because Bishop needs to talk to him. Because I said, Bishop, you Black American, he's Nigerian. You allowed this man to marry your daughter, but I think he's a bigot, and that needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed. Because how do you know all of this? And how do you assume everything bad is Karmelo and everything good is white people? Everything submissive is white people. Sweet language. You know white people to be sweet with their tongue. You are psychotic. You are truly dumb. Where have you met those people? Okay? So now you guys, please, okay? Please brace yourselves because it's about to get real. Brace yourselves because it's about to get real. Listen to me. Brace yourselves because it's about to get real. I tell you, let me tell you something. When I tell you that the God we serve will expose our enemies, okay? The God we serve, brace yourselves. You're about to be shocked. Brace yourselves. Let's go.
ISD's administration building off of Ohio Drive. Shook my ID before entering the building, handed it to the front desk lady. She scanned it. She gave me a sticker badge, which, same picture as your driver's license. I sat in the lobby and waited for Michelle to come get me. She took me behind the double doors. I walked into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway, entered an office, and attached to that office was a conference room that had, a conference table with chairs all over around it. Signed a piece of paper essentially saying that I will not take any photo or video of the video that I was about to see. I actually had left all personal, all personal, belongings in my car besides my driver's license. Up on the wall was a TV, and she told me, hey, most people started at 2 minutes. I said, no, I would love to start it at the 11 minutes before, as far back as I can go. She proceeded to talk to me and describe everything that was on the screen. Essentially, identifiers, bottom right corner was the timestamp top left corner was the tent or canopy, however you want to flavor it, and it was half cut off. Now, to kind of describe the video and the clarity, crystal clear. I love to say 4K, if not 5K or better. I could see, rain droplets, rain puddles on the track. I could see umbrellas, ponchos. I could see girls in their track uniform, yellow shorts, yellow tops, warming up. People are running around the track as well. And so since I had 11 minutes, I was able to kind of familiarize myself with everything. And I knew prior to going in, I looked at the map to ensure, like, hey, stadium view, where am I at? I knew I'd be viewing from the home side towards the away section, and that the middle school is going to be behind me and the athletic department would be, or the athletic complex would be over to my right. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose. And the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent, just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, he collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side. I cannot confirm or deny whose quote unquote was the closest. Off of Hunter's interviews, he stated that he fell into his arms. Could be true. I cannot identify there, right? But then from there, people scattered like roaches. You turn on the lights, they went everywhere on multiple different directions. I did see a gentleman walk over in what I'm going to say is he was a coach or an athletic trainer. He was wearing a blue hoodie. He immediately, was attending to Austin. About 10 minutes later, within that 10-minute time frame, I could see the first officer arrive on scene. He was running from the middle school diagonally across the field. And then, like I said, within that 10 minutes, the EMT, the ambulance, pulled on the track, and right in front of where Austin had been laying. And honestly, it blocked everything out. You couldn't see any more bodies behind there or any kind of commotion or movement. And then, of course, the EMTs had to take the stretcher out and wheel it all the way around because they could not lift it above that chain link fence that was right there. From there, we all know that they were probably, giving him life-saving measures. It did start to downpour at that point in time. Again, I could see it on the screen, and then you could also see the tent being moved down on top of them to kind of preserve and cover his body, as well as the guys working on him. From there, more officers arrived on scene. The reason why I know it's officers is because their bulky kind of uniforms that they were wearing, their safety vests, for that matter. You could see crime scene tape going up, as well as them starting to open the blue tarp up. I saw it go from that white or silver side, whatever you want to call it, opened up to the blue side, laid over the poker. And then you could see two officers grab the bag, one tossed it to another, and laid it on top of the tarp so the tarp wouldn't blow away. Again, from there, I started noticing still more people still kind of lingering, but it was thinned out a lot. I think a lot of coaches and staff were still standing on the field. The reason why I say is because, coaches are pretty much ex-athletes, and they're just out of shape. They have usually a gut, a bigger of a belly, and I could differentiate them between, kids or adults. And then from there, I watched when they backed that ambulance up, put Austin inside of the ambulance. They sat there for a couple of, minutes, I would say, maybe one or two, to ensure that he was strapped in, maybe giving him some IVs or something. They pulled out. I watched the ambulance leave, as well as one squad car. And then from there, it was just the remainder of the police that had arrived on scene, kind of doing their investigation from there. So, when I say it was instantaneously, it was instantaneously. Again, that's one thing that I love to reiterate.
Okay. So this woman, she was able to see the tape. Okay. She was able to see the tape. Do you see this? So she said they walked up, like she said, the way they were walking, they were on a mission. It's like they knew where they were going. Yeah, they jumped him. She's like, well, so whichever way he was going, he was locked, because she said it was Austin Hunter and a couple of friends. So it's giving like 3 or 4 people, or even 5, which is why I said the question that Tim Cass asked that lawyer, those were not random questions. So now I'm even thinking like, not only they went there to jump him, not only they had a knife or something, but it was 5 of them. Because I'm like, these questions that Tim is asking this lawyer, it's a very bizarre. These are very, very specific questions. Okay, listen here.
Being grabbed in any scenario, like you can imagine one, where lethal force would be justifiable self-defense.
Absolutely. Everyone's asking the wrong question or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
What if they grab you and there's 5 guys all around you?
Sure. Then there's a disparity of numbers. Then it's...
You see how he said 5? And I said, these white people saw that tape. They saw other tape. These questions are not random, because she said it was Hunter, Austin, and a couple of their friends. So a couple means 2, right? So 4. He's saying 5. What if 5 people around you? What if they grab you? What if 5 people around you? What if they show you something? What if this, and that? You're going to go somewhere. You're going to be banned. I don't have time for your stupidity. You immature people. Now, nobody wants you here. Okay? They're so bored. It's like they're looking for companionship. Right? They saw the tape, Lacey. These are not random questions. Because I wasn't thinking much about these questions. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to see like possibility. When I heard what this white lady had to say, I said, hold up, wait a minute. Tim is not asking random questions. What if you have multiple people? What if there's a weight disparity? What if there's somebody shows you a weapon? What if somebody does? These are not random questions. They're asking all these questions. And I'm like, what the heck? So now I'm like, no, these are not random questions. Tim saw the tape. He saw it. He really did.
The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
What if they grab you and there's 5 guys all around you?
Sure, then there's a disparity of numbers. Then it's the force of the collective group that's threatening you, not just one individual.
What if they...
That's why I said that these questions by Tim are not random. He saw the tape. Somebody showed him a tape. These are not random questions. Oh my God. Okay, so they remember 3 ran after him. If the brother claims his brother was in his arm, that's one. But it's at least 3. It's at least 4 to 5 people. So for Tim to say 5, how? And at that time, when this interview went out, nobody had technically seen the tape. People recently saw the tape. That's the tape from the DA. So how does he know? How does he know to ask about? Well, what if 5 people around you, Tim? These people are criminals, man.
Don't touch you at all. Are there circumstances where deadly force is used?
Yes, of course. If someone comes up to me and opens up their jacket and says, "Give me your wallet," and they show a gun, they haven't touched me. I don't have to suffer a scratch before I can defend myself. I can defend myself against the threat that's about to occur. It's an imminent threat that you're defending yourself against. In fact, if some guy runs up and
So that's how you know. I'm like, so you're goofy. That's good. That goofy pastor. Oh yeah, Matt saw the tape. They all saw the tape. That's why they're working overtime. Because I'm like, Tim, these questions are not random. They're too perfect. What if 5 people? What are the odds? The lady said it was Austin, Hunter, and a couple. So it's 4 or more. Now you're asking about 5 people specifically? And the video that was on his page, he deleted it. But thank God I have it. Now, why can people be so dishonest like this? So this tape, the long video, he deleted it. But thank God I have it. I'm like, how can they be so despicable? With the tribal whites, you can never stand up for the blacks. It's always the blacks, okay? So let's watch this video. These people are crazy.
you just can't do it.
Hold on. Let's start over.
He definitely against the contact from Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf was arguably committing simple battery.
Oh, no. You see? But he took that video down. Like Tim took it down because this video, this lawyer is saying that Austin committed battery. They know Austin was putting his hands all over Karmelo. But they gave him a chance to leave. They're just lying when they saw the damn video. Leave where? You know it's 5 people around him. Leave to go where? How can he leave? Why does he even have to leave? How about you keep your hands to yourself? You know what I mean? So the lady, she saw the tape. And there was a guy, exactly. Like, they're insane. They are truly insane. And then you have this guy from News Nation who saw the tape and then he started lying. He lied that he couldn't see clearly. I'm like, how can you say you couldn't see clearly? But the other woman said, she said it was so good, it was giving 5K.
Well, they allowed me to view this video under strict conditions. I couldn't record anything. I couldn't take pictures. I could take notes, but that's about it. They would play it one time, and they wouldn't even rewind it or play it again, even the moment in question. So what I saw in the video was ultimately it's from the press box across the field on the 45-yard line. You can view. It's from the press box across the field on the.
So that's what she was saying. You see this press box? Behind this box is the middle school. So Austin Hunter and their couple of friends, they came behind this like press box almost like they're coming from behind here and they're going over to the other side. You understand? Right? So this is the home side where you have the press box, and then the other side where the poke, okay, that is the visitor side, all right? And behind this thing, it's a middle school. So she said Austin Hunter and then their friends are coming from behind the press box, like they're coming from the middle school side, which is where also the police officer, the first one, Cortez, the Latino, he also came from that side. And then he walked over to the visitor side. Okay? Spatial awareness.
45-yard line, you can view a yellow tent across the field. That's where this incident happened. There's no sound on the video. And it's raining. And you can see about 30 to 40 people around the field. It's a track meet that morning, so they're preparing for this track meet. The incident in question happens at 9:44 a.m.
So he said it happened at 9:44. The white lady on TikTok, she said it was 9:54. So I don't know if does he have his time right. So
really calm up until that point, and then chaos.
It was calm. Everybody was at peace until the demonic twins and their couple friends showed up.
Ensues, and you can't really make up anybody. You can't make out individuals. You can see people and colors and.
So he's saying you can't make anyone out. I'm like, no, because like his time is wrong. And then he's saying you can't really see, like you can't see people, like it's so blurry. She said it was 4 or 5K. So I'm like, who's lying? I think he's lying.
Anybody, you can't make out individuals. You can see people and colors, and chaos ensues, and you can't really make up anybody. You can't make out individuals. You can see people and colors and what they're wearing, but you can't make out identities. But again, at 9:44, chaos ensues. What I did not see was any obvious physical altercation leading up to the stabbing.
He is lying. He is lying. He's lying.
Now, I went inside the stadium earlier this morning to try and give our viewers a better vantage point of where this all happened. Take a look. Across the field, you can see where the press box cameras captured everything. We're on the 45-yard line here. This is where it ultimately happened.
This is the fence that she was talking about. Like, so they went over this fence to go to Karmelo. So they themselves were never under the tent. Karmelo was already there. They weren't even there. They walked from behind they walked from the middle school side, crossed over, they end up here and bring terror.
There was a tent right up here, the kind of the sports tent where everybody was huddled at 9:44.
Saying 9:44. She said it was 9:54.
Whatever went down happened right here. Everybody kind of took off.
Okay, you got that right. Okay. So here's the location. You see, here's the tent. Here's the metal stuff, the metal gate. Here is what the knife is. I guess it's row 9 and 10, C30. All right. So now let's go back to the lady again. Okay, because this white man has a lot of inconsistencies.
Go ISD's administration building off of Ohio Drive. Shook my ID before entering the building, handed it to the front desk lady. She scanned it. She gave me a sticker badge, which, same picture as your driver's license. I sat in the lobby and waited for Michelle to come get me. She took me behind the double doors. I walked into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway, entered an office, and attached to that office was a conference room that had, a conference table with chairs all over around it. Signed a piece of paper essentially saying that I will not take any photo or video of the video that I was about to see. I actually had left all personal, belongings in my car besides my driver's license. Up on the wall was a TV, and she told me, hey, most people started at 2 minutes. I said, no, I would love to start it at the 11 minutes before, as far back as I can go. She proceeded to talk to me and describe everything that was on the screen. Essentially, identifiers, bottom right corner was the timestamp, top left corner was the tent or canopy, however you want to flavor it, and it was half cut off. Now, to kind of describe the video and the clarity, crystal clear. I love to say 4K, if not 5K.
You see how she said it was crystal clear. She said the quality of the video was crystal clear. It was 4K. It was kind of giving 5K. The white man, he's with News Nation. So I'm like, that's why I think he lies. Chris Cuomo, a liar at CNN. Chris Cuomo, who tried to hide the name of the accusers to his brother, the governor, Andrew Cuomo, works at News Nation. Okay? That's why we don't trust News Nation. All right? There you go. He's saying he couldn't see anything. It was blurry. That you can't tell the people. All you can do is tell the colors. This lady said it was clear. It was so clear she could see the raindrops. It was so clear she could see the puddles. It was so clear, it was giving truly 5K, but it was 4K.
5K or better. I could see, rain droplets, rain puddles on the track. I could see umbrellas, ponchos. I could see girls in their track uniform, yellow shorts, yellow tops, warming up. People are running around the track as well. And so since I had 11 minutes, I was able to kind of familiarize myself with everything. And I knew prior to going in, I looked at the map to ensure, like, hey, stadium view, where am I at? I knew I'd be viewing from the home side towards the away section,
Mhm.
and that the middle school is going to be behind me and the athletic department would be, or the athletic complex would be over to my right. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose, and the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the.
So this is what. So remember, hold on. Okay. So she's talking about this part. Okay. She's saying this metal part right here. They walked up to this, right? So keep that in mind. That's what she's describing. Okay. It's about this part. Let's go back here. Let her talk.
The tent up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off.
She said he was being chased by 3 boys. She said it. She said 3. I didn't hear. Oh my gosh. So that's why I said when Tim Cass asked, what if it was 5 people around you? I said that number is not random. Not because I discovered this video today. This white man is exposing everything. So shout out to him. Right? But when Tim Cass asked that lawyer, what if it's 5 people around you? I said, no, I'm like, this is not a random number. Because he saw the video. Tim saw the video. He should be subpoenaed. They need to subpoena him as well. These goofy ass, grifting ass, racially divisive podcasters need to be exposed. She said 3 people ran. Oh my Lord. She said it.
And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point.
He was being chased by 3.
My right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. He was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent, just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, he collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side. I cannot confirm or deny whose quote unquote was the closest, off of Hunter's interviews. He stated that he fell into his arms. Could be true. I cannot identify there, right? But then from there, people scattered like roaches. You turn on the lights, they went everywhere on multiple different directions. I did see a gentleman walk over in what I'm going to say is he was a coach or an athletic trainer. He was wearing a blue hoodie. He immediately, was attending to Austin. About 10 minutes later, within that 10-minute time frame, I could see the first officer arrive on scene. He was running from the middle school diagonally across the field. And then, like I said, within that 10 minutes, the EMT, the ambulance pulled on the track, and right in front of where Austin had been laying. And honestly, it blocked everything out. You couldn't see any more bodies behind there or any kind of commotion or movement. And then, of course, the EMTs had to take the stretcher out and wheel it all the way around because they could not lift it above that chain link fence that was right there. From there, we all know that they were probably, giving him life-saving measures. It did start to downpour at that point in time. Again, I could see it on the screen, and then you could also see the tent being moved down on top of them to kind of preserve and cover his body, as well as the guys working on him. From there, more officers arrived on scene. The reason why I know it's officers is because their bulky kind of uniforms that they were wearing, their safety vests, for that matter. You could see crime scene tape going up, as well as them starting to open the blue tarp up. I saw it go from that white or silver side, whatever you want to call it, opened up to the blue side, laid over the poker. And then you could see two officers grab the bag, one tossed it to another, and laid it on top of the tarp so the tarp wouldn't blow away. Again, from there, I started noticing still more people still kind of lingering, but it was thinned out a lot. I think a lot of coaches and staff were still standing on the field. The reason why I say is because, coaches are pretty much ex-athletes and they're just out of shape. They have usually a gut, a bigger of a belly, and I could differentiate them between, kids or adults. And then from there, I watched when they backed that ambulance up, put Austin inside of the ambulance. They sat there for a couple of, minutes, I would say, maybe one or two, to ensure that he was strapped in, maybe giving him some IVs or something. They pulled out. I watched the ambulance leave, as well as one squad car. And then from there, it was just the remainder of the police that had arrived on scene, kind of doing their investigation from there. So, I mean, when I say it was instantaneously, again.
Part is where she also agrees with the white man. He said it went really fast. They were never under the tent. They weren't even there. Karmelo was already, and it seems like he's probably talking to somebody, but they truly cornered him and stuff. It's like, this is insanity. But let Tim Cass talk again, because I'm like, these questions are not random.
Touch you at all? Are there circumstances where deadly force is?
Yes, of course. If someone comes up to me and opens up their jacket and says, "Give me your wallet," and they show a gun, they haven't touched me. I don't have to suffer. If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense, and there's an infinite number.
Justifiable self-defense.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone's asking the wrong question or answering the wrong question. The question again is, did you have a reasonable perception that you were facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? If the answer to that is yes, you can use deadly force in self-defense. And there's an infinite number of ways that can happen. If someone just grabs you, are they grabbing you and they have a knife in their other hand? Because that's going to be a bad day for you. Are they grabbing you and they're 200 pounds heavier than you? Bad day for you. That could well be a deadly force threat.
What if they grab you and there's 5 guys?
There you go. Jimmy's messing with me. You see this? What if they grab you and there's 5 guys? So I said, what are the odds that somebody who did not see the tape would ask a question and the number is so specific? What are the odds? Let's assume he didn't see the tape. Where did he come up with 5 people? Why not say, what if 3 people? Or since they're twins, why not say 2 people are surrounding you? He said 5. So if you say that if you die, you say your brother, like you said, there were 3 people running behind the thing. So I'm like, so it was 3 people who ran behind Karmelo. Hunter said he stayed, and then Austin died in his arms. So Austin, Hunter, and the 3 people who ran behind Karmelo, that makes it 5. So I'm saying, if Tim never saw the tape, where would he have gotten that number from? He prophetic, he an oracle. And so I said, Tim saw the tape. He saw the tape. And maybe that's why he ended up deleting the video on his page. This man needs to be subpoenaed. Because what are the odds, you guys? What are the odds? And this was early on. And we said 40 people, nobody has a tape, like nobody's leaking a tape because these white people are on code. And the whites are threatening, the racist, the deranged whites are threatening the other whites to not release their video. They have the video. And I said, if Karmelo was really in the wrong, these videos would have been everywhere. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Now, mind you, right? Mind you, like Lacey, so let me play what Lacey said. Lacey was saying that Austin is a liar because they made it seem like Karmelo stabbed Austin and ran away. If you replay the other twins interview, he never said anyone chased after Karmelo. He made it seem like this be stabbed and he ran. Okay, we got his goofy behind. I got his goofy behind. Let's go. Hold on, Lacey. I gotta take you off so we can see his words.
I try to whip around this. There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So.
Yeah. He said he ain't going to talk about the rest. So we already know he lied. He said this kid was sitting under our tent. They weren't even there. Because they came from the middle school part, like with the boxes. That's the home side. They came from behind that big box and they walked over to the other side. Karmelo was already sitting there. They were not even there. You see, and we knew he was lying. You guys remember the first time we watched this video? We said this little kid, his eyes are wandering, like his eyes are all over the place. I like this boy can't be trusted because his eyes are moving too damn much. Because I didn't fall for the tears. White kids are so diabolical, and then they'll start crying when they're the ones who are oppressing their classmates. White people know how to cry on demand. They're a bunch of manipulators. White children are sociopaths. Nobody should have to ever go to like a boarding school with white children. They're sick as hell. They are truly sick. It's a deranged people. We're like, something is wrong with this kid. Like, why do your eyes keep wandering like this? You know what I mean? So I'm like, what the heck? So he said, oh, this kid was sitting under our tent. We asked him to move. Why would he move? You weren't even there. You little lying piece of shit. Okay? Let him say it again. He's such a liar.
Mm-hmm. Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So yeah. That's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
it was just senseless.
You see how he couldn't talk? You see? Look at his eyes. The first time we watched this video, we couldn't trust this little kid. We knew we couldn't trust him. I said his eyes is moving too much. He's all over the place. I'm like, this boy not looking straight in the camera. Exactly. This is said the voice of the interviewer is so aggravating. Why are you questioning him as if he's a first grader? Because he's white. She thinks he's innocent. Okay. And when he testified, it's going to be under oath. There is a video. But they're the ones who got scammed, giving money to the scamming ass racist white family. Let him talk again.
To see someone that cares for you that much and does everything even by your side, no matter what, just pass away like that.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest.
I won't talk about the rest. No problem. We'll do it for you. Ain't a problem. We'll do it for you. Let's go back to the lady one more time. Hunter, you're going to go to jail. I've told y'all this. I said, if these white people don't stop their foolishness, and if these white people don't stop speaking curses over Karmelo, Hunter is going to be the one to go to prison. Did I tell y'all this? Did I not tell you this? Because he started this. Come to find out. Let the lady talk. Hold on.
This would be over to my right. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent. Walking with a purpose. And the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey.
Predator versus prey.
So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal.
Okay, it's all metal. So she's referring to this part. So they walked up here. So that's how you know she saw the tape, because she's explaining the scene. I'm like, yeah, she saw it. This woman is not lying. She really saw this. And she said they walk with intent. They walk with purpose. It was giving predator versus prey. Jesus. Okay. Oh, they went there to inflict bodily harm. So then you realize if they're walking from behind the middle school, they were never even there in the first place. Because when you said this kid was sitting under our tent, you make it seem like you were always under the tent. And then he just happened to show up and bother you people. The whole time, y'all wasn't even there. So y'all decide to walk up from the middle school in the rain, mind you, with intent and purpose, like predators. Crawling with, towards a prey. And then they walk up the middle part right here. She's right. This is it. And the tent was here. And then they come around and it's 5 of them. Because Tim Cass told you, because Tim saw the video. He ain't shit. He saw the video. What are the odds that he brings up 5 people? What if 5 people around you? So you saw the tape. Tim, they need to subpoena your ass. You ain't shit. Okay? This is insanity. She said, whichever way Karmelo want to go, he can't, because it's 5 people. So I even feel like this, touch me, see what happened. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't happen. I don't know, maybe. But I'm like, it's giving more, but he could have, how you gonna leave when 5 big ass, crazy ass, thick neck, having ass, jiu-jitsu knowing white demons are like circling you? So then, you are in, this is a circle, and it's not the circle of life. And it seems like it has to do with a girl. It seems like it, because what's the problem? What is going on? Let's go over here.
At a walking path, they walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate.
Yeah, he lied.
And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time.
So you see, they never sat. So they came for problems. They walked in the rain with intent, like predators walking up the thing looking for problems. She said they never sat down. They just wanted to encircle him. These people are thugs. They're thugs. Look how their daddy talks. Huh? Look at how their daddy talks to people.
I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent, just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, he collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side. I cannot confirm or deny whose quote unquote was the closest, off of Hunter's interviews. He stated that he fell into his arms. Could be true. I cannot identify.
You see? So Lacey said she never addressed whether or not they were dressed for run track. Lacey didn't want to dress for shit. They weren't there. I told you they don't run track. We said that. But look at their bodies. Look at their bodies. They're the ones who don't even belong there. They don't belong there. Like look at Austin. How can Austin run track? Austin don't run track. He don't run track. Look at his legs. Run track where? He don't run track. He not running track. Look at his legs. He ain't running track. Track where? He doesn't run track. He went there for problems. They all went there for problems. And that's what they're going to get charged with Austin's murder. They're crazy. They are truly, truly crazy. Exactly. They do not run track. They went there for problems. And it was 5 of them. 5 people. This is insanity. This is true insanity. I was going to play something else. I forgot. What was it again? I'm like, hold on. So that's how you know. Oh, let this crazy man say it. Let this crazy fool say it, because he also couldn't bother to do any research.
He just quasi removed his defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words, a little old lady could potentially use some deadly force to stop a real strong young guy from doing her in. But 2 young, strong guys are not supposed to escalate physical force where it is of non-lethal violence into using a weapon and becoming lethal violence. So he shot his mouth off. He was doing good, and then he opened his mouth. So now he gave them some cause to say, okay, this is a homicide where the situation was escalated. He's an athlete. Why didn't he just respond with physical force? And if the assailant...
This is why I say, just because somebody's a judge, just because somebody has a title, it doesn't mean that you should not do your own research. Judge Joe Brown is pathetic. He's an alcoholic. He is so pathetic. Now it came out, 5 people walk from behind the box, cross the thing in the rain. They walk up the metal stuff. They go to Karmelo. They stand over Karmelo. That's why people need to learn that with a platform comes a lot of responsibility. And I said, Judge Joe Brown, I see why you lost your show and Judge Judy kept going. Because how much you want to bet Judge Judy would have done her research? Because Judge Judy, she actually listened. She ain't quick to talk. You like, yo, I'm not going to read about a case. I don't know anything about a case. I don't even look at people's faces, their bodies. I'm just going to sit there and Dana's going to tell me things and I'm going to start opining like I'm a freaking oracle. You are not an oracle. You're a human being. And as an officer, once upon officer of the court, you should always move with humility because you don't know what you don't know, especially when you don't want to do your research. And you misled so many black people into looking at Karmelo like he was some kind of YN who went there just to kill white folks. The whole time, it's the white folks who were after him. 5 big-ass, thick-neck having ass, jiu-jitsu knowing white boys went after Karmelo. And they just stood over him in the rain. What the freak is this? And he was all by himself. Bunch of bigots. Your skin can be black and you are a bigot. You hate your own people. Get out of here with that. Exactly. Judge Judy got time for these fools. She's like, this don't add up. And that's why Judge Judy was a queen. And her show lasted forever. But you lost your show after like 10 years or so because you're lazy. You are indolent. That's the word of the day. Okay?
Escalated it beyond what was an exchange of physical force, unarmed physical force, then he can escalate the match.
So you saying
in other words, 2 guys are having a fist fight and one of them pulls out a gun and shoots the other. That's going to be a murder case because the violence got escalated to another level that was uncalled for. If one guy pulls out a gun, the other guy pulls out a gun and shoots him, fine. If it's a felony murder, like I was describing.
They escalate because Karmelo was just sitting there. And I think this is the only part where Hunter was honest. He said he was sitting under our tent. He was just sitting there. But because he's black, you black people, you bigots, you heard like, oh, he's black. You thought the worst of him. You are disgusting. Like, you are truly disgusting. You're so disgusting. Oh, he's the black kid. Yeah, he must have done all these awful things. You're disgusting. So if you're black and this is how you feel about black people, then how can white people not going to be scared of black people? This is crazy. This is really crazy. Yes, we thank God Karmelo fought for his life. 5 people? Oh, hell no. You're crazy.
Okay, but he ran his mouth off and said, I did it, and he got me scared because he went in. That's not an excuse.
An excuse. You have the right to you have the right to have a reasonable fear of losing your life. He was scared.
And nothing but again,
mouth shut. So
yeah. Can that be used against him?
Yeah, it can. Anything you say can and may be used in evidence against you. The 5th Amendment. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to consult with an attorney. You have no obligation to make a statement, but if you do, anything you say can and may be used against you.
Well,
how many times have you heard this on television? You have a right to remain silent, but it doesn't seem to settle in with a lot of people.
Like, just like you have the right to remain silent, right? Why don't you remain silent? Hold on.
Percent of all people in American penitentiaries.
Life was lost, and he did give their condolences to the McCaff family. Was bond.
Okay. Anyways, he's an idiot. Leave that drunk ass man alone. All he cares about is Kamala Harris's vagina. Let's go over here. Now listen to Charleston.
About what a slave went through when you don't know your father's mother. Let's start with your bloodline, your immediate family, before you go way into slavery. That's a cop-out and an excuse for detrimental behavior that we accept and promote and clap for. So let me just say, since I said that, I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo Anthony's family. Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these 2 white boys. These 2 white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys.
You see this? Is that what the lady said? They just walk with a purpose, intention, predator versus prey. He didn't, like, you see this? They just walked up there to mess with him. Okay? These people are crazy. And let's not, this is Karmelo's body. This is what Karmelo looks like. This is what he looks like. Why would he go picking with people that are like so fucking big? They like, look, he had, unlike white people, he has self-awareness. He knows he's small. He knows it's small. You think someone this small is going to go around picking fights with people for no reason? Like, they're so dishonest. They're just so dishonest.
So he a new black kid who eat big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both of them.
Y'all, I'm not even trying to laugh. But he's saying that Austin, what he's saying is that this injury was caused by Austin. So it seems like before Austin died, he beat up his daddy and he broke his arm, which is why Jeffrey has been... Oh my God. Okay, so it seems like Austin did this to his daddy. He beat him up, broke his arm, and he broke his ligament. So now we know why this man has been in his arm, been in a sling this whole time. His son beat him up. Okay? She say Austin's dad. Austin whooped his daddy's ass before death. And maybe that's why he died, Lacey. For the Bible says, honor your mother and father that your days may be prolonged. So he beat up his daddy and he died a few days later. Okay? Look at this. Saying that Austin did this to his dad, that he beat up his daddy, broke his arm, and broke his ligament. Okay? So now, if he can do that to his dad, yeah, Karmelo doesn't stand a chance. And then he put the boys in jiu-jitsu, so that's what he gets. He put him in jiu-jitsu. Okay, say it again. Say it again.
Into slavery. That's a cop-out and an excuse for detrimental behavior that we accept and promote and clap for. So let me just say, since I said that, I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo Anthony's family. Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who eat big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both of them Peckerwoods. with a that's minding his motherfucking business, that don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. So now they trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense. And the reason I say that is, anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video?
Mm-hmm.
You can go up to the school and see it. And if you go up to the school and see it, we all to see this kid will be found not guilty. But because it's in an all-white town in Crackerville, and they done made it about race, whoever Sarah Fields is.
So here, like she said, and this is how you can go see the tape. This is how you can go. He's not lying. He's not lying.
Go ISD's administration building.
Oh, see? ISD. Oh, she's not lying. You can really see the tape. He's ISD. It's in the thingy. ISD is we know what it is, y'all. We just saw it. There you go. He's not lying. ISD, Frisco ISD. He's not lying. It means ISD is Independent School District. He's not lying. He said you can go up there and anybody can go see the tape. He is not lying. Oh, wow. Charleston, you really ain't lying.
Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense.
Wow.
And the reason I say that is, anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video?
Oh, wow. So let's listen to her again. She's right. He's right.
Go ISD's administration building.
So it's the ISD administration building. What?
Go ISD's administration building off of Ohio. Showed my ID before entering the building, handed it to the front desk lady. She scanned it. She gave me a sticker badge, which, same picture as your driver's license. I sat in the lobby and waited for Michelle to come get me. She took me behind the double doors. I walked into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway, entered an office, and attached to that office was a conference room that had, a conference table with chairs all over around it. Signed a piece of paper essentially saying that I will not take any photo or video of the video that I was about to see. I actually had left all personal, all personal, belongings in my car besides my driver's license. Up on the wall was a TV.
Oh, yeah. So Charleston White is not lying. He said you can go see it. And that's how she went and saw it. Oh, and she said the ISD administrative building. And you go there, you show your ID, which is true. Like nowadays, you show your ID, they give you a sticker ID. It happened when we went for Stefan's graduation. So, and then you go on the 4th floor. A lady named Michelle will take you to the 4th floor. Once you get there, you have to sign an agreement that you're not going to take any pictures, this, and that. And you can watch the tape. You can watch the whole tape. Then why are more people going there to see the tape? Oh, gosh. America is so corrupt, you guys. And they want to tell you China is bad. That's all they do. Tell you that this is so amazing. Over there is so bad. I don't know. I need to see it for myself. I don't trust you. Lacey says someone needs to go there with the Ray-Ban glasses and capture the video. How will they know? How will they know? So that's how she saw it. Wow. Then why don't more people, black people from Texas, go and see it? This is insanity. So the truth is right here, and we're not going to go see it. But Roland Martin needs to go see it. Like they all need to go see it. Like they have to, like the NAACP needs to go see it. This is insanity. What are they doing? They're over here fighting over Essence and who owns Essence. I'm like, these people are so damn silly. Wow. You really can go there and see it. Jeez.
Coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both them Peckerwoods with a that's minding his motherfucking business, that don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. So now they trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense. And the reason I say that is, anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video? You can go up to the school and see it. And if you go up to the school and see it, we all to see this kid will be found not guilty. But because it's in an all-white town in Crackerville, and they done made it about race, whoever Sarah Fields is, Sarah Fields.
Let's say again.
I mean, well, Sauce Walker thinks different. He feels like if it
the genetics was on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must be an abusive father.
See? Because remember this interview. I don't know who these white people think they are, that they think in 2025 stuff's not going to come out. It's just too many people talking. That's why you don't lie like this. We are in the age of Aquarius. People are getting exposed. Do you guys remember this interview? This is what Charleston is referring to. She don't claim that man. She don't even want to say his name. Because the man asked her, is that your husband? She was like, she almost said no. But then this one, Hunter, the line one, caught like this to her. Y'all remember this? These people are scandalous.
Hunter, thank you for being with me today. I can't imagine how difficult of a day. And I have to start with how sorry I am of what you're going through this morning, this afternoon. I think I'd like to just start. I'd love to just start with tell me about Hunter. If you could, Megan, tell me about your son.
I think I can speak for her for a little bit, see if she calms down just a little bit. But as me, I know I'm a little more, spontaneous. I like to do stuff all around and just.
And the thing that's so funny now that I think of it about it, this lady never cried. This lady, like, you never saw tears. Now that I think about you guys, wow. Do you know how I said, like, why is Cassie applying lip gloss? Remember that? I thought, why is Cassie applying lip gloss? A man just don't beat your ass. You're applying lip gloss. I said to y'all need to count. How long has it been since she called the elevator and the doors ain't open yet? Your son got stabbed. Your son is dead. This heifer never even tears coming down her face. Nope, because she knows who he is. She knows. She knows Austin is alive. She knows. She knows. Like the lady, y'all, I want to tell you, this woman, she make faces, but the tears ain't coming out. This is not normal. Even here, look. Even right here, hold on. Look, there's no tears. Look at her face. Your son is dead, bitch. Look at her face. Not a single tear in sight. No tears. She still can cry. Not a single tear. Even let's watch her from the beginning. You see? I'm like, this woman never cried. What the hell? What the hell? This woman never cried. I'm like, now that I think about it, I never saw a full tear. Like, her eyes get pink. But I'm like, because I can't even imagine. Like, I would just be bawling. Like, she makes these funny faces. But it's like tears, like, ma'am, he's dead, bitch. The woman still ain't crying. Megan, what in the world? This is not normal. Even now, you see, she's still not crying. Girl, this is too much for my ass. This isn't what I'm looking for, sis. This isn't what I'm looking for. Even look at her now. She's like, girl, like, I don't know. This is weird. I mean, you can't hear me? You can't hear them. Do you see me? Maybe it's my thingy. Do you see me or not? There's no audio? You can't hear them? Okay, I guess it's my StreamYard. Hold on.
Just like coming out of his junior year, he's had a really great year, and everyone on the team, coaches, everyone knew around the area just knew that he was about to do big things in football.
Wow.
But besides his GPA, man, that dude was extremely smart, always in the books. He just came to him real easy and just.
Look at this picture. Like, these people is big. His brothers is crazy. Okay. Y'all see them in this picture? I mean, even 2 against 1. Oh, no. No. This is crazy. Even 2 against 1, y'all. This is not so small people, man. These are not small people. And they know they're not small. That's why they're so cocky like that to walk up on people. Because they think they can beat anybody up. They're extremely arrogant. Okay? But I'm like, compare this, though. Here's Karmelo. Look at that. Okay? So, look at Karmelo next to these 2 boys. They're too big. They're just too damn big. They're too big. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Out of order.
Him playing football as well just made him just a great person overall.
Megan, we'll try this again, both of us, and we'll see how far we get. When I read your story last night, obviously this is not about me. I have a 17-year-old son. I live 20 miles south of you. My son's in Frisco every night playing soccer, and we have a lot of friends who knew Austin. So the circles got tight.
So you have friends of friends that knew Austin and they didn't know he was a bully. White people will lie for each other. White people will stay on code no matter what. He probably made that shit up because you have friends that have friends that know Austin. They never told you he was a bully. They didn't tell you he was 225 pounds and he knew jiu-jitsu. White people are liars. White Americans are a bunch of liars. He probably made that shit up. Okay? So now what? You want to say, oh, you're scared? Like, oh, my son's in Frisco playing soccer. So what are you implying? That there's an epidemic of white boys being stabbed at games by black boys? You're despicable. You're a piece of shit. You really are a piece of shit. These people are racist. They're a bunch of racists.
And this hit really close to home.
Yeah, right.
And I'm just so sorry for you.
It hit close to home. Your son's a bully? Why would it hit close to home? Your sons are bullies? Because if your son's a bully, man, you might want to tell your sons to keep their hands to themselves. They're going to get poked.
Can you explain us at all today how you feel? It's just got to be so, the word I keep coming back to, Megan, is incomprehensible. How could this happen at a track meet?
It is.
White women are dangerous. Look at her. She's not even crying. She just lives for that. Like, oh, I get to be a victim. I get to be a victim and make money. I get to perform. I get to be a victim and make money. I'm like, this is just disgusting. These people are despicable.
She just took my son is gone, and I don't really have words. I've tried to figure out what I was going to say, but he's just going to be so missed by mostly our family, but this whole community has really wrapped their arms around us, and if I could say anything to the nation, I would say to make sure that you just hug your babies tight. Because you don't know when the last time you get to do it.
Hunter, I know you were there. Thank you, Megan.
Look at her.
Take your time.
Look at her. Look at
Hunter,
her.
I know you were there when it happened. What can you tell us about what happened at that track meet? How could this thing that seems like is not on the menu of possibilities could happen? Again, I was at a track meet, by the way, on Tuesday. This is not something you think could ever happen. How did it happen?
So it was a really bad storm in the morning, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school.
Okay. So you see, he is corroborating what the lady is saying. He said me and a couple kids were walking back from the middle school. Did y'all hear him? That lady saw that tape. The lady saw it. The lady saw the tape. The lady saw it. See, now she's looking scared. You see how she quickly stopped crying? It was all an act. Lying ass white Karen. Ain't shit. And shit was never shit. Currently ain't shit, won't ever be shit. You see that? What did the woman say? Let's get back over here. Listen to her. Let's listen to her. What did she say?
And she told me, hey, most people started at 2 minutes. I said, no, I would love to start it at the 11 minutes before, as far back as I can. I knew I'd be viewing from the home side towards the away section, and that the middle school is going to be behind me, and the athletic department would be, or the athletic complex would be over to my right.
The middle school behind you. Okay.
She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54.
Okay.
So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right?
Uh-huh.
So around 9:50, I kind of...
The middle school, right? Okay, so she saw the tape. She saw it.
Started looking, give or take, looking around that side, towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose. And the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54.
So they brought the problems. They brought the problem. They brought death with them. They brought a spirit of death with them.
There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see our movements moving back and forth.
And even the reason why I even feel like they were jumped, because they get there. You could say, okay, maybe they walk with intent. They could have been mad at somebody else, right? But if they didn't mean no harm, when they get up there, they would have said hi to other people. They would have engaged with other people. But it's like they walk with intent and they go straight for Karmelo. Why don't you kiki with other kids from Memorial High School track team? Nah, they came there for him. So I don't know what's going on, but somebody's lying. I'm like, because you would have talked to your friends first, kiki, but as soon as they get there, bad things happen, people die. It happens so fast. It happened really, really fast. They want to sit here and start lying. Where are they again? So let him start over.
Bad storm in the morning, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school. And we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there. We're not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me.
He said, we come back, we sit down. He never sat. So he doesn't know he was being recorded? This got to be the dumbest white people I never met. He doesn't know he was being recorded. He said, we sat down. They never sat down. Hunter, you're crazy. You're going to get locked up.
said something behind me. And this kid said something behind my tent up, so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life, never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more higher intensity. And the kid said some aggressive stuff, reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem. And
Austin was always one to step up. He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is because they have personal items there.
A lot of stuff gets stolen, just like that, just precautions and stuff. And our coaches always told us don't let, other schools, mess with our stuff, just sit around our tent area. And we set that up for the girls' track every meet we had. So it's just he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And it's just a tragedy what happened.
And then what happened, Austin? After your brother stepped up, what happened then?
He stepped up over there, asked him to move, got aggressive. He grabbed the bag, and then I whipped my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him running down the bleachers, grabbing his chest, just blood rushing out. He said, he got stabbed. He got stabbed. First, I froze for half a second. I didn't know what to do. And then I saw him about to fall. I went to go over there. I grabbed him. I see
Yeah, I understand. Best I can to understand.
You can picture what happened when what was coming out of his chest, and y'all can visualize all this stuff.
Still no tears. Still no tears. She's just being dramatic. White women are dangerous. White women truly deserve to be called Karens. What kind of performance is this? What is this?
Put down my mom right now, but I pushed my hand on there, trying to make it stop, and I grabbed his head and I looked in his eyes.
He is lying as hell. He is a liar.
I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask you one last question. I've seen interviews with your husband.
This is the part that Charleston White was talking about. Okay, so let him say it one more time. I got it. This is the part he was talking about. Hold on. Stop sharing. These people love to lie. No, white people are they're just despicable. Like this, all jokes aside, this has made me even more afraid of them because they will lie. And I'm like, does he not know he was being recorded? Oh, I sat down. Hunter, you never sat down.
His sons are bullies. They bullied on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments.
Yep.
Big old strong cracker.
Wow.
He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both them Peckerwoods with a that's minding his motherfucking business.
So hold on. Where's the part again? Here he is.
With your husband, who I can hear in the sound.
See how he says shh, because he said your husband, and then Hunter is instructing his mom to lie. Like, don't answer. Why can't she say she's not married?
Your husband, who I can hear in the side.
You see, I told his mom shit.
With your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you.
Why you tell your mom to lie?
Who I can hear in the side.
Oh my God.
I'm going to ask you one last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you.
You see how he told his mom shush? something so trivial, why would you tell your mom to lie? If you can lie about something this mom, what else you lying about? He shushed his mom. Why? Because he wants people to believe that you have a married, like you're in a 2-parent household. These people are so dangerous. They're so deceitful. I swear, if this situation right here does not teach you to fear white people, I don't know what else to do after that. Okay? But he wanted his mom to not answer truthfully and say, like, I'm divorced, I'm not married. So he shushed her because he doesn't want people to see that they come from a broken home. Why do you want your mom to lie? She's not married. Megan ain't married. Megan is not married. So why don't you want your mom to tell people that she ain't married?
I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these 2 white boys. These 2 white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who he big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father.
See? So now the man is asking her the question. Watch her lie. And Austin is gonna, like Hunter, he's gonna shush his mom. Why are you shushing your mama for? Like, why would you lie about something this small? Yeah, you see, Kevin said, did I not tell you she fears her sons? They're in that place tormenting this woman. That's why she's not crying. That's why she's not crying. How can somebody describe how your son was holding onto his heart, crying, maybe like spitting blood? She's like, it's like she's relieved he's dead. Jesus. And then he beat up his daddy and he broke his, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Who are these people? They're not good people.
Last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you. I saw an interview last night. Okay. Someone else. Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
But I have seen interviews with your husband in the last 24 hours.
Look how she looked at him. Look at how she lifted her eyes like, you see that? From your husband. She hates that man. Y'all look at this facial. I ain't been lying. This is like Khaleesi. Okay? Y'all ever watch Game of Thrones? Arya Stark. This is the face Arya Stark gave to the man with many faces. This is Arya Stark. Okay? This is the face she had for Cersei Lannister. Boom. This is how she looked at Cersei Lannister. Y'all look, this lady went from crying and she lifted her evil eyes. Jesus Christ, she hates that man. Look at that. Because he kept insisting and saying, husband. She's like, if you don't stop this bullshit. Why you shushing?
With your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you. I saw an interview last night. Okay. Someone else. Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
But I have seen interviews with your husband in the last 24 hours, and it was remarkable to me that I heard your husband say within hours of this that he forgave this other young man, and he got there so quickly. And I honestly don't know that I could. And I just want to see, and I don't know that there's a right or a wrong place to be, especially as quickly as this has happened. Megan, how do you feel on that front today?
I am not like their dad. I am so angry. have that boy been, it's just,
she is performing. So here is the dad, y'all. Oh, hold on. Here's the dad. Here's the dad. Let's listen to the daddy.
Fuck off. Next person.
Man, you fuck off. Yeah, you can disrespect.
Man, why don't you go to fucking to somewhere where you belong?
The real. Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
There you go. This is the husband. That's the Christian man. This is the Christian man who said he is quick to forgive. He's out here using all kinds of N-word, calling people all kinds of N-word, the N-word lover, N-word this, that. What is wrong with these people? These people are frauds. They are truly frauds. They're going to be exposed. And the sad thing is, even when they get exposed, white people will still make excuses for that.
There the fuck it is. I've been saying this from day one. Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's dad, was in a live yesterday, got in the box and was answering questions. I don't know if that's the only live he was in. I don't know if he was in more boxes, in more lives. I don't know. All I know is he was in at least one of them, and there's clips of it. You can search everything. The proof is there. People were saying that we're watching the live or that we're in the boxes when Jeff was there and watching this entire interaction happen and hearing what was going on. They said that they observed him mainly talking about Karmelo over his son. Telling. And this is also a huge prime example of those videos I made about white people taking accountability. Jeff is literally a prime example, especially racist white people. Which brings me to this. Jeff Metcalf called a black man in this live, well in the box, the hard ER. Called him a racial slur. I was right from day fucking one. I was right. He is racist as hell. And I know his family is racist as hell. So it is still very much a possibility that Austin definitely called Karmelo the N-word. Mm-hmm. I believe he did. So for all those people that said, oh, you guys are always saying it has to be the race card. He didn't say that. None of you were there, so you wouldn't know whether he did or didn't. Now, if he didn't call him the N-word, great. I'll own that I was wrong. But right now, I still am 110% believing he did. Especially now that his daddy-o just sealed the deal and proved that they are racist as hell. At least he is. But I'm going to assume, because usually if the dad is, or the dad and mom, the kids are too. They brainwash them. I literally have been saying from day one, they look racist as hell. Especially the dad. Mm-hmm. And he proved it. He did. All on his own. The racists usually out themselves all the time. Good job, Jeffy Poo. Good job.
Wow. These people are crazy. They are really crazy, y'all. They are seriously unwell. This ain't a joke. Okay, now let's look at this. So allegedly, there is a white boy who stabbed somebody. So murdered prep student's family and shot after suspect acquitted in a stabbing death. So I guess this is two white people, so that's why it was really quiet. But Raw Vale, 20, the man accused of fatally stabbing Connecticut prep school lacrosse player James Jimmy McGrath 3 years ago, was found not guilty of murder Wednesday. Let's see about that. Oh, okay. So you can stab somebody and get away with it. Okay. Law and crime. Let's see what happened. That's a long video. Oh, 1 day ago. Oh, well, you see? We told you. Let's go. Okay, hold on. Okay. So this other white boy, he had the same case as Karmelo, and he was found not guilty. And they tried to make it seem like, oh no, you can't.
All right.
Bullshit.
It appears as though all of our juror members are present. I would seek the counsel's stipulation as such before I begin.
State will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
So first, I'd like to inquire as to the foreperson. Foreperson, please just stand. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Foreperson, I did receive a note that was signed by you, and it was time-stamped as well. The note indicates to the court that the jury, although unable to unanimously agree on some charges, has unanimously agreed as to a verdict on murder at count 1 and manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1. Also, as to counts 2 and 3, the jury has a verdict on assault in the first degree intentional. And then lastly, as to count 4, the jury has reached a verdict as to assault in the second degree intentional. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So at this point in time, I would ask you to be seated. All right. The court at this point in time is going to move forward with the verdict that you do have relative to the counts and the charges that you have relayed in the note that you have just.
We know he was found innocent. Now the father is upset, like he don't know what kind of son he raised. I want a quick. Oh wow. So you see. So they offered him a 40-year plea deal, and he said nah. He took it to court. So were they beating on him? But white kids are a bunch of barbarians. What is this? Why are they beating him?
Here's a nut! Here's a nut! Here's a nut! Get out of here, no!
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
When first responders got to a Connecticut neighborhood where high school students had just been in a fight at a house party, they encountered absolute pandemonium. Teens were screaming and crying, and at least 4 people had stab wounds. One of those wounds would end up being fatal, killing 17-year-old James McGrath. We're taking a look at how tension between kids from different high schools devolved into chaos as the teen arrested for the stabbing takes the stand in his own defense. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
He gangster for taking the stand. Like, after all, I was there. I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. I don't even think Melo needs to take the stand. Because I'm like, if the video works in your favor, Karmelo, get on that stand and be like, what the heck was that? It was 5 of them. Chad, I told you. I said even Diddy should have taken the stand. Man, I would have embarrassed these people.
Jesse Weber. You know, this is a case that we have been carefully following here at Law and Crime, and we definitely wanted to bring it to you here on Side.
Carefully been following this, but you didn't compare to Karmelo Anthony. These white people are a bunch of liars. But they stay on code, though. They're racist. They stay on code.
And one of the reasons that we can do that is because of the incredible support that we get from our sponsor, Morgan, and with other high schoolers, built until multiple fights broke out. That led then 16-year-old Raul Valle to lash out with a large folding knife, making contact with at least 4 people. And it turns out he didn't even know who these 4 alleged victims were. They all went to other high schools. But his purported actions on that night mean he now knows them better than he likely ever wanted to. James Jimmy McGrath, a 17-year-old star athlete at Fairfield Prep, died that night. The medical examiner testified that during Valle's trial that the 2.5 to 3.5 inch stab wound to the left side of his chest punctured one of the ventricles in his heart and he bled out.
So why did Matt Walsh also post about this and say, like, we have a problem with violence with white teenage boys in America?
Other high schoolers who all attended Shelton High School, Faison Teal, Ryan Hines, Thomas Connery, they survived the stabbing and they testified against the defendant, Raul Valle, at trial, which began on June 17th, 2025. Investigators say the fight that led to the stabbing was a spillover from a prior altercation at a different party. Much of the night's events are clouded by just the sheer chaos of the situation. Also, by the way, heavy drinking. Now, the medical examiner testified that when Jimmy died, his blood alcohol content was 0.2%. According to an arrest warrant, Valle had been at a party on Lazy Brook Road in Shelton, Connecticut with other students from his school, St. Joseph High. And at some point, other teens from Shelton High showed up and there was an altercation. Some of the Shelton students then moved on to another house party on Laurel Glen Drive. But the teens, they were still bad-mouthing each other in a large group chat. So Valley and a few friends, they drove over to Laurel Glen and another fight broke out on the lawn. And that is when the 4 boys were stabbed. And while witnesses say the defendant's stabbing of McGrath and others was largely unprovoked, Valley's legal team is claiming self-defense, saying he was in fear for his life as he endured a beating at the hands of several other teens. In fact, the now 20-year-old Raul Valley appears so confident in his case that he declined a plea deal, which would have meant 40 years in prison. So obviously it's significant. And instead, he decided to take this case to trial. And this trial has been going on for a couple of weeks now. It kind of got buried in all of the Diddy coverage. And there are a lot of people involved in this case, and it is very, very interesting. There has been a substantial amount of testimony from teenagers who were at the home when everything went down. By the way, you can check out all of that testimony, and it is very gripping right now at the...
Now, you indicated that you had this in your center council.
Jesus. This is what he brought to the party, drinking and stuff. So he stabbed multiple people. And he got off. You guys, I told you Karmelo gonna walk. This dude stabbed 4 people, killed one of the kids. And this is the kind of knife he brought to a party? You see how hypocritical they are? They just don't like Karmelo because he's black. That's it. They're a bunch of racists. They are truly a bunch of racists. But he got off, you guys. He got off. Okay? So that's it for tonight, you guys. I need to go get some sleep. Maybe we can watch this one tomorrow if you want. We can do this one tomorrow. But they hide so many cases. There are from this boy to Kaysen, whatever his name is. There are so many white boys who are out here stabbing people. They stab their classmates. They stab teammates. They stab kids from other schools. And the whites are extremely quiet. They're truly racist. I didn't want to admit it was that bad, but it truly is that bad, huh? It really is that bad. White Americans are just racist. You can't save them people. You really can't save them. It's crazy. Truly, truly crazy. But hey, if you live in Frisco County, you should go see that tape. You should go see it and tell us what you saw. Because obviously anybody can see it. It's part of the school district. I thought it was hard to see. I thought the DA only had the tape. But no, you can go to the ISD administrative building and you can see the tape. That is crazy, you guys. That is crazy. All right. I love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow by God's grace. Hopefully Maverick is quiet. Otherwise, it's going to be another loud session. But I didn't know about this case. I didn't know about this case. This is truly insane. This is truly crazy stuff. This is really crazy stuff. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, Karmelo, this is really sad. This is truly, truly sad. Yeah. Good night, my people. Good night. Love you very much, okay? This is crazy. Night, Roger. You stay up so late with us. Oh, my gosh. Okay? Love y'all. I'll try to be outside tomorrow again. We discovered so much today. It's crazy. Okay. Love you guys. I need some sleep. Ugh. Tired. I better be big. I better be a big streamer like freaking Kai Cenat. Okay? I better be bigger than DDG and Kai Cenat. What the heck? I need numbers. I better be bigger than DJ Academics. What the heck? Okay. Bisous. Love y'all. Gotta go. These people are crazy.